Chapter 01 Rebirth, Plunder the Goddess System. Blue Star Calendar, September 23, 2023. Have you heard? Xin Fei was dumped by Lu Feng. Xin Fei begged Lu Feng to get back together, but was beaten to death by Lu Feng's new contract partner, Wang Zicheng. Speaking of which, Xin Fei deserves it. When he first entered school, his wood-type superpowers were extremely talented, and he was also good at making money. However, most of the money they earned was spent on Lu Feng, which led to Lu Feng's growing strength. On the contrary, due to the lack of resources, his cultivation level stagnated. As a result, he is now a sophomore and his cultivation level has not yet broken through to the second level, while Lu Feng has already broken through to the third level, and can be considered as entering the ranks of powerful students. This Xin Fei is a fool. An idiot. A short-sighted person. Now everything is fine. Lu Feng is on the list and the rich kid Wang Zicheng dumped him. Doesn't he deserve it? If he hadn't given all the resources to Lu Feng, his cultivation level would not have broken through to become a fourth-level super-powered master, but at least he would be at the level of a third-level peak super-powered master. That's right. I guess Xin Fei must be regretting it to death, but regretting is useless. Yes. If it were me, I wouldn't be so stupid. Speaking of which, Xin Fei is quite handsome. Being with Lu Feng, he's actually a low-class match. I don't know why he turned into a bootlicker. It's just that my vision is not very good. What else could be the reason? In a stand-alone dormitory at Yunqing Superpower Academy, Xin Fei was lying on the bed, looking confused as he accepted the fact that he had traveled to the parallel world of Blue Star. Although he had the same name as his predecessor, he was not the same person. In fact, he had been awake for 2 or 3 hours, but until now, he was still unable to fully accept everything about this world. Many people believe that their predecessor was seriously injured, but they did not know that his predecessor died not long after returning to his own dormitory, and was then taken over by him who came through time and space. This is a world where monsters and demons run rampant. In this world, technology has developed to a certain extent, but it is completely incomparable to his previous world. There are only some simple communication equipment, and there are not even cars. However, this world has the ability to fight against demons, and that ability is superpowers. Some people are gifted and awaken their superpowers at birth, while others awaken in adulthood. The more powerful the superpowers stored during the awakening period, the more powerful they will be when they break through to become a super martial artist. Of course, superpowers vary in types and strengths. For example, space and time superpowers are at the top of the pyramid, while condensation and device superpowers are generally weaker. A single superpower is not very powerful, but the combination of two superpowers can often produce an effect that is greater than the sum of one and the other. Xin Fei's previous superpower was a wood-type superpower, and he reached a level in the Superpower College entrance examination rating. At the Yunqing Superpower Academy, reaching an A-level superpower score is already top level, and you can get the treatment of a private dormitory. The wood-type superpowers are not very powerful in attack, but they are very powerful in healing and assisting. The combination of Lu Feng and Xin Fei is very powerful. They were able to kill all around before they cultivated the fusion skills. This is because Xin Fei's wood-type superpowers can not only assist, but also greatly enhance Lu Feng's fire-type superpowers. Wood helps the fire. And when the two of them later mastered the fusion technique and the forest was set on fire, the destructive power was even greater. His predecessor possessed super healing abilities, but he died because he was severely injured by the super energy core, which was unable to provide energy to restore his body's injuries. Because the injuries were too severe at the time, he died. Now he has traveled through time, but his injuries are not much better than before, and he may die again at any time. A dog that licks the boot never dies a good death. This is a truth no matter which world it is in. Xin Fei said helplessly, "I've traveled through time to a severely injured body and can't even get up. I'm not going to die again, am I? No one came to treat me. Do they think I can recover on my own? Don't they know that my injuries are so serious that they can't be made any worse?" The Plundering Goddess System has found a suitable host. Is the host bound? Whom? Xin Fei was startled at first when he heard this sudden voice, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Bind. The Plundering Goddess System has been bound. The host can silently summon the Plundering Goddess System. Xin Fei did as he was told, and with a thought, a screen appeared before his eyes. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 8'5". Body type, 88. Talent, a level would type superpower. Note, a level superpower scores range from 80 to 84, S level, 85 to 89, SS level, 90 to 94, and SSS level, 95 to 99. A perfect score is almost non-existent. Overall score, 85. Note, talent has a slightly higher weight in the comprehensive score. Realm, perfection of first level superpower master. Physical condition, seriously injured and dying. Number of contracted goddesses, 0. Eye of detection, you can detect women's information, scores, and bond values, and you can also check men's simple information. System prize pool, it can be opened after successfully binding a goddess. System warehouse, none, only system products can be stored. System, where's the novice gift pack? Xin Fei said speechlessly. What can I do, sitting up in shock from my dying illness? Waiting to die? The newbie gift package has been sent to the warehouse, please check it. Xin Fei found the novice gift package in the warehouse and opened it. Healing Pill 1, Soul Exploration Card 10, 6th Level Psychic Master Card 1, 10th Level Psychic Master Card 1, Tadai Stomach 1, Tadai Cultivation Method 1, Perfect Shaping Pill 1. There is a Healing Holy Pill inside, which can restore injuries in an instant after taking it. There are also 10 Mind Exploring cards. Xin Fei studied the functions and found that the Mind Exploring cards can peek into the deepest secrets of anyone's mind. Each card can be used to peek into the deepest secrets of the target once. As the name suggests, the 6th level superpower card, once used, allows the host to have the strength of a 6th level superpower, while the 10th level superpower card allows the host to have the strength of a 10th level superpower. Each card can last up to 10 minutes. To practice Taotia's stomach and Taotia's cultivation method, others need to refine some elixirs, or monster cores, and slowly cultivate the energy in the magic core. After practicing Taotia's cultivation method, you can directly devour the monster core to quickly improve your strength. The perfect body shaping pill will put you on the road to becoming a handsome man and there will be no turning back. Xin Fei took a breath of cold air when he saw it. This gluttonous stomach combined with the gluttonous cultivation method, the effect is really amazing. And what about this perfect body shaping pill? I am already handsome enough, wouldn't I be breathtakingly handsome? Can those young ladies resist it? I'm afraid they can't. Then, Xin Fei took out the healing holy pill and swallowed it. Then he felt his body recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, he had recovered to a healthy state. Boom! The next moment, the super energy core in the body suddenly underwent a transformation. Chapter 02 Enemies Meet. Ha! This is the early stage of the 2nd level superpower master? Xin Fei was stunned for a moment, suppressed the joy in his heart, and then took the perfect shaping pill without much hesitation. He didn't know how much time had passed, and had no specific concept of time. His body had undergone a transformation, but Xin Fei did not check his current appearance, but began to study the Plundering Goddess System. The most important thing about the Plundering Goddess System is how to contact the goddess and see how to get the rewards. Only goddesses with an overall score of 90 and a bond value of 50 points can be bound. Once bound, you will receive a binding gift pack. When the bound goddess's favorability reaches 30, 50, 70, 90, and 100 points, you will each receive a chance to draw a lottery. Although each draw will receive a chance, the prize pools are different, corresponding to the primary prize pool, intermediate prize pool, advanced prize pool, top prize pool, and super prize pool. The bond value must reach 50 points to be able to bind. It seems that it is not just about who looks good. Xin Fei muttered. Thinking of this, Xin Fei, who had recovered from his injuries, stopped lying there and looked at himself in the mirror. Whether it was his appearance or figure, he was impeccable in every aspect. Then he took a shower and changed into a set of clothes he bought last year. They were a little ill-fitting because the perfect body shaping pill made him a little taller, and the color of the clothes was not as bright. Alas, I have to say something about the original owner. It was really pathetic. He made so much money, but he couldn't even afford to buy a handsome new piece of clothes. As a result, he couldn't even look after a woman. Xin Fei left the dormitory and prepared to go to the cafeteria to have a meal first. He didn't want to do anything when he was hungry. Isn't that Xin Fei? Oh my god, how come this guy is so handsome now? Wasn't he quite handsome before? Xin Fei was handsome before, but it's nothing compared to now. He was a little handsome before, but now he's become a male god? By the way, didn't they say Xin Fei was seriously injured? How come it's only been less than 2 days, and he looks like he's back to normal? After all, he is a wood-type superpower, so his ability to recover from injuries is naturally excellent. Hey, look! Isn't that Lu Fang and Wang Zicheng? Qin Fei just recovered and ran into them again. Isn't this just rubbing salt in the wound? Qin Fei had experienced countless tortures, so when he heard those criticisms, although he felt unhappy, he was able to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to these ridicules. A young man whose face was not ugly but definitely not handsome, and a woman dressed quite fashionably were walking towards each other side by side. Qin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He had the memories of his previous life, so he naturally knew the man and woman. The man was Wang Zicheng, who had stolen his love, and the woman was undoubtedly the eternal pain in the original owner's heart, Lu Fang. Qin Fei then activated the detection eye and took in the basic situation of the two people. Name: Wang Zicheng. Age: 19. Appearance: 61. Body: 6'1". Talent: D-level sword-type superpower. Overall score: 63. Favorability: 100. Realm: early stage of third-level superpower master. Wang Zicheng only possesses D-level supernatural abilities, but just as a sophomore, he already possesses the strength of a third-order early-stage psychic master. Is this due to his diligence? No, it's because his family is wealthy. This is a cultivation level that has been expended with resources. If he practices normally and follows the rules, he can reach the realm of a second-order early-stage psychic master. He is a model of hard work. Name: Lu Fang. Age: 19. Appearance: 77. Body: 7'9". Talent: C-level fire superpower. Comprehensive score: 75 points. Bond value: 81 points. Favorability: 50. Realm: level 3 superpower master mid-stage. Lu Fang was able to advance from the first level to the middle stage of the third level in just 1 year. In addition to her own hard work, the biggest credit went to Qin Fei. Qin Fei spent almost all the money he earned to buy resources for her to practice. This is also the reason why Qin Fei is pitted by others. Because he was too stingy with himself, but too attentive to Lu Fang. 50 favorability, buddy, just go with peace of mind. This woman is not worth it, I will make her regret it. Qin Fei saw Lu Fang's favorability and shook his head secretly in his heart, feeling deeply unworthy for the original owner. Isn't this Qin Fei? Why didn't I beat you to death yesterday? TSK, he is worthy of being in a level wood-type superpower. His strength is not good, but his ability to recover from injuries is really amazing. Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Fei with a mocking face, his expression was arrogant, he looked down on Qin Fei with the attitude of a winner, and said sarcastically, "Idiot." Qin Fei looked at Wang Zicheng with a hint of sarcasm on his face, and agreed with him. A look of astonishment appeared on Lu Fang's face. In her impression, Qin Fei has always been a gentle person and would never say anything unpleasant even when he was angry. How come he has become so vicious now? Look, Wang Zicheng can no longer maintain his previous coldness and arrogance. What did you say? Wang Zicheng's face changed drastically when he heard that. He cursed, "I'll beat you to death." Rub. A flying sword broke through the air and stabbed towards Qin Fei. This is Wang Zicheng's superpower, which allows him to condense a flying sword to fight against the enemy. Qin Fei was beaten half to death yesterday, and he still dared to provoke Wang Zicheng today. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Someone saw this scene and couldn't help shaking his head. Yes. Wang Zicheng is a third-level superpower master, while Qin Fei is only a first-level superpower master, and a superpower master who mainly provides support. Fighting with a sword-type superpower master, isn't that courting death? Qin Fei must have been hit in the head before, right? Facing Wang Zicheng, who was coming to kill him directly, Qin Fei's expression changed slightly. Although he inherited the original owner's memory and had rich combat experience, his predecessor mainly played a supporting role. Although he was stronger than his predecessor and broke through to the second-level superpowered master realm, he was still no match for Wang Zicheng, a third-level sword-type superpowered master who was good at combat. Then he silently recited in his mind and used the 6th-level superpower card. Then, the 6th-level super energy card merged into the body, and energy far more powerful than before was poured into the body. Chapter 03, Beat Up the Bitch. Qin Fei's mind moved, and a vine appeared out of thin air from his hand. It extended out in an instant and wrapped around the flying sword. It was so dense that the sword god could not be seen at all. Ha! Wang Zichang's face changed drastically because he found that the flying sword could not break free at all after being entangled. Call out. The next moment, the vine suddenly tightened, and then Qin Fei shook his hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, the flying sword formed by the superpower shattered directly. Poof, Wang Zichang had a wisp of spiritual consciousness controlling the long sword. Because the long sword shattered too quickly, he had no time to retract that wisp of spiritual consciousness and it was directly crushed. Ah! Wang Zichang screamed in pain. The wisp of his spiritual consciousness was crushed. Although it did not have a big impact on his injuries, it still made him feel as if his brain was pierced by a large needle. The next moment, the vine rushed towards Wang Zichang like lightning. When it reached not far from Wang Zichang, the front part of the vine suddenly turned into the shape of a palm, and then slapped Wang Zichang in the face. Bang! Not surprisingly, Wang Zichang was knocked out. Ah! Wang Zichang was going crazy. Why did the guy who was beaten half to death by him yesterday turn around and abuse him overnight? Lu Feng, are you just standing there watching the show? Why don't you take action? Wang Zichang roared. Bang! The vines controlled by Qin Fei hit his cheek again, and Wang Zichang was blown away again. Ah! Wang Zichang was so painful that he went crazy and roared angrily. Oh, okay, I'll attack right away. Lu Feng was completely stunned. Wasn't Qin Fei her assistant? He'd been beaten to a pulp yesterday, but how could he have changed so drastically in just one night? It was almost as if he didn't recognize him. But after hearing Wang Zichang's words, she regained her composure and attacked Qin Fei, her former partner and lover. She had no choice, because Qin Fei's current strength was too low and he could not help her at all. Although Wang Zichang was not as talented as Qin Fei, he had a strong family background and could provide her with much more help than Qin Fei. Human beings. You always have to move towards higher goals, otherwise what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Now, isn't this my chance? As long as he helps Wang Zichang beat Qin Fei half to death, Wang Zichang will probably be even more reluctant to let him go, and the benefits he can get will be greater. Boom! 3 small fireballs flew out of the air, one flew towards Qin Fei's vines, and the other 2 rushed towards Qin Fei. Now she is a 3rd-level super-powered person and can shoot out up to 3 small fireballs at the same time. These small fireballs are hundreds of degrees hot. When Qin Fei saw Lu Feng taking action, his heart ached. This was the remaining emotion of his previous life. He had no feelings for Lu Feng, but he inherited the memory of his predecessor and knew how much emotion his predecessor had poured into this woman who betrayed him. The contract was for more than a year of companionship and devotion to one's partner, but what one got was betrayal and being beaten to death. Who wouldn't be filled with resentment? Go with peace of mind. I won't let this woman have an easy time. I will avenge you and make her regret her betrayal and choice. Qin Fei said to himself about the regret of his previous life. With Qin Fei's words, the lingering regret of his previous life seemed to have completely dissipated. Because she had just signed a contract with Wang Zichang to become his partner and had not yet practiced the superpower fusion technique, but Lu Feng was a fire-type superpower user. At the same level, she had a crushing advantage over wood-type superpower users or gold-type superpower users. Fire first overcomes metal, then wood. Although she didn't know why Qin Fei suddenly became so strong, after thinking about it, she thought that Qin Fei might have broken through to become a 2nd-level superpowered master, and then caught Wang Zichang off guard. In Lu Feng's imagination, if she took it seriously, Qin Fei would have no chance at all. But what shocked her was that before the 2 small fireballs could reach Qin Fei, 4 vines shot out from Qin Fei's body like arrows. One vine directly pierced through the 2 small fireballs and rushed towards her. The other small fireball he released hit another vine of Qin Fei, but it did not burn the vine, as if it was not a vine. At the same time, the other 2 vines flew towards Wang Zichang and wrapped around his body, while the previous vine turned into a slap and slapped Wang Zichang hard in the face. Ah, Qin Fei, $1. Wang Zichang screamed and cursed, but because he was hit on the face, the curse words sounded like gibberish and no one could hear anything clearly. His cheeks were bruised and many of his teeth were knocked out. He looked extremely miserable. The most important thing was that the 2 vines were burning him and he couldn't escape. He once again condensed his superpower flying sword. It was weaker than before, but still extremely sharp. He wanted to use the flying sword to cut the vines that were wrapped around him, but the extremely sharp flying sword in the past could only leave shallow marks on the vines. It seems that the beating is not light, and you can still curse people. Qin Fei sneered. Ah! The next moment, Lu Fang screamed. Because the two vines flying towards her directly wrapped around her body, she urged the fireball to burn, trying to burn the vines, but the vines remained motionless, and the explosive power of the vines lifted her high into the air. Xin Fei, you bastard, let me go! Lu Fang screamed. Humph! Xin Fei sneered, let you go? Okay. Ah! Don't let go now. Lu Fang's voice stopped abruptly. What followed was a loud bang. Lu Fang was nearly killed by the fall. Her whole body was in so much pain that she couldn't even scream. Are you going to let me go or not? Xin Fei's voice sounded, half smiling and half laughing. You. Lu Fang had just recovered a little, but when she heard Xin Fei's words, she was so angry that she almost fainted again. Then ask again. As Xin Fei spoke, two vines wrapped around Lu Fang again and lifted her up to a high place. Ah, Xin Fei, you bastard, I won't let you go. Lu Fang screamed and cursed. Scold me. Threaten me. Xin Fei sneered and directly controlled the vines to throw Lu Fang's body to the ground. Very good. The next moment, Lu Fang's body fell to the ground under Xin Fei's control. Although she protected her face with her hands in time, she was still knocked unconscious with a loud bang. Well, it's finally quiet. Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He is not like his predecessor, who was too soft-hearted. At this time, the onlookers were completely stunned. No? What did I see? 2 third-level superpowers were beaten by a first-level superpower master? Didn't they say yesterday that Xin Fei was beaten half to death by Wang Zicheng? How come the situation has been reversed in just one night? Did Xin Fei take medicine? Wang Zicheng and Lu Fang, that pair of bastards, TSK, the one who got beaten up was so miserable. That's right. I wonder if Lu Fang will regret her choice. Xin Fei saw that both of them were beaten unconscious, and was about to wake them up and continue beating them when a voice rang out, Stop! Chapter 04 Exploring the Soul. Xin Fei looked over when he heard the voice, and what caught his eye was a woman in her 30s. Xin Fei's mind immediately flashed with information about this woman, who was the head teacher of their Class 2-3, Tanya. Xin Fei then activated the detection eye, and information about Tanya came into view. Name, Tanya. Age, 36. Appearance 7-3. Body 7-6. Talent, a level gold superpower. Comprehensive score, 78 points. Bond value, 31 points. Favorability, 28. Realm, 9th level superpowered master. Teacher Tan. Xin Fei looked at Tanya, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Tanya with a calm expression, and called out. If the other party's comprehensive score reaches 90 points, he might still lick it. After all, it doesn't matter whether he is a teacher or not. As long as it can improve his strength, allow him to get rewards, and get a chance to draw a lottery, he is willing to be a traitor to his teacher. How could you beat him like this? Tanya asked with a frown. Teacher Tan, that's a good question. I was much worse off than them yesterday. Xin Fei looked at Tanya and said slowly, I didn't see you care about me, Teacher Tan. Oh. Tanya's breath hitched. She had indeed heard the news that Xin Fei had been beaten before. With an unnatural look on her face, she said, Well, I heard that you were seriously injured early this morning, so I rushed to your dormitory. I heard that someone saw you in the cafeteria, so I came here quickly. It's not that the teacher doesn't care about you. And you don't seem to be in any trouble, right? Xin Fei was barely satisfied with Tanya's explanation. Of course, he was only barely satisfied. Because she may have heard the news yesterday. After all, it has spread throughout the school. Perhaps she did not visit her predecessor yesterday because she thought about her predecessor's strong recovery ability. Xin Fei also didn't want to know Tanya's true thoughts, and he didn't have much good feelings towards Tanya, even though he was her previous incarnation's teacher. In fact, he wanted to kill this couple to avenge his predecessor, but it was obviously impossible now. Suddenly, an idea emerged in Xin Fei's mind. Then, he silently recited the mind exploration card to the unconscious Wang Zicheng. The reason for using it on Wang Zicheng was, firstly, to find out whether the mind exploration card was as magical as described, and secondly, if it worked, he wanted to find out what secrets Wang Zicheng had that he could use. Sometimes, killing someone doesn't necessarily require a lot of violence. The USB drive in the safe in my room contains a lot of evidence of my crimes. I really want to destroy it because I don't know when it will be used up, but it's my masterpiece. I can occasionally enjoy watching those people beg for mercy. It's really exciting. I can't stop thinking about it. The moment I think about it, I want to admire my masterpiece again. Qin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This Wang Ziqiang is quite perverted. He even recorded the crimes he committed. Very good. If we can get the USB drive, then even if Wang Ziqiang doesn't die, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Qin Fei thought to himself, but how can I get it? This matter must not alert the enemy, otherwise, Wang Ziqiang will definitely get rid of the USB flash drive. After exploring the secrets of Wang Ziqiang's heart, Qin Fei was too lazy to stay here any longer and walked towards the restaurant. Qin Fei, wait a minute. Tanya shouted. Teacher Tan, do you want to take me to the teaching office to be punished? Qin Fei looked at Tanya with a hint of sarcasm on his face. No, it's not. Tanya's breath hitched. In fact, whether in the Yunqing Superpower Academy or in other superpower academies, there will be no punishment for fighting or sparring. Of course, the premise is not to damage public facilities. No, then there's no need to say it. Qin Fei said lightly, and then his steps did not stop at all. Seeing that Qin Fei was unwilling to say anything more to her, Tanya opened her mouth, a trace of guilt flashed through her heart, and she felt a little aggrieved. I also wanted to ask Qin Fei how he suddenly became so strong. Hey, I heard the news yesterday, and I really should have gone to see him, but he disappointed me so much before. He was only thinking about Lu Feng and didn't consider himself at all. He obviously has super talent, but he became the last one in the stage. But breaking up is good. I think after experiencing this blow, he will wholeheartedly embark on the right path of cultivation in the future. Just don't be a loner. If he is a loner, he won't be able to practice fusion skills with others. In this world, a person's power is still limited. Is that Qin Fei? He's so handsome. I thought he was the weakest sophomore, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Even 2 third-level seniors were beaten so badly by him that they fell unconscious. Who would have thought that he was beaten half to death yesterday? Overnight, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. It's unbelievable. Maybe it's the power of hatred. Senior Qin Fei is so pitiful. I want to be his battle partner, said a little fangirl. Will the senior be interested in you? Ahem, I think so. I have water-based superpowers, which can nourish the senior's wood-based superpowers and make him stronger. The little fangirl said shyly. Is this moisturizing thing of yours decent? Bah, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. I want to duel with you. The little fangirl blushed and said angrily. The duel outside the cafeteria made Qin Fei's already famous reputation even more popular, so much so that while he was eating, Qin Fei received many approaches from female classmates. Some wanted to be his girlfriend, and some said they wanted to partner with him to practice fusion techniques. Qin Fei refused all of them. Because none of these female classmates scored above 90 points. For female classmates who cannot help themselves become stronger, exploring the ocean of knowledge is fine, but becoming their girlfriend or combat partner is useless. He even didn't have the extra energy to explore the ocean of knowledge now, because he had severely injured Wang Ziqiang today, and with that guy's character, he would never let him go. He should find a way to become stronger and send that guy in or kill him. This was his most urgent matter at the moment. Leaving the cafeteria and walking on the campus, you can see people everywhere sparring, practicing together, or creating fusion techniques together. Some super energy fusion techniques were created by predecessors, and they might be able to reach perfection just by practicing together, while some super energy fusion techniques may need to be co-created based on the common characteristics of both parties. Suddenly, a woman wearing a long-sleeved top and tight pants, with a beautiful face, a slender figure and a cold appearance came into view. Chapter 05 The Secret of the School Beauty. Qin Fei looked at the woman walking towards him, his mind moved, and the detection eye was activated, and immediately the relevant situation of the woman came into view. Name, Lin Shui. Age, 21. Appearance 9-3. Body 9-5. Talent, sea-level wind and SSS level space partially awakened superpowers. Comprehensive score, 96 points. Bond value, 0. Favorability, 0. Realm, perfection of the 6th level superpower master. Dual superpowers? A combined score of over 90? Qin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It's a rare spatial superpower, but it's only partially awakened. If it were fully awakened, her cultivation wouldn't be at the 6th level. Rumor has it that Lin Shui, one of the beauties at the Yunqing Superpower Academy, possesses a sea-level wind superpower. Apparently, when the evaluation was done, Lin Shui's spatial superpower wasn't even partially awakened, otherwise she wouldn't have received such a score. It must be bound, Xin Fei said in his heart, but now the bond value is not enough, so it is obviously impossible to bind. With a thought in his mind, he used the mind exploration card on Lin Shui without any expression. Having known the extraordinary nature of the mind quest card before, he shouldn't have used it so easily. But now that the first symbol and the bound target have appeared, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. So, now he won't be stingy with the mind quest card. Reed Quan, the school's vice principal, dared to try to take advantage of me. I scolded him, and when he heard I was going to sue him, he threatened to have my parents killed if I spread the news. I had no choice but to compromise. I had no evidence, so I wouldn't win even if I sued him, as he always presented himself as a gentle and polite person. But I was so angry that I used my special means to steal his most beloved and priceless Billuo teapot. I didn't dare throw it away, nor did I dare sell it. Although I was worried about him finding out it was me, seeing his desperate and angry expression made me feel so relieved. It was all worth it. After reading the secret deep in Lin Shui's heart, Xin Fei was stunned and shocked. The predecessor naturally has the memories related to Reed Quan and Lin Shui. The former is a gentle and upright vice president, and the latter is a cold and beautiful school beauty. No one would have thought that both of them were carrying such a big secret. As expected, what you hear is not as good as what you see. Being stared at by Xin Fei, Lin Shui felt as if she was seen through. This feeling made her very unhappy. This classmate was too rude. It was a waste of his handsome face. She was ready to walk around Xin Fei and leave. The favorability suddenly changed from 0 to 5, and the bond value also became 3 points. Just as they passed each other, Xin Fei's deep voice rang out, "Senior Lin, you don't want others to know that you stole something, do you?" What? Lin Shui's face turned pale. She stared at Qin Haitian and whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? I tell you, if you try to accuse me of innocence, I will make you. Billuo teapot." Qin Fei looked directly into Lin Shui's beautiful eyes and gently uttered 4 words. The main point is to catch someone off guard. Lin Shuiru was shocked, and her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Fei in disbelief, as if she wanted to see through Qin Fei. How did this person know that I had stolen the vice principal's Billuo teapot? You have to know that no one knew about this matter except her, the person involved. Moreover, it has been several months since the vice principal's Billuo teapot was lost, and the matter has been settled long ago because no one suspected her. Today, someone suddenly told her that he knew she was the culprit of the theft. How could she not be shocked? Lin Shui looked at Qin Fei with a sullen face and asked, "Who are you? How do you know all this?" She hadn't thought so much about it before, but when Qin Fei mentioned the Billuo teapot, she understood that the other party must have known that she had stolen Vice Principal Reed Quan's Billuo teapot. "Are you sure you want to say this here?" Qin Fei looked at Lin Shui and asked. Lin Shui's breathing paused. "If you want to eat, I can accompany you to have a meal, and then we can find a place where there is no one to have a good chat." Qin Fei shrugged and looked at Lin Shui with interest. This woman's psychological quality is really good. After hearing what he said, she can still remain so calm. It's really rare. How can I have the mood to eat now? Let's go to my dormitory. Lin Shui looked at Qin Fei and said. The reason why she could have a dormitory was because her cultivation level broke through to the 6th level in her junior year, and she performed outstandingly in killing monsters. She was rated as an elite student, so she was assigned to a dormitory. No, let's go to my place. Qin Fei shook his head. In your dormitory, if you molest me and kill me, who can I go to for justice? You. Lin Shui stared at Qin Fei. She didn't expect that Qin Fei would think of her like this. But to be honest, she did have the intention to kill just now, but it was fleeting and she couldn't be so cruel. Because once this matter is exposed, he and the vice principal will have to fight to the death, but the final result may be that he will die, while vice principal Reed Quan may be fine. Because Reed Spring has such a good reputation outside. In the end, Lin Shui gave in. On the way, Lin Shui took a deep breath and said in a slow tone, I still don't know your name, junior brother? Qin Fei. The Qin Fei who was dumped by his contract partner and then beaten half to death when he asked for a reconciliation? Lin Shui had actually heard of Qin Fei's name. Qin Fei paused for a moment and touched his nose. It's me, a poor wretch. What's the matter? Do you want to make fun of me? I could have made fun of you, but didn't you beat up that couple today? Moreover, now even I am in your control. You are really not a pathetic person. Lin Shui looked at Qin Fei with self-deprecating smile, with a heart full of resentment. Watching Qin Fei and Lin Shui walking side by side. What's going on? When did Qin Fei start hooking up with the school beauty Lin Shui? Could you please be a little more polite in your words? They were just walking side by side. Senior sister Lin Shui is a 6th level superpowered master after all. How could she be interested in Qin Fei? Qin Fei's strength was low before, but now he can defeat the combined forces of Wang Zicheng and Lu Feng. Obviously, he hasn't wasted much time in the past year. Although senior sister Lin Shui has worked hard in her cultivation, she is a senior in her 4th year and has not yet reached the 7th level. Although she is beautiful, she is not considered low class when she is with Qin Fei. Although I'm not happy about it, I feel like the two of them are a good match. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Don't you like Lin Shui? Yes, I like her, but I feel I'm not worthy of Lin Shui, so I'd better wish her the best. Chapter 06 Let the School Beauty Help Steal Things. The autumn wind blows and the leaves fall. Did you hear that? People say we are a good match. Qin Fei looked at Lin Shui with a smile. Lin Shui had no expression on her face and said calmly, "You're dreaming. I'm not worthy of you, or what?" Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. "Humph, I don't like being threatened." Lin Shui snorted coldly. "You don't like being taken advantage of by that Reed Quan, that's because he is ugly. I'm different. I may not be as handsome as Jade, but I'm also quite charming," Qin Fei said with a sneer. How do you even know this?" Lin Shui took a breath and looked at Qin Fei in shock. She had never told anyone about this, and she also believed that Vice Principal Reed Quan would not tell anyone either. So how did Qin Fei know about it? At this moment, Qin Fei became even more mysterious in her heart. Qin Fei showed a mysterious smile and said, "Guess. I guess you're a big-headed ghost." Lin Shui gritted her teeth in hatred. This guy was playing dumb again. If looks could kill, she believed that Qin Fei would have been tortured to death by her. Followed Qin Fei to his single-family dormitory. The first thing I saw was the bloody clothes thrown on the ground. Well, I didn't clean it before. Qin Fei looked a little unnatural. It seems that you were beaten badly yesterday. A hint of tenderness flashed in Lin Shui's eyes, but the tenderness soon disappeared, and the cold light reappeared in her eyes, forgetting that this guy was not worthy of sympathy. "Ah, yes, I was beaten to death, but the King of Hell didn't take me away, so he sent me back." Qin Fei smiled playfully. Lin Shui. "Okay, sit down. If you have any questions, just ask." Qin Fei invited Lin Shui to sit down and threw an apple from the plate on the table to Lin Shui. Lin Shui took the apple that Qin Fei threw to her. She didn't know whether it had been washed or not, so she didn't eat it. She didn't feel like eating it either. So she chose to put the apple on the table. Instead of sitting down, she stared at Qin Fei and asked, "How did you know those secrets?" "You told me." Qin Fei said frankly. "Do you think I will believe it?" Lin Shui scoffed at Qin Fei's words, "I'm not a 3-year-old child." "Well, you shouldn't believe it. If you do, you're sick." Qin Fei naturally couldn't reveal the details of the mind exploration card. After carefully choosing his words, he began to make up explain a story. "Actually, in addition to my wood-related superpowers, I also know a little divination. This is the secret I discovered. You can also tell fortunes." "What secrets did you get?" Lin Shui blinked. She believed it because there were people with the superpower of fortune telling in this world, but this superpower was extremely rare. She had never encountered this before. "I really didn't expect that there would be such a fortune teller in my school." "Yeah, otherwise, how would I know?" Qin Fei shrugged and said, "You think this matter is very secret, but for a super fortune teller, it's not worth mentioning." "Then why are you fortune telling for me when you have nothing to do?" Lin Shui thought of something the next moment and looked at Qin Fei suspiciously. Qin Fei's breath was caught in his throat. He hadn't expected Lin Shui's brain to work so quickly. "Let me think about how to make it up," he thought quickly, and soon he had a wording. "After Lu Feng dumped me, I used my divination superpower to predict my future contract partner. I didn't expect it to predict you, so I did a deeper divination and found out your secret." "That's it?" Lin Shui was speechless. That's it. Xin Fei shrugged and nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Did you do too much divination and suffer the backlash, so you were severely injured by Wang Ziqian yesterday? Lin Shui seemed to have thought of something. Xin Fei's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled and praised, "No wonder the divination predicted you as my contract partner, because you were so smart. You hit the nail on the head." To be honest, he had never thought of this explanation before. And Lin Shui completed it for herself, without any need for a needle. "I don't need your praise." Lin Shui felt a little strange being praised by a junior who was 2 years younger than her. She said in embarrassment, "Besides, I don't want to make a contract with you as my partner." Xin Fei checked the bond value between Lin Shui and himself, which was 5 points. The bond value increases too slowly, it can only be bound when it is suitable. It seems that I need to use drastic measures. A gentle breeze, peach blossoms and flowing water, and a raincoat shrouded in mist and rain. Xin Fei looked at Lin Shui affectionately. "What are you doing?" Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei in some confusion. "I'm confessing to you," Xin Fei said. "Poochie. How can you express your feelings like that?" Lin Shui couldn't help laughing. "Be serious, you're making me look like a clown." Xin Fei rolled his eyes. "Don't you think this sentence is very meaningful?" "No, goose, Lin Shui was even happier. "Xin Fei. Are you going to threaten me next, saying that if I don't sign a contract with you, you will spread the news that I stole things?" Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei again and asked. "What do you think?" Xin Fei looked at Lin Shui unhappily. "I believe you won't." Lin Shui shook her head and looked at Xin Fei seriously. "How do you know I can't?" Xin Fei looked at Lin Shui with interest. "The secrets I hold are meant to get you. Otherwise, I believe if I tell Reed Quan about your theft, he will definitely reward me greatly. If I can't get you, I might go to extremes. After all, no matter how good you are, if I can't get you, you are nothing but air." Lin Shui's smile froze slightly. "You can choose to become my contract partner or help me do something," Xin Fei said. Help you with something? What is it?" Lin Shui's first reaction was other options. Xin Fei shrugged and said, "Help me get something." "Take something? Is this a proper way to take something?" Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei deeply, with doubt in her eyes, and said, "Well, of course it's serious." Xin Fei nodded. "Tell me, what do you want to get?" Lin Shui asked. So Xin Fei told Lin Shui what he wanted her to do, which was to get a USB flash drive from Wang Ziqiang's house. "You call that taking? Isn't that stealing?" Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei with a frown. "Ahem, similar in nature." Xin Fei touched his chin. "Lin Shui. Why do you want that USB drive?" Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei suspiciously. "Could it be that there is some evidence of your crime in it?" "You don't have to worry about this," Xin Fei said lightly. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. I'll bring you what you want tomorrow." Lin Shui snorted coldly, "If there is nothing else, I'll leave." "Are you really not considering becoming a contract partner with me?" Xin Fei looked at Lin Shui and asked tentatively. "Goodbye." Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei coldly, then pushed the door and walked out. Chapter 07 The Peerless Beauty Lu Fengyi. Looking at Lin Shui's leaving back, Xin Fei's face did not show disappointment, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Name, Lin Shui. Age, 21. Appearance 9-3. Body 9-5. Talent, Sea-level wind and SSS level space partially awakened superpowers. Comprehensive score, 96 points. Bond value, 39 points. Favorability, 11. Realm, perfected 6th level superpower master. After this period of time together, the bond value is approaching 50. If I find another opportunity to push it a little, it shouldn't be a problem to get it to 50 points. As long as they can be bound, I will get random rewards. Moreover, the other party's favorability is not negative now, which means that today's interaction is not particularly disgusting to her. Perhaps, she had been keeping the secret for a long time, and now that someone knew about it, although the risk increased, she felt that the pressure in her heart was relieved a little because someone shared it with her. In a villa in a certain community in Yuncheng. "Mom, you must avenge me and kill that guy Xin Fei," Wang Ziqiang cried to his stunning mother Lu Fengyi. It seems that God is very kind to Lu Fengyi. Although she is already in her 30s, The years have not left any traces on her cheeks. Her skin is white, translucent, and has a good luster. She looks fresh and lively. She does not look like Wang Zicheng's mother at all, but more like a sister. She had many suitors, but in order to raise her son, she rejected all of them and remained single. Shut up! What's wrong with a grown man crying? Lu Fengyi's beautiful face was full of disappointment and annoyance. She scolded him with an irritated look. Seeing her son being beaten to a pulp, she felt distressed and angry, but more of a helpless person. Her son had been causing trouble almost every day in the past few years and she had never had a moment of peace. She had spent a lot of money and favors dealing with her son's affairs. Wang Zicheng couldn't help but stop crying. Seeing his mother lose her temper, he didn't dare to offend her again, because his mother usually didn't lose her temper. Once she did, it meant that she had reached the limit of her patience. He can still grasp this degree. I feel like I've been doting on you too much over the past few years, causing you to become increasingly lawless. Do you know how much money I've spent in the past 2 or 3 years to deal with all the shit you've done? Lu Fengyi gritted her teeth and said coldly, believe it or not, I won't care about you anymore. The prince weakly shrank his still swollen head. If you want revenge, you have to rely on your own ability. Remember? Lu Fengyi looked at Wang Zicheng coldly. I understand. Although Wang Zicheng felt depressed, he did not dare to refute his mother because he could see that his mother was angry. Go back to your room. Lu Fengyi snorted coldly. Yes. The prince replied weakly. After Wang Zicheng left, Lu Fengyi leaned back in her chair dejectedly. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Xiaoxiang. I spoiled him too much and ended up raising him to be this arrogant, domineering, and lawless person he is today. Sister, what should I do? I feel so tired. After returning to his room, Wang Zicheng couldn't help but punch the wall. Mom, if you don't help me, can't I find a way myself? Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth. Soon, he took out his communicator and dialed a number. Daizai, I need you to do something. Help me kill someone. Name your price. Who are you? What level of cultivation are you at? A voice came from the communicator. There's a student at the Yunqing Superpower Academy named Qin Fei, a wood-type superpower master. As for his cultivation level? Wang Zicheng paused here. He had been beaten badly today. He had tried his best, but he had no power to fight back. In fact, he still didn't know what Qin Fei's current cultivation level was. It's about the strength of a perfect third-level superpower master. 3 million. 3 million? When can we kill him? Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth and said, I hope to see him die as soon as possible. He's at the Yunqing Superpower Academy. We can't go in and kill anyone. Otherwise, even if we kill someone, we won't be able to survive. Daozi said coldly, when he leaves the Yunqing Superpower Academy, that's when we'll take action. Okay, I understand. Let's do it this way. Although Wang Zicheng really wanted to see Qin Fei die right now, he also knew what Daozi was talking about. First prepare the 1 million yuan deposit, then tell me, I'll ask you to go to a place to hand over the goods. We are in this business, but no money transfer is required. I know. Wang Zicheng took a deep breath, nodded, hung up the phone, and left the room. This is not the first time I have worked with Daozi, so I naturally know his rules. Soon after, he went to find his mother. Mom, give me 5 million. Wang Zicheng said expressionlessly. What do you want so much money for? Didn't I give you a lot before? Lu Fengyi frowned as she looked at Wang Zicheng's gloomy face. I'm planning on buying some more high-quality cultivation resources to become stronger, Wang Zicheng said calmly. There's a practical assessment at the end of the month. I heard there will be generous rewards for outstanding performance. I hope to make a final push before then. Lu Fengyi opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she said nothing. However, she still transferred 5 million to Wang Zicheng. As long as Wang Zicheng wanted to practice and become stronger, she had no reason to stop him. Under the night sky, a black shadow lightly climbed over the wall of Wang Zicheng's villa, and the sound of it landing was barely audible. It is said that the Wang family had a big business in the past few years, but in recent years, the business has not been so good. There are only a few guards left, and they are generally not strong. They should not be able to find me. Under the cover of night, Lin Shui sneaked quietly. Of course, under the cover of night, after her wind-type superpowers were integrated with some space-type superpowers, her potential abilities were no less than those of shadow-type or dark-type superpowers, and were even stronger. As she walked, she observed the layout of the villa and quickly figured out Wang Zicheng's room. No one lived there, and she knew before she came that Wang Zicheng had returned to school from home. The door was not locked and opened easily. As soon as I entered Wang Zicheng's room, I saw the safe. The safe is very heavy and the key is nowhere to be found, so it is difficult to open. However, for Lin Shui, this is not a big deal. She placed her hand on the safe, activating her spatial superpowers. Although her spatial superpowers were only partially awakened, she did master some skills of the spatial superpowers, such as the telekinesis she was using now. This telekinesis cannot exceed 1 meter. Wow! As if a ripple flashed by, the USB flash drive in the safe fell into her hands. Chapter 08. Why don't you go and rob? Sunlight shone into the room through the window. Xin Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, and a gurgling sound came from his body, as if a terrible demon was swallowing something. He is in the middle stage of the second-level super-powered master. With a gluttonous stomach and the gluttonous cultivation method, the speed of his cultivation is really fast. But the exotic beast crystal cores that I bought with the little money I had left yesterday have also been used up. Xin Fei was helpless. The predecessor made a lot of money in the past year, but most of it was used to buy cultivation resources for Lu Feng. Although he now has a heaven-defying cultivation method, he can't do anything without rice. Boom boom boom. Just then there was a knock on the door. Xin Fei simply put on a pair of shorts and saw Lin Shui when he opened the door. Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei, who was wearing cool clothes, and her pretty face turned red. She said unhappily, "Can't you just put on some clothes? Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll be waiting impatiently?" Xin Fei shrugged and said as he welcomed Lin Shui, "And, by the way, did you get the stuff? Don't you care whether I'm hurt or not? And you still say you want to pursue me? Fortunately, I didn't agree to you before." Lin Shui rolled her eyes when she heard that. "Just because you didn't promise me, I don't bother to care about you," Xin Fei said very straightly. He would not be a bootlicker like his predecessor, because being a bootlicker was too hopeless. Even if you are eating soft rice, you have to eat it hard. Lin Shui. Is it that direct? I'll give you the thing. I hope you will keep what you know in your heart forever. Lin Shui almost laughed out of anger. She threw the USB drive directly at Xin Fei and was about to leave. Are you leaving now? Xin Fei looked at the angry Lin Shui. Why keep it? Lin Shui said coldly. Okay. Xin Fei was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. What's okay? Lin Shui frowned. Then, she thought of something, her face flushed, and she cursed, shameless. Then he kicked Xin Fei. Even though he didn't use his full strength in this kick, Lin Shui was a 6th-order super-powered master with perfect cultivation, so it would still hurt if he was kicked. Xin Fei instantly used his wood-type superpower to summon a wooden board to block Lin Shui's feet. Bang! The wooden board was kicked to pieces. But Xin Fei took this opportunity to dodge the kick. So cruel? Xin Fei's mouth twitched. The wooden board was 2 fingers thick, and it was shattered by Lin Shui's light kick. If it had been kicked on the body, how painful it would have been. Only now do you realize how good I was to you before. Lin Shui snorted coldly, the deal is done. I hope you'll keep your promise and not contact me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. After saying this, Lin Shui opened the door and left. Before leaving, Xin Fei checked Lin Shui's current bond value and favorability. The former reached 36 points, and the favorability actually increased instead of decreasing, reaching 15 points. Obviously, she looks like an ice goddess, but she is not a conservative woman. Smiling at her and not treating her as a goddess and teasing her casually can increase her favorability. Xin Fei touched his chin and looked at Lin Shui's slender figure. Yes, such a strong woman, if she can't become my woman, it would be a huge loss. Forget it, let's ignore her for now. Next, I have to find a way to extort some money from Wang Zicheng's mother. Xin Fei pinched his chin and thought, it is said that Wang Zicheng's mother is a strong woman with a net worth of hundreds of millions. Moreover, her husband died young, and she doted on Wang Zicheng. It's not that he hasn't thought about leaving the Yunqing fortress and going out to kill strange beasts to make money, but his current strength is limited. Apart from a life-saving trump card, his real combat power is only at the level of a second-level super-powered master. He will be defeated if he encounters a powerful strange beast. The reason why his predecessor dared to do so was because he and Lu Feng were contracted partners. Although his cultivation had fallen behind before, the superpowered fusion technique they used was also capable of dealing with ordinary fourth-order monsters. Lu Fengyi didn't go to the company today, but took a day off at home. When she was about to have lunch, the housekeeper said, "Madam, there's a man outside who claims to be Wang Zicheng's classmate and is visiting." "Ha?" Lu Fengyi raised her eyebrows. This was really strange. Xiao Qian's classmates came to visit, and this was the first time for the young lady to get into a sedan chair. "Let him in," Lu Fengyi said. Soon, the butler went out and brought the person in. Looking at the figure that came into view, Lu Fengyi's eyes lit up slightly. What a handsome and elegant young man. Are you Xiao Qian's classmate? Lu Fengyi looked at the young man and asked, "What's the matter with you?" "Yes." Xin Fei chuckled. To be honest, before he met Lu Fengyi, he didn't know that Wang Zicheng had such a beautiful mother. Her skin was so tender and smooth that it seemed as delicate as a baby's. She didn't look like a woman in her 30s at all. Instead, she looked like a girl of 18 or 19 in her prime. Name, Lu Fengyi. Age, 35 years old. Appearance, 96. Body 98. Talent, SSS level ultimate water-based superpower, a small part awakened. Comprehensive 96. Cultivation, 6th level superpowered master. Bond value, 3. Favorability, 10. Why did he have a bond value and favorability? Xin Fei guessed in his heart that the other party might think that he was Wang Zicheng's friend. He just hoped that the favorability would not drop sharply in a while. Only a small part of the ultimate water-based superpower has been awakened. If it was fully awakened, she would have reached the Grandmaster level or even a higher level by now, right? Xin Fei was filled with emotion. Such a woman, even if she is a little older, is a rare beauty. What's the matter? Lu Fengyi asked. Well, can you let all your servants go down? Xin Fei said with a smile. This. Lu Fengyi thought for a moment, waved her hand, and asked the housekeeper and servants to leave the living room. Can I tell you now? Okay. Xin Fei smiled and then took out a USB flash drive. This USB flash drive was naturally not Wang Zicheng's, which contained many videos. This USB flash drive only had this one video. He inserted it into his communicator and played the video inside for Lu Fengyi to watch. Lu Fengyi was a little suspicious at first, but soon her expression changed drastically. Because the video showed Wang Zicheng abusing a homeless man and eventually beating him to death. Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei with a trembling voice. The person in this video is Xiao Qian? Madam, you are so accurate. Xin Fei praised. Lu Fengyi. That was her son, how could she not be sure? Although he was not her biological son, she had raised him for more than 10 years after all. Damn, how many things did that bastard hide from me? Where did you get this USB flash drive? Lu Fengyi took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and looked at Xin Fei. Xin Fei smiled and said, I found it. Lu Fengyi is a strong woman and she is not someone who can be fooled so easily. She only lost her composure because it concerns her son. Thank you for giving me this USB drive. Tell me, what do you want in return? Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei and said. 100 million. Xin Fei said with a smile. Why don't you go and rob him? Lu Fengyi was furious. Because of Xin Fei's handsome appearance and the fact that he was her son's classmate, her favorability towards him suddenly dropped sharply, even to 20 points. Am I not robbing now? Xin Fei shrugged. Lu Fengyi. Chapter 09. Let me lend you money. When Lu Fengyi heard Xin Fei's mean words, her chest almost exploded with anger. She took a deep breath, and her beautiful eyes became very cold because of anger. You are in my house now. If I take this USB drive away, you will get nothing. Don't force me. Madam, do you think I came here alone and haven't made any preparations? Xin Fei laughed, not at all panicked by Lu Fengyi's threat. It seems that compared to Wang Zicheng, Madam still values her money more. TSK, of course, if Madam can put justice above her relatives, then all my efforts will be in vain. You. Lu Fengyi glared at Xin Fei angrily, grabbed Xin Fei's collar, and lifted him up. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Did you know that I was almost beaten to death by your son the day before yesterday? Xin Fei raised his eyebrows and sneered, not taking Lu Fengyi's threats seriously at all. Of course, if Lu Fengyi really wanted to kill him, he would not just sit there and wait for death, and would instantly activate the only life-saving card. Are you Qin Fei? Lu Fengyi suddenly thought of something and stared at Qin Fei with her beautiful eyes. Madam, it seems you know my name. Did your son come back to complain yesterday? Qin Fei laughed and said, your son stole my woman and almost beat me to death. Then, yesterday, I beat him up. I guess I got some of the interest back. Lu Fengyi was naturally more concerned about her son's situation at school, and naturally knew the love-hate relationship between her son and Qin Fei. After knowing Qin Fei's identity, Lu Fengyi understood that Qin Fei's visit this time was completely ill-intentioned. I can't take out 100 million. And even if I can, I won't give it to you. Because if I give it to you, my company will definitely stagnate and go bankrupt. The most I can give you is 10 million, and that's my limit. Lu Fengyi took a deep breath, put Qin Fei down, and said, 10 million is not impossible. Qin Fei shrugged and said with a smile, but I have another request. If you don't agree, then be prepared to fight to the death. What's your request? If it's not excessive, I can agree to it. Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei and said, I want you to do me a favor. Qin Fei stared at the beautiful face and uttered 3 words. Lu Fengyi waited for a long time but saw no further response from Qin Fei. She frowned and asked, what do you want me to do for you? I don't have a girlfriend, and I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Qin Fei said shyly. How can this be? Lu Fengyi frowned. As soon as she finished saying this, she thought of something. Her face flushed and she looked at Qin Fei with shame and anger. Pretend. Qin Fei sighed, everyone thinks that no one wants me now. If you can pretend to be my girlfriend, others will not look down on me. This. Lu Fengyi hesitated slightly. Not long after, Lu Fengyi agreed. Ding. Then, the system's reminders continued to sound, binding gift packs, and goodwill draws. At the Yunqing Superpower Academy, Wang Ziqiang felt upset and lost his temper several times. Qin Fei left school this morning. It's time for dinner now. I wonder if those guys have taken care of Qin Fei. But if we solve it now, won't people think it was me? After all, I was beaten yesterday. When Wang Ziqiang thought about this, he felt that he was too hasty in killing Qin Fei, but the deposit had been paid, and there was no point in regretting it now. Ding. Just at this moment, his communicator rang. Chapter 10. You will kill him sooner or later. Could it be that you have already dealt with Qin Fei? Wang Ziqiang saw that it was a message from Daozi, and asked repeatedly after answering the call. His heart was full of anticipation. What happened yesterday was a great humiliation for him. He now had a tremendous hatred for Lu Qianshan and wished to tear him into pieces. Daozi was silent for a moment, then he spoke. Qin Fei came to your house at noon and hasn't come out yet. Now I want to ask, if he came out of your house and we killed him, would it implicate you? What? Wang Ziqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. He went to my house. What was he doing there? And he was gone for the whole afternoon? And he hasn't come out yet? Are you sure he went there alone? Wasn't he brought in by one of our people? Wang Ziqiang's eyes suddenly flashed. Could it be that his mother took action? He went in on his own. He went in by himself? Wang Ziqiang fell into deep thought after hearing this. Could it be that Qin Fei felt the need for revenge? So, he went to his house to apologize? And then, while he was away, his mother was punishing him? Would his mother kill him? Killing that guy was fine, but not in his own home. No, it seems that my mother never kills anyone. Besides, why didn't she tell me about this? Wang Ziqiang became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. He hung up Daozi's phone and told him not to act rashly. Then he called his mother. After a long time, the mother's message came. The servants brought the prepared dinner to the table, and Lu Fengyi and Qin Fei sat side by side. Can you be more polite? Lu Fengyi glared at Qin Fei unhappily. She refused to sit opposite him and insisted on sitting next to her. Who made you so charming? Qin Fei smiled naturally. Hearing Qin Fei's praise, although Lu Fengyi looked embarrassed, she felt sweet in her heart. She originally thought that she was old and ugly, but she was quite proud that such a handsome young man was so infatuated with her. What is your relationship with Wang Ziqiang? Qin Fei asked while eating a delicious dinner, stepmother, or? It was not surprising that Qin Fei knew that she was not Wang Ziqiang's biological mother, because she was innocent before. What stepmother? That's just a wild guess. Actually, I'm Xiaoqiang's aunt. He's my sister's son. But more than a decade ago, my brother-in-law and my sister died of poisoning. Before she died, my sister entrusted the family property and Xiaoqiang to me. Lu Fengyi paused and explained, I was raised by my sister. She's been so kind to me, so. Very few people know this secret, not even Wang Zicheng. Is that so? Xin Fei touched his chin, revealing a look of sudden realization. He paused and said, speaking of which, you bear a great responsibility for Wang Zicheng's current state. Can you speak? Lu Fengyi was so angry that her brows raised. Honest advice hurts. Xin Fei sighed, you'll kill him sooner or later. What he was thinking in his mind was to send Wang Zicheng to prison for lifelong reform, or send him to the front line to slay demons and monsters as a death squad. The world he traveled through rarely had the death penalty, unless the crime was extremely heinous and unforgivable. At most, the punishment was life imprisonment or being sent to the front line of the death squad. None of your business, just eat your meal. Lu Fengyi's breath was choked, and then she retorted to Xin Fei in a somewhat exasperated manner. In fact, she also knew that there was a problem with her education, because she doted on Wang Zicheng too much. Otherwise, how could she have cultivated such an arrogant and domineering character in Wang Zicheng? My sister doted on me in the past, and I grew up well. But why did I use the same training method on Wang Zicheng, but got completely different results? But she was unwilling to admit that there was something wrong with her education. Mom, has that little bastard Xin Fei left? At this moment, an angry roar came from the yard. Hearing this voice, Lu Fengyi frowned. A playful look appeared at the corner of Xin Fei's mouth. Should this guy call him dad now? Chapter 11 I am your dad now. Wang Zicheng went to the living room next, and then his eyes widened. Because he saw the guy he hated to the core, sitting with his mother, and they looked extremely harmonious. How so? Xin Fei. You, why are you still here? Wang Zicheng couldn't believe what he saw. Get out of my house. Xiaoqiang, how can you talk like that? You two know each other through fighting, and you are classmates. You should get along with each other in a friendly manner in the future. Lu Fengyi said with a gloomy face. Mom, you want me to get along with him in a friendly way? Wang Zicheng almost laughed out of anger. He wanted to kill Xin Fei now. Moreover, he had snatched the other party's contract partner. Even if they were friends, he was worried that the other party would stab him in the back and kill him one day. So being friends? That's impossible. What's the matter? Is there some unresolved grudge between you? Come and sit down, let's clink glasses, and that will resolve the previous grudge. Lu Fengyi looked at her son with dissatisfaction. She really doesn't want her son to have any more conflicts with Xin Fei. It would be so nice for them to be harmonious and happy. It can be said that it is good for you, me, and everyone. It can't be resolved at all. Wang Zicheng left angrily, expressing his attitude with practical actions. You kid. Lu Fengyi was also very angry. Why are you so stubborn? Fengyi, I tell you, boys should be raised in poverty. Let them experience more hardships outside, and they will know how to be a good person. Blindly pampering them will only make them more lawless. Xin Fei patted Lu Fengyi's shoulders and advised. Wang Zicheng hadn't even walked out of the living room when he heard Xin Fei's preaching like words and almost exploded with anger. You're right, I feel like I spoiled him too much before. Lu Fengyi agreed, mainly because Wang Zicheng made her lose face. Mom, you guys. Wang Zicheng turned his head and looked at the two of them in disbelief. What exactly happened? Why would his mother obey Xin Fei's every word? What are you talking about? Be more polite to Xin Fei in the future, otherwise I will stop giving you pocket money. Lu Fengyi snorted coldly. Under Xin Fei's guidance, she decided to be a little stricter with her son. Otherwise, sooner or later he would be led astray. For his own good, she had to do so. The prince was completely confused at this moment. Mom, am I your son, or is he your son? Wang Zicheng looked at Lu Fengyi in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course you are my son. Lu Fengyi said angrily. Since I am your son, why are you so biased towards Xin Fei? Wang Zicheng said angrily. Because. Lu Fengyi was stunned by the question. Yes, why did she favor Xin Fei? It was because she wanted them to get along well. Was it because her son was too arrogant and domineering, or was Qin Fei more important in her heart? Because I am your father now. Qin Fei was still calm at this time. He looked at Wang Ziqiang with a smile and added to help Lu Fengyi. Mom, he scolded me and took advantage of you, did you hear it? Prince Chang was furious. What he said is actually not wrong. Lu Fengyi glared at Qin Fei in shame and anger. They had clearly agreed not to tell her son about this now, but he insisted on telling her. However, since Qin Fei made it clear, she felt sweet in her heart besides some shame and anger. Suddenly, Wang Ziqiang was stunned. You. Wang Ziqiang pointed at the two of them, as if he had heard a bolt from the blue. Yes, we are together. Qin Fei hugged Lu Fengyi and looked at Wang Ziqiang with a half-smile. From now on, we are father and son. Don't worry, Dad will protect you in the future. I will definitely make you a pillar of the country and a superhero in the eyes of the people. The child is here. Lu Fengyi patted Qin Fei unhappily. But Qin Fei did not let go, because hugging his enemy's mother and standing in front of his enemy, the sense of accomplishment he felt was no less than the sense of accomplishment he felt when he received the university admission letter in his previous life. Well, even worse than that. Originally, Qin Fei still had some evidence to put Wang Ziqiang in jail for life, but now, he is reluctant to do so, because if he sends him in, who will provide him with a sense of spiritual accomplishment? I will kill you. Wang Ziqiang rushed towards Qin Fei madly. Qin Fei watched without making any move. At this time, Lu Fengyi waved her hand and a stream of water hit Wang Ziqiang. Suddenly, Wang Ziqiang was soaked like a drowned rat. Wang Ziqiang felt like the sky had fallen at this moment. His doting mother actually attacked him for a wild man. Wake up! If you keep doing this, I'll put you in solitary confinement. Lu Fengyi said coldly, I've spoiled you too much, and I've made you into someone who doesn't do good things, but always does bad things. Wang Ziqiang. His heart was cold and his whole body was icy. It was September, the golden autumn, with leaves falling everywhere, but he felt as if he was in the cold winter of December, surrounded by ice and snow, with nowhere to escape. I will never come back to this home again, never. Wang Ziqiang roared at Lu Fengyi angrily, then looked at Qin Fei with resentment, and was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Watching Wang Ziqiang leave in embarrassment, Lu Fengyi stretched out her hand and opened her mouth to say something. After all, she had been spoiled for so many years, and seeing her son in such a miserable state, she still couldn't bear it. But at this moment, Qin Fei pulled Lu Fengyi into his arms with force. Oh! Lu Fengyi blushed and exclaimed. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Fei kissed her and whispered, You've spoiled this child too much. Letting him suffer a little will help him grow. Well, I'll listen to you. Lu Fengyi said shyly, responding to Qin Fei's kiss. He was so domineering, what a domineering little man. When Wang Ziqiang heard his mother's exclamation, he looked back and his face almost turned green with anger. These two people were kissing each other so blatantly. Where did this put him? Qin Fei, you really deserve to die. Wang Ziqiang glared at Lu Qianshan fiercely, thinking resentment in his heart, and then strode away, out of sight and out of mind. Now, he just wanted to send a message to Daozi and kill Qin Fei as soon as possible. Only when Qin Fei died could he suppress the raging anger in his heart. Chapter 12, Cultivation breaks through the third level. After leaving home, Wang Ziqiang called Daozi. When Qin Fei leaves my house, I will find a way to kill him. Why doesn't he come out of your house? Daozi's puzzled voice sounded. Wang Ziqiang's breath was choked by the question, and his breathing became a little heavy, his eyes red. Could he tell Daozi that Qin Fei was having an affair with my mother? However, if such a thing were to get out, wouldn't he lose all face? He would become a huge joke in Yuncheng. Qin Fei must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise, with their passionate energy, who knows if they will do something stupid outside later. You don't have to worry about this. Just kill him as long as he leaves my house. Wang Ziqiang said viciously. Knife boy. To be honest, his curiosity was aroused and he even wanted to go in and find out what was going on. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. He was just a small 5th-level superpowered master. He was afraid that if he went in whole and came out incomplete, he would most likely not be able to get out. It's late at night and everything is quiet. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, as if telling some touching story. Qin Fei lay on the bed, opened the warehouse, and took out the bound gift package he had obtained before. After opening it, I found 3 treasures inside. Part of the ultimate wood spirit, by devouring and refining, the ordinary wood-type superpowers in the body of a wood-type superpower practitioner can be transformed into ultimate wood-type superpowers. The first treasure made Qin Fei dumbfounded and extremely surprised. Among the superpowered practitioners in this world, there are many who can challenge opponents of higher levels. These beings who can challenge higher levels either have more and more powerful superpowered skills, or have richer combat experience, or have stronger talents. Even if they have the same gold-based superpowers, their talents are not exactly the same. For example, for the same passing score, some people got 60 points, some got 70 points, and some got 80 points or 90 points. According to talent rating, they are divided into F, E, D, and so on. The same superpower can have many different scores, and the same score does not necessarily mean the talent is the same. Because this rating is just an approximate rating. In short, once the superpowers of ultimate attributes are fully awakened, they will be rated at the SSS level. Then, Qin Fei began to check the second item. Water Spirit Pearl. It can help practitioners of water-based superpowers to awaken their superpowers better, and at the same time increase the talents of practitioners of water-based superpowers. Isn't this something good for Lu Fengyi? Qin Fei muttered, of course, if I don't give it to her, even if I sell it, it will be worth a lot of money. If I give it to her, maybe it can directly increase her favorability to more than 90 points. Now Lu Fengyi's favorability has reached over 80 points. Then, Qin Fei checked the third item. Super Master Perfection Card 1. Using this card, the host can possess the various abilities of a Super Master Perfection Cultivator for 10 minutes without any side effects. I was originally complaining that I didn't have enough trump cards, but now I have an additional trump card with high combat power. If I remember correctly, the principal of Yunqing Superpower Academy is only of this strength, and the vice president, Reed Quan, seems to be only in the late stage of Superpower Master. Qin Fei pinched his chin and muttered. Then, Qin Fei looked at the 3 lottery cards in his system warehouse, which were elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Primary prize pool, white prize 90%, blue prize 9%, red prize 1%. Intermediate prize pool, blue prize 90%, red prize 9%, purple prize 1%. Advanced prize pool, red prize 90%, purple prize 9%, gold prize 1%. Top prize pool, purple 90%, gold 9%, legend 1%. Super prize pool, gold prize 90%, legend prize 10%. Qin Fei then conducted a lottery in the elementary, intermediate and advanced prize pools respectively. This ratio will not deceive you. You will get a white prize, a blue prize and a red prize respectively, all of which are the ones with the highest probability. Unless you have a good hand, you can draw a low probability and high quality treasure, or you may draw a low probability treasure after multiple draws. One white prize is a complete collection of poems and songs from previous lives. One blue award is proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. One red prize is Super Elixir 10. Of these rewards, the first 2 are meaningless, but the red reward is quite practical. Of course, the first 2 tiers are not completely useless. When flirting with some more literary girls, being able to recite poems and paint will definitely increase their favorability. Qin Fei muttered. Afterwards, Qin Fei directly withdrew the 3 rewards. Soon, his mind buzzed, and after a moment, countless memories appeared in his mind. Countless poems, songs, and essays from his previous life were imprinted in his heart. In terms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he also reached the level of being able to do whatever he wanted. I feel like my spiritual world has suddenly become more fulfilled. Qin Fei sighed. But in this world, strength is more important. Super spirit pills are used to enhance superpowers. I wonder how much my cultivation level will improve with 10 super spirit pills. Then, Qin Fei began to take the super spirit pill and practiced the Taotai cultivation method at the same time. Click, 1 super spirit pill went into his stomach, and his cultivation level immediately soared a lot. He had just broken through to the early stage of the 2nd level super-powered master, but after taking 1 super spirit pill, his cultivation level broke through to the middle stage of the 2nd level, and even approached the late stage of the 2nd level. Qin Fei didn't stop taking the super spirit pills, but continued to take them. As the saying goes, the more you take, the better it feels. In the blink of an eye, 10 super spirit pills had gone into his stomach, and Qin Fei's cultivation level had also been raised to the middle stage of the 3rd level super energy master, which was more than 1 level higher than before. Chapter 13. The Angry Wang Ziqiang. After Wang Ziqiang returned to school angrily, he called Lu Feng to his own dormitory. In fact, he was not qualified to live in a dormitory, but his mother was willing to spend money to get a dormitory in Yunqing's Superpower Academy at a high price. What did you call me here for? Did you kill Qin Fei? Although Lu Fang had applied medicine, some bruises could still be seen on her face. Her eyes were a little fierce. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against what happened yesterday. When Wang Zichang heard Lu Fang's words, his breath was held in his throat. Killed? He wanted to tear Qin Fei into pieces all the time, but that guy was too shameless. He didn't play by the rules at all and actually went to his own house. When he thought of this, he became furious and his teeth itched with hatred. It will be soon. We will hear the news of that guy's death tomorrow. Wang Zichang said with a serious face. You haven't killed that guy yet, why are you calling me now? Lu Fang frowned. Are you planning to give me resources? Resources, you just want resources, right? Wang Zichang said angrily. What? If I don't ask you for resources, what else do I want? When I was with Qin Fei, he would prepare all kinds of cultivation resources for me even without me asking for them. Your family is rich, but you insist that I ask for them every time. In this respect, you are really not as good as Qin Fei. Lu Fang said dissatisfiedly. To be honest, although she hated Qin Fei so much, she did not feel any regret in her heart. Of course, even if she regretted it, she still felt resentful when she thought of Qin Fei's merciless beating of her. How could he dare to do that to her? He didn't even know how to show her any mercy. You? Prince raised his hand angrily, but Lu Fang sneered. Why, you want to hit me? Are you sure you can beat me? Wang Zichang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The most annoying thing was that he couldn't beat Lu Fang. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Wang Zichang took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. That's better. Lu Fang's expression looked better. 100,000 yuan is enough for her to buy a lot of resources for cultivation. After transferring the money to Lu Fang, Wang Zichang said, I've given you the money. Now, what's next? Why, you called me here just for this trivial matter? Lu Fang rolled her eyes. No? Wang Zichang looked at Lu Fang. Of course not. How much have you given me? It's not even as much as Qin Fei gave me. He didn't succeed. Why do you expect me to? Lu Fang looked at Wang Zichang and said, You have to give me another million. Wang Zichang was stunned and a little angry. Do you want to die? Lu Fang had not been intimate with him before, but he did not mind too much because he had many female companions and it was easy to solve that kind of problem. All he needed was money. But what happened today made him furious, and at this time he thought of Lu Fang. Although Lu Fang could only be regarded as Qin Fei's contracted partner, not a contracted Taoist companion, in his heart, only bullying Lu Fang could suppress the anger in his heart. What do you care about me? Lu Fang snorted and said, Give me the money or not? I #% at seeing Lu Fang's arrogant look, Wang Zichang was furious. I'll give it to you. Afterwards, Wang Zichang had no choice but to transfer another million to Lu Fang. Time flies and it is the next day. Wang Zichang woke up feeling a little tired, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to call Daozi to ask about the situation. Has Qin Fei been killed? Wang Zichang asked in a deep voice. He has been staying in your house for a long time. How can you kill him? Daozi said speechlessly. What? Wang Zichang was furious when he heard that. That guy slept in his own house? What are you yelling about so early in the morning? Lu Fang turned over while hugging the quilt and shouted unhappily. Wang Zichang's face was now full of black lines, and veins were visible on his forehead. At this moment, he was about to explode with anger. That guy, his enemy. When he thought of Qin Fei living in his house, he couldn't suppress the urge to kill. Qin Fei, I want him to die as soon as possible. The deposit has been given, I don't care what method you use. Wang Zichang gritted his teeth. We've been keeping an eye on him. As soon as he leaves your house, we will take action as soon as possible. You just need to prepare the follow-up funds. The other side hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Okay. Wang Zichang took a deep breath and said slowly. Because of the interruption, Lu Fang slowly woke up from her sleep and asked in a daze, Did something unexpected happen when you hired someone to kill Qin Fei? Faced with Lu Fang's questions, Wang Zichang would never tell her the actual situation. In his opinion, the fact that his mother was with Qin Fei was a great shame and humiliation. Just go to sleep and don't worry about these things. Wang Ziqiang said unhappily. Chapter 14. Lu Fengyi was touched. In Wang Ziqiang's big villa, Lu Fengyi gently helped Xin Fei tidy up his clothes. She felt that she had lived in vain for the past few decades. In the past 2 days, Xin Fei made her realize that a woman could be so happy. Many times, she felt like she had ascended to become an immortal. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The fine clothes on Xin Fei make him look even more handsome. Wow! My man is so handsome. Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei, took the initiative to kiss him, and exclaimed. This clothes is quite new, and it also has defensive effects. When did you ask someone to buy it for me? Xin Fei also looked in front of the mirror. Sure enough, high-end clothes are different. He looks even more handsome now. Ahem, this is the clothes I bought for my son. It's one size too big. It doesn't fit him and I don't have time to return it. Lu Fengyi said a little embarrassedly. Is that so? Xin Fei grinned. He was wondering if Wang Zijiang would be furious if he knew all this. No matter how Wang Zijiang felt, he felt very good. I asked the chef to prepare breakfast, let's go and eat. Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei and said. Okay. Xin Fei nodded. While eating breakfast, Lu Fengyi said softly, after dinner, go back to school. There are delicious food and drinks here, why should I go back to school? Xin Fei said slowly with a smile. Didn't I transfer 10 million to you? If you don't have enough money, just come to me for more. Lu Fengyi blushed and said, you can use the money to find another woman. She hadn't gone out for the past 2 days, and now she still felt her legs were weak because she had only slept for 2 hours last night and was woken up by Xin Fei to do exercise, and it lasted for 1 or 2 hours. Even the strongest ground couldn't withstand such exercise. Can't you bear it anymore? Xin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi with a smile. How is that possible? Lu Fengyi glanced at Xin Fei angrily and said stubbornly, I just thought that you were still a student and that cultivation was more important. TSK, how about we exchange some skills? Xin Fei chuckled, I still have some fitness methods that I haven't used yet. As for cultivation, 1 or 2 days won't be too much of a delay. Let's forget it. There's a long way to go. I haven't been to the company for the past 2 days. If I don't go, something might go wrong. Lu Fengyi said repeatedly. Xin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi's slightly panicked expression, smiled, and did not tease her anymore, otherwise Lu Fengyi would definitely be angry and embarrassed. I'll give you something good. Xin Fei said with a smile, looking at Lu Fengyi. What good stuff? Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei suspiciously when she heard that. Of course it's something that can help you break through and become stronger. Xin Fei said with a smile. Can it make me stronger? Lu Fengyi's eyes lit up slightly. Although she made money by her wisdom, in such a world where the strong prey on the weak, she had no strength and was always being targeted. God knows how many men were eyeing her. However, her talent was limited. At the age of 36, her cultivation had only reached the level of a 6th-order superpowered master. She believed that if her cultivation could reach the level of a superpowered master, even if she couldn't reach the level of a master, but could reach the level of a 10th-order superpowered master, her current assets would not be just 200 or 300 million. However, her cultivation has remained at the level of a 6th-order superpowered master for a long time. If you refine this thing, I guarantee you will be able to break through to the 7th level soon, and your water-based superpowers can be fully awakened. With the ultimate water-based superpowers, your future practice will be able to make rapid progress. Xin Fei took out the water spirit pearl that was bound to Lu Fengyi, handed it to Lu Fengyi, and said, This is the water spirit pearl. The moment Lu Fengyi saw the water spirit pearl, her eyes narrowed and she was extremely shocked. Do you know him? Xin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi in surprise. Of course I know. This thing is worth at least 80 million, even if it's less than 100 million. Of course, you can't get it for less than 100 million. Many water-type superpowers want to get their hands on such a thing. Lu Fengyi excitedly took the water spirit pearl and said, Last year in the county city, I attended an auction and luckily saw a water spirit pearl. But it was sold at the auction for a whopping 130 million. I didn't win it because it was too expensive. Firstly, I don't have that much cash, and secondly, even if I won the auction, I wouldn't be able to keep it. So expensive? Xin Fei said with a sigh. To be honest, he really didn't expect this thing to be worth so much. Now that you know the value of this thing, do you regret giving it to me? Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei, pursed her lips, and said to Qin Fei, her eyes full of hope, but if Qin Fei regretted it, she would not blame Qin Fei, because this thing was too valuable. What are you regretting? In my heart, no matter how precious this thing is, it is not as precious as you. Qin Fei blinked and looked at Lu Fengyi affectionately. Husband, you are so nice. Lu Fengyi excitedly hugged Qin Fei and gave him a kiss. She called him husband because she had lost herself in the past when they were exchanging skills and were bewitched by Qin Fei. This time she was in a relatively clear state, which showed how touched she was. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Lu Fengyi's favorability has reached 90, and she has won a top-level lottery. Qin Fei was secretly delighted. No, my favorability has increased, and I have another chance to win a lottery? Moreover, it's a top-tier lottery. Top prize pool, purple 90%, gold 9%, legend 1%. The lowest award is the purple award. You know, the red award can improve your cultivation by more than one level. What about the purple award? Perhaps, the purple prize is a treasure like the water spirit pearl? Of course, this is Qin Fei's guess. The specific situation can only be compared horizontally after he draws the red prize. Otherwise, everything is just his inner guess. Let us finish our meal. I'm leaving now. You go and refine and absorb the water spirit pearl. Qin Fei said, looking at Lu Fengyi. Okay, I understand. Then walk slowly. Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei gently. After Qin Fei left Lu Fengyi's villa, he walked on the street and saw some people riding exotic beasts or horses. This made Qin Fei feel dazed. This world is still very different from the previous life. There are some communication tools similar to mobile phones, but nothing like cars. However, this is not surprising, because compared to cars, riding some exotic beasts is more convenient and less likely to cause car accidents. For example, wildebeests and unicorns, especially the latter, can reach speeds of 300 to 400 km per hour when running. There are also flying beasts, such as the fire eagle, the double-winged tiger, etc., whose speed is comparable to that of an airplane. Qin Fei frowned slightly. He felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. But for a moment, he didn't know if it was an illusion. When we reached a remote section of the road, the feeling of crisis became extremely strong. Not good. Qin Fei's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 15: Sneak Attack and Counterattack. Call out. A cold light instantly approached Qin Fei, like lightning. At this moment, Qin Fei could only barely use his superpowers to place a thick wooden board around his body. Boom! The next moment, the wooden board was shattered. It was an arrow. After smashing the wooden board, it pierced Qin Fei's body, but it did not even penetrate his clothes. The main reason was that the clothes on his body also had some defensive functions. Of course, the effect was not very strong, but the arrow with little power left could not pierce the clothes. Damn it! Who ambushed me? Qin Fei cursed inwardly. Luckily, the clothes Fengyi gave me are robes with defensive properties. Also, my cultivation has broken through to the middle stage of the third stage, and my wood-type superpower has been transformed into the ultimate wood-type superpower. Otherwise, I might not be able to defend against this arrow. Before the arrow was shot, Qin Fei couldn't figure out where the danger came from. Now, he saw that it was a man wearing a mask and sunglasses, holding a bow in his hand. Ha! The masked and sunglasses man saw that Qin Fei was not killed by his arrow. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. My arrow would be difficult for even a 5th-level superpower to defend against in a hurry, let alone a 4th-level superpower. How could he have defended it? Didn't they say that Qin Fei's cultivation level is at most 4th level? This is completely inconsistent with the intelligence. But he only hesitated for a moment, and then the arrows in his hand kept shooting towards Qin Fei. Like streams of light. Facing the thunderous shooting from the man in sunglasses, Qin Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. Vines appeared and wove into a dense net, intercepting all the arrows. Damn, how come Qin Fei's wood-related superpowers are so powerful? How can the wooden net he weaves stop my chain arrows? The man in sunglasses had shock in his eyes. Seeing Qin Fei approaching him, the man in sunglasses gritted his teeth and prepared to dodge away, because he was best at sneak attacks and long-range attacks. Once he was approached, his strength would be greatly reduced. But at this moment, he found that Qin Fei's figure had come to his side without him knowing when. You! The man in sunglasses showed a look of horror in his eyes. How is it possible? He was a 5th level superpowered person, but he didn't realize how Qin Fei came to his side so quickly. Prepare to die. Qin Fei's eyes turned cold, and vines directly tied up the man in sunglasses. Don't kill me, I'm just following orders. The man in sunglasses said repeatedly. By whose orders? Can't say. If you can't speak, then go to hell. Qin Fei was too lazy to argue with this man and tightened the vines. Puff. 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 The man in sunglasses was covered in blood, his eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. He never thought that such a small task of picking up money in his eyes could cost him his life. In fact, even if this person didn't say it, Qin Fei could guess who sent someone to assassinate him. After all, Wang Ziqiang hates him to the core. Qin Fei was still pondering whether to kill Wang Ziqiang or not. After all, he had to consider Lu Feni's psychological feelings after learning the truth. Although Wang Ziqiang was not her biological son, she raised him for more than 10 years, and he is her sister's son. I have to say, this ultimate wood-type superpower is far more powerful than the ordinary wood-type superpowers I had before. I originally thought I'd need to use my trump card to kill this guy, but I didn't expect I could easily kill him with just my normal use. My current strength, even if not as good as a top-tier 6th level superpower, is almost there. Qin Fei secretly analyzed his current strength. If I can comprehend some more superpowers, perhaps, below the 7th level, I can be almost invincible. But this will take time. The battle here also attracted some patrolling law enforcement officers. What's going on? Stop. Facing these law enforcers, Qin Fei looked relaxed and calmly explained the situation. The person who assassinated you? This guy is so bold to assassinate in broad daylight. Boss, this man is Lai Paisher-san, on the wanted list. At this moment, the person who was examining the body exclaimed. Swindler 13? It's someone on the wanted list, that's for sure. Lappy 13, this man is a killer on the 7 Stars Society's human list. How could you survive his sneak attack and kill him? The law enforcement captain looked at Qin Fei with surprise in his eyes. Qin Fei shrugged and chuckled. I heard that if you kill someone from the 7 Star Society, you can get a reward? That's correct. Law enforcement captain Lu Yuan nodded upon hearing this. But you need to apply for this. You need to provide your information. Once the reward application is approved, we will send it to you. Well, okay. Qin Fei nodded when he heard that. Afterwards, Qin Fei told the law enforcement team about his situation. The members of the law enforcement team looked at Qin Fei in amazement. They had never expected that Qin Fei, a sophomore student at the Yunqing Superpower Academy, could actually kill a 5th level superpower person, and that he was also a member of the 7 Stars Society, which was famous for his assassination methods. What? The assassination failed? Wang Ziqiang was stunned when he learned the news from Daozi's call. Yes. What level of assassins did you send? How could they fail? And this failure will alert the enemy. Wang Ziqiang was furious. What are you doing for a living? The one I sent was a 5th level superpower. The information you provided earlier was completely wrong. Daozi's cold voice rang out. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Wang Ziqiang's breath was choked when he heard this. How is this possible? Wang Ziqiang exclaimed. Even a 5th level superpowered person was no match for Qin Fei. What happened after Qin Fei was nearly beaten to death by him a few days ago? Why did his cultivation level improve so much in such a short time? Could it be that I have caused his superpowers to undergo a transformation? Apart from this, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. What have you decided to do? Wang Ziqiang asked in a deep voice. I've already paid the deposit. Your assassination attempt failed, so you must continue. The reason I called you is to tell you that if you want us to continue the assassination mission, we need to pay more. 5 million isn't enough to assassinate a person who is at least a 6th level superpowered being, and he's still a student. Daozi's words nearly made Wang Ziqiang furious. The aftermath will be huge, and we'll need to spend a lot of money to deal with it. Add more money? How much? Wang Ziqiang took a deep breath. It should be calculated based on the price of killing a 10th level superpowered master. Daozi said, only 10 million will be enough. 10 million? Wang Ziqiang's eyes widened, as if he had heard a huge joke. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Daozi said after hearing this, if you don't want to, then this mission is over. The deposit will not be refunded. Xin Fei killed your man. How can you just let it go like that? Wang Ziqiang was anxious. He killed people because of his ability. We in the Seven Stars Association have to consider the cost. Daozi said calmly, we are in business. We can't think about killing our opponents just because 1 or 2 people are killed. That's not in our interests. Wang Ziqiang. Go to hell with the benefits. He took a few deep breaths in his heart, and then suppressed his anger and said, I'll think about it. It's not that he can't afford 10 million, but if he asks for the money himself, his mother will definitely ask him, you just asked for 5 million before, why do you want so much money now? But he really wanted to kill Xin Fei, otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Chapter 16, Impotent Rage. What 10 million? Are you going to give me so much money? At this moment, Lu Fang walked out of the toilet, looked at Wang Ziqiang with bright eyes and asked. Money, 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 all you care about is money. Wang Ziqiang became furious when he heard that. I love money, didn't you know that long ago? Otherwise, why would I fall for you? Lu Fang looked at Wang Ziqiang coldly and sneered, weakling. You? Wang Ziqiang glared at Lu Fang. He felt even angrier than before. But after thinking that Lu Fang was stronger than him, he had to suppress his anger. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Wang Ziqiang was feeling upset. When he heard the knock on the door, he went to open it cursing. When the door opened, he saw a familiar figure. His eyes narrowed and he exclaimed, Xin Fei, what are you doing here? That's right, the person knocking on the door was Xin Fei. The single-family dormitories where Xin Fei and Wang Ziqiang lived were not far from each other. He was originally planning to go back to the dormitory, but after thinking about it, he decided to have a good heart-to-heart talk with Wang Ziqiang. Xin Fei? Lu Fang, who was dressing up in the room, was so scared that the comb in her hand dropped when she heard the words. 2 days ago, when Xin Fei beat her, he treated her like an enemy and didn't care about their previous friendship at all. So, she didn't dare to go over. At the gate, Xin Fei sneered at Wang Ziqiang and said, You sent the assassins from the Seven Stars Society, didn't you? I don't know what you are talking about. Wang Ziqiang's heart tightened and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He believed that Xin Fei had no evidence. Are you pretending to be stupid? I have killed the killer and now he has been handed over to the law enforcement team. If I provide evidence of you hiring a killer, do you know what price you will pay? Xin Fei laughed. I didn't hire anyone to kill anyone. You framed me, but I won't admit it. Wang Ziqiang said coldly. I didn't hire a killer. I just need to tell the law enforcement team that I have a grudge against you. Do you think they will find out? Xin Fei sneered, You are pretending to be calm with me, it's useless. I admit that I did it, so what? You are not dead, the worst that can happen to me is that I will let my mother spend some money. Wang Ziqiang was desperate and said to Xin Fei with gritted teeth. Tisk, isn't that right? Xin Fei shrugged and grinned, That's in line with your personality, young Master Wang. Are you here just to confront me? So what if I admit it? Can you kill me? Wang Ziqiang sneered. How could I kill you? There's a saying that goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But you're my good son. Xin Fei patted Wang Ziqiang's shoulder and said with emotion. Wang Ziqiang's eyes suddenly turned blood red. What did you say? I'm with your mother, so I'll be your father from now on. Xin Fei grinned and said, So, as long as you don't commit a huge mistake, I'll forgive you in my heart. Of course, if you're courting death, I'll send you to the law enforcement team for in-depth education. Just accept whatever they do to you. I'm going to fight you. Wang Ziqiang couldn't hold back his anger any longer and punched Xin Fei. When the fist was approaching Xin Fei, whoosh, a light flashed, and a sharp dagger appeared between his fingers. That is Wang Ziqiang's sword-related superpower. However, before the fist with the dagger could get close to Xin Fei, 2 vines entangled his arms. With a buzzing sound, Wang Ziqiang flew backwards and fell to the ground in the yard with a bang. Wang Ziqiang felt as if his whole body was shattered. You? Wang Ziqiang looked at Xin Fei, shocked and angry. You are too weak. Xin Fei looked at Wang Ziqiang with a sarcastic expression, looking down at him. The day before yesterday, when he beat up Wang Ziqiang, he was still using a 6th level superpower card. Now, his cultivation has reached the 3rd level superpower master. Because he possesses the ultimate wood-type superpower, his combat effectiveness is only stronger than before, and he can use it more easily. After all, he only used external force before, but now he uses his own abilities. Qin Fei, I will definitely kill you. Wang Ziqiang looked at Qin Fei with red eyes and did not dare to rush up to fight Qin Fei again. Because although he hated Qin Fei to the core, he just felt the terrible gap between them. When he thought about how Qin Fei had just killed a 5th level superpowered killer not long ago, he understood that if he wanted to kill Qin Fei, it would be futile. Evil son. Qin Fei couldn't help shaking his head when he heard Wang Ziqiang's words. Finally, he looked at Wang Ziqiang deeply and said, "For your mother's sake, I will let you go for now. But if you keep courting death, don't blame me for killing you for the sake of justice. Qin Fei, you deserve to die." Wang Ziqiang roared with a ferocious look on his face. Impotent rage. Qin Fei shook his head, sneered at Wang Ziqiang, turned around and prepared to leave. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Wang Ziqiang and said, "Oh, right, your mother asked me to discipline you properly in the future. So, you have to be respectful when we meet in the future, otherwise, I might beat you up at any time. If the teacher gives me trouble, I will tell them about my relationship with your mother." You. Wang Zijiang's face turned green. What do you call this? Killing people and destroying their hearts. When he thought about his mother's relationship with Qin Fei being exposed and many people looking at him strangely, he felt his scalp tingling and wished he could die on the spot. Qin Fei turned and left without saying anything more to Wang Ziqiang, because the purpose of coming here today had been achieved. He would not kill Wang Ziqiang, at least not in the short term. After all, he had just gotten together with the other person's mother, and he couldn't kill his own relative now. When he thought of Lu Fengyi's sad face, he decided to forget it and wait until their feelings for each other faded. Or, maybe it wasn't him who killed Wang Ziqiang. Because Wang Ziqiang is such an arrogant guy, he will sooner or later pay a heavy price for his character. Only when Qin Fei left did Lu Feng dare to walk out of the house and look at Wang Zijiang's extremely gloomy expression. She couldn't help but ask, "What is Qin Fei doing here? Why did you two get into a fight? He beat you in your apartment. Do you want to report this to the school leaders? Get out." Upon hearing this, the prince became furious. "And you reported it to the school leaders? Do you want to make the affair between Qin Fei and my mother known to everyone?" Of course, he couldn't tell this to anyone, including Lu Feng. Lu Feng was choked for a moment, then angrily said, "You suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Fei, why are you getting angry at me? I don't want to bother with you." Wang Ziqiang gritted his teeth, then he turned and went into the house. Looking at Qin Fei's receding back, and then at Wang Zijiang's helpless and furious look, Lu Feng felt a little regretful in her heart. Was her choice a few days ago wrong? But when he thought that he would not make much money following Qin Fei, and that although Wang Zijiang was not good at anything, he was at least richer than Qin Fei, the regret in his heart quietly dissipated a lot. Chapter 17, Fighting with the School Beauty. Qin Fei left Wang Ziqiang's residence and did not choose to return to his own residence. Instead, he decided to go to the martial arts field to look for a target. After all, if he wanted to become stronger, relying on personal practice would be very slow. The fastest way was to bind to a goddess who met the standards, increase her favorability, and then get a chance to draw a lottery. However, Lu Fengyi's favorability had already reached more than 90 points, and it was too difficult to increase it to the full value of 100 points. Because a favorability level of 100 represents that the other person's love for you is unwavering. Obviously, the relationship has not reached this point yet, and it is even hard to say whether it will deteriorate in the future. Today, Lu Fengyi's favorability has increased to 90 points, giving me a chance to draw a top-level lottery. The biggest reason why I haven't drawn before is that I felt that the previous draws were too hasty, so that the 3 times I drew were all the lowest grade treasures. I'm not in a hurry to draw this time. I want to take my time and see if I can save up for the right opportunity and then draw a big thing. While walking, he opened the interface of the Plundering Goddess System to check. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 9-5. Body 9-5. Talent, SSS level would type superpower. Overall score, 97. Realm, level 3 superpower master mid-stage. Number of contracted goddesses, 1. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, bond value, etc. System prize pool, open. System Warehouse, Mind Exploration Cards 8, 10th Level Super Power Master Card 1, Taodai Cultivation Method 1, Super Power Master Perfection Realm Card 1, Top Level Lottery Opportunity 1. My mind was so focused on the system interface that I didn't notice I bumped into someone. Hey, don't you have eyes? Don't you look at people when you walk? An angry female voice sounded. Although she was angry, her voice was very pleasant. Qin Fei also staggered and looked over. What caught his eye was a woman with red lips, white teeth, a great figure, and an extremely beautiful face. Her figure and appearance were comparable to Lu Fengyi and Lin Shui. Qin Fei knew this woman. Oh no, to be precise, it should be his predecessor who knew this woman. This woman was Huang Meijiao, one of the 4 campus beauties of Yunqing Superpower Academy, and also the most beautiful girl in their sophomore class. The detector activated itself, and the woman's message came into view. Name, Huang Meijiao. Age, 19. Appearance 9-2. Body 9-8. Talent, incomplete SSS level ultimate fire superpower. Comprehensive score, 96 points. Bond value, 10. Favorability, 18. Realm, late third order superpower master. Qin Fei, are you deaf? Huang Meijiao stood up, brushing off the dust on herself, and glared at Qin Fei angrily. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you showing off your loud voice? Qin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao helplessly. He had heard that Huang Meijiao had a bad temper, but he didn't believe it before. Now, it turned out to be true. And if you bump into someone, your favorability will be 18? This woman is too petty. You bumped into me, and instead of apologizing, you blame me? Huang Meijiao looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. Are you a man? Why can't I say anything to you? I bumped into you, so didn't you also bump into me? We can only be considered even. Qin Fei shrugged and said without comment. He is naturally not a straight man, but in order to reach the standard for binding, there must be sufficient bond value. In this process, pulling is naturally inevitable. You, say it's even, take this punch from me. Huang Meijiao looked at Qin Fei, unable to believe that this was what a man said. In anger, she punched Qin Fei. Boom! Suddenly, flames flashed above the fist, as if it had turned into a fire fist. She hits people just because of a disagreement. She's not a lady at all. No wonder she's the least pursued among the 4 campus beauties. Most people can't handle her violent temper. Qin Fei sighed, spreading his 5 fingers to clench the burning fist. Puff! The blazing flames suddenly went out. Huang Meijiao stared at Qin Fei, because she found that there was no trace of burns on Qin Fei's palms. She possessed fire superpowers and her body was immune to flames. Well, even external flames, her body was immune to flames that were not particularly strong. But how could Qin Fei be so immune? However, she didn't know that although they were both ultimate superpowers, her ultimate fire superpower was incomplete, while Qin Fei's wood superpower was complete and had super strong recovery ability. The damage caused by the burning was recovered as soon as the damage was about to appear. Unless Huang Meijiao's ultimate fire superpower reaches perfection, otherwise, people of the same level or slightly higher level will not be able to cause any harm to Qin Fei. No wonder we were able to defeat the combined forces of Wang Zichang and Lu Feng. But, do you think you can defeat me like this? Watch this. Huang Meijiao's face showed anger, and the power in her fist burst out. A flame flashed, and Qin Fei felt that his clenched fist suddenly burst out with an even more terrifying and burning resistance force. The fire flickers. A series of terrifying fire rings enveloped Huang Meijiao's fist and suddenly expanded outward. The super skill possessed by fire-type superpower practitioners resisting fire ring. Qin Fei's eyes flashed slightly. The power that just exploded was too strong, and his palm was spread out. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, small fireballs were released from Huang Meijiao's hands and enveloped Qin Fei. They were continuous, tricky, and terrifying. It's worthy of being the ultimate fire-type superpower. Although it's incomplete, its power is indeed extraordinary. At the 3rd level superpower stage, it has 2 superpower skills, small fireball and resistance fire ring. And its power is much stronger than Lu Feng of the same level. Qin Fei sighed secretly when he saw this scene. Then, vines extended from Qin Fei's hands, and the vines danced like tentacles. Their dancing movements were similar, but their power was very strong, blasting those small fireballs apart. When Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao had a conflict, many people saw it and even gathered over there. How did Qin Fei become like this? He used to be so nice to girls, but now, he just beat up Lu Feng the day before yesterday, and today he even got into a fight with the school beauty Huang Meijia. Maybe it's because of Lu Feng's stimulation that he developed a dislike for girls. I'd call this symptom misogyny. But let me be honest, after Qin Fei stopped taking women seriously, his strength has increased dramatically. Without women in mind, cultivate the natural god. The ancients were not deceiving me. Who do you think will win between the two? It must be Huang Meijia. Huang Meijia's combat power ranks among the top 10 among our second-year third-level super-powered masters. Huang Meijia seems to be at a disadvantage now, but that's because she hasn't entered the rampage state yet. Once Huang Meijia goes berserk, Qin Fei will definitely suffer a great loss. That's right, I'm looking forward to Huang Meijia going berserk. Chapter 18. It's none of your business. Huang Meijia was wearing tight clothes and riding boots. She watched Qin Fei swinging vines to destroy her fireballs one after another. There was no frustration on her face. Instead, she was filled with great fighting spirit. Huang Meijia's combat effectiveness in normal state ranks among the top 10 in her sophomore year, but in rampage state, she is said to have defeated several fourth-order super-powered people in that period. Flame gun! Huang Meijia shouted with a surge of fighting spirit. Buzz! The next moment, a flame gun condensed in Huang Meijia's hand, and on the spear burned a hot and terrifying flame. Huang Meijia, holding a flaming spear, seemed to have transformed into the goddess of war Athena. Boom! The long spear stabbed forward, and raging flames covered Qin Fei. People who were close to him could feel the scorching heat coming towards them. Huang Meijia went berserk. Yeah, even the flame gun has been summoned. Qin Fei is going to lose. Yes, when Huang Meijia is in a rampage state, unless there is a 4th-level water-type superpower who can restrain her, ordinary 4th-level superpowers will not be able to stop her at all. Qin Fei's wood-type superpowers can't extinguish Huang Meijia's flames. But what was surprising was that when facing Huang Meijia's flame gun, the vines in Qin Fei's hand shot out and wrapped around the flame gun, without any signs of being burned. How so? No sisterly, I really am not sisterly. This is beyond my knowledge. Everyone who was watching was so surprised, not to mention Huang Meijia, the person involved. Why is his vine so resistant to fire? Huang Meijia's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Bang! Ouch! Huang Meijia cried out in pain, a look of shame and anger appeared on her face. Her buttocks had just been hit by Qin Fei's vines, it hurt so much. Open it for me! Huang Meijia shouted angrily. The spear was trying to shake off the vines that were wrapped around the spear, but instead of being shaken away, the vines bound the sword even tighter. Boom! The next moment, the flame gun exploded. The flame gun in Huang Meijia's hand, which was formed by countless superpowers, was broken by the powerful binding force. Then the vine swung and directly knocked Huang Meijia flying backwards. Fuck! Qin Fei, this guy, is too unkind to women. He showed no mercy to Huang Meijia. It makes me sad to see this. If I were stronger than Huang Meijia, I wouldn't be so cruel to her. Many male students who were watching couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this scene. Are you convinced? Qin Fei controlled the vines to wrap around Huang Meijia and pulled her not far in front of him. Huang Meijia looked pitiful at this moment. Huang Meijia stared at Qin Fei with her beautiful eyes and said angrily, I don't accept it. Bang! A vine hit Huang Meijia's buttocks. You! Huang Meijia glared at Qin Fei angrily. You have already controlled me, why are you still attacking me? Qin Fei looked at Huang Meijia with a somewhat strange expression. Huang Meijia's favorability towards him was 10 just now, why did it become a positive number now? Name, Huang Meijia. Age, 19. Appearance 9-2. Body 9-8. Talent, incomplete SSS level ultimate fire superpower. Comprehensive score, 96 points. Bond value, 46. Favorability, 28. Realm, late third order superpower master. Not only is the favorability about to reach the first stage, but the bond value is also about to reach 50. Once it reaches 50, you can bind directly. Could this woman be a masochist? Qin Fei muttered to himself. However, he did not force Huang Meijia too much. He still wanted to conquer Huang Meijia and make her his second woman. It would be bad if some strange behavior was seen by outsiders. It would be better for him to stay in the house and enjoy himself. Huang Meijiao was released and collapsed to the ground. She looked at Qin Fei with a hint of shame and anger on her face, but she did not feel much disgust in her heart, which made her feel very ashamed. Qin Fei, you've gone too far. Now you must apologize to Huang Meijiao. At this moment, a male student couldn't stand it anymore and said in a cold voice. He was the top sophomore at Yunqing Superpower Academy, Li Chao, a 4th-level gold-type perfect superpower master. Qin Fei looked over, sneered, and said with disdain, "What I want to do is none of your business." "What did you say?" Li Chao was furious when he heard that. He waved his hand and a huge sword appeared in his hand. This was the power of the gold element superpower. Whoosh, the next moment, his figure seemed to turn into a gust of wind and rush towards Qin Fei. Like the flame gun used by Huang Meijiao, the mixture is made of flames and was easily destroyed by Qin Fei's vines. That's because flames are invisible and can barely be condensed into a weapon, and the defense is not strong enough. As long as the vines can overcome the fire, they can be easily broken. However, the giant sword formed by the gold superpower is very hard and cannot be destroyed so easily. This is also Li Chao's confidence. The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained. Although he has an advantage in level against Huang Meijiao, it is not easy to win. After all, fire overcomes metal. But facing Qin Fei, he is full of confidence. Facing the rushing Li Chao, Qin Fei had not yet made a move, but Huang Meijiao stood up and condensed a flame gun in her hand and stabbed towards Li Chao. "You!" Li Chaolian put away his sword and looked at Huang Meijiao in disbelief. He even backed away to avoid Huang Meijiao's shot. He was so angry. "Huang Meijiao, I'm standing up for you, can't you see? This is a matter between me and Qin Fei, it's none of your business. Why should you stand up for me?" Huang Meijiao scolded angrily, "Besides, you're just relying on your high cultivation level to think you can fight someone of the same level? Bullying someone 1 level lower than you and even using your superpowers to restrain them, what kind of ability is that?" Li Chao was shaking with anger. Why was this happening? Qin Fei was secretly amused by what he saw. Huang Meijiao seemed to have a good impression of him. Otherwise, why would she stand up and confront the person who stood up for her at this time? Of course, it might also be because she liked the heroic look of him spurring him on. "Huang Meijiao, please move aside and let me teach this top student in the grade how to behave." Qin Fei spoke at this time. His bond value with Huang Meijiao was still a little short. If he could take the opportunity to raise the bond value and improve his favorability, wouldn't he be able to get binding rewards and new chances to draw prizes? Ha! Huang Meijiao looked at Qin Fei in confusion. Although what happened just now made her feel ashamed and angry, she was convinced of Qin Fei. He was the first man of the same level who defeated her even though his superpowers were restrained by her. Li Chao, who was already full of anger, laughed out loud when he heard Qin Fei's words. Now, he really wants to eat Qin Fei alive. "Teach me how to behave? You are not worthy." Boom! Li Chao angrily attacked Qin Fei, and the huge sword danced so hard that sparks flew out. It can be seen how much he wants to defeat Qin Fei on the spot. Chapter 19 Bang, fell unconscious. Li Chao was very powerful, his attack was fierce, and his first move was a killing move. Gold-type superpowers are also different from ordinary superpowers. They have a stronger murderous aura. After incorporating some killing moves, their power is also stronger than ordinary superpowers. However, Li Chao was so ferocious that he didn't notice that 2 vines suddenly appeared at his feet, and when he was rushing them most fiercely, they wrapped around his ankles. Li Chao was like a galloping horse, and the vine was like a tripwire. With a loud bang, Li Chao fell heavily to the ground. Then he fell and fainted. The whole audience was in an uproar. It was totally unexpected that Qin Fei's battle with the top student in the grade would come to an abrupt end. It makes people feel like they are hanging in the air, neither going up nor down. Huang Meijiao blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Qin Fei with a strange expression. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Others are fighting seriously, but you are just using dirty tricks. But then again, although this method is insidious, its effect is really outstanding, and it is also very suitable for actual combat. After all, if you fight with strange beasts, the beasts will not care whether your methods are fair or not, they will all come to kill you. As long as it can kill the enemy, no matter how sinister the means are, they are good means. I just showed off my skills and I fell down. It's really not satisfying. Qin Fei shook his head, looking as if he was feeling lonely at the top. Hearing Qin Fei's words, many onlookers twitched their lips. What you said is just a sarcastic remark. If you hadn't used such underhanded tactics, could you have defeated Li Chao so quickly? You're not satisfied yet. You're not even trying to satisfy yourself. You're just being shady. Why can't you have a fair fight with Li Chao? If you win, I'll respect you as a man. Yes, I also feel that the winner is unfair. Yes, if we face off head-on, I believe Li Chao will never lose to you. Many boys couldn't stand Xin Fei's words and couldn't help but refute him. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. Besides, Xin Fei's methods are not insidious. He uses some wood-type superpowers. You guys are chattering like men, aren't you? Huang Meijiao couldn't stand the nagging of the onlookers and said in a cold voice. Even though Huang Meijiao was alone, the moment she opened her mouth, the boys were speechless. They looked at Huang Meijiao with complicated expressions. You're one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, so why are you acting like Xin Fei's lapdog? You know, you were severely bullied by him before. If you don't hate him, how can you stand up for him? Xin Fei chuckled. With Huang Meijiao speaking up, he didn't bother arguing with the onlookers. He looked at Huang Meijiao with a smile in his eyes and said, Huang Meijiao, I'm a little sorry for what happened before. I might have been a little harsh. Let me treat you to a meal. No need. Huang Meijiao waved her hand. This guy doesn't think Huang Meijiao is in love with him, does he? He even invited Huang Meijiao to dinner. Who doesn't know Huang Meijiao's personality? That's right, he's embarrassed now. Huang Meijiao spoke up for him only out of respect for his strength, not because she's attracted to him. Huang Meijiao has never paid any attention to her suitors, and I've never seen her eat with any boy. Huang Meijiao has always been a person who does what she wants. No one knows what she really thinks. Men, you should know yourself. I'm talking about this Xin Fei. Just because you beat a few people, you think Huang Meijiao will throw herself at you? What the hell are you dreaming of? Xin Fei touched his nose a little embarrassedly. He originally thought that he could strike while the iron is hot and take down Huang Meijiao, but now it seems that he was overthinking. In that case, then so be it. Xin Fei waved his hand and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch. But at this moment, Huang Meijiao spoke again, how can I let you treat me to a meal? I'll treat you at noon. Xin Fei, oh my god. The other onlookers looked at each other in disbelief, as if the sun had risen from the west. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Huang Meijiao rolled her eyes at Xin Fei and said. Okay. Xin Fei regained his composure and nodded. As for the unconscious Li Chao, both of them ignored him. Not long after the two left, Li Chao woke up slowly and asked in confusion, where are they? Onlookers. People go to the cafeteria to eat, someone said speechlessly. With Huang Meijiao. It was Huang Meijiao who took the initiative to treat us to dinner. Although Huang Meijiao should look down on that boy, it's hard to say, because Huang Meijiao treats him differently from other boys. There's a light in her eyes, I noticed it. Maybe it's because Xin Fei is more handsome. Yeah, he's so handsome, and he defeated her. Maybe Huang Meijiao is moved? Xin Fei, you and I will never forgive each other for stealing the woman I like. It's either you die or I die. Li Chao gritted his teeth as he got up, his face full of shame and anger. After waking up, his face and head hurt, especially his face. It was really painful when he fell to the ground just now. It was also because he rushed too hard and never expected Xin Fei to use such a method. Wood overcomes earth. The wood-type superpower merges into the earth, and then turns into vines and drills out. No one has used this trick before. No, during ordinary competitions, most people would not use it like this because it consumes a lot of superpowers. However, when it is used suddenly, the effect is really outstanding. As a result, Li Chao suffered a great loss. After hearing Li Chao's harsh words, the onlookers didn't know what to say. It seems that what Li Chao said before was no worse than what he said now, but the ending was very embarrassing. You don't believe it, do you? Seeing the onlookers' indifferent expressions, Li Chao shouted at them angrily, with a ruthless expression that said, if you don't believe it, I'll teach you a lesson on how to behave. Believe it, believe it. How can I not believe it? You are the best player in our stage. That's right, you were careless. Otherwise, how could that brat Xin Fei be your opponent? That guy is only good at using dirty tricks. In a normal fight, even two of him can't beat you, Li Chao. Is that even necessary? Hearing these compliments, the anger on Li Chao's face subsided a little, but for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the flattery, which usually made him feel elated. After thinking about it for a while, he knew where he was being complacent, because he had just been humiliated by Qin Fei. He wanted to rush to the cafeteria right now, but with his swollen face, he was afraid that if he entered the cafeteria, more people would see him. Even if he tried to get back at them, many people would point fingers at him. So, he decided to go back temporarily and apply some medicine to reduce the swelling on his face. Let him clean up his act, and I'll settle the score with him tomorrow, Li Chao said viciously. Chapter 20: The Bathwater of the Goddess of Life. In the cafeteria, Wang Zichang brought Lu Fang to dinner. At this time, Wang Zichang still couldn't suppress the frustration and anger in his heart. Before, he felt superior to Qin Fei. Although Qin Fei was handsome, he had stolen his woman. But now, when he thought of the relationship between his mother and Qin Fei, he wanted to vomit blood. Not only did he spend money to kill the other party, but he was beaten by him. When I entered the cafeteria, I found a lot of people talking about something. When I found out what they were talking about, I almost couldn't breathe. Why would Huang Meijiao eat with him? And Huang Meijiao took the initiative to buy him food? Huang Meijiao, Wang Zichang, Qin Fei, and Lu Fang were all in the same class. When they first entered school, Wang Zichang fell in love with Huang Meijiao, but Huang Meijiao ignored him. He pursued her too hard and was beaten up by Huang Meijiao. In the past 2 years, not to mention those at the same stage, even some seniors and outstanding junior students have pursued him, but without exception, all have failed. Many people say that she only wants to become stronger and has no interest in men. Now, why is she so close to Qin Fei? But now, how could she be so close to Qin Fei? What's so good about Qin Fei? He is just a little bit handsome. Other than that, he has no other advantages. Can being handsome be used to make a living? As an enemy, don't expect Wang Zichang to be able to objectively evaluate Qin Fei. Even if he thinks he is a little handsome, he will not agree. Lu Fang's mood was not much better than Wang Zichang's. She and Qin Fei were not real lovers, but they were almost like lovers. Seeing that Qin Fei was living so well now, she felt regretful and angry. At a small table, Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao sat opposite each other. Watching Huang Meijiao busying around buying food, Qin Fei silently recited to bind Huang Meijiao. Yes, the bond value between Huang Meijiao and him has now reached 50 points, meeting the minimum standard for binding. Congratulations to the host for binding with the goddess Huang Meijiao and receiving the binding reward, Golden Kidney. Golden Kidney will grant you superb physical strength and endurance. You will be a perpetual motion machine that never tires. Well, this reward is a bit unorthodox. But it seems not bad. After all, the more women you have, the more physical strength and endurance you need. Ding, congratulations to Huang Meijiao for reaching 30 points of favorability and winning a primary lottery draw. Well, while Huang Meijiao is out buying food, I'll try my hand at the primary prize pool. Qin Fei silently recited the primary prize draw in his mind. As for the top prize I got from Lu Fengyi, I'll wait and draw again. Soon, the lottery ended. Congratulations to the host for receiving the red reward, Fire Spirit Pearl. Ha! Qin Fei was extremely surprised. Are you so lucky this time? You even got the 1% red reward? In the primary prize pool, white rewards account for 90%, blue rewards account for 9%, and red rewards account for 1%. The probability of getting a red reward is extremely low, and you are extremely lucky to get one. Moreover, the Fire Spirit Orb is considered top tier among the red rewards. While I'm lucky, I'll try my chance at the top level lottery. The lowest top level lottery reward is 90% purple, followed by 9% gold, and the best is 1% legendary. I don't ask for a legendary reward, but it's enough to give me the entire second tier gold reward. I'm not greedy at all. Qin Fei was full of anticipation. Wow! Then the lottery began and ended quickly. A colorful light flashed, and then a treasure appeared in Qin Fei's system warehouse. The system's prompt made Qin Fei almost jump up in the cafeteria because he won a legendary treasure, but halfway through his excitement, his expression became a little dull. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the legendary reward, a bottle of bathwater from the Goddess of Life. The bathwater of the Goddess of Life? System, are you being malicious? The system never jokes. Please read the relevant introduction carefully. So Qin Fei carefully looked at the relevant introduction about the bathwater of the Goddess of Life. The bath water of the Goddess of Life has super water superpowers, which can change a person's physique and make people have ultimate water superpowers. Moreover, this ultimate water superpower is stronger than ordinary ultimate water superpowers. It has extraordinary vitality and healing effects. There is no doubt about it. After all, it is the bath water of the Goddess of Life. Xin Fei. So what if it's the bath water of the Goddess of Life? It's just bath water after all. How can you drink it? But if you can use it to possess the ultimate water-based superpower, and also have super healing abilities, it seems like it would be really great, right? Can't humans escape the theory of true fragrance? Hey, you're so engrossed, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Huang Meijiao's voice sounded in his ears. I'm thinking about whether to drink bath water. Xin Fei answered subconsciously. Huang Meijiao. Xin Fei. Huang Meijiao looked at Xin Fei with disgust. Whose bath water do you want to drink? I didn't expect you to have such a perverted hobby. Ahem, just kidding. Xin Fei coughed, looked at Huang Meijiao and said, of course, if I were to drink it, I definitely wouldn't drink your bath water. Tisk, even if you want to drink, I won't let you. Huang Meijiao rolled her eyes at Xin Fei. Huang Meijiao didn't take it seriously and thought Xin Fei was joking, but she didn't know that Xin Fei's answer just now was his true thoughts. See if the food I ordered suits your taste? Huang Meijiao looked at Xin Fei and asked. Not bad. Xin Fei nodded. Then the two of them ate and chatted. By the way, the quarterly assessment will be in a few days. Do you want to sign a contract with me? Huang Meijiao looked at Xin Fei and said, I heard that this assessment is very important, and the rewards for excellent results are also high. Ha? Xin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao in surprise and asked, you haven't made a contract with anyone yet? In my previous life, I only had Lu Fang in my mind, and didn't pay much attention to Huang Meijiao, the most beautiful girl in the grade. No, I don't look down on ordinary people. Huang Meijiao shook her head, then looked at Xin Fei with a burning gaze and said, but you are different. Even when restrained by my superpowers, you can still defeat me. Only you are qualified to contract with me. In this world, there are those who fight alone, but of course there are more who prefer to form contract partners or contract companions. Because they form a contracted partnership or a Taoist companion, they can perform super energy fusion techniques, which are extremely powerful, can challenge opponents of higher levels, and are difficult to restrain. We can make a contract, but do you want to become partners or Taoist companions? Xin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao with interest and asked. Of course we are contract partners, Huang Meijiao said. But what if I want to form a deep contract with you and become your Taoist partner? Xin Fei said with a laugh. Huang Meijiao. Chapter 21 Lottery, Meijiao returns home. Huang Meijiao glanced at Xin Fei unhappily. I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be such a lecher. A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. Xin Fei shrugged and said, a gentleman and a lecher are inseparable. What a twist. Huang Meijiao looked at Xin Fei with amusement. How is it? Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. Not so good. It's not that easy to be my Taoist partner. Huang Meijiao snorted. Then tell me, how can I become your contracted Taoist partner? Xin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao with interest. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Huang Meijiao paused and said. Think about it first and let's talk about it after dinner. Xin Fei smiled and was not in a hurry at the moment. He brought up the matter of contracted Taoist partners so that Huang Meijiao could be mentally prepared in advance. Although she refused temporarily, she did not seem to be disgusted and was obviously still tempted. After dinner, Xin Fei took Huang Meijiao back to his residence. In order to sign the contract, a simple ceremony was still required. Not long after, the two arrived at Xin Fei's residence. What do you think? Are you really not considering signing a deep contract with me? Xin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao with a smile. That? Huang Meijiao naturally knew what a deep contract represented, but she was really not prepared for it. Do you know why I can defeat you easily? Xin Fei saw that Huang Meijiao was a little shaken, but probably not ready yet, so he asked with a smile. Why? Huang Meijiao's curiosity was immediately aroused by Xin Fei. Because I have the ultimate wood-type superpower, and you only have the incomplete ultimate fire-type superpower. Xin Fei said with a smile. Huang Meijiao opened her mouth slightly and looked at Xin Fei in shock. With just this one sentence, Huang Meijiao understood where she lost. It wasn't because her skills were inferior to others, but because her foundation was not as good as others. After all, an incomplete ultimate superpower cannot compare to a complete ultimate superpower. Do you really have the ultimate wood-type superpower? Huang Meijiao felt her words were a little ridiculous the moment she asked, "That's right, if you didn't have the ultimate wood-type superpower, you wouldn't be able to completely suppress me. Then do you want to have the same ultimate superpowers as me?" Xin Fei said with a smile. Of course. Who doesn't want to have the real ultimate superpower? Huang Meijiao looked at her as if you were talking nonsense. If she had the ultimate superpower, not to mention defeating a 5th level superpower master, how many superpower masters below the 5th level who are not ultimate superpower masters can compete with her? At this moment, Xin Fei flipped his hand and said to Huang Meijiao, "Do you know what this is?" "This is the Fire Spirit Pearl, which can allow you to complete your ultimate fire superpowers." Fire Spirit Pearl? The legendary Fire Spirit Pearl. Huang Meijiao snatched the Fire Spirit Pearl from Xin Fei's hand with excitement. Her face flushed and she was so excited that she could hardly control herself. "This thing is priceless, at least 100 million, and it's in short supply. Do you really want to give it to me?" Huang Meijiao pursed her lips and looked at Xin Fei excitedly. "I prepared this for my Taoist partner." Xin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao with a smile. Huang Meijiao bit her lip and thought for a second. "Okay, I agree to be your contracted Taoist partner." It's not that her will is weak, but Xin Fei had already won her great favor before, and what Xin Fei gave her was really too much. A treasure worth 100 million yuan, just given away without any hesitation. No wonder everyone said that Xin Fei was a sucker before. By the way, didn't you give all your previous earnings to Lu Feng? How did you get such a good thing? Huang Meijiao stared at Xin Fei with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "And if this thing was given to Lu Feng, would she be willing to terminate the contract with you?" "Can you not mention irrelevant people?" Xin Fei said unhappily. "Okay, I won't mention it. Can you let me refine the Water Spirit Pearl first and then make a deep contract with you?" "Of course, if you are worried, I will make a deep contract with you first." Huang Meijiao looked at Xin Fei and asked. "You refine it first?" Xin Fei said. Xin Fei didn't care much about whether Huang Meijiao would go back on her word. If she really did, he would make her regret it and even make her pay a heavy price. "Xin Fei, you are so nice." Huang Meijiao felt Xin Fei's trust in her, and her favorability level kept rising. It was about to reach 50 points. Once it reached 50 points, she would have a chance to participate in an intermediate lottery. Xin Fei's residence is a place for cultivation. Huang Meijiao chose to refine the Fire Spirit Pearl there. While Huang Meijiao was refining the Fire Spirit Pearl, she received the reward of a golden kidney. Suddenly, Xin Fei felt that his kidneys were filled with unprecedented power. TSK, I feel like I can beat 10 people by myself now." Xin Fei felt the changes in his body and praised inwardly. Looking at Huang Meijiao sitting cross-legged on the bed, her breath was changing little by little, so he chose to sit on the sofa, and then took out the bath water of the Goddess of Life. The bath water was in a transparent glass bottle that looked very high-end and made of unknown material. Xin Fei carefully examined the bath water in the bottle and found that it was full of luster, which made people want to taste it. "Why do you insist on saying this is bath water? Isn't it good to use it to make tea?" Xin Fei's mouth twitched. He knew it was a good thing, but he couldn't drink it when he thought it was bath water. In the end, he convinced himself to treat the Goddess of Life as his future Taoist partner, and then he suppressed the slight discomfort in his heart. In order to become stronger, drinking the bath water of the Goddess of Life is not shameful. Others can't drink it even if they want to. Xin Fei muttered, and finally opened the bottle and chose to drink it all. "Does it have any flavor?" Yes, it was very sweet, and it tasted better than any soda Xin Fei had ever tasted. It was an indescribable feeling. Seeing the empty bottle, Xin Fei smacked his lips, feeling as if he was still unsatisfied. It's worthy of being the bath water of the Goddess of Life. It's so damn delicious. I'm almost addicted to it. Xin Fei coughed and suppressed his crazy thoughts. Bath water is good, but don't drink too much. The system's reminder sounded. Xin Fei frowned when he heard this. I'm still drinking too much. Do you have the guts to give me another bottle? This dog system, you could say it has no emotions, but it suddenly does this, which feels a bit bad taste. The next moment, Xin Fei's expression changed. He felt that his body was changing. Before, there was only one superpower core in his body, which was a wood-type superpower core, which stored the ultimate wood-type superpower. But now, another superpower core appeared next to the wood-type superpower core. That was a water-type superpower core. Well, to be precise, it was an ultimate water-type superpower core. When it first appeared, the extreme superpower core was very small and was spinning around, but as time went on, the water superpower core became larger and larger, even exceeding the wood superpower core. Chapter 22, Strength Surges. Eventually, the energy contained in the Goddess of Life's bath water was exhausted, and the ultimate water-type super energy core also stopped functioning. It stayed in her body alongside the ultimate wood-type super energy core, but it was much larger. The wood-type super energy core looked a little malnourished. How should I calculate my current cultivation level? It seems that the water-based superpowers are much stronger than the wood-based superpowers. Xin Fei muttered, and then opened the system panel. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Talent, Ultimate Wood Element Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Element Superpower SSS. Comprehensive rating, 102. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, mid-stage 3rd level wood-type superpowered master, perfect 4th level water-type superpowered master. Number of contracted goddesses, 2 Lufani, Huang Meijiao. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating and bond value. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are open. System warehouse, mind exploration cards 8, 10th level psychic master card 1, Taodai cultivation method 1, psychic master perfection realm card 1. Not only has the ultimate water-based super energy core been condensed, but it has also reached the 4th order perfection level in such a short time. It is worthy of being a legendary reward. Xin Fei was deeply moved. If he had a whole bucket of it, he wouldn't need to practice at all. Directly invincible. While Meijiao is still refining the water spirit pearl, I will take this opportunity to comprehend some water-based super skills. Xin Fei said secretly. Like wood-related superpowers, Xin Fei now masters several super skills, including vine entanglement, wooden nets, plant control, and some other small super skills, such as hardened wooden boards, drilling into the soil, and healing. Of course, the most powerful one is the vine entanglement. The stronger the wood-type superpower is, the more super skills can be comprehended. For example, some powerful wood-type superpowers can possess many super skills such as piercing, wood thorns, parasitism, spores, and prisons. Water-based superpowers include healing, water arrows, clouds, summoning water walls, water droplets, rainfall, rainstorms, floods, tsunamis, and summoning watermen. However, in the early stage, water-based superpowers are relatively weak and have few means. Generally speaking, in the superpower master stage, it is considered good to have 3 major superpowers, such as healing, water arrows, and clouds. The healing effect of water-based superpowers is not as good as that of wood-based superpowers, but it is also a rare healing superpower. Water arrow attacks are very powerful, and clouds are mainly used to interfere with enemies. In comparison, the derivative superpower of water-based superpowers, that is, ice-based superpowers, have more means of attack. However, compared to water-based superpowers, ice-based superpowers are rarer. Of course, whether it is a water-type superpower or an ice-type superpower, after practicing to a certain level, the two can transform into each other. After all, water and ice are just 2 forms. They are essentially the same thing, just with different temperatures. I don't know if it's because Xin Fei has a good understanding, or if it's because the ultimate water-based superpower is inherently easier to comprehend, but it didn't take long before Xin Fei mastered a water-based superpower skill, which is the water arrow. Water arrows can be used for long-range attacks. Although they cannot be compared with real arrows, within 10 meters, the power of water arrows is still very strong. Having mastered the super skill of water arrow, Xin Fei is preparing to make further efforts and learn how to condense clouds and mist to interfere with the enemy. Xin Fei. At this moment, a voice sounded. What's wrong? Xin Fei stopped his comprehension and research and entered the house, only to see that Huang Meijiao had stopped practicing. The fire spirit pearl has been refined. Now my fire-type superpowers are countless times stronger than before. Huang Meijiao looked at Xin Fei excitedly. Also, my cultivation has reached a higher level and has reached the 3rd level of perfection. How about we celebrate? Xin Fei grinned. How do we celebrate? Huang Meijiao asked happily. Deep contract. Xin Fei showed a meaningful smile. Huang Meijiao's smile froze slightly, and then she said helplessly, "Are you still afraid that I will run away or what? Who made you so beautiful?" Xin Fei said with a smile, "Besides, the sooner we sign the contract, the sooner we can get used to each other. If we can master some powerful fusion techniques, won't we be able to shine in the quarterly assessment?" In fact, he didn't care about the school's rewards or not. He mainly wanted to increase Huang Meijiao's favorability to the greatest extent and get a chance to participate in the system lottery. The deep contract was obviously a faster way to improve favorability. As night falls, the autumn rain falls with a loud noise. The autumn rain chills the city, and I lean against the flat hill to gaze out. It's not like last year, when the brocade clouds over Jianhu Lake were fragrant, and the lotus pickers chattered amidst the swaying lotuses. The west wind blows, wild geese fly, and fishermen sing in the clear stream, blowing their hatred into the vast waves. Time flies and it is the next day. Xin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao sleeping soundly on the bed and couldn't help but smile, then started the lottery. That's right, after practicing together last night, Huang Meijiao's favorability reached more than 70, which gave Xin Fei 2 more chances to draw the lottery, an intermediate lottery with a favorability of 50, and an advanced lottery with a favorability of 70. Chapter 23. That's great. Soon, Xin Fei's 2 chances to draw the lottery were used up. His luck was just average, not as good as yesterday. The intermediate lottery draws red rewards, which is similar to yesterday, and the advanced lottery draws purple rewards. The red reward is 10 super spirit pills, which are actually not as valuable as the fire spirit pearls obtained yesterday. Although they are both red rewards, their values are different. The purple reward is a secret manual of body movement called 100-Step Ghost Shadow. This is different from some super skills that require physical movement, as it uses strength and technique. If this body movement technique is practiced to the extreme, when performing the 100-Step Ghost Shadow, it can leave behind a series of afterimages, just like ghosts. This, of course, can be called a purple reward, which is obviously something extraordinary. If you can integrate superpowers into your body movements, the burst may be even more powerful. Of course, if different superpowers are integrated into the physical techniques, the external manifestations displayed may be different. If I can master this skill, I'll have another life-saving trump card. Xin Fei said to himself. What's the life-saving trump card? At this moment, Huang Meijiao asked slowly. Are you awake? Xin Fei said with a smile, I have a physical skill that I'm thinking of practicing well so I can have an extra life-saving trump card. Do you want to practice it with me? What level of physical skills is this? Huang Meijiao asked, stretching lazily. S-level physical skills. Xin Fei said. What? S-level physical skills? Of course I want it. The laziness on Huang Meijiao's face disappeared and she said excitedly. S-level body skills, let alone the superpowered master stage, even superpowered masters, generals, grandmasters, and even marquis-level strongmen would covet it. The levels of physical skills, from weak to strong, are divided into F-level, E-level, D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, and S-level, and the higher the levels, the more powerful they are. For a superpower master, it is already amazing to be able to obtain C-level body skills. S-level body skills are of too high a level and are enough to be used for a long time. Moreover, the value of S-level body skills is over 10 billion. Of course, it doesn't cost that much money to learn at once, but being able to get such a learning opportunity is a great fortune in itself. No wonder Huang Meijiao is so happy. Xin Fei threw a book to Huang Meijiao and said, let's make it clear first. Even if you want to practice, you have to wait until after dinner. What is this? Huang Meijiao didn't care at first, but when she opened it slightly, she was shocked. This is? Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to call everyone over? Xin Fei said unhappily. You really didn't lie to me before. Huang Meijiao said with indescribable excitement. Why would I lie to you? Xin Fei laughed. Oh. You are so nice, husband. Huang Meijiao kissed Xin Fei on the face excitedly. Before, she always called Xin Fei by his name, but now she called him husband, which shows how she felt at the moment. Following me, I naturally won't let you down. Xin Fei shrugged and smiled. Seeing that Huang Meijiao didn't even want to eat and wanted to practice, he said, but if you want to practice, you should eat first and then practice. Okay then. Huang Meijiao hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then, it was as if someone was snatching her food from her. She finished it in no time and I didn't know if she was full or not. Okay, Xin Fei, I'm going to practice. After saying that, Huang Meijiao left the dining table. Xin Fei shook his head helplessly and began to eat slowly. He now had a better understanding of Huang Meijiao's character. This woman was a person who loved practicing, had a strong obsession with becoming stronger, and admired the strong. After dinner, I went to wash up. Meijiao. Xin Fei called out. Xin Fei, don't delay your practice. Huang Meijiao glanced at Xin Fei and said, I have a few pills here that may allow you to break through to the 4th level of cultivation. Are you sure you don't want them? Xin Fei said with a smile. Husband, are you serious? Huang Meijiao's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she ran to Xin Fei. Xin Fei? It's okay, Xin Fei. If there is something wrong, husband, you are really great. As Xin Fei spoke, he took out 5 super spiritual pills and handed them to Huang Meijiao, saying, This is the super spiritual pill. Take it. Hee, thank you, husband. Huang Meijiao took the super spirit pill without hesitation. After taking it, she changed the subject and said, Okay, Xin Fei, go and do your own thing. Don't worry about me. Xin Fei. He just wanted to say, wow, I become a tool. You are so focused on cultivation that you don't even pay attention to me. Aren't you afraid that I will find you some sisters if I get angry? Xin Fei said unhappily. Hee, great. Huang Meijiao said happily, that's great. Xin Fei. Seeing that Huang Meijiao's favorability not only did not drop, but rose to the extreme, reaching 89 points, and that he was about to get another top lottery chance, Xin Fei was speechless. Do you really regard me as your man? Don't you know how to be jealous and angry? It would be better to find a few more sisters so that it won't interfere with my practice. Huang Meijiao said with a smile. Xin Fei. Then Xin Fei waved his hand helplessly and asked Huang Meijiao to practice. He was too lazy to say anything to Huang Meijiao. This woman only had practice in her mind, so he should find something more interesting to do. Chapter 20 for the embarrassed school beauty Lin. Seeing Huang Meijiao practicing enthusiastically without even looking at him, Xin Fei had no choice but to leave his residence and prepare to buy some demon cores. He had the 10 million given by Lu Fengyi, which was enough to buy some practical demon cores for practice. Look, isn't that Xin Fei? Huang Meijiao followed him to his residence yesterday, and he hasn't come out yet. Is this true? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. And there was no sign of Huang Meijiao at the training ground today. You know, Huang Meijiao is known as the training ground rat. This guy 1T give Huang Meijiao to I don't believe it. Let's go and ask Xin Fei. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Ever since he terminated his contract with Lu Feng, this guy has become a completely different person. He beats up everyone. He even showed no mercy to Huang Meijiao yesterday. Let's go together. He won't hit us too. Xin Fei saw these people coming to ask about Huang Meijiao. With a playful look on his face, he said lightly, What is our relationship? Do I need to explain it to you? As soon as these words were spoken, those who were asking questions all gasped. Xin Fei, do you want to offend all of us? Someone looked at Xin Fei indignantly. You are just you represent others. Xin Fei sneered and said coldly, Okay, stop blocking the way, make way, or don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he walked forward. Some of these people seemed to want to block him, but thinking of Xin Fei's performance in the past few days, they did not dare to face Xin Fei head-on and gave way. Wang Quan, you're such a coward. If he tells you to, just give way. If you have the ability, why don't you just bite the bullet and stop him? Didn't you push me away? Tisk, he's not far away, you can rush over and fight him. Well, forget it. I haven't had lunch yet and I'm a little tired. I'll wait until tomorrow. When I have time tomorrow, I'll challenge him to a duel. Then I'm serious. That's right, we are all waiting for you to duel with Xin Fei, and then we will gather some witnesses. The person who spoke earlier suddenly fell silent. Damn it, can't you just let me finish this 13? You have to expose me so that you can be happy, right? By the way, isn't Li Chao supposed to compete with Xin Fei today? Why isn't he here? I heard that Li Chao is in seclusion and is trying to become a 5th level superpower master. Level 5? If he succeeds, wouldn't he be the first one in our 2nd grade to break through to level 5? Of course, but breaking through to the 5th level isn't that easy. After all, many 3rd-year students haven't even reached the 5th level. After Qin Fei left the school, he walked towards a commercial street not far from the school. This was not the first time Qin Fei left school, but he still felt a little dazed. This world was similar to his previous life in some ways, but there were also many differences. For example, this world has some communication tools, but there are no such things as cars. He wondered if someone could make money by developing some vehicles. But after thinking about it, he shook his head and thought it would be difficult. Because in this world, except for the city, all other places are not safe, because the city has defensive barriers, and there are monsters everywhere outside the city. If you are attacked by a powerful monster while driving, you will not know how you died. Of course, the biggest reason is that many people in this world focus their energy on becoming stronger and developing and researching superpowers, and their research on the technology tree is limited. Commercial Street, a high-end shop. Lin Shui frowned and said to the shop owner who was selling cultivation resources, "Boss, can't the 7th level spiritual liquid be cheaper?" "Sorry, 100,000 yuan a bottle is already cheap enough." The shop owner shook his head. "You should know that we at Baibeitang are all high-end brands. If you want to save money, you can go to some ordinary stores." Lin Shui naturally knew that compared to other stores, the 7th level spiritual liquid sold by Baibeitang was the most expensive, but as the store owner said, Baibeitang's products were high-quality products with guaranteed quality, and the impurities and side effects were at the lowest, almost zero. Lin Shui's cultivation has been stuck at the 6th level of perfection for a long time, and the quarterly assessment is coming soon. If she still stays at the 6th level super-powered master stage, then she will miss out on the rewards again in this quarterly assessment, and she will probably also miss out on the opportunity to study in Yunzhou's top institution next year. But she only had 90,000 yuan on hand, so she had to sell the Biluo teapot. However, she didn't dare to sell it at all, because once she sold it, people would know that she had stolen it from Reed Quan. After all, the news that Reed Quan had lost the Biluo teapot had caused a lot of uproar. Moreover, a bottle of 7th level spiritual fluid might not necessarily allow her to break through to the 7th level. How many bottles might she need? Otherwise, even if she had to borrow money, she would still bite her teeth and buy a bottle. Forget it, let's go buy a slightly inferior 7th grade spiritual liquid. Fenglintang's spiritual liquid isn't much better. Lin Shui sighed inwardly and was about to leave when a voice rang out, "Long time no see, senior sister Lin." Lin Shui looked up and saw the handsome and energetic Qin Fei walking into the store. She nodded with a slightly complicated expression, "Qin Fei." This man knew his biggest secret, and it also made him do another shameful thing, which was stealing. Recently, I heard that Qin Fei had an affair with Huang Meijiao, who was one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Therefore, her feelings towards Qin Fei are very complicated. "Senior sister, did you buy the spiritual liquid?" Qin Fei asked with a smile. "Yeah." "Junior, are you here to buy spiritual liquid as well?" Lin Shui nodded and did not deny it. Qin Fei might have heard the conversation between him and the boss just now, but he felt a little embarrassed. Junior might have seen his embarrassed look. "I'm here to buy demon cores." Qin Fei shrugged and smiled, inviting him, "How about you accompany me to buy some things?" "This." Lin Shui looked at Qin Fei's expectant eyes and hesitated for a moment. She originally didn't want to have any more disputes with Qin Fei, but after thinking about it, she finally agreed, "Okay then." "Sir, what attributes and level of monster core do you want?" the shop owner asked with a smile. "Buy some 4th level and 5th level wood attribute, as well as 5th level water attribute monster cores." "How many do you have here? What's the price? If there's a discount, I'll buy them in your store," Qin Fei said. Now his cultivation level is the 3rd level of wood and the 4th level of water, and he is planning to buy a higher level. Chapter 25 Binding Goddess Number 3. Oh. The shop owner's eyes lit up when he heard that. A 4th tier wood attribute demon core costs from a little over 1,000 to over 3,000, while a 5th tier wood and water attribute demon core costs from 4,000 to over 6,000. Give me 100 4th level wood attribute demon cores, and 100 5th level wood attribute and water attribute demon cores. Qin Fei pondered for a moment and spoke. "This price is relatively normal." "Okay," the shop owner responded with a smile. "The reason why I came to Baibeitang is because Baibeitang is a big company with a large inventory of spiritual liquid, monster cores and the like. I need a lot of them, so it doesn't matter if they are a little more expensive. In addition, the profit margin of monster cores is limited, so the price difference will not be too big." As he said that, the shop owner went to pick up the goods. At this moment, Lin Shui pulled Qin Fei's arm. "What's wrong?" Xin Fei looked at Lin Shui suspiciously. Demon cores and spiritual liquids are different. It may be cheaper if you go to a store that specializes in selling demon cores. Since you want such a large quantity, it is normal to save 30 or 50,000. Lin Shui said in a low voice. Oh? Xin Fei raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, forget it, it's not a big deal for 30 or 50,000. Lin Shui curled her lips when she heard that, turned her head away and said nothing more. She was thinking about one thing. Xin Fei had no money before, but now he has money. Could it be that he blackmailed Wang Zichang? If that was the case, wouldn't I also be an accomplice? After all, I had sneaked into Wang Zichang's house and stolen the USB drive. It's no wonder that Lin Shui's guess is almost right. Of course, Lin Shui never thought that Xin Fei was indeed going to extort some money at the beginning, but in the end, he met the peerless Lu Fengyi, and then the hero was hard to resist the beauty. Xin Fei got 10 million, but lost a lot of hundreds and also gave away a water spirit bead. Is it a win or a loss? It's hard to say. Seeing that Lin Shui seemed a little unhappy, Xin Fei smiled, because he found that the bond value between Lin Shui and himself had increased a little bit, but there was still a certain distance for the bond value to reach 50 points. If it were before, he would have been anxious, but now, he was not anxious at all. With dual extreme superpowers, a 7th level superpowered master can also fight, so why is he in a hurry to bind himself to the goddess to improve her favor? The same 4th level wood demon core has different prices. After all, some are in the early stage, some are in the middle stage, and some are in the late stage and perfect stage. Some of the same level also have different qualities. In short, 104th level wood type demon cores cost 218,000 yuan, 105th level wood type demon cores cost 513,100 yuan, and 105th level water type demon cores cost 505,200 yuan. Sir, the total is more than 1.23 million. I won't ask for the change. Just give me 1.23 million, said the shop owner. Boss, if we go to those monster core specialty stores, we can get them for about 1.2 million. Can you please give us the 30,000 yuan difference? Lin Shui said at this time. Xin Fei glanced at Lin Shui. He didn't expect that the school beauty would help him bargain. The shop owner smiled helplessly, there really isn't that much profit in buying these things. After this cooperation, I will buy things from you again. Xin Fei said with a smile. Well, okay. Since you said so, then let's say 1.2 million. The shop owner was obviously thinking about making steady profits. After all, Xin Fei looked like a man with plenty of money. By the way, give me 2 bottles of that 7th level spiritual liquid. Xin Fei said. Xin Fei. Lin Shui said. If there is anything, let's talk about it later. Xin Fei said with a smile. The shop owner was stunned at first, then he thought of something and smiled as he took out 2 bottles of 7th level spiritual liquid and handed them to Xin Fei. After paying 1.4 million, Xin Fei took his things and left the store with Lin Shui. Here, this is for you. Xin Fei handed 2 bottles of 7th level spiritual liquid to Lin Shuedo. No reward without merit. I can't take your things. Lin Shui's eyes were eager, but she still shook her head. What do you mean by no reward without merit? Didn't you help me before? Xin Fei smiled. And just now you helped me bargain and saved me 30,000 yuan. Are you trying to blackmail me with something? Lin Shui didn't take it. Instead, she looked at Xin Fei speechlessly and said, besides, I only helped you bargain for 30,000 yuan. You can't give me something worth 200,000 yuan. No, you think too much. This is not money extorted. As for the huge return, isn't it because there is an old saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring? Xin Fei naturally would not admit it, otherwise, Lin Shui would definitely not accept this thing. This woman is still a very decent woman. This thing is too valuable, I can't accept it. Lin Shui still shook her head. If I accept this thing, Xin Fei will ask me to help do bad things next time. Should I do it or not? Xin Fei chuckled and said, don't worry, I will never ask you to help me do anything bad in the future. How about you just think of it as a loan to you? This doesn't require 2 bottles. Lin Shui said, pursing her lips. 1 bottle isn't enough, but 2 bottles are like a layer of insurance. Xin Fei said, for example, if you're at the critical moment of a breakthrough, but you're a little short of the mark, then it's too late to buy more. After all, many things are best done all at once. This. Lin Shui hesitated when she heard this. Besides, if only one bottle is enough, we can sell the other one, right? Xin Fei said with a smile, if we sell it at a lower price, I'm sure many people in the school will buy it. Okay, then you can just pay this bill now. I will definitely pay you back when I have money. Lin Shuer said. That's right. Xin Fei smiled with satisfaction as he watched Lin Shuer accept the 2 bottles of 7th level spiritual liquid. Lin Shuer looked at Xin Fei's sincere smile, and the softness in her heart was touched. The reason why Xin Fei was so satisfied was that just after Lin Shuer accepted the 2 bottles of spiritual liquid, the bond value between her and Lin Shuer exceeded the limit of 50 points, and the system issued a reminder that Lin Shuer could be pinned. Excuse me, is the host bound to the goddess Lin Shuer? Bind. Xin Fei muttered to himself. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have bound to goddess number 3, Lin Shuer, and received a binding gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host, the favorability of goddess number 3, Lin Shuer, has exceeded 30 points, and you have obtained a primary lottery opportunity. Ding, congratulations to the host, the favorability of goddess number 3, Lin Shuer, has exceeded 50 points, and you have obtained an intermediate lottery opportunity. That's right, Lin Shuer's favorability has exceeded 50 points and is now 53 points. Well, the bond value is also 53 points. Of course, this is just a coincidence. Sometimes a high bond value does not mean a high favorability. After all, for revenge for the murder of one's father, the bond value must be high, but the favorability is definitely super low. Some people don't have any bonds, but they fall in love at first sight. At that time, the favorability is super high, but the bond value is very low. Chapter 26 Lin Shuer's Pursuer. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Lin Shuer pursed her lips and looked at Xin Fei and said, otherwise it would be embarrassing. No need, let's talk about it after you break through to the 7th level. Xin Fei said with a smile, I have something else to do today. Not long ago, Lu Fengyi called him and asked him to come find her. Xin Fei was wondering if Lu Fengyi had experienced that incident and had become fond of it. Although he wouldn't have any chances of winning prizes with this woman in the short term because it was too difficult to get 100 points of favorability, he still liked this charming woman who had given him her first time. As for Lin Shuer, since they will be in the same school in the future, she will have more opportunities to improve her impression of her. Well, okay then. Lin Shuer nodded. After separating from Lin Shuer, Xin Fei had not walked far when 2 figures blocked his way. Ha! Xin Fei looked at the 2 people blocking his way and couldn't help frowning. One of the young men looked at Xin Fei arrogantly and said in a cold voice, Boy, do you know who Lin Shuer belongs to? You're actually walking with her. Yeah, did you know that Lin Shuer is favored by Boss Lu Lei? The lackey looked at Xin Fei with his nose in the air, showing off his power. Xin Fei. Through the detector, Xin Fei learned the names and cultivation levels of the 2 people. The guy dressed like a human was named Lu Lei, and his cultivation level was the 6th level, the same as Lin Shuer, while the lackey was named Wang Erqiu, who was weaker, only in the middle stage of the 5th level. I'm talking to you, are you stupid? Wang Erqiu said loudly. Bang! A vine suddenly appeared and then hit Wang Erqiu's face hard. Then Wang Erqiu's body flew backwards, blood splattered, and several of his teeth were broken. You actually hit me, I'm going to kill you. Wang Erqiu felt so much pain in his gums that he wanted to curse. He stomped his feet and rushed towards Xin Fei like a cannonball. But he rushed towards Xin Fei quickly and flew backwards quickly as well. Wang Erqiu's superpower is his enhanced strength, so his impact is very strong and his speed is faster than that of ordinary people, but his flexibility is not enough. Facing Xin Fei, he was like a target. Look, isn't that Xin Fei? He's beating up all the seniors in the 4th grade. Even though Wang Erqiu is at the bottom of the 4th grade, he can't be so weak, right? He's a 5th level superpowered master, yet he was beaten so badly that he couldn't even fight back. Why has Xin Fei been so aggressive since he terminated his contract with Lu Feng? He's been all over the news both inside and outside the school lately. Ah! Amidst the discussions among the crowd, Wang Erqiu was beaten and fell to the ground, screaming in pain, unable to get up for a long time. Are you still talking nonsense? Xin Fei cursed. Brother Lei, help! Wang Erqiu shouted. Stop, Xin Fei, you actually dare to hit my people, I tell you, you are dead. Lu Lei said angrily. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. His lackey was abused like this by Xin Fei. If he remained indifferent, who would follow him in the future? The next moment, Lu Lei rushed over angrily. Facing Lu Lei, who was rushing towards him, Xin Fei controlled the vines to swing. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind whistled past, and a wind blade cut towards Xin Fei. Lu Lei used the wind blade cutting, a wind-type superpower, as a killing move. It was obvious that he was very angry at the moment. Puff puff puff, wind blades cut on the vines, leaving a pile of vine debris on the ground. The wind blade cutting ability of the wind-type superpower seems to be quite strong. Xin Fei's eyes flashed slightly when he saw this scene. At the same level, the wind-type superpower itself is rated higher than any of the ordinary superpowers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, the opponent's wind-type superpower has obviously not reached the extreme, so it still cannot be compared with the extreme wood-type superpower. However, Xin Fei's wood-type superpower level is slightly lower. Of course, Xin Fei has mastered more than just vine entanglement and vine swinging. Your vines can't stop my wind blades at all. Go to hell. Seeing that Xin Fei's vines could not be blocked, a smile appeared on Lu Lei's face, but his smile came to an abrupt end, because he found that his wind blade could not cut through the following vines at all. What's going on? Idiot! Xin Fei curled his lips in disdain. The wind blade was indeed powerful, but the vines were like real men, soft or hard. They were only cut off accidentally before, but after Xin Fei activated some of the soft properties of the vines, the wind blade could not cut those rope-like vines. Of course, although the wind blade could not cut through the vines, it left traces on the vines as if they had been cut by a sword. When the wind blade couldn't cut through the vines, the result was predictable. The wind blade was blocked by the numerous vines near Xin Fei, and the vines that looked like ropes entangled Lu Lei. Bang! Lu Lei's body was entangled and he couldn't move, but his face was hit like a truck. The extra vines suddenly hit his face, causing him to see golden light and interrupt his attempt to use the wind blade to counterattack Xin Fei. Wang Erqiu, are you dead? If you're not dead, come at me. Lu Lei said angrily. Here it comes. Although he was beaten badly by Xin Fei just now, he did not completely lose his fighting power. Now with Lu Lei restraining Xin Fei, he believed that Xin Fei could no longer withstand his attack. But as he rushed over, he didn't notice the vines under his feet. Bang! Wang Erqiu's body fell heavily to the ground, and then he fainted. Lu Lei. At this moment, he had a thought in his mind, fuck it. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. He thought of the beginning, but not the end. That's all you have? Xin Fei's sarcastic voice sounded, next time you want to cause trouble, I hope you can be smarter and not be so arrogant and stupid. Pa! It might be because Xin Fei's vines hit his face too hard, or it might be because Xin Fei's words stimulated him, causing him to be unable to suppress his inner anger all of a sudden. When Xin Fei's vines hit his face, he fainted directly. Tsk tisk. Xin Fei shook his head. It was not even a warm-up. Then he took away the vines, and naturally, Lu Lei's body fell to the ground. Xin Fei couldn't help but shook his head. He was really disappointed. He couldn't even use his water-based superpowers. Once he used the water arrow, these two people would be even more unable to stop him. Through this battle, Xin Fei also understood the extraordinary nature of ultimate superpowers. Fighting against opponents of higher levels was like a piece of cake. No one paid any attention to the two unconscious guys because someone poured a basin of water on them and they woke up instantly. Otherwise, they would wake up in about half an hour. Xin Fei left, but the discussion about Xin Fei did not stop. Most of the people around here are students from Yunqing Superpower Academy, and many of them know Xin Fei, Lu Lei and Wang Erqiu, because Lu Lei is a rich kid, and Xin Fei was previously famous for being a suck-up and having his contract terminated. How come Xin Fei is so powerful? Even Lu Lei and Wang Erqiu teamed up to defeat him. Remember, Lu Lei is a wind-type superpower master, and he's even at the 6th level. Under the 7th level, he's at the top of the combat power, and yet he lost. This Xin Fei is ridiculously strong. Could he have taken some medicine? I didn't see him taking medicine just now. You can't assume someone is taking medicine just because they're a little stronger. It's a little unreal that he's this strong without taking any medicine. Chapter 27. If you can't kill me, beat me to death. Jiayuan Villa. Mom, give me some more money. Wang Zijiang looked at Lu Fengyi and said with a serious face. Didn't I just give you 5 million 2 days ago? Lu Fengyi frowned and asked, what did you do with so much money? Don't worry about me so much. I must have a use for this money. Wang Zijiang said stiffly. No money left. Lu Fengyi said coldly. She was extremely disappointed with Wang Ziqiang. She felt that she had spoiled him too much and had given him whatever he wanted, which led to him acting recklessly and making one mistake after another. Now, she could still barely hold it in, but what about the future? One day, she would no longer be able to hold it in. Wang Ziqiang. Wang Ziqiang's face turned ugly. You run such a big company, how could you be broke? Are you hooking up with that Qin Fei, so you're saving all your money for him? Are you worthy of my dad? Pa! Lu Fingyi was so angry that she slapped Wang Ziqiang in the face. Shut up! Lu Fingyi's slap was delivered in anger, causing Wang Ziqiang to stagger back. You have never hit me before, but you hit me today. Are you angry and embarrassed because of what I said? Wang Ziqiang covered his face and roared angrily. At this moment, he looked like a wounded lion. After beating the child, Lu Fingyi felt a little reluctant, but after hearing what Wang Ziqiang said, she became furious again. This child was hopeless. If she had not promised her sister to take care of her son, she really wanted to slap Wang Ziqiang to death. Get out of here! Come back when you realize you're wrong! Lu Fingyi shouted angrily. I won't leave. If I leave, you don't know who he'll be fooling around with again. Wang Ziqiang said angrily, gritting his teeth. Lu Fingyi. At this moment, a voice rang out, Sister Lu, for this unrepentant and unfilial son, he should be taught a lesson with a stick. When Wang Ziqiang heard this familiar voice, he looked over and became even more furious. Qin Fei, what are you doing in my house again? Who let you in? I think you should know what I'm here for. Qin Fei laughed, with the corners of his mouth slightly crooked. He now understood the fun of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Wang Ziqiang almost exploded with anger when he heard the profound words in Qin Fei's words. Mom, today it's either him or me. The prince suppressed the rage in his heart and looked at Lu Fingyi and said. Wang Ziqiang, it seems my education of you has been completely useless, Lu Fingyi said, feeling disappointed. You truly disappoint me. I'm putting this on hold today. If you listen to me, I will continue to train you. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore, no matter what you become. You are going to give up on me for an outsider? Wang Ziqiang looked at Lu Fingyi in disbelief. He thought that if he expressed his attitude so forcefully, even if Lu Fingyi would not sever her relationship with Qin Fei immediately, she would still consider his attitude. But the facts disappointed him. Outsider? I'm not an outsider. Qin Fei smiled and said, Your mother and I are a couple now. Normally, you should call me Dad. Of course, I know you can't say that, so calling me Uncle will be fine. Lu Fingyi. Lu Fingyi gave Qin Fei a cold look and said, Don't you think my son is angry enough? Wang Ziqiang. Wang Ziqiang was so angry that he could no longer bear it and rushed towards Qin Fei. At this moment, he just wanted to smash Qin Fei's mouth. Bang! Wang Ziqiang ran over quickly and flew backwards even faster. Bang! Wang Ziqiang's body slammed into the wall with a thud, and then fell down. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lu Fingyi frantically and said, Bitch, are you dead? He hit me and you turned a blind eye. Lu Fingyi felt a little distressed when she saw Qin Fei kicking Wang Ziqiang away. After all, they had been together as mother and son for more than 10 years. Even if it was a dog that had been raised for so many years, there would be feelings for it. How could it just be gone? But Wang Ziqiang's words made her feel heartbroken and extremely angry. Qin Fei, beat him hard. Lu Fingyi said angrily. Wang Ziqiang. Qin Fei. Qin Fei smiled. Okay, Sister Lu, that's how it should be. After all, boys need to be beaten before they can become useful. A good son is made under the stick, that's the saying that will never be wrong. Then, Qin Fei, who was authorized, activated his wood-type superpowers, wrapped Wang Ziqiang with vines, and then carried Wang Ziqiang towards the yard. Put me down. Wang Ziqiang wanted to hit Qin Fei, but he was tied up so tightly that he couldn't do it at all. That Qin Fei, where are you taking him? Lu Fingyi couldn't help but ask when she saw this scene. I'm afraid you'll feel soft-hearted when I see this, so I'll take him to the yard to educate him. You just stay in the house. Don't worry, I will make him realize his mistakes and work hard to train him to be a useful person to the country and society. Qin Fei showed a reassuring smile. Lu Fingyi suppressed some of her worries and nodded. Well, how about? Sister Lu, do you know? I was assassinated on my way back to school yesterday. The killer wanted to kill me because Wang Ziqiang paid a large sum of money to buy my life. Xin Fei was afraid that Lu Fengyi would be soft-hearted, so he said solemnly, if I didn't have some trump cards, you might have seen me as a corpse. What? Lu Fengyi was shocked and angry when she heard this. She looked at Wang Ziqiang angrily, I gave you 5 million before, and you paid a killer to kill Xin Fei? No wonder you have no money. Wang Ziqiang's breath was caught. I didn't. Because he was indeed the one who did it, and Xin Fei obviously knew that it was him who did it, so he had no confidence to deny it. Xin Fei, I've handed him over to you. If you can't kill him, beat him to death. Lu Fengyi shouted angrily, I'll let him hire someone to kill him. Xin Fei smiled and replied, got it. Wang Ziqiang. Then, Wang Ziqiang knew what it felt like to be made worse by being abandoned by everyone. Lu Fengyi ignored him and let herself be punched and kicked by her enemy Xin Fei. Xin Fei showed no mercy at all. It seemed that this guy knew where it hurt and only hit her where it hurt. At the same time, he also hated Lu Fengyi to the core. Was this his biological mother? Even his adoptive mother wouldn't treat him like this. She actually became a couple with her enemy, cheated on her father, and was so cruel to him. With crackling sounds, Wang Ziqiang endured a beating as severe as a storm. Xin Fei, Lu Fengyi, you both must remember what you did to me today. Wang Ziqiang secretly swore in his heart that he would never let it go like this. Chapter 28 Mom, I don't feel pain anymore. As night falls, stars twinkle in the sky. A family of 3 sat at the dining table in the villa's living room and had dinner. Does it still hurt? Lu Fengyi looked at Wang Ziqiang and asked. What do you care about me? Wang Ziqiang couldn't help but snorted coldly when he heard Lu Fengyi's question. Does it still hurt? He felt that kind of heart-piercing pain when he thought about it now. How could it not hurt? How do you talk to your mother like that? Xin Fei slammed his chopsticks on the table and looked at Wang Ziqiang coldly. Wang Ziqiang suddenly revealed a forced smile. Mom, I don't feel any pain anymore. On the surface, Wang Ziqiang surrendered. He had to surrender. Xin Fei was too cruel. He tortured himself to death. The bodyguards guarding the yard didn't listen to him at all. But he only surrendered on the surface. In his heart, he hated Xin Fei to the extreme. I am sleeping on straw and eating bitter food now. I swear, Xin Fei, don't let me find a chance. If I find a chance, I will cut you into pieces and let you know what it means to be worse than death. Seeing that Wang Ziqiang was educated so well by Xin Fei, Lu Fengyi showed a gratified smile on her face. The stick education really works. Xin Fei, thank you. Why should you thank me? You are my woman now. As for Xiao Chang, I will also fulfill my duties as a father, teach him well, and help him become a successful person as soon as possible. Xin Fei picked up the chopsticks with a smile, picked up a mouthful of food and fed it to Lu Fengyi. Lu Fengyi felt sweet in her heart. This is delicious, you should try it too. Lu Fengyi also picked up a piece of vegetable and fed it to Xin Fei with a smile. When Wang Ziqiang heard Xin Fei's words and saw the interaction between the two, his anger suddenly surged. He almost couldn't help but burst out, but when he saw Xin Fei's cold eyes, he suppressed his anger again. I'll endure it. Mainly because he was afraid that Xin Fei would use the same torture methods he had used before on him again. He had never imagined that Xin Fei's torture could be so terrifying. Boy, I can't subdue you yet. I know you hate me so much, but it's useless. Xin Fei naturally knew the immense hatred that Wang Ziqiang had for him, but he didn't care. Who would bother with stupid ants? In fact, it is not difficult for Xin Fei to kill Wang Ziqiang, but he will not do so. After all, he has to consider Lu Fengyi's feelings. Wang Ziqiang can die, but he must not die at his own hands. Of course, even if he was going to die in his own hands, he couldn't let Lu Fengyi know what he did. Otherwise, once this matter was exposed, Lu Fengyi might have a spiritual barrier towards him. Unless one day, Lu Fengyi's favorability towards him reaches the maximum value of 100, that would be an unswerving love. After finishing his meal, suppressing his inner anger, Wang Ziqiang looked at Xin Fei, who showed no sign of leaving, and said, Aren't you leaving? It's getting late, I won't go back. Xin Fei laughed. The anger that Wang Ziqiang had suppressed with great difficulty almost burst out. It's not appropriate for you to stay at my house. If it gets out. What's inappropriate? You were classmates at school. Isn't it normal to stay overnight at a classmate's house? Lu Fengyi said. She missed her lover so much after just one day without seeing him. That was why she took the initiative to call Qin Fei today after they separated yesterday. Wang Ziqiang. Hearing Lu Fengyi's words, Wang Ziqiang almost wanted to vomit blood. How could this be the same? It was normal for others to stay overnight at a classmate's house, but was it normal for Qin Fei to stay overnight? The thought of Qin Fei and his mother in the room, sparring back and forth, made him go crazy. Wang Ziqiang originally wanted to lose his temper to express his anger and dissatisfaction, but when he saw Qin Fei looking at him with interest, he turned around and went to his room, because he was still in great pain. The damage Qin Fei caused him was not something that could be eliminated in the time it took to eat a meal. Especially when he thought about Qin Fei staying overnight in his mother's room, he felt so angry that his liver and gallbladder ached. But now Lu Fengyi won't give her money, so even if he wants to spend a lot of money to hire a killer, he won't be able to do so in a short time. Wang Ziqiang turned around and left the living room and walked towards his room. He had no way to challenge Qin Fei now, because his mother was now an accomplice of the evil, and her heart was completely taken away by Qin Fei. She didn't care about her son at all. The 7 stars will have a fixed price, but there are some small killer organizations that cannot charge such a high price. However, it is impossible for ordinary killers to ensure that Qin Fei is killed. Wang Ziqiang was secretly resentful, and thoughts flashed through his mind. When Wang Ziqiang got angry, Lu Fengyi and Qin Fei also went to the bedroom. Qin Fei, there will be a dance party in a while. Can you accompany me then? Lu Fengyi said to Qin Fei. Sure. Qin Fei nodded. Lu Fengyi was very happy to see Qin Fei agreed, so she told Qin Fei some things to pay attention to, such as what to wear at that time, and she would prepare it for Qin Fei. It's late at night, we should rest. Qin Fei said. Yeah. Lu Fengyi soon stopped talking. Chapter 29. Prince Chang was furious. While Qin Fei and Lu Fengyi were happily exercising, a family of 4 was having dinner in another villa in Yuncheng. Mom, you must avenge me. Lu Lei, who blocked Qin Fei's way today and was beaten up by Qin Fei, said with grief and anger on his face. Do you think you have any future? You are a senior student who can't even beat a sophomore, and you have the nerve to ask me to help you get revenge? The beautiful woman looked at her son with disgust. Your mother was also a school belle back then. I, your father, defeated all the suitors to win your mother over. As my son, you have no shortage of resources, but you can't even beat a sophomore. Don't say that you are my, Lu Tianqing's, son in the future. The middle-aged man also snorted coldly. Lu Lei, please beg me. If you beg me, as your sister, I will help you beat up Qin Fei. At this moment, a beautiful and quirky girl next to him said with a smile. Luing, shut up. Can't you even call me brother? Don't worry, I won't beg you even if I ask anyone else. Lu Lei gritted his teeth in anger when he heard his sister's words. TSK, who would call a loser brother? Luing said with a pout. You. Lu Lei was so angry that his stomach hurt. Lu Lei had no way to deal with his sister. Lu Ying's status in the family was higher than his, not because Lu Ying was beautiful, but because of her strength. Lu Ying, who was only 18 years old, was stronger than him. Yes, Lu Ying was only 20 years old and a junior at the Yunqing Superpower Academy, but her cultivation had reached the 7th level of perfection, and she was also the #1 junior at the Yunqing Superpower Academy. At the same time, she is also one of the 4 campus beauties of Yunqing Superpower Academy. Precisely because his sister is so beautiful, Lu Lei has high standards for choosing a partner and has always been pursuing Lin Shuer, one of the school beauties. If you want to cause trouble for Qin Fei, you can either rely on yourself or ask your sister for help. We will not interfere with your children's playing house, said the beautiful woman. Beg me. Lu Ying looked at Lu Lei with a smile. Lu Lei's mouth twitched. Time flies and it is the next day. By the way, I bound to Lin Shuer yesterday and received a binding gift package. My favorability also reached 30 and 50, giving me 2 chances to draw lots. It's time to use them up. After Qin Fei woke up, he washed up and opened the system. Qin Fei first opened the bound gift package. Congratulations to the host for receiving the bound gift package, the Vajra Indestructible Body. You can claim it at any time. Vajra Indestructible Body? Qin Fei blinked, then checked the description of the Vajra Indestructible Body. Vajra Indestructible Body can reduce the enemy's damage to you by half. This thing is great. Qin Fei was overjoyed after seeing it. Don't underestimate it because it can only block half of the enemy's damage, because when others attack you by surprise, for example, the attack power can just kill you, but if it is reduced by half, it will at most seriously injure you. This is a good thing. Xin Fei sighed secretly after getting it. Receive it. Without much hesitation, he accepted the reward directly. Suddenly, a strange feeling began to appear in his body. Xin Fei understood that this was the formation of the Vajra indestructible body. While his body was transforming, Xin Fei took advantage of his good luck and participated in 2 lotteries. What made Xin Fei somewhat depressed was that the rewards he got from the primary lottery were better than those from the intermediate lottery. The primary lottery gets a red reward with only a 1% probability, while the intermediate lottery gets a blue reward with a 90% probability. In fact, it is normal to get a blue reward in the intermediate lottery, but getting a red reward in the primary lottery is just incredible luck, so Xin Fei's depression soon returned to normal. Blue reward, mastery of various dances. Red reward, 10 super spirit pills. Speaking of which, the difficulty of obtaining the blue reward is much higher than that of the red reward, but this is different from the previous life. This world focuses on superpowers, and other abilities are supplementary. Therefore, things like dance, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs are not taken very seriously. Xin Fei said secretly. Of course, those unimportant skills can be quite useful sometimes. For example, if I don't have a dancer, I won't be able to even do a ballroom dance properly at a dance party someday. Seeing Lu Fengyi sleeping soundly, Xin Fei did not disturb her and began to devour and refine the demon core. It might take others several days to devour and refine a demon core, but Xin Fei did it as easily as eating candy beans. This is entirely because Xin Fei has a gluttonous stomach, and with the gluttonous practice method, he can digest the monster cores very quickly. In just half an hour, 1/3 of the 104th level wood monster cores have been digested. His wood-type superpowers were also upgraded from the middle stage of the 3rd level to the perfect stage of the 3rd level. Another half an hour later, his wood-type superpower cultivation reached the early 4th level. When Xin Fei consumed all the remaining demon cores, his wood-type superpower barely broke through to the middle stage of the 4th level. At this time, Xin Fei felt that he had bought too few 4th level demon cores. Of course, Xin Fei also felt that the energy of the 4th level demon cores was effectively insufficient. I'll buy some more when I get back to school, Xin Fei said secretly. Afterwards, Xin Fei did not stay in bed any longer. He did not call Lu Fengyi. He got up, washed up, and then walked into the living room, just in time to see Wang Ziqiang with dark circles under his eyes. Good morning, son. Xin Fei grinned. You. Wang Ziqiang, who had not slept or practiced all night, was already angry when he saw Xin Fei walking out of Lu Fengyi's room. When he heard Xin Fei's name, he almost challenged Xin Fei again. Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. You don't even know how to call me daddy? What's the matter? Do you want me to teach you a lesson so early in the morning? Xin Fei, you are so cruel. Wang Ziqiang immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. He felt that he could not stay in this house anymore. Otherwise, he would be bullied to death by Xin Fei or angered to death by Xin Fei. Xin Fei ignored Wang Ziqiang and called the butler to prepare breakfast. The housekeeper should be. When Wang Ziqiang saw Xin Fei acting like a host, he was so angry that his heart was about to explode. So angry. So angry. Xin Fei, I must kill you, but I'll let you be proud for a while first. Wang Ziqiang turned and left. When he reached the courtyard, he looked at the leader of the bodyguard group and said, Yesterday I asked you to help me beat Xin Fei, why did you remain indifferent? Am I still your master? I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Boss Lu told us to treat Xin Fei like the boss. As for you, the boss told us not to support you. The bodyguard leader shrugged and told everything. Wang Ziqiang. Damn it. Wang Ziqiang was furious. Is this still my home? I'm not as good as an outsider. Xin Fei, I'm not done with you. Lu Fengyi, I will make you regret treating my son like this. He originally wanted to go back to his room and wait until he had breakfast before leaving, but now he was so angry that all he could think about was killing Xin Fei. Chapter 30 Genius Beauty Luing. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Fengyi got up and found that her son Wang Ziqiang was not there. She asked Xin Fei, who was practicing super skills in the yard, and also asked Xin Fei whether he had eaten breakfast. I've already eaten. By the way, Xiaoqiang has gone to school. You go eat first, and we can talk after dinner, Xin Fei said while practicing his super skills. Yeah. Lu Fengyi didn't think much about it and went to eat. After dinner, Xin Fei stopped practicing. Lu Fengyi gently wiped the sweat off Qin Fei's face. Qin Fei couldn't help but give Lu Fengyi a romantic kiss. Lu Fengyi patted Qin Fei on the chest and asked, "I heard that your school's quarterly assessment is the day after tomorrow?" "Yes." Qin Fei nodded. Lu Fengyi pursed her lips and said, "Are you free to come over these 2 days?" "Maybe, but after passing the assessment, there will definitely be time." "When is the dance you are talking about?" Qin Fei thought for a moment and said, "The dance will be at the beginning of next month, and your assessment will be over by then." Lu Fengyi said, "There's no rush." Qin Fei nodded. Afterwards, Qin Fei gave Lu Fengyi 5 super energy pills and said, "This is a super energy pill. I got it through a special channel. If you refine one every day, the effect is much better than spiritual liquids and other things. Besides, you won't waste much of your time practicing. You can focus on your work. You are so nice to me." Lu Fengyi took the super elixir with emotion, and then took the initiative to give her a kiss. After a while of entanglement, Qin Fei was ready to leave. "Don't leave too soon. I bought you a few more sets of clothes for you to change into. They all have basic defensive features." "Then I'll accept it." Qin Fei smiled and left with the clothes Lu Fengyi bought for him. After these days of contact, Qin Fei also fell in love with Lu Fengyi. Except for the fact that she did not educate her son well, she could really be called a good wife and mother. The reason she did not educate her son well was because Wang Zijiang was her sister's son. Under her sister's instructions, she doted on Wang Zijiang too much, which led to his upbringing in the wrong direction. After Qin Fei separated from Lu Fengyi, they walked towards the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Qin Fei was walking along a small path, and when he was about to reach the Yunqing Superpower Academy, his eyes suddenly lit up. A sexy beauty wearing hot pants and holding a small whip in her hand came into view. "Beauty, why are you blocking my way?" Qin Fei looked at the sexy little beauty with interest and asked, "Don't you know me?" The sexy beauty looked at Qin Fei and blinked. Originally, Qin Fei didn't know this woman, but when he activated the detector, the relevant information about the sexy little beauty immediately came into view. Name, Lu Ying. Age, 20. Appearance, 96. Body type, 95. Talent, wins psychic power SS level. Cultivation, 7th level superpowered master. Overall score, 95 points. Bond value, 26 points. Favorability, 0 points. You are the most beautiful girl in Yunqing Superpower Academy, Lu Ying? Qin Fei grinned. The memories of her previous incarnation contained information about Lu Ying, but she had never seen it before. She only knew that Lu Ying had the most suitors among the 4 school beauties, and that she also had the strongest talent. It was said that some superpower academies in the county city had specially recruited her. Once she broke through to become a 10th order superpower when she graduated from her senior year, she would be able to directly enter those higher level superpower academies and receive super high treatment. With her speed of cultivation, it should be a foregone conclusion that she would be able to continue her studies in those high level superpower academies. Of course, when she first entered school, her wind-type superpowers were not that strong. It was said that she had taken some fruit, which made her talent so strong. According to Qin Fei's speculation, her previous talent may not have been fully awakened, or the fruit allowed her talent to undergo a transformation. Just like the ultimate wood spirit heart that Qin Fei had taken before, it transformed Qin Fei's wood-type superpowers into ultimate wood-type superpowers. That's what I said. How come there is someone in school who doesn't know me? Lu Ying nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Senior Lu stopped me. Do you have any advice for me? Qin Fei asked with a smile. The other party's comprehensive score aroused great interest in him. What do you think? Lu Ying did not directly state her purpose, but asked back. Oh, I see. Qin Fei showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. You are attracted to me. I'm attracted by your head. Lu Ying immediately showed her beautiful little fangs and gritted her teeth at Qin Fei, snorting angrily. Which part of my head do you like? Qin Fei asked excitedly. You rascal, take my hit. Lu Ying blushed. Although she had never been in a relationship, she had heard some dirty talk between men, and some of the girls she knew would sometimes discuss these dirty topics. Call out. The wind blade swept towards Qin Fei. Compared with Lu Ying's wind blade power and the speed of releasing wind blade are many times faster. Qin Fei's expression changed. How could this woman just start a fight without any reason? I was just joking. Flower of water in trees. Qin Fei roared, and a flower appeared. This is the super energy fusion skill that Qin Fei comprehended after eating this morning. Qin Fei named it the water and wood flower. The water and wood flower looks gorgeous, but under Qin Fei's control, it easily blocked the flying wind blade. What? Super fusion technique, daffodil? Lu Ying's little face showed a look of surprise. Although she only released a wind blade, that seemingly ordinary wind blade could not be blocked by an ordinary 7th level superpowered master. However, she was not surprised that Qin Fei was able to block it, because Qin Fei was the one who defeated her brother after all, but she was shocked that he was able to release the super energy fusion of water and wood Narcissus. Are you a dual element superpowered master of water and wood? Lu Ying did not continue to attack, but asked in surprise, and even forgot to continue to pursue the matter of Qin Fei's dirty words to her just now. Yes. Qin Fei waved his hand and took the water and wood flower in his palm, smiling and saying, "Are you curious about me? Do you want to get to know me better? Don't worry, for a beauty like you, I will definitely make the door open to you. Tell me, do you want to go to your place or mine?" Among the most famous fusion skills of wood-type superpowers and water-type superpowers in the Superpower Master stage, the first fusion skill is Daffodil, but that is just an ordinary superpower. Qin Fei's own 2 superpowers are both extreme superpowers, and their power is far beyond Daffodil's, so Qin Fei named it the water and wood flower. Asshole, you pervert who speaks vulgar words all the time. Go to hell. Lu Ying's face flushed red, and the curiosity in her heart was replaced by anger. She waved her hand, and wind blades swept towards Qin Fei. Chapter 31. Beg me, and I will untie it for you. Senior Lu Ying, this is a misunderstanding. I just want to discuss academic issues with you. Qin Fei explained while releasing water and wood flowers to resist the wind blades in the sky. Lu Ying's wind blade is very powerful and has great speed, but the water and wood flower is very powerful, especially in terms of defense. Because there is endless water vapor surrounding the water and wood flower, it can slow down the speed of the wind blade. The wind can ruffle the lake water, but it cannot blow away the extreme water. Even if the dissolved wind blade cut into Qin Fei's body, it no longer had much power. Even if it had power, it could not cut through Qin Fei's indestructible body. The defense of the Vajra indestructible body is very strong. It can directly dissolve the power of weak attacks and reduce the power of strong attacks by half. Lu Ying was extremely shocked. The fusion superpower skill was powerful, but it was the first time she had seen one so powerful. Logically speaking, even an ordinary double 6th level water and wood superpower master could not reach such a level. You know, she is able to challenge the 8th level superpowered people. I don't believe you, you bastard. Lu Ying spat. She attacked without mercy. When the wind blade felt useless, she summoned the hurricane blade, which was her second super skill. Compared to the wind blade, the hurricane blade is faster and more powerful. Of course, with her current strength, she can only condense a hurricane blade. Flower of water and wood. Qin Fei waved his hands, and the flowers of water and wood in the sky merged into a huge flower of water and wood. The flower stems were densely packed and wrapped around the hurricane knife. The flowers closed and wrapped around the hurricane knife, and the mysterious and powerful power contained in the flowers burst out. Snap! The power exploded, and the hurricane blade shattered. What? Lu Ying's eyes widened when she saw this scene. Lu Ying was shocked when the hurricane blade was destroyed. Before she could react, Qin Fei had already arrived in front of her, and several vines flew out and entangled Lu Ying's body. Lu Ying wanted to summon wind blades to cut the vines, but because the vines were too tight and had the flexibility of water attributes, the summoned wind blades could not cut them at all. Senior sister, you are still not my opponent. Qin Fei grinned and snapped his fingers. The water and wood flower turned into starlight and flew towards Qin Fei, merging into his body. Although a lot of the superpowers contained in the water and wood flower have been consumed, they cannot be wasted, otherwise they will have to be cultivated again. Seeing Qin Fei's somewhat frivolous smile, Lu Ying glared at him angrily, and said angrily, "Let me go. I tied you up with my own ability, why should I let you go?" Qin Fei said with a playful smile. Lu Ying. Lu Ying's face turned red with anger. Seeing Lu Ying's extreme anger, Qin Fei said repeatedly, "Ahem, you have to apologize to me before I let you go." You want me to apologize to you? Lu Ying glared at him, as if she had not expected that the other party could say such shameless words. You suddenly stopped me and caused trouble. Shouldn't you apologize? Who did I offend? Qin Fei said dissatisfiedly. It's true that you are the school belle, but you are so unreasonable. If I don't grind down your arrogance, everyone will think I am easy to bully. Lu Ying looked at Xin Fei in disbelief and said, "Why did I bother you? You beat Lu Lei unconscious yesterday. Have you forgotten so quickly?" "Lu Lei? You mean the guy who blocked my way and caused me trouble and was knocked unconscious by me?" Xin Fei was stunned at first, then thought of what happened yesterday. He looked at Lu Ying with interest and said, "What's your relationship with that loser?" "That waste." "What waste?" "That's my brother." Lu Ying first said waste, but soon glared at Xin Fei angrily. In her heart, Lu Lei is a waste, but no matter how useless he is still her brother. She can call him a waste, but others cannot. TSK, the brother is useless and asks his sister to do something for him. Calling him a waste feels like I'm praising him. Xin Fei said with sarcasm on his face. "Shut up." Lu Ying was very angry. "Have you ever thought about me posting the pictures of you online?" Xin Fei said with a wicked smile as he looked at Lu Ying, who was still as arrogant as ever. "You dare!" Lu Ying trembled all over, with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Apologize to me," Xin Fei said lightly. "I'm sorry." Lu Ying apologized humiliatingly, thinking resentfully in her heart, "Today's humiliation is not over yet, I will definitely take revenge." Favorability 38. The bond value is 41 points. Obviously, Lu Ying hated Xin Fei. Xin Fei didn't mind that Lu Ying hated him, because this woman was even more arrogant than her brother, and he had to suppress her arrogance first. "Do you know you're wrong?" "I understand." Lu Ying gritted her teeth and surrendered in humiliation. At the same time, her favorability was reduced by 1 and her bond value was increased by 1. "That's right." Xin Fei nodded with satisfaction. Please untie me quickly." "I've already apologized." "Don't wait for someone to come over," Lu Ying said in a low voice, enduring humiliation and anger. "Beg me." Xin Fei's cold voice rang out, "Beg me and I'll untie it for you." "Are you a dog?" Lu Ying's eyes widened. "How could you speak to a beautiful and talented girl like this?" "Please beg me, I don't want to say it again," Xin Fei said. "Please, untie me." Lu Ying's eyes were blazing with fire. She bit her lip and said, "Is this okay?" She swore that she would make Xin Fei pay a heavy price for what he did today. Favorability 12, bond value plus 5. The total favorability is 49, and the total bond value is 47 points. The favorability goes straight to the life and death revenge, while the bond value increases steadily, and it seems that they can be bound. "Not sincere enough," Xin Fei said. Seeing Lu Ying was about to explode with anger, he smiled and said, "Okay, let's just let it go this time. Remember, you won't be so lucky next time." After saying that, he retracted the vines that were binding Lu Ying's body. "Xin Fei, this is not the end." Lu Ying wanted to attack like crazy and fight to the death with Xin Fei, but she felt that no matter how big she was, she could not be Xin Fei's opponent unless her cultivation level broke through to the 8th level. Chapter 32 Binding to Lu Ying, Mythical Level of Understanding. "Xin Fei, you bastard." Lu Ying cursed at Xin Fei, then turned and ran towards the school. This bastard actually hit her that place and called her a slut. She now wishes she could bite Xin Fei to death. If Xin Fei knew what Lu Ying was thinking, he would definitely cry out an injustice, but Sa Rui didn't mean that. In fact, Xin Fei was ready to fight Lu Ying to the death, but Lu Ying's action still shocked Xin Fei. What happened? Why did she suddenly run away? Are you afraid that you can't beat me, or that I will humiliate you? Xin Fei really wanted to use the Mind Exploration card to detect it, but after thinking about it, he gave up, because the Mind Exploration card can only explore the deepest secrets in the other person's heart. What is in the mind at this time may not be the deepest secret in the heart. Host, Lu Ying has met the conditions for binding. Would you like to bind? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Bind. Xin Fei showed an anti-smile on his face. Why did he pat Lu Ying's buttocks at the end? One reason was that the other party's buttocks were indeed perky, ahem, that was not the important reason. The important reason was the second one, that is, the bond value between him and the other party had reached 48 points. With this shot, you get 2 points of bond value. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a binding gift package, please check it carefully. Goddess number 4 Lu Ying. Xin Fei raised the corner of his mouth. As he walked towards the academy, he silently opened the bound gift package. He had received a total of 3 bound gift packages before. The first one was the Ultimate Wood Spirit Heart, which gave him the Ultimate Wood attribute. The second bound gift package was the Golden Kidney, which made him a tireless perpetual motion machine. The third bound gift package was the Vajra Indestructible Body. This was the fourth one, and Xin Fei's heart was full of anticipation. Even if you can't get a legendary reward like Bathwater of the Goddess of Life, you should still get a gold reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary reward Mythical Enlightenment. Mythical level of comprehension? Xin Fei blinked. This was a good thing. His comprehension was only okay before, maybe a little better than that of an ordinary super-powered master, but not excellent. But if he had mythical level of comprehension, wouldn't he be able to learn anything at once? Done in one go. This reward is really good. Xin Fei showed an extremely satisfied smile on his face. Receive. Soon, Xin Fei felt as if he had drunk a bottle of iced soda in the hottest days of summer. He felt so refreshed. In an instant, many thoughts came to his mind, such as how to integrate the 2 superpowers of water and wood. This is a mythical level of understanding, which is more than just incredible. Xin Fei attracted a lot of attention as he walked in the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Who is that guy? He's so handsome. You don't even know that guy? His name is Xin Fei, and he's a famous bootlicker in our school. He was incredibly nice to a woman named Lu Fong, spending all his money on her, but in the end, Lu Fong dumped him. A licker? Such a handsome licker? You can't judge a book by its cover. But seriously, why do I feel like he's so much more handsome than before? Senior Xin Fei is so handsome. I want to have a deep contract with him. I wonder if he is willing. Then you can give it a try. Senior Xin Fei has been hurt in love, maybe you can catch up with him if you chase him. Your news is all outdated. Xin Fei is now dating Huang Meijiao, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. Many people saw Huang Meijiao walk out of Xin Fei's residence today. Is this true? Of course it's true. The news has spread now, and Xin Fei even defeated a senior from the 4th year. He was able to defeat the senior students in the 4th year. How did Xin Fei become so strong? However, some people say that the reason Xin Fei was able to defeat that senior was because he took drugs like the Berserk pill. Is that so? That's nothing. Although things like the Berserk pill can boost combat power in a short period of time, they are very harmful to the body. Xin Fei uses this kind of thing just to save face, which is not worth it. As Xin Fei walked along, people were talking about him all the time. His previous life already had a great reputation, and the things he did after traveling through time and space made his reputation even more famous. But whether this reputation was good or bad was a matter of opinion. When I returned to my residence and opened the door, I saw Huang Meijiao practicing her body movements in the yard. Xin Fei came back, but Huang Meijiao didn't even stop to greet him, which made Xin Fei speechless. Huang Meijiao was good in every way except that she loved practicing too much. In her mind, practicing was the first priority. Xin Fei saw that Huang Meijiao ignored him and went straight into the house. He opened the book of 100 Steps Ghost Shadow that he had left for Huang Meijiao to practice yesterday. There are 5 levels in 100-Step Ghost Shadow. Once the first level is cultivated to perfection, one can reach a level of speed that is unmatched by anyone below the master level. Even ordinary super-powered masters who are not good at speed cannot match it. This is without the integration of superpowers. If it were, it would be even more powerful. If Xin Fei had studied with his previous level of comprehension, it would probably take him half a month or 10 days to get started. But now, after just looking at the first level of the technique, he found it so easy? Even though he hadn't used it yet, he felt like he had a clear understanding of the 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Technique's operation route. He even felt that if the 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Technique was operated in that way, it might be better. The mythical level of enlightenment is so terrifying. Huang Meijiao is practicing the 100-Step Ghost Shadow Body Technique diligently, but even though she started practicing yesterday, she has only just touched the entry threshold today. If she wants to truly get started, it will probably take another 2 or 3 days. Well, her talent is much greater than Xin Fei's before. Because he liked the 100-Step Ghost Shadow Body Technique so much, even when he saw Xin Fei coming back, he had no time to talk to Xin Fei. Getting started was important. If he could successfully get started before the assessment the day after tomorrow, he would be able to achieve better results in this assessment. You can also show it to your parents. Huang Meijiao saw Qin Fei start to practice 100-step ghost shadow and wanted to give him some pointers. However, she did not expect that Qin Fei looked unfamiliar with the technique the first time he performed it, but when he performed it the second time, he had already reached his own level. And the third time, the fourth time, after images appeared, like ghosts. Qin Fei was able to perform it successfully every time. What did this mean? It meant that Qin Fei had already mastered the first level of 100 steps ghost shadow. Huang Meijiao widened her eyes and looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. Have you practiced before? How was your first practice? Not bad, right? Qin Fei stopped practicing and looked at Huang Meijiao with a smile. You call this okay? Huang Meijiao was speechless, then asked anxiously, Tell me quickly, how did you do it? Chapter 33 Golden Reward, Photographic Memorability. Qin Fei now possesses a mythical level of comprehension. Although he has only mastered the first level of 100-step ghost shadow, he has no problem in guiding Huang Meijiao. Originally, Huang Meijiao needed 2 or 3 days of hard training to get started, but after receiving Qin Fei's guidance, she successfully got started in just one morning. At this time, Qin Fei had already cultivated the first level of 100-step ghost shadow to the level of great success, and was not far from the perfection of the first level. After getting started with the 100-step ghost shadow, Huang Meijiao was no longer so anxious to practice it, because even the entry-level 100-step ghost shadow was enough to achieve excellent results in the actual combat assessment the day after tomorrow. Then Huang Meijiao began to refine the super pill that Qin Fei gave her. She knew before that the super pill was extraordinary, but she didn't expect that the effect of this thing was so good. While Huang Meijiao was improving herself, Qin Fei was also refining and absorbing those 5th-level wood and water monster cores. The gluttonous stomach combined with the gluttonous practice method was so powerful. While Qin Fei was instructing Huang Meijiao on the 100 steps ghost shadow movement technique, in another separate branch of the Yunqing Superpower Academy, Lu Ying cursed while washing clothes, Asshole, I will beat you to pieces. Who are you scolding? Who has offended my Xiaoying? A mature woman with a slim figure and beautiful appearance, wearing a blue long skirt, stretched lazily, walked out of the house to the yard, and asked with a smile. Cousin, I didn't scold anyone. You heard it wrong. Lu Ying shook her head and blushed, which showed that she was not at ease inside. Hey, what can you hide from your cousin? Tell me the truth, did you find a boyfriend? And then your boyfriend made you angry? The beautiful woman in the long skirt said with a wicked smile. I didn't. Hearing this, Lu Ying said angrily. Why would she be so angry without her boyfriend? Ha ha. The beautiful woman in the long skirt laughed. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Lu Ying snorted. Oh, I won't tease you anymore. Your quarterly assessment will start the day after tomorrow. You still have a free day tomorrow. Come shopping with me? The beautiful woman in the long skirt smiled. She could feel that her little cousin should have a boyfriend, but the other party was embarrassed, and she didn't want to be aggressive. She was just a little curious about what kind of boy could attract the heart of her extremely talented little cousin. No, I'm going to go into seclusion later and break through to the 8th level before the test. Lu Ying said viciously. When did you become so fond of practicing? The beautiful woman in the blue dress was very surprised. Isn't it possible today? Lu Ying gritted her teeth and vowed not to give up until she beat Qin Fei to a pulp. She had never suffered such a big loss before, and it was at the hands of a junior. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Qin Fei went to the cafeteria to eat and brought back a meal for Huang Meijiao. This woman practiced as if she was risking her life. Qin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao, who was still practicing and refining, smiled, and did not call her. Instead, he opened his own system. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS. Comprehensive rating, 102. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, Perfect 5th Level Wood Type Superpowered Master, Perfect 5th Level Water Type Superpowered Master. Superpower Fusion Skill, Water and Wood Flower. Number of contracted goddesses, for Lu Fenyi, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shuer, Lu Ying. Eye of Detection, can detect a woman's rating and bond value. System Prize Pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System Warehouse, Mind Exploration Cards 8, 10th Level Superpower Master Card 1, Taurei Cultivation Method 1, Superpower Master Perfection Realm Card 1, Super Spirit Pills 10, 100 Step Ghost Shadow 1, etc. The 5th level demon core no longer has much effect. It is impossible to break through to the 6th level by relying on the 5th level demon core. Xin Fei said in his heart. He is now many times stronger than when he fought with Lu Ying in the morning. Even if Lu Ying's cultivation level breaks through to the 8th level, he will not be his opponent. I didn't expect that the super elixir you gave me would be so effective. I just refined 2 of them and I broke through to the early 4th level. Huang Meijia woke up from her practice and looked at Xin Fei with an excited smile on her face. Ding, congratulations to the host, Huang Meijiao's favorability has exceeded 90 points, and you've won a chance to win a top prize. Xin Fei was just about to take a nap, but when he heard this voice, he was very excited. TSK, I didn't expect Huang Meijiao's favorability to break 90. Xin Fei pulled up a smile and started the lottery. The lottery ended soon, and the prizes he won almost made Xin Fei even more excited. Congratulations to the host for winning the Golden Reward photographic memory. This reward is not as good as the legendary reward, but for Xin Fei, it is also an excellent reward. Moreover, the probability of winning a gold prize in the top lottery is 9%, which is almost considered to be the luck of an emperor of luck. Chapter 34 Double 6th Level, Practical Assessment. Get your reward. Whoosh. Xin Fei felt as if an electric shock passed through his mind. At this moment, no matter whether it was some vague memories of his predecessor or his previous memories, as long as he thought about it a little, he could clearly know the details of them, as if they had just happened. It was magical. Is this the ability to have a photographic memory? Wow, it's really amazing. He has a photographic memory and a strong understanding. My foundation is already solid. As long as I follow the steps, who can stop me from moving forward in the future? The next day, Xin Fei left school and bought some 7th level wood-type demon cores and water-type demon cores. As for the 6th level demon cores, he did not buy them because the effect of the 6th level demon core was not much stronger than that of the 5th level. Xin Fei spent a total of more than 8 million, plus the more than 1 million he spent before and the 10 million given by Lu Fengyi. There is not much left now. However, Xin Fei's cultivation has also made great progress. Both his water and wood superpowers have broken through to the 6th level, and have reached the perfection of the 6th level. His demon core has also been almost consumed. Then Xin Fei began to comprehend the water and wood superpowers, trying to comprehend more super skills, and even super fusion skills. Only when he mastered enough super skills could he comprehend more super fusion skills. Blue Star Calendar, September 30th, 2023. The penultimate day of this month is also the penultimate day of the 3rd quarter of this year. Yunqing Superpower Academy, Class 23. Xin Fei is also among them. Homeroom teacher Tanya looked at the 50-odd students in the class and said, "Tomorrow is the quarterly assessment period. This assessment, like the last one for freshman year, is a practical assessment. With the exception of freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors will all participate in this practical assessment. The better your performance in this assessment, the greater the reward. This assessment will be based on the number of demon cores you obtain. Of course, you can distribute the spoils of your contracted partners or contracted companions among yourselves." Tanya couldn't help but glance at Xin Fei as she spoke. Just like before, the higher the quality of the demon cores you obtain, the better the final result will be, and the demon cores will be yours. I remember that in the last test of his freshman year, Xin Fei's grades were at the bottom of the class, mainly because he and Lu Feng were contractors, and most of the spoils they obtained were given to Lu Feng, making Lu Feng the first in the class and in the top 50 in the grade. By the way, there are a total of 50 classes in the entire sophomore year, with a total enrollment of nearly 3,000 students. There are nearly 3,000 people in the entire sophomore year, and quite a few of them have formed a contract, if not 2,000, then at least 1,800. Xin Fei, do you have a new contract partner now? If not, would you like to sign a contract with me? A girl said to Xin Fei with anticipation. Xin Fei glanced at the girl, smiled faintly and shook his head. "No, I have a new contract partner." "Oh." The girl showed a look of regret on her face. Xin Fei was only at the first level of perfection before and was not of much help, but now, Xin Fei was fighting against the contract combination of Lu Feng and Wang Zicheng alone. Unfortunately, Xin Fei has a new contract partner. "Xin Fei, who have you contracted with again? Is it the rumored Huang Meijiao?" "Yes." Xin Fei said calmly. Indeed, he had already made a contract with Huang Meijiao. As for whether to act together this time, the two had discussed it before. They acted alone this time, mainly because they had not yet practiced the super energy fusion technique. Acting together would not make much sense, and would not achieve the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. After hearing about the contract between Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao, many girls who wanted to sign a contract with Qin Fei showed regretful expressions. Huang Meijiao has never made a contract with anyone. From her freshman year to now, her grades have almost always been in the top 20. Now that she has made a contract with Qin Fei, with Qin Fei's help, she is likely to have no problem getting first place. But they didn't know that Qin Fei was going to act alone this time. When Lu Feng heard the contract between Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao, a hint of unwillingness appeared in her eyes. If she had known not to break up with Qin Fei so early, she would have been able to get first place in the class in this assessment. Now, the first place is in danger because she and Wang Zichang have not yet cultivated the superfusion technique. Wang Zichang's face was extremely gloomy, and a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Fei, I've already found someone good. Qin Fei, don't let the person I'm looking for find an opportunity, otherwise you'll be dead. Okay, let's go. Tanya said. Then he left Yunqing Superpower Academy with more than 50 students in his class. An hour later, the group arrived at the north gate. At the city gate, Qin Fei saw the barrier set up by the powerful. Although it was only a third-level barrier, it was able to protect the safety of millions of people in Yunqing. If expanded to the whole country, there would be more than 1,000 such third-level barriers. At the north gate, dozens of teams arrived one after another, but the second largest team was in one area, the third largest team was in another area, and the fourth largest team was in another area. Qin Fei did not see Huang Meijiao, but he saw his junior Lu Ying and his senior Lin Shuer. When Lu Ying saw him, there was resentment in her eyes. Obviously, the previous grudge did not disappear with the passage of time. He also saw Lu Ying's brother Lu Lei and his lackey Wang Erqiu. After some time, Qin Fei also saw Huang Meijiao. The senior team set off first. The senior students had a cultivation level of at least 5th level superpowers. Originally, many people still suspected that Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao were not a couple, but when Huang Meijiao's class arrived at the freshman team, Huang Meijiao came directly to Qin Fei. No way? They're really together? Why would Huang Meijiao fall for Qin Fei? Damn it, how could the goddess I like fall in love with a bootlicker? Qin Fei was also surprised that Huang Meijiao came to find him. Why are you here? Qin Fei asked. I heard that Li Chao wants to deal with you. Huang Meijiao whispered to Qin Fei. Let him come. Qin Fei said nonchalantly. He's broken through, reaching level 5. Furthermore, he has a contracted partner, so his combat power might reach level 6 by then. Huang Meijiao said in a low voice with worry on her face, I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. Listening to Huang Meijiao's worried words, Qin Fei also understood Huang Meijiao's intentions. After all, her favorability level was over 90. Although she loved practicing, Qin Fei's status in her heart was also extremely high. After all, she had given her body to Qin Fei. Huang Meijiao didn't know Qin Fei's true realm and strength, so she was so worried. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Qin Fei said with a smile. He wanted to go deeper, kill those powerful monsters, and get some powerful monster cores. To be frank, Qin Fei now wants to have a competition with his class teacher Tanya. It is not certain whether he can defeat Tanya, but even if he fails, it will not be a crushing defeat. And Tanya is a 9th level superpowered master. Chapter 35 The Stunning Goddess Lin Yujiao. Okay. Hearing Qin Fei's confidence, Huang Meijiao nodded. She thought about the past 2 days and realized that Qin Fei's body skills had been cultivated to the first level of perfection. With such a speed, who could hurt Qin Fei unless he was at the master level? Yes, Qin Fei's 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Body technique has also been cultivated to the first level of perfection. Seeing Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao whispering to each other, many people in the sophomore team looked at Qin Fei with hostility. This was different from when he and Lin Feng formed a contract partnership. At that time, many people looked at their predecessor with ridicule and sadness, but now the eyes they looked at Qin Fei were full of jealousy and hostility. After all, Huang Meijiao is much better than Lin Feng. A huge blue-eyed vulture circled in the sky between the 3 formations and then flew down. This blue-eyed vulture is very large, with a wingspan of 3 meters. It stands more than 2 meters above the ground. A middle-aged man is standing on it with a warm smile on his face. He is the dean of Yunqing Superpower Academy, Lei Hu. He is also a student in Yunqing, the only general-level strongman, and his 2 vice presidents are both masters. Lei Hu's voice rang out, this isn't your first time taking the performance test, but this time it's different. Two talented students from Qinghe County are representing the Qinghe Superpower Academy to come to our school in advance to select elite disciples. Those who perform well will not only receive rewards from the school, but some students will even have the opportunity to enter the Yunqing Superpower Academy for further studies. At this time, Xin Fei also looked at the two students from Qinghe Superpower Academy in Qinghe County, one male and one female. The male was handsome and the female was beautiful. The male student was ignored by Qin Fei, but the female student was noticed by Qin Fei because she was so beautiful. She was wearing a green long skirt and looked sexy and full of wild beauty. Name, Lin Yujiu. Age, 22. Appearance, 97. Body size, 98. Talent, SS level Thunder attribute. Comprehensive score, 96 points. Bond value, none. Favorability, not enabled. Cultivation, Master Realm Perfection. Qin Fei couldn't help but gasp at the other party's cultivation level. Lin Xuejia was so powerful. She was only 22 years old, but she had already reached the perfect level of the Master Realm. In another year or two, wouldn't she be able to reach the General Realm? Qin Fei also saw another male student, who was 1 year older than Lin Yujiao. Although his talent was not as good as Lin Yujiao, his strength had also reached the late stage of the Master Realm. Afterwards, Lei Hu, the principal of Yunqing Superpower Academy, announced the start of the performance assessment. The senior students set off first because they had to kill monsters 50 kilometers away from Yunqing, while the junior students had to kill monsters within 30 to 50 kilometers, and the sophomore students had to kill monsters 10 to 30 kilometers away. The farther away from Yunqing, the stronger the monsters are. The sophomore team that Qin Fei and his classmates belonged to was the third group to set off. Although the third team that Qin Fei and his classmates belonged to set off together, they did not act together. Each team was led by their class teacher. The head teacher will naturally not act rashly. Although casualties may occur in every actual combat, it is necessary to avoid excessive casualties. The head teacher will follow to ensure the safety of the students to the greatest extent possible. Soon, students from each class dispersed. Otherwise, if they all gather together, who will be responsible for killing the monster? However, most contract partners or contract companions choose to act together. Some people who are not very strong will also join forces with others. Of course, they will discuss how to divide the spoils before joining forces. Qin Fei walked away from the team of Class 2 and 3 and headed towards the depths of the dense forest. Of course, there are many people who do this like Qin Fei. After Qin Fei left, Wang Zichang glanced at the place where Qin Fei disappeared, with a cruel look in his eyes. "Qin Fei, you are dead this time. You can't imagine who I will find to kill you this time. Are you sure this time won't be the same as last time?" Beside Wang Zichang, Lu Fang's eyes showed resentment, and she whispered, "If you ask who wants Qin Fei to die the most, besides Wang Zichang, it is naturally her." Recently, Qin Fei defeated both of them and made a contract with Huang Meijiao, making the two of them look like clowns. Only by killing Qin Fei can she prove that she has a good vision. After Qin Fei had traveled 7 or 8 kilometers, he vaguely felt that there was a tail following him. Who sent this guy? Qin Fei muttered to himself, thinking grimly, could it be another assassin hired by that Wang Zichang? But he looks like a student. Roar! A wild boar with fangs rushed towards Qin Fei with a very ferocious momentum. It was an early 3rd-level monster. The most powerful feature of this tusky boar is naturally its fangs. Its fangs are highly poisonous and once bitten, the person will be poisoned. In addition to its fangs, the tusky boar's impact force is also extremely fierce. Being hit by it is like being hit by a large truck. Ouch! The tusk boar that was running wildly was suddenly tripped by a vine that appeared in its path. Its huge body rolled forward and then fell heavily in front of Qin Fei. Call out! Then, Qin Fei held the javelin made of wood-type superpower and stabbed it into the body of the tusk boar, and then detonated the wood-type superpower in the javelin. Rumble! With a loud bang, the tusk boar's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and its body fell to the ground with a bang. His body trembled a few times, and then he was completely silent. Qin Fei stretched out his hand, and a sharp wooden knife appeared in his hand. He cut the tusk boar in half and took out the demon core from its body. A 4th-level demon core is only worth 1,000 yuan, and a 3rd-level demon core is only a few hundred yuan, which is not very valuable. Of course, this is for Qin Fei, who is used to seeing big money. If there is no superpowered person at home, 300 yuan is enough for the family to eat several meals. Junior Qin Fei, your reputation is well deserved, you are really amazing. At this moment, a laugh rang out. Qin Fei looked over and saw that it was the young man who had been following him quietly. Name, Han Dengcheng. Age, 22. Talent, B-level Dark Psychic. Strength, early stage of rank 7 Psychic Master. Favorability, 33. Could it be that this Han Dengcheng is not the person Wang Zicheng hired to kill me? Otherwise, how could he have such a high favorability? Qin Fei thought to himself. Senior should be a senior student, right? Why is he here? Qin Fei asked curiously without showing any emotion. Oh, I practiced too late yesterday and forgot about today's assessment, so I came a little late. Han Dengcheng sighed, and while speaking he had already come to a place about 10 feet away from Qin Fei. Really? Then senior should hurry up and go to a deeper place to slay the monster. Qin Fei said with a smile. You're right. Okay, I won't say any more to you, Junior. Come on, Junior. Han Dengcheng had already come to Qin Fei while speaking, and it seemed that he was about to pass by Qin Fei. And at this moment, Qin Fei suddenly felt an extreme fear and alertness in his heart. Chapter 36, Powerful Counterattack, Storage Ring. Not good. Although this guy's favorability was positive and not low, Qin Fei still did not relax his vigilance, because this guy had secretly followed him before, and he sensed it. Shadow Dagger. At the same time, when he passed by Qin Fei, Han Dengcheng suddenly attacked. Boom! The Shadow Dagger did not pierce Qin Fei's body, but pierced a solid wooden board. The next moment, the wooden board was shattered into pieces by the power carried by the Shadow Dagger. When Han Dengcheng was about to continue stabbing Qin Fei, he found that Qin Fei was no longer in his sight. Senior Han, why do you want to kill me? A voice sounded behind Han Dengcheng. Han Dengcheng's face changed. How did Qin Fei avoid his sneak attack and appear behind him? He was shocked and didn't dare to look back. Instead, he ran a few steps forward and then looked back at Qin Fei. Why are you so fast? Han Dengcheng looked at Qin Fei with a frown. Qin Fei used the detector to detect Han Dengcheng's information again and found that his favorability had turned negative. He vaguely thought of something. Perhaps Han Dengcheng had had a good impression of him before because he had killed him and someone had given him money? Did he see himself as a cash prize? That's right. Otherwise, how could a person who wants to kill you have a good impression of you? Now that the good impression has turned into resentment, it is understandable. The other party sees that you are not easy to kill and the money he has got is about to fly away, so how can he not resent you? Thinking of this, Qin Fei felt extremely funny. No matter who sent you to kill me, since you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. Qin Fei walked towards Han Dengcheng. Not to mention that his cultivation had not reached the double 6th level, even when he was at the 4th level of wood and the 5th level of water, Qin Fei was absolutely sure that he could kill him. Because Han Dengcheng had seriously misjudged his own strength, and his strength was not even as good as Lu Ying's before. Boom! Qin Fei's figure flashed and he quickly approached Han Dengcheng. You still want to kill me? That's ridiculous. Han Dengcheng sneered and quickly met Qin Fei, who was just a sophomore student and at most at the 4th level. After dodging his attack, he not only did not run away, but wanted to fight with him head-on. He really didn't know how to live or die. Han Dengcheng believed that Qin Fei's greatest advantage was speed. Now that he had given up the advantage in speed and was fighting against him, wouldn't that be courting death? The fog is coming. The Thorn of Shadow. Buzz, suddenly, thick smog appeared, covering Qin Fei and blocking his vision. In an instant, Han Dengcheng performed 2 dark superpowers. The haze is coming, which can block people's vision even more than Qin Fei's water mist, and the Shadow Thorn is a killing move for long-range attacks. The place covered by haze is the range where the Shadow Thorn can wreak havoc. Wow! Vines appeared all over the sky, absorbing the haze and blocking the Shadow Thorns. How could this be? Han Dengcheng's eyes showed a hint of shock. Ordinary trees and vines could not absorb the smog at all. The fact that they could absorb it meant that Qin Fei's wood-type superpower was more powerful than his shadow superpower. He is level 7. How could he be sucked away by a 3rd or 4th level wood-type superpower? At this moment, Han Dengcheng was deeply shocked. Oh no! Before he could come to his senses, a water arrow shot towards him. It happened too fast. He was in shock and just reacted, but it was too late. Phew! The water arrow hit his eyes, and he couldn't help but want to scream, but before he could scream, another water arrow followed and pierced his throat. Han Dengcheng covered his throat, trying to make a sound, but the blood flowed back, and he could no longer make a sound. You are not, umbrella not, Wang Zichang, hurt me. With a thud, Han Dingcheng's body fell to the ground. Obviously, because his throat was pierced, his words were unclear and he said that Qin Fei's cultivation level was not the 3rd or 4th level. However, before he died, he told Qin Fei in a disguised way that it was Wang Zichang who sent him. It's this Wang Zichang again. Qin Fei's murderous intent boiled in his heart. Don't you think that just because your mother is my woman, I won't kill you? After all, she's not your biological mother, she's just your aunt. Even if I kill you, I won't feel much pressure. However, if he were to kill Wang Zichang now, he would also have to kill Lu Feng at the same time. This pair of dogs must be together. Qin Fei would not feel any pressure in killing both of them, but what if he was seen by others? Therefore, now is not the right time to kill Wang Zichang. Qin Fei took a deep breath, suppressed the fluctuating thoughts in his mind, glanced at Han Dengcheng, frowned slightly, and wondered how to deal with Han Dingcheng's body now. There's no storage ring. Otherwise, we could put his body in one first. Qin Fei muttered secretly, but storage rings are too expensive. The cheapest one costs tens of millions. Although there are people with spatial abilities who can create storage rings, to achieve this, one needs to reach a very high level of cultivation, and the materials used are also extraordinary. This results in storage rings being very rare and expensive. It's not impossible for people below the master level to wear storage rings, but they are very rare. Although his system warehouse is as effective as a storage ring, there is a problem. That is, the system warehouse can only store system products. Products that are not system products cannot be stored at all. Ha! Suddenly, Qin Fei's eyes lit up slightly, because at this time he found that Han Dengcheng was wearing a black ring on his little finger. Could this ring be a storage ring? Feeling that someone might come to check, he didn't dare to waste too much time. Who knows if anyone will come? He took off the ring, probed his spiritual sense into it, and immediately found that this ring was indeed a storage ring. The space inside was like a room with a length, width, and height of 2 meters each, a full 8 cubic meters. There was more than 1 million in cash in it, in addition to some spiritual liquids for cultivation, pills for recovering injuries and other things. This guy is quite rich. It seems that he has engaged in assassination more than once or twice, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get something like a storage ring. Qin Fei said inwardly, not daring to hesitate too much, because someone might come to this place at any time. After putting Han Dingcheng's body into the storage ring, Qin Fei put the storage ring into his pocket and rushed deeper into the cave. The further away from Yunqing, the stronger the monsters became and the more numerous they were. Qin Fei even met some seniors from his junior year. Isn't this junior Qin Fei? How did he end up in our junior area? I heard that junior Qin Fei defeated a senior from the 4th year. Could it be that his strength has reached the 5th or 6th level? Brother Qin Fei, I don't have a contract with anyone. How about a contract with me? I'm willing to have a deep contract with you. Qin Fei looked at the self-familiar senior sister and ran away. It was not that the senior sister was too ugly, but that she was not pretty enough. It's okay if your appearance is less than 90, but your talent must be high, otherwise I can't bind you and I won't get any rewards. Why should I bother with that? Chapter 37 Senior, do you like me? Cousin, why don't you follow those seniors, but follow me instead? Or you can follow the other juniors. Lu Ying waved her hand and killed a 7th level monster with a wind blade, then looked at her cousin unhappily. If there were other people here, they would be shocked, because Lu Ying as senior was none other than the beautiful senior from Qinghe Superpower Academy Lin Yujia. Cousin, I always feel that you have something on your mind. Tell me and make me happy. Lin Yujio said with a smile. I don't have anything to worry about. Lu Ying said helplessly. I can tell at a glance whether you have something on your mind or not. It's better to tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will never leave you. Besides, I am not here to protect you younger classmates, so what does it matter who I follow? Lin Yujio said with a smile. Lu Ying was speechless. I really don't have anything on my mind. I just want to complete this assessment well. Lu Ying said after taking a deep breath. If you were only here to complete this performance assessment, you wouldn't be in this area. Your strength is stronger than some of the seniors in your school. Lin Yujio snorted and looked at Lu Ying with an expression that said, I won't be fooled by you. She said with a half smile, you've been practicing hard for the past 2 days and have reached the early stage of the 8th level superpowered master. I feel that you must have been bullied by someone before, and you want to take revenge while I'm away. I want to know who bullied my little cousin. Lu Ying. That's right, she had caused trouble for Qin Fei before because she wanted to get revenge on her useless brother. Now, she just wanted to get revenge for herself and beat Qin Fei so hard that his parents wouldn't recognize him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get rid of the anger in her heart. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Yujiao cried out in surprise. What's wrong, cousin? Lu Ying raised her eyebrows. There is a very handsome junior coming here. Lin Yujiao smiled and said happily. Just like men like beautiful women, and women like handsome men. Especially that super handsome guy, even if he can't become the man I give myself, he is still pleasing to the eyes. Handsome junior? Lu Ying's heart skipped a beat when she heard Lin Yujiao's words, and a figure emerged in her mind. Who else could it be but Qin Fei? How handsome? Lu Ying was still unsure, so she asked again. He is super handsome, the most handsome man I have ever seen. Just looking at him makes people's heart beat faster. I just don't know what he is like in person. Lin Yujiao said with a smile, a hint of anticipation on her face. Lu Ying's expression froze. Hearing her cousin's description, Lu Ying clenched her teeth. If she still didn't know who the man her cousin was talking about was, she might as well dig a hole and bury herself. Although she hated Qin Fei to the core, she had to admit that Qin Fei was really handsome, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the most handsome man in Yunqing's Superpower Academy. Seeing Li Ying's uncertain expression, Lin Yujiao seemed to have thought of something. She looked at her cousin and said, Cousin, you've been practicing so hard these past few days. Isn't it because of this junior? What's your relationship? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Did he dump you? Lu Ying. He dumped me? It's more like I dumped him. Lu Ying said angrily. Are you really a couple? Lin Yujiao said with disappointment when she heard that. No, I only met him once. Lu Ying felt insulted. How could they be a couple? And he beat my brother. Why are you so angry after he beat your brother? Lin Yujiao snorted and said, Hasn't your brother done enough stupid things? Getting beaten is the most normal thing, isn't it? Unless you've been bullied by him too? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so angry. Lu Ying was a little embarrassed and annoyed by Lin Yujiao's words. You've really been bullied by him. Lin Yujiao said excitedly, Tell me, how did you get bullied by him? Did you confess your feelings and then get rejected by him? As expected, the man I like is really not bad, he is a cool and handsome man. Listening to her cousin's increasingly outrageous words, Lu Ying gritted her teeth and said, Cousin, please step aside for a moment. It's best to stay away from me. I beg you. Okay, since this is the man my cousin likes, I won't compete with you. Lin Yujiao smiled, and then her figure flashed away like thunder. Lu Ying didn't answer Lin Yujiao's question. How could she fall in love with that bastard? How could it be possible? She wanted to bite him to death now. But I didn't want my cousin to stay here, I just didn't want her to know too much, so I was too lazy to explain more to her. Qin Fei was thinking about rushing to a more dangerous place, when he suddenly stopped and a beautiful figure came into his sight, but the figure looked very unhappy. Senior, are you waiting for me on purpose? Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying with interest and said with a smile, You haven't seen me for 2 days and you missed me too much. If you want your head, go to hell. Lu Ying shouted angrily, and wind blades swept towards Qin Fei. Compared with the previous fight, the power of these wind blades is much stronger. They are sharp and carry a dazzling light. It is difficult to capture them with the naked eye. The wind blade passed through Qin Fei's body as if it was passing through the air, without any sound being heard. Some of the wind blades in the sky missed, some slashed towards the trees and grass not far away, and some spun several times before falling to the ground. Ha! Where is he? Lu Ying's eyes narrowed. How could Qin Fei disappear at that moment? The next moment, she felt her whole body tighten. It turned out that she had been entangled by endless vines. Ah! Lu Ying screamed in anger and shock. At the same time, a teasing voice sounded from behind, Senior, tell me the truth, do you like me? No, I don't, it's impossible. I like you, hurry, let me go. Lu Ying retorted angrily. This bastard, why does he bully me? There is no one more hateful than him. I really want to beat him to death. Chapter 38 The first kiss was taken away. You bully me and threaten me. I will fight you. Lu Ying struggled. She tried to break the vines tied to her body, but the vines were very tough because they contained the ultimate water-based superpowers, and brute force could not break them. Wow! She summoned wind blades, and regardless of the fact that they would cut and tear her clothes, she was determined to cut through the vines all over her body and fight Qin Fei to the death. Seeing Lu Ying's crazy behavior, Qin Fei turned her body around and kissed her little mouth. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment. She completely forgot to continue resisting and even cooperated a little. The wind blade dissipated without being controlled. Ahem, what are you doing? When the two were immersed in it, a voice suddenly rang out. Ah! Lu Ying was startled when she heard her cousin's sudden appearance and pushed Qin Fei away. Cousin, help me beat him. This bastard bullied me. Lu Ying cried and sought help from her cousin Lin Yujiao. Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying, who was very cooperative one moment and was about to beat him the next moment. There were only two words in his mind, and that was speechless. Then he looked at Lin Yujiao, who disturbed their good thing. Unexpectedly, this woman turned out to be Lu Ying's cousin. You seem to be enjoying it just now. If I hadn't interrupted you, would you have kissed forever? Lin Yujiao looked at Lu Ying with a smile and said. I was forced by him. Lu Ying said with an unnatural expression. In that case, I will kill him. Such a scum should not exist in this world. Lin Yujiao's cold voice sounded. The next moment, she stepped to a place not far in front of Qin Fei, raised her hand, and flashes of lightning flashed in her hand. This is a master of thunder-type superpowers, and he has reached the perfect master level. Her thundering blow was truly a thundering blow, extremely terrifying. Qin Fei's heart tightened. Just because he could challenge Lu Ying across levels, it didn't mean he could challenge Lin Yujiao across levels, unless he used the Super Master card. But that thing couldn't allow him to challenge across levels, and he might not be able to beat Lin Yujiao, a real Supermaster. However, he had a vague feeling that Lin Yujiao had no intention of killing him, because the thunder looked scary, but it was held back, as if it was mainly intended to scare him. Ah, cousin, don't kill him. Lu Ying screamed in horror. Ha? Didn't you ask me to kill him? Lin Yujiao asked lightly. I just want you to teach him a lesson. He doesn't deserve the death penalty. Lu Ying said with her head lowered, her face flushed. Seeing that Lin Yujiao's first move was a killing move, Lu Ying was frightened. She didn't know why she felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe at that moment, so she spoke out hurriedly, fearing that if she spoke a little later, Qin Fei would be killed by her cousin. In that case, let's give him a little punishment. As she spoke, Lin Yujiao raised her hand and pointed at Qin Fei. Bang! There was a loud bang of lightning, and Qin Fei was also struck by lightning. Ha! There was a hint of surprise in Lin Yujiao's eyes. Although the lightning bolt had absorbed a lot of power, an ordinary 8th level super-powered person would be injured if hit by it. How could Qin Fei be fine? No, he wasn't fine either. His hair was sticking up like it was frizzy, but he didn't look hurt at all. How did you manage to take my lightning strike without getting hurt? Lin Yujiao looked at Qin Fei and asked. My hair is all messed up, how can you say nothing happened? Qin Fei smoothed his hair and spoke. He naturally would not explain to Lin Yujiao. When he saw that she was a thunder-type superpower, he thought about how he would resolve the other party's lightning methods if he were to confront a thunder-type superpower. He thought of the principle of lightning conducting electricity, and guided the energy contained in the lightning into the earth through the wood-type superpower. In fact, his Vajra body can also isolate the electric current from propagating in his body. If you don't explain, then I'll have to. Lin Yujiao looked at Qin Fei sinisterly. Qin Fei. Is there something wrong with this woman? Okay, my physique is resistant to electricity. Qin Fei shrugged and said helplessly. This woman's physical chemistry must not be very good, otherwise she would not necessarily need to explain it herself. Of course, the statement that her physique is resistant to electricity is also quite convincing, because many people have a physique that is resistant to electricity. Humph, a good man is afraid of an evil woman, and when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. However, Qin Fei has made up his mind that he will take Lin Yujiao into his room to avenge the threats he suffered today. Chapter 39 My energy is unlimited. Lin Yujiao glanced at Qin Fei, nodded, and said, Tell me, do you want to be responsible for my cousin? I won't let this bastard be responsible. Lu Ying blushed and said angrily when she heard this. You see, I originally wanted to take responsibility, but my senior sister wouldn't let me. Qin Fei spread his hands and said helplessly. Humph. Hearing Qin Fei's words, Luing couldn't help but snorted, "Go to hell, bastard." Lin Yujiao chuckled, "Just now, my cousin told you not to kiss her, but you kissed her anyway, didn't you? At that time, did you consider her feelings?" Qin Fei. This makes sense and I have no words to say. But then again, it seemed like the senior sister was enjoying it just now. Let him go. Luing gritted her teeth and said, "I don't want to see him for a moment." Lin Yujiao was quite familiar with her cousin's personality. She seemed to dislike Qin Fei, but in fact, she might have fallen in love with this bad guy. So she smiled and said, "Your strength is not bad. Your cousin is also one of the most talented students in the Yunqing Superpower Academy. I'll give you a chance to make a contract with her." "I don't want to sign a contract with this bastard," Luing said immediately. "Actually, I don't mind, but I already have a contracted partner." Qin Fei coughed and said, "I wonder if senior sister would mind?" "You already have a contracted Taoist partner, why are you still provoking me?" Luing said angrily when she heard this. At this moment, she was extremely angry. A contracted Taoist partner is not just a contracted partner, like a couple. No, it is even further than a couple, because after a contracted Taoist partner has deeply connected with each other, it is easier and more adept for them to comprehend superpower fusion skills. "Can't we sign more contracts?" Qin Fei blinked and said to Luing. "Luing." Lin Yujiao. Luing gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Why don't you just die? You actually want me to make a contract with you along with other women? I see there are a lot of polygamous people." Qin Fei shrugged and said, "There are many polygamous couples, but how many of them are truly successful in their contracts?" Lin Yujiao rolled her eyes and said, "Human energy is limited. My cousin is so talented, why don't you just cancel the contract with your current woman?" "But my energy is unlimited." Qin Fei shrugged, "I am not the kind of person who will abandon someone after having an affair. There is no way I will give up the woman I have now." The two women. "Anyway, there's no way I can be your mistress, so just give up on this idea." Luing glared at Qin Fei angrily, then her body flashed and rushed towards the depths of the forest. She didn't know why, but she felt very uncomfortable. As for why she felt uncomfortable, she didn't know whether her first kiss was taken away by the bad guy, or whether this guy actually wanted her to be his mistress. Seeing Luing leave in anger, Qin Fei gave Lin Yujiao a dry smile. "What are you looking at me for? Go chase my cousin." Lin Yujiao glanced at Qin Fei unhappily and said, "If you weren't so handsome, well, if you weren't the one my cousin liked, I wouldn't let you go so easily. Let her calm down first. After all, she is a young lady and it is not easy to coax her." Qin Fei said, "You're quite understanding. I feel like it was a mistake to match you up with my cousin?" Lin Yujiao raised her eyebrows. Qin Fei. "Ahem, senior sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Qin Fei changed the subject. "I was just talking about your business, why are you suddenly asking me what I want to do?" Lin Yujiao said with a dissatisfied pout. "I'm wondering what kind of man can be worthy of a woman like my senior who is so talented, slim and beautiful." Qin Fei looked at Lin Yujiao in praise. "Why do I feel like you're a playboy? You're eating from your bowl, looking at what's in the pot, and even looking at what's not in the pot yet." Lin Yujiao gave Qin Fei a deep look. "Matching you with my cousin might be like pushing my cousin into a fire pit. How can senior sister say such things about me? This is a slander on my character. I just have a pair of eyes that appreciate beauty. When I look at my cousin, it is purely out of appreciation, and there is no other meaning." Qin Fei sighed. Lin Yujiao looked at Qin Fei and chuckled, "You are quite good at talking. Then say something nice." Qin Fei. Looking at Lin Yujiao's every frown and smile, which was quite charming, he swallowed secretly. This woman is a witch. I saw that the bond value was only 23, not enough to bind. Okay, go chase my cousin. If you can win my cousin's heart and make her willing to be your girlfriend over another woman, I won't bother you because you covet my business. Otherwise, I will beat you up for my cousin." Lin Yujiao restrained her smile and said lightly. "Then see you later, senior sister." Qin Fei also looked at Lin Yujiao deeply, and rushed towards the place where Luing disappeared. He was so fast that he disappeared without a trace in a few flashes. Although Lin Yujiao did not answer whether she had a boyfriend, Qin Fei believed that she probably didn't, otherwise, Lin Yujiao wouldn't talk so much nonsense. Watching Qin Fei disappear, Lin Yuzhou muttered, his dual extreme superpowers of water and wood are both at the 6th level of perfection, but his combat power is probably not inferior to some 9th level superpowers. Then why didn't this guy have any fame before? With such talent, let alone in Yunqing, even in Qinghe County, he is a top-level talent. Although she seemed to have left before, she actually didn't go far at all. She saw some of the methods Qin Fei used, his mysterious and unpredictable body movements, his extremely powerful wood-type superpowers, and the vines that were integrated with water-type superpowers in Bound Luing. In this world, the strong are respected. If you have enough talent and strength, there will be women relying on you, and even some big families will promise their children to Qin Fei. This is why even though she knows that Qin Fei has a contracted partner, she still agrees with Qin Fei pursuing her cousin. Because he has the qualifications. And it seems that my cousin has fallen in love with this guy. She is 2 or 3 years older than my cousin, so she naturally knows my cousin's personality better. I originally thought that even if they were selecting people, only the juniors and seniors would be eligible. I didn't expect that a sophomore would also be qualified. Lin Yuzhou sighed, I should go check on the other students to see if there are any who meet the requirements. She represents the Qinghe Superpower Academy and can select some people who meet the requirements. Of course, even if there are people who meet the requirements, they will not be taken away now. There will be a unified selection at the end of the year, and that will determine whether they can enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Call out. The next moment, Lin Yuzhou's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 40 Luing is in danger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wind blades swept out one after another, and an 8th level monster in front of him screamed in pain under the attack of the terrible wind blades. Bastard, bastard. Go to hell, go to hell. Luing shouted angrily. She vented all her anger and rage on the monster blocking her way. This 8th level monster was completely stunned. What deep hatred did this little human bitch have against her that it would be necessary to do this? After one encounter, the 8th level monster was seriously injured. It did not dare to compete with Luing, so it turned around and ran away. Luing is an SS level wind-type super-powered person. When she bursts out, her speed is not as fast as Qin Fei's incredible agility, but catching up with this 8th level monster is like a piece of cake for her. She just starts fighting as soon as she catches up with it, and soon this 8th level monster is killed by Luing. Although Luing was angry, she did not forget to take the spoils. She did not want the corpse of the monster, although she could sell it for some money. But after all, her family was not short of money. She killed people all the way forward and didn't even notice that the area she was in was beyond the area where the senior students were. Roar! Suddenly, a roar made Lu Ying's heart tremble, and a red-spotted demon tiger came into view. Oh no! How could there be a 10th level monster? Lu Ying's expression changed. Boom! The next moment, the red-spotted demon tiger pounced towards Lu Ying with a ferocious momentum. It even stirred up a hurricane during the attack. Its breath was hot and terrifying. This is a monster that is about to break through to the great demon level. Monsters from level 1 to level 10 are referred to as small monsters, and monsters that break through level 10 are big monsters, which are equivalent to human masters. Luing wanted to run, but she found that her speed was far slower than that of the red-spotted demon tiger, and she was soon caught up. She casually slashed out wind blades, but these wind blades were shattered by the scorching breath exhaled by the red-spotted demon beast. The red-spotted demon tiger has fire-type demonic power, sharp teeth, and extremely fast speed. At this moment, a lot of information about the red-spotted demon tiger emerged in Lu Ying's mind. In short, this red-spotted demon tiger is very scary. She was no match for his opponent in a fight, and she couldn't outrun him either. Her only hope now was that her cousin was nearby, otherwise, she would be dead. The hurricane is coming. When Lu Ying saw the red-spotted demon tiger was about to catch up with her, she threw out a super skill with her backhand. Whoosh! A terrible hurricane blew towards the red-spotted demon tiger. The red-spotted demon tiger staggered and its pursuit speed paused. Lu Ying took the opportunity to increase the distance, but it was useless. After pausing for a moment, the red-spotted demon tiger's speed soared again. The use of hurricane coming also took a lot of toll on Lu Ying. Moreover, even if I use such super skills, I can't maintain high speed. When my superpower is exhausted, isn't that a dead end? Lu Ying saw the red-spotted demon tiger catching up with her again and opening its bloody mouth. She was ready to use the same trick again, but what made her despair was that the hurricane this time did not slow down the red-spotted demon tiger much. It seemed as if the hurricane came at the wrong angle, or perhaps the impact of the mad red-spotted demon tiger was too strong. Of course, the most likely possibility was that Luing herself understood that she had been constantly using her superpowers to kill monsters without taking the time to recover the consumed superpowers. Now that her superpowers were about to be exhausted, the power of the hurricane she unleashed was obviously not enough. I'm dead. Luing looked at the red-spotted demon tiger with its huge mouth open to bite her, and her heart was filled with despair. Bastard! The next moment, Luing closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. It's all that bastard's fault. He took away my first kiss, and when he saw that I was angry, he didn't follow me or comfort me. Even if I go to hell, I will never forgive you. Bang! The next moment, there was a loud crash, and then she felt her body soften and was hugged by someone. Are you stupid? Why don't you run away? An angry voice rang out. You're still closing your eyes and waiting to die. Qin Fei? Luing opened her eyes and found herself in Qin Fei's arms. She was very touched, but after hearing what Qin Fei said, she said angrily, then you can just let me die. Why did you save me? Qin Fei. It's unreasonable. Qin Fei didn't even want to care about Luing, but it was impossible for him to ignore Luing because this woman was obviously tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Because. Ding, congratulations to the host, the favorability of Goddess number 4 Luing has reached 30 points, and you will be rewarded with a chance to participate in the primary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, the favorability of Goddess number 4 Luing has reached 50 points, and you will be rewarded with a chance to participate in the intermediate lottery. It didn't ring for the third time, which meant that the favorability had not yet reached 70 points. Qin Fei was already very satisfied that it could reach such a high level in a short period of time. Of course, now was not the time to think about this, but how to deal with this red-spotted demon tiger. Go aside first. I can't escape with you. Qin Fei said as he put Luing aside, turned around, and used the water and wood flower to block in front of him. The attack of the red-spotted demon tiger also followed. Its sharp claws grabbed the water and wood flower. With a snap, the water and wood flower instantly collapsed, and its bloody mouth grabbed towards Qin Fei. Be careful! Luing shouted worriedly when she saw this scene. Hurry up and stop shouting. Go away, otherwise I can't run away. Qin Fei said angrily, and then used the vine entanglement again. But with a loud bang, the vines were burned by the flames before they could wrap around the red-spotted demon tiger. The fire breath that came out of the mouth of this red-spotted demon tiger was very powerful, and the vines that were infused with water-based superpowers could not block the terrifying fire breath at all. Also a 10th rank monster, this red-spotted monster tiger is also one of the top ones. It can attack from a distance and in close combat. It is fast and powerful. Most importantly, it is very flexible. Moreover, it has not just entered the 10th level. It is obvious that it has reached the perfect 10th level and is about to transform into a great demon. Therefore, even though Qin Fei used his water and fire superpowers, it was still difficult for him to fight against the red-spotted demon tiger for a while. The red-spotted demon tiger also felt that Qin Fei was difficult to deal with, because Qin Fei's body skills and speed were faster than his, but it felt that the human woman was weaker, so it did not entangle with Qin Fei, but instead went to eat Luing the moment it got rid of Qin Fei. Once it ate the human cultivator, its strength would transform, and then it could turn around and kill the human man. Obviously, this red-spotted demon tiger already possesses considerable intelligence. When Qin Fei saw this scene, his face changed and he cursed in his heart, "You cunning red-spotted demon tiger, I might as well call you a fox instead of a tiger, you are so damn cunning." Chapter 41 I Might Die. Originally, Qin Fei wanted to fight with this red-spotted demon tiger again to see if his dual extreme superpowers of water and wood could kill it. Anyway, he had the advantage in speed and physical skills, so he should not die. But it wants to kill Luing first, which it cannot do. He can guarantee his own safety, but he cannot guarantee Lu Ying's safety. There was no other way. In this situation, Qin Fei could only use his trump card, which was the card of the 10th level superpowered master with perfect combat power. Wow! The next moment, Qin Fei suddenly felt that the energy of both the wood and water superpowers in his body had increased countless times. However, he also felt that this combat power card could only last for 30 seconds. Why is the usage time so much shorter than the first time I used the 6th level Superpower Master Combat Power card? Qin Fei thought to himself, could it be because it was just a single superpower back then, and it was only a level? If that's the case, then it makes sense. It is like having a bucket of water, which weighs 100 kilograms. If you drink 1 kilogram a day, it will last for 100 days, but if you drink 100 kilograms a day, you can only drink it for 1 day. Of course, the time is short, so it's short. 30 seconds is enough for me to kill it. When Lu Ying saw the red-spotted demon tiger rushing towards her, her face changed. This red-spotted demon tiger had no martial ethics. He was fighting with Qin Fei just fine, so why did he come to fight her, little Karami? Unfortunately, her superpowers were about to run out, and she managed to throw out a hurricane blade, but it was smashed to pieces by the red-spotted demon tiger's claw. Wooden bow and water arrow. Qin Fei opened his hand, and a wooden bow transformed from the wood-type superpower appeared in his hand. Both the bowstring and the bow body were transformed from the wood-type superpower. The bow was fully drawn, and at the same time, an arrow transformed from the water-type superpower was hooked on the bowstring. Whoosh, the next moment the water arrow turned into thunder and shot towards the red-spotted demon tiger. When the red-spotted demon tiger felt the wind, it was already too late. Call out. The water arrow shot into the body of the red-spotted demon tiger. Bang! The moment the water arrow shot into the body of the red-spotted demon tiger, it was detonated by Qin Fei. Ouch! The power of the exploding water arrow caused serious injuries to the red-spotted demon tiger. Although the red-spotted demon tiger was seriously injured, its bloodiness was completely aroused. It roared and rushed towards Qin Fei. A beast is a beast. It gets angered so easily. Qin Fei said in his heart, drew his bow and shot arrows. Whoosh, 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 3 consecutive water arrows broke through the air again and killed the red-spotted demon tiger. The red-spotted demon tiger spewed out fire from its mouth, trying to break up the water arrow, but the water arrow at this time was equivalent to the ultimate superpower of the 10th level water system, and it could not be burned by its breath at all. After 3 arrows, the red-spotted demon tiger howled and was seriously injured. It didn't want to retaliate against Qin Fei at this time, because no matter whether it was a human or a monster, facing the threat of death, they would feel fear. This red-spotted monster tiger felt fear at this time. It wanted to run away, but Qin Fei would never let it escape. If he couldn't save its life after using a trump card, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Moreover, a perfect 10th order super energy core is worth a lot. If it is sold, it can be sold for hundreds of thousands. In this assessment, the exchange rate for a perfect 10th order super energy core was also very high. This actual combat assessment is not about who kills the most monsters. 10 first level early stage monster cores are equivalent to 1 second level early stage monster core. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, Qin Fei shot 3 arrows in succession. The red-spotted demon tiger fell down with a bang while fleeing, and finally died under Qin Fei's arrows. Qin Fei, thank you for saving me. At this time, Lu Ying pursed her lips and walked over. She now has complicated feelings towards Qin Fei, because at the moment of her despair, Qin Fei came down from the sky to save her, which made her unable to be angry with Qin Fei. But when she thought that Qin Fei provoked her when he had other girlfriends, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. You are my woman, why should you thank me? Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying and said gently. Bah, who is your woman? Lu Ying said angrily, I didn't agree. Hearing Lu Ying's words, Qin Fei's powerful aura suddenly dropped sharply, as if it disappeared in an instant. His face also turned pale, and his body swayed and fell to one side. Hey, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Lu Ying no longer cared about being angry. She hurriedly helped Qin Fei and asked in panic. Lu Ying's superpowers were exhausted, and she was hit by Qin Fei's body. She was almost knocked to the ground by the impact of Qin Fei's fall. But she was an 8th level superpower master after all. Although her superpowers were temporarily exhausted, her physical strength was still very strong. She hugged Qin Fei to prevent him from falling. I might die. Qin Fei's body collapsed in Lu Ying's arms, and he sighed softly. You were able to kill a perfect 10th level red-spotted demon tiger just now, how come you can't do it all of a sudden? Lu Ying hugged Qin Fei tightly. She was extremely worried about Qin Fei's safety. Although I am a dual-system super-powered person, I am only at the 6th level after all. Just now, in order to kill that red-spotted monster, I used a forbidden method, and the backlash of this forbidden method was too great. Qin Fei said with a wry smile. Why are you so stupid? Woo-woo. Lu Ying started crying, you could have ignored me just now. Who made me fall in love with you? How could I let my woman die in front of me? I can't do it. I would rather die myself. Qin Fei said intermittently. He looked as if he couldn't breathe and was about to die. At this moment, there was tenderness in his eyes. I don't want you to die. Tell me what I can do to save you. Lu Ying said while crying. It's too late to save her. Xin Fei shook his head gently and wiped away the tears on Lu Ying's tender white cheeks with his trembling hands. With a smile on his face, he whispered, Okay, don't cry anymore. Can you fulfill one wish of mine before you die? Tell me what you want, and I'll fulfill it. Can you give me a kiss? Lu Ying didn't hesitate and went straight for A. Chapter 42 Lu Ying falls in love. Bad guy, you. Lu Ying pushed Xin Fei away angrily at a certain moment, staring at Xin Fei with wide eyes. At this moment, Xin Fei no longer looked like he was about to die as before. Ahem, this is my last breath. Xin Fei sighed. Lu Ying stared blankly at Xin Fei and said angrily, You call this a last gasp? You actually lied to me. I'm never going to talk to you again. Okay, don't be angry, it's my fault. Xin Fei saw that he couldn't deceive Lu Ying, so he laughed dryly. You bastard, you scoundrel, I'll crush you to death. Lu Ying said angrily as she stepped on Xin Fei, You only know how to lie to me. Okay, it's all my fault. Who made me care about you too much? I have no complaints even if you beat or scold me. Xin Fei sighed helplessly, then said affectionately, But please believe that my true heart is as unchanging as a rock. Hey, I'm not a naive person, how could I believe what you say? You were lying to me just now, and now you must be lying to me again with sweet words. Lu Ying snorted in disgust, and seeing the blush on her fair cheeks, it was known that she still believed Xin Fei's tricks. Not only will I say nice things to you, I will also always spoil you. Xin Fei laughed and pulled Lu Ying into his arms again, pressing her and kissing her. She struggled at first, but soon she could not struggle anymore. This time Xin Fei did not touch her excessively. Obviously, Lu Ying still couldn't stand some of her more radical behaviors. Lu Ying was captivated by Xin Fei's affectionate confession and gentle kiss. After all, she had never experienced such a scene before. How are my kissing skills? Xin Fei teased. It stinks, it stinks. Lu Ying gave Xin Fei a look of annoyance and said in a soft voice. She didn't look angry, but rather seemed to be acting coquettishly. Do you still want it? Xin Fei looked at Lu Ying affectionately. I don't want to, not at all. Lu Ying felt very ashamed and even closed her eyes, preparing to turn her head away, but Xin Fei kissed her again. Lu Ying once again experienced the suffocating feeling of flying. After Xin Fei's repeated attempts to persuade her, Lu Ying's impression of Xin Fei changed. Ding, congratulations to the host, the favorability of Goddess number 4 Lu Ying has exceeded 70 points, and you will be rewarded with a chance to participate in a high-level lottery. The first 2 lottery chances I got from Lu Ying had not been used yet, but I didn't expect to get another one. Xin Fei was lying on a recliner, and Lu Ying was lying in her arms. This rattan chair was not something that existed in the storage ring, but was made on the spot by Xin Fei using his wood-type superpowers. Lu Ying was stunned at the time. She had never thought that the wood-type superpowers could be used in this way. It is a must-have helper at home. Did your sudden strong move just now cause any harm to yourself? Will it affect your future practice? Lu Ying said as she drew circles on Xin Fei's belly. Don't worry about that. Xin Fei smiled and said, How is your superpower recovering now? It's okay. I've almost recovered. Lu Ying said. She had used up her superpowers before, so Xin Fei did not take Lu Ying to continue hunting monsters. After all, without superpowers, Lu Ying was only slightly stronger than ordinary people, and she might not be able to defeat a first-level monster. In that case, let's go. Xin Fei said, There will be plenty of time to talk about love in the future. Oh, I see. Lu Ying stood up reluctantly. Because she felt very comfortable in Xin Fei's arms, she was reluctant to separate from him. Xin Fei naturally noticed Lu Ying's attachment to him, which was normal. After all, a woman in her 30s like Lu Fingyi was also very attached to him after having sex with him, not to mention Lu Ying, who was obviously in love. As for Huang Meijiao, this woman is an exception. She has a strong obsession with becoming stronger, and her love for herself may be even less important than her cultivation. By the way, who is your other girlfriend? Do I know her? Lu Ying asked, could it be Lin Shuer? But she knew that her brother was beaten by Xin Fei because of Lin Shuer, a senior. Haven't you asked about my situation? Xin Fei asked. I just heard that you terminated your contract with that girl called Feng. After that, my cousin came. Most of the time, I was either with my cousin, staying at home, or practicing, so I don't know much. Lu Ying said. Huang Meijia. Xin Fei said. Huang Meijia? Lu Ying stared. What's wrong? You're not saying you don't know her, are you? Xin Fei asked with a bit of amusement. She, you, and Lin Shuer are all called school beauties. Of course I don't know her. Lu Ying pursed her lips and said with a hint of jealousy, you're familiar with Lin Shuer, and you're also familiar with Huang Meijiao, and you're flirting with me. Are you trying to pick a fight with the school beauty? Fortunately, you don't know that freshman, Xue Hongling. I just heard that there is a freshman who is a campus belle and has many suitors. Is her name Xue Hongling? But I have never seen her. Xin Fei said frankly, with some curiosity on his face. He wondered how that freshman who had only been a freshman for a few months could become one of the 4 campus beauties of Yunqing Superpower Academy. What's the matter? You're still eating what's in your bowl and want to look at what's in the pot. Lu Ying said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Hee, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know her name, so how could I be thinking about her? Xin Fei shrugged helplessly, but in his heart he was thinking about his schoolmate Xue Hongling. This was another potential stock that he could hope to tie up with. By the way, my brother likes Lin Shuer. If you have nothing to do with Lin Shuer, can you please ignore her in the future? Otherwise, my brother will hate you to the core. Lu Ying said, biting her lip. Can your brother catch up with Lin Shuer? Xin Fei did not answer directly, but asked with a smile. Chapter 43 Silly and Sweet Girl. Can my brother catch up with Lin Shuer? My brother probably won't be able to catch up. Facing Xin Fei's question, Lu Ying thought about it and analyzed it, and finally shook her head. Soon, she emphasized, although my brother may not be able to pursue her, I still don't want you to pursue her. Her family is rich. In comparison, Lin Shuer's family conditions are not good, but Lin Shuer works hard, and I heard that she broke through to the 7th level yesterday. Although she is not as good as herself, she is much better than her brother. She even believed that if Lin Shuer's family conditions were the same as hers, she would have at least broken through to the 8th level, or even the 9th level. That woman is very proud. My brother has been pursuing her for 3 years, but she is still very indifferent to him. Well, it can't be said to be indifferent, because they are not even ordinary friends. The relationship between them is just like warming up by a fire in the wild. Although her brother's hope was slim, she was still afraid that both she and Lin Shuer would become Xin Fei's women. She would not be able to face her brother Lu Lei at that time, and her brother would probably collapse. Lu Ying looked at Xin Fei pitifully and said, Xin Fei, will you promise me? Of course. Also, Lin Shuer and I are just ordinary friends. Your brother just misunderstood, so he wanted to cause trouble for me, and then I beat him up. Xin Fei said with a cough. He wanted to stabilize Lu Ying for the time being, and we could talk about the future later. How could he let him give up the bond with Lin Shuer? How could that be possible? He was still thinking about getting rewards. Xin Fei, you are so nice. Lu Ying was immediately happy when she heard that. She just needed Xin Fei's attitude, and she didn't even notice that Xin Fei didn't actually promise her anything. Looking at Lu Ying's silly smile, Xin Fei complained in his heart, and said that he was not a naive girl. People always fail to recognize themselves. Call out. A cold light flashed by. Boom. Then a monster was blown to the ground by the detonated water arrow. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Ying clapped her hands excitedly. Wow, Xin Fei, your shot was so cool. As she said that, she put her arms around Xin Fei's neck, stepped on tiptoe and gave him a kiss. At this time, Lu Ying had completely become Xin Fei's little fangirl, watching Xin Fei perform archery. To be honest, Xin Fei's archery skills were really not that good at the beginning. Why did every arrow hit the target when he was fighting with the tiger-striped demon tiger? Because the distance was too close, and the tiger-striped demon tiger was too huge. As long as his archery skills were not ridiculously poor, there would be no problem. Xin Fei had at least had some experience in the archery club in his previous life, so he was much better than those who had no skills at all. Look, after several hours of practice, his archery skills have reached the level of almost hitting the target every time. This is understandable. After all, the bow and arrow are the result of his own superpowers, which allows him to use them as easily as his own arms. Looking at Lu Ying, who was becoming more and more clingy, Xin Fei smiled. He enjoyed the feeling of his girlfriend's senior schoolmate becoming his girlfriend's little fangirl. After all, he himself was not a young man of 19 years old. It's getting dark. Why don't we go back and come back tomorrow? After all, people's vision will be affected at night. Then, Xin Fei went to dissect the monster's corpse to take out the monster core. While taking out the monster core, he looked at Luing, who was beside him, and asked, "This practical assessment will last for 2 days and end at 6 p.m. tomorrow. However, generally speaking, at night, most people dare not hunt monsters anymore. However, the academy does not have this rule. Since it is said that they are going to perform the exercise, they naturally have to consider what happens at night. Ensuring one's own safety at night is also a part of the practical assessment. There are casualties in every actual combat assessment, mostly at night, because the vision of many monsters at night is better than that of humans. In such a situation, when encountering monsters of the same level, humans are likely to suffer losses." Luing looked at Xin Fei with sparkling eyes and said, "Aren't you a superpower? And this is a forest, can't you build a cabin? How about we stay here until dawn?" If they stay in the wild, Xin Fei will accompany her, but if they go back, that's not certain. After all, Xin Fei has already told her that Huang Mei Jiao is also his girlfriend. She can't live without Xin Fei now, so naturally she wants Xin Fei to accompany her more. This, isn't it? Xin Fei stared blankly at Li Ying, marveling at her ingenious ideas. Why hadn't he thought of this before? It seemed he still had room for improvement. Of course, Luing didn't realize what Xin Fei meant. Her thoughts were very pure. Chapter 44 Psychic Master. It's late at night. All is quiet. In the forest, the autumn wind suddenly blew up, blowing up dead branches and fallen leaves. Bad guy, we clearly agreed on this, but you. Humph, if you don't treat me well in the future, I'll see if I will pay any attention to you. Even when she fell asleep, Luing was still talking in her sleep. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, but there was a satisfied smile on her face. Xin Fei looked at Luing, who was still blaming him even though she was asleep, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The silly and innocent girl was so naive. How many people can believe what men say? Why isn't he afraid of monsters attacking? In order to have a good sleep, Xin Fei cleared out all the monsters within a radius of 10 kilometers twice. Not only that, he also set some simple traps around. Once a monster attacks, it will quickly alarm him. Xin Fei's efforts were not in vain. Luing's favorability soared to 90 points, giving him the opportunity to win the top lottery. Sure enough, an increase in favorability is inevitable. Xin Fei looked at Luing, who was sleeping beside him, smiled gently, then opened the system and started the lottery. Soon, after 4 chances to draw, the rewards were obtained. It might be because the environment of the draw was different. In the 4 major draws, my luck was not as good as that of a European emperor, but it was not far off. For draws, 2 red rewards, and 2 gold rewards. Although he didn't draw a legendary reward, being able to draw 2 gold prizes has made Xin Fei very satisfied. The 2 red prizes are relatively common, both are super power pills, but the number of super power pills awarded is different. One draw gives 10 pills, and the other gives 20 pills, which adds up to a total of 30 super power pills. Xin Fei had already realized the characteristics of super power pills, and each one was of high value. Before, he only had 10 super energy pills left on him, but now, the number of super energy pills has been replenished to 40. In addition to giving some to his woman, he can also use some for himself so that his cultivation level can break through to the 7th level. He is still a certain distance away from the 10th level super-powered master, but if he breaks through to the double 7th level, Xin Fei believes that under the master realm, although he may not be invincible, he is almost there. As for the 2 gold medals, one is an A-level psychic super energy core, and the other is the bright heart fruit, which has a miraculous effect on the super energy core of psychics, just like the heart of the wood spirit, and it also has the effect of making psychics stronger. Psychic Master? Psychic Master? Xin Fei blinked. The 3 most difficult superpowers to cultivate are the time system, the space system, and the spirit system. Because the 5 elements demon cores or materials are the easiest to obtain, while the time, space, and spirits demon cores or natural treasures are scarce and rare, this makes it very difficult to improve them. Xin Fei never thought that he would have the opportunity to become a psychic superpower master and receive a psychic superpower core. Soon, there was an extra thing in the Naiwan Palace in his mind, which was the psychic superpower core. Now the psychic superpowers have only been initially awakened. Then, Xin Fei chose to take the Mingxin fruit without hesitation. It was rated as a gold reward, and the effect of the Mingxin fruit was extraordinary. Originally, Xin Fei was only an A-level psychic, but after taking the Mingxin fruit, her psychic power core transformed into SS-level quality. Although it did not reach the highest SSS level, the ultimate psychic superpower, it also made Xin Fei very satisfied. After all, psychic superpowers themselves are terrifying. Even if they are not ultimate, they are not much different from the ultimate superpowers of water and wood, and the means of attack are even more mysterious. The Mingxin fruit not only allowed Xin Fei's spiritual super energy core to transform into SS level, but also contained some additional energy, which also allowed Xin Fei's spiritual master cultivation to reach the 7th level of perfection, becoming his strongest means. My super power pill is useful for space practitioners. I wonder if it is useful for spiritual practitioners. If it is useless, even though the spiritual practitioner has the highest level of cultivation now, he will soon be left behind. Xin Fei thought to himself. Then, Xin Fei tried it, and sure enough, the super power pill had no effect on improving spiritual superpowers. Even though Xin Fei was mentally prepared for this, he was still a little depressed at this moment. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. I'd better find a way to collect soul-related treasures or soul-related monster cores in the future. Xin Fei said in his heart. Then, Xin Fei used a full 20 super energy pills to push his dual-element superpowers of water and wood to the early 7th level. Then Xin Fei opened his system, checked his various indicators, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Superpower talent, Ultimate with Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SS level. Comprehensive rating, 108. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, initial stage of 7th level superpowered master of water and wood elements, and perfect 7th level spiritual master. Superpower fusion skill, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys. Number of bound goddesses, for Lu Fenyi, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Lu Ying. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration card 8, Taodai cultivation method 1, superpower master perfection card 1, superpower pill 20, 100 steps ghost shadow body technique 1. Xin Fei muttered, I'm currently invincible below the Grandmaster level. As for those at the Grandmaster level, I'm not sure if I can fight them with my 3 series superpowers. However, without mastering the spiritual superpowers, I might not be able to defeat those Grandmasters at the superpower level. Chapter 45. The smell is so strong. When it was almost dawn, Xin Fei stopped practicing and took a short nap. Of course, he didn't dare to fall asleep, because the small traps he set up could not stop the powerful monsters. If he discovered them only when the monsters were approaching, it would be too late. Lu Ying, wake up. Suddenly, Xin Fei's eyes flashed. He felt some movement outside and then woke up the sleeping Lu Ying. There was a group of people in the forest, a total of 6 or 7 people, led by Lu Lei, but Lu Lei was the weakest among them. Although Lu Lei was weak, why could he make these people follow his lead? It was because money could pave the way. Where on earth did Lin Shui go? Why did she disappear without a trace? Lu Lei had a depressed look on his face. She's too fast. We can't follow her even if we try. A man beside Lu Lei said helplessly, and, Master Lei, Lin Shui's strength may not be as good as ours, but she's faster. Even if we find her and she happens to be in danger, it's still a bit difficult to expect to be a hero and save her. He didn't say that, but the meaning was very clear. You are too fanciful. Moreover, heroes are usually very strong when it comes to saving beauties, but you are much weaker than Lin Shui. Maybe when the time comes, you won't be able to save her, and she may even have to save you instead. Don't I have you guys as my helpers? Lu Lei pouted in dissatisfaction. Otherwise, why would I give you all that money? Is it because I have too much money and nowhere to spend it? These people were hesitant to speak. What they wanted to say was, if we rescued her, then we were the heroes saving the beauty, or you? Hey, Brother Lei, I'm not doing this for money. One of the men spoke up. This man was also the strongest among the group. His cultivation had reached the early stage of an 8th level superpowered master, and he was also a thunder practitioner. Xiao Wu, I know you are doing this for my sister. Don't worry, as long as I can make things happen, I will definitely match you with my sister. Of course, whether the match can be successful depends on your own ability. Well, actually, my mother is also quite optimistic about you. Lu Lei looked at Wu Hang and said. Wu Hang is a few months younger than herself and 1 year older than her sister, but Wu Hang's family conditions are good, although not as good as her own family. After all, her family is one of the 4 major families in Yunqing, but the Wu family is second only to the 4 major families in Yunqing. Although Wu Hang's talent is weaker than her sister, he is also a rare S-level practitioner in Yunqing Superpower Academy. Don't worry, Brother Lei, I promise to ensure your safety. Wu Hang said solemnly. Don't worry, I just need your protection when I encounter powerful monsters on the road. Although I have a trump card, I can't use it all the time. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. I am going to use my trump card when I am a hero saving a damsel in distress. Lu Lei said proudly. He didn't have a trump card before. This trump card was given to him by his father to save his life. After all, this time he came out for a practical test and his life was in danger. Brother Lei, look, there is a small wooden house in front. Wu Hang had the highest cultivation level and could spot the small wooden house in the distance at a glance. Everyone looked in the direction Wu Hang pointed, and vaguely saw a house built of wood. How can there be a cabin in this big forest? Lu Lei looked at the cabin in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Should we go over and take a look? One of the young men asked. Let's go and take a look. Lu Lei's eyes flashed and he spoke. Anyway, since Lin Shuer had lost her trace, the sudden appearance of a small wooden house in the forest also greatly aroused his curiosity. So a group of 6 or 7 people quickly rushed towards the place where the cabin was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They were so busy getting on their way that they didn't notice the vines on the ground that were almost the same color as the soil. Bang bang bang. Several people were tripped, and some triggered the simple trap set by Qin Fei and were hung on the trees. However, these people were all cultivators of the 6th or 7th level, and the strongest had reached the early 8th level. These traps only made them look embarrassed and did not cause much harm to them at all. Well, the most embarrassed one was Lu Lei. He tripped and fell on a pile of poop. Although there was rarely human poop in the forest, the poop of monsters was also smelly. Ugh! Lu Lei vomited on the spot. Damn it, who set this trap? I #added. Lu Lei got up and started cursing. The people around him kept their distance from Lu Lei, and couldn't help but show disgust on their faces. There was no way they couldn't feel disgust. And no one dared to look directly at Lu Lei, because just one look would make them want to vomit. Brother Lei, you should take off your shirt. After all, thinking about Lu Lei's sister, Wu Hang endured the discomfort in his body, coughed, and said, the smell is really too strong. How could I not know? Lu Lei cursed. At this moment, he didn't like anyone. He suppressed his nausea, took off his short-sleeved shirt and threw it away, revealing his upper body with a slight belly. Chapter 46. Lu Lei's mentality completely collapsed. Whose clothes can I borrow? Lu Lei then looked at the 6 people and said. This. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. The weather was still a little hot, and everyone was only wearing one piece of clothing. If they took it off, wouldn't they be half naked when they went back? 100,000 yuan. Lu Lei said directly. Mine. Brother Lei and I have similar body shapes, so wear mine. Money makes the world go round. If they were to sell demon cores, an ordinary 9th level demon core would not sell for more than 100,000 yuan. None of them had such ability, and even if they joined forces, they might not be able to kill a 9th level demon beast. Lu Lei glanced at Wu Hang, who blinked and laughed dryly. Brother Lei, I'm not short of money. Besides, if Lu Ling sees me naked and thinks I'm too casual, then Lu Lei looked at Wu Hang with dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, apart from his own clothes, Wu Hang's were the best among the others. The clothes of others were too ordinary and he couldn't get used to them at all. I'll give you the money when I get back. Lu Lei found a man whose clothes were pretty good, bought his clothes with money, and said. Okay, Master Lei. Outsiders knew that Lu Lei was a man of his words and a big bootlicker. He had been pursuing Lin Shuer madly since his freshman year, but he had always been on the road of pursuit and had never been close to success. He had used many methods, and no one else could resort to the method of spending money to find help to be a hero and save the damsel in distress except him. Brother Lei, shall we go and take a look at the small wooden house in front? Wu Hang asked tentatively. Go! If there is someone in there, the trap in that thing must have been set up by that guy. I must get revenge. Lu Lei said, gritting his teeth. At this moment, the guy who made him fall into that ambush made him more angry than Qin Fei. He was just a short distance away from getting his mouth in front of her, which made him angry and scared. Because if it gets out, wouldn't I be labeled a shit-eater? That's a label I'll never be able to shake off. Whoosh whoosh. The group walked around the area and approached the wooden house cautiously. And a figure was looking at them with interest. Qin Fei? When Lu Lei saw the figure in front of the wooden house, he screamed, "It's you!" In an instant, the old hatred and new resentment piled up in his heart. At this moment, his hatred for Qin Fei was soaring to the sky. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect that we would meet here. I have to say, monkey shit. Qin Fei looked at Lu Lei and grinned. Qin Fei was not angry with Lu Lei, because the girl was his now, so he didn't mind even if he was asked to apologize. Although Lu Lei was rude before, he did not show any mercy when he attacked him and beat Lu Lei badly. Brother-in-law? Who are you calling brother-in-law? Damn it, you actually mentioned fate to me. When fate was mentioned, Lu Lei thought of the pile of feces that he almost hit his mouth with, and he was furious. Not only are you involved with the woman I like, but you're also thinking about my sister. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. I don't believe it. Qin Fei restrained his smile and said lightly, scanning the group of people while speaking. No wonder Lu Lei was so arrogant. The younger brothers following him were all strong. The lowest one was at level 7, and the strongest one had reached level 8. Although these people are not the top ones in their senior year, they are second only to the top ones. After all, not long ago, Lin Shuer had only reached the 6th level of perfection. Of course, Lin Shuer was a dual-system psychic. One system of superpowers was weaker, and although the other system of superpowers was strong, it was the space superpower among the 3 systems of superpowers, which was the most difficult to cultivate, so it was too difficult to improve. However, Lin Shuer can challenge those who are higher in level. When she was at the 6th level before, she could fight against those at the 7th level. Now, even those at the early 8th level may not be her match. Lu Lei was shouting and yelling, but he didn't seem to be the angriest one. The angriest one was Wu Hang, because Wu Hang had long regarded Lu Lei's sister Lu Ying as his future woman. Otherwise, he, an 8th level superpowered person, would not be so polite to Lu Lei, a 6th level superpowered person? How could he not understand what his brother-in-law meant? Whoever kills Qin Fei for me will give him 1 million. Lu Lei said angrily. I'll do it. I'll do it. Immediately, several people around him signed up enthusiastically, wanting to earn the $1 million. Brother Lei, I don't want money, just leave this man to me. He actually dared to think about Lu Ying. I will make him die without knowing how he died. Wu Heng said coldly at this time. Then I'll leave it to you. Lu Lei nodded, while the others all showed regretful expressions. This is 1 million, killing a sophomore student is a piece of cake, right? Free money. Wu Hang walked forward and was about to take action. But at this moment, the door of the wooden house opened, and a woman rushed out, looking at everyone angrily and asked, What do you want to do? Lu Ying? Why are you in the room? No, no. Wu Hang's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He could not believe what he saw. Sister? You. Lu Lei was also shocked at this time. The others were no exception. No matter how much they thought, their imaginations ran wild, but they still couldn't imagine that there was someone else in the room, and that person was Lu Ying. At this time, Lu Lei thought of something. That is, Qin Fei called him brother-in-law before. What kind of relationship would make him call him brother-in-law? It must be his sister's identity as a man. Sister, you and him. Lu Lei said with difficulty. That's right, Qin Fei is my boyfriend now. Lu Ying said, hugging Qin Fei's shoulders. If you want to cause trouble for him, I won't recognize you as my brother. Lu Lei. Sister, do you know that he and Huang Meijiao are contracted partners? They are greedy and want to snatch my Lin Shuai. How can you be with him? Lu Lei gritted his teeth and shouted with anger on his face. Qin Fei has already told me that he and Lin Shuai are just friends. As for Huang Meijiao, I know. Lu Ying said calmly. Lu Lei couldn't accept it at all. He took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, and said, You are my sister, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. How dare you be with another woman? If my parents knew, do you think they would agree? I believe my parents will agree. Lu Ying said confidently. Her father had more than one woman, and everything was fine with him. So, she couldn't accept it at first, but later she accepted it because she had seen them before. However, her parents loved her mother the most, and her mother was also the main wife. Chapter 47 Show Affection in Public. At this moment, the one with the ugliest expression wasn't Lu Lei, but Wu Hang. He was always at Lu Lei's beck and call, so what was he after? Wasn't he after Lu Ying? But what about now? It seems that Lu Ying's heart is completely tied to Qin Fei. When he thought that the woman he liked would rather share a husband with another woman than agree to his pursuit, and then thought about the two of them building a wooden house in the wild last night, and whether they were having a rough time or were affectionate in the house, he almost wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ying, how can you be so self-deprecating? Wu Hang gritted his teeth and asked aggrievedly, have you ever considered my feelings? What's it to you who I like? What does your feeling have to do with me? Lu Ying glanced at Wu Hang indifferently. Wu Hang had been pursuing her for quite some time, but so what? If he doesn't like her, he doesn't like her. Moreover, Wu Hang seemed infatuated, but what was he really like? Wasn't he still having a lot of fun outside? Of course, he would say that the others were just playing around and that he was only sincere towards her, but in her eyes, that was irresponsible in terms of love. Although Qin Fei is also a scumbag, it is clear that he is a scumbag. Well, of course, in her opinion, Qin Fei might have changed because of a blow. When he was with Lu Feng, he was famous for being a dog licker. Wu Hang felt heartbroken when he heard what Lu Ying said. Why? What's wrong with me? Wu Hang looked at Lu Ying unwillingly. How am I not as good as Qin Fei? I can't find any way you are better than him. Lu Ying said lightly. Wu Hang. I feel depressed, heartbroken, and uncomfortable. At this moment, everyone understood that Lu Ying's heart was completely tied to Qin Fei. It was too difficult for him to make Lu Ying change her mind. Unless. Qin Fei, do you dare to fight me? Wu Hang gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Fei with a cold expression. What kind of man are you if you stand behind a woman? Provocation. If Qin Fei could be severely injured and beaten like a dog, would Lu Ying still like Qin Fei? You know, she said a long time ago that she likes strong people. In his opinion, Lu Ying must be fascinated by Qin Fei. Because he is also a man, he is also jealous of Qin Fei's handsome appearance. Why can a man be so handsome? If I seriously injure Qin Fei and Lu Ying still likes him, then kill him. Wu Hang originally thought that Lu Ying would stop Qin Fei out of concern for his safety, but he didn't expect her to say something strange. Do you want to fight Qin Fei? Wu Hang didn't know why Lu Ying looked like that. Maybe she was worried about Qin Fei's safety. I don't know if he is a man and whether he dares. Wu Hang looked at Qin Fei provocatively while speaking, trying to provoke Qin Fei. You may not even be able to beat me, are you sure you want to fight Qin Fei? Lu Ying snorted. Wu Hang. What does that mean? Did Lu Ying fight with Qin Fei but was defeated by Qin Fei? How is this possible? He is a sophomore. But he is a senior student, and among thousands of senior students, his combat power is ranked among the top. Even if he cannot be in the top 20, he can still be in the top 30. Inger, he may think that you like my beauty, so he wants to regain his face through force. You have to understand men. Qin Fei put his arm around Lu Ying's waist and chuckled. Pfft, who's attracted by your beauty? Lu Ying pounced on Qin Fei with her fist and said shyly, besides, my brother and so many people are watching, can't you be more reserved? What does it mean for a man to be reserved? Why hide your feelings if you like me? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Don't you want our relationship to be known and praised by everyone? Are you sure people will praise you instead of wanting to beat you to death? I hope it's okay. Lu Ying gave Qin Fei a blank look. I hope you can just kiss me. Qin Fei said coldly. So, Lu Ying blushed and kissed Qin Fei on the cheek. Very sweet. Everyone. Seeing the two flirting and showing affection without paying attention to others, Lu Lei, the brother, was completely confused. When did his sister become so well behaved? She was not like this to her brother. Is this what my sister is like after falling in love? She's completely controlled by Qin Fei. Moreover, he doesn't take his brother seriously at all. He didn't take him seriously before, and he doesn't take him seriously now. If you think more about your brother's feelings, you won't be able to be with Qin Fei. Lu Lei was confused, and Wu Hang's mentality was completely broken at this time. The woman I love deeply is stabbing my heart again and again with a knife. How could she be so shameless? Qin Fei, come here and die. Wu Hang clenched his fists, his face grim, and sneered. There was a flash of thunder. That is Wu Hang's thunder-related superpower. Be good, wait a moment. I'll come to accompany you after I deal with Wu Hang. Qin Fei also kissed Lu Ying on the mouth and said. Just teach him a lesson, don't beat him to death. Lu Ying said. I know. Qin Fei nodded. After all, there were so many people watching, and if he killed someone, they would definitely report him. This was different from when he killed Han Dingqing before. As for Han Dingqing's body, it was still in the storage ring, and he hadn't found a suitable place to dispose of it. Because the best thing is to throw it to a place where there are many monsters and let them eat it. But I'll deal with it today. Wu Hang became even angrier when he heard the conversation between Qin Fei and Lu Ying. They didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing Lu Ying step aside and leave the open space to the two of them, Wu Hang's figure flashed and flew towards Qin Fei at an extremely fast speed. This is a kind of thunder-type superpower, which increases speed. His palm bent, lightning appeared in his palm, and then condensed into a blue ball of light, which was a lightning ball. One of the thunder-type super skills, Thunderball. Wow! A thunderball was released towards Qin Fei, and it rushed towards Qin Fei rapidly, even detonating the air. The gold-type super-powered master's attack was very fierce, but compared with the thunder-type super-powered master of the same level, there was still a big gap. The destructive power of thunder and lightning was even stronger. Facing the oncoming thunderball, a vine seemed to appear out of thin air and instantly turned into a wooden spear that broke through the air to meet the thunderball. Bang! The next moment, the tip of the wooden spear collided with the thunderball. In the eyes of everyone, the thunderball would directly smash the wooden spear into pieces, and then rush straight towards Qin Fei and explode, blowing Qin Fei into pieces. Even if it couldn't blow it apart, it would still seriously injure Qin Fei. However, the thunderball that seemed to have extremely destructive power was actually directly blown up by the spear, and the exploded thunderball did not even destroy the wooden spear. The spear just paused for a moment and continued to kill Wu Hang through the air. Except for Lu Ying, everyone who saw the scene was shocked. How is that possible? Chapter 48. Wu Hang was knocked unconscious. Wu Hang was also confused. His super skill Thunderball was broken just like that? He thought Qin Fei could dodge it, but he never expected that Qin Fei would break it with such a devastating method. He even forgot to release the second Thunderball he had prepared. When the spear was about to hit him, he suddenly woke up. He scattered the Thunderball in his palm and used his second super skill Thunder Fists. Then he threw a punch, and the Thunder boxing gloves contained a tearing edge. There was an explosion with a loud bang, and the spear was broken by him, but he was also hit by the exploded wood chips. Wounds appeared on the exposed skin. The wounds caused by the wood chips piercing the skin made Wu Hang almost scream in pain, but he held it back. Before he could make any other move, vines coiled around him. Wu Hang's face changed, and he even urged the Thunderball to bombard the vines. He knew the most common method used by wood-type superpowers, which was vine coiling. Once he was coiled, he would be in trouble. But the speed at which he blasted the vines was no match for the speed at which the vines grew. Don't forget that this is in the forest, the home ground of wood-type superpowers. Qin Fei can only mobilize a small amount of wood-type superpowers to mobilize plants to be his helpers. One of the more common superpowers of wood-type superpowers is controlling plants. Vines directly condensed with superpowers consume more superpowers, but controlling plants consumes less superpowers. Although the power is weaker, the enemy may not know that you are condensed by superpowers or are controlling plants. Wu Hang attacked frantically. He completely lost his composure, and when he suddenly realized that the lightning superpower in his body was insufficient, it was already too late. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wu Hang was bound by vines, and he tried to break free but found that he couldn't. Bang! A vine smacked him in the face. This made Wu Hang stop struggling. He looked at Qin Fei with a ferocious expression. Qin Fei, you dare to hit me in the face? Do you believe it? Bang bang bang. Vines hit his face madly. Wu Hang shut up. He didn't want to shut up, but the beating was too painful. He looked unrecognizable at this moment. When Lu Lei saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching, because he recalled the darkest day in his life, when he was also knocked unconscious by Qin Fei. In comparison, he fainted directly at the time, and seemed to be much happier than Wu Hang. Wait, I'm actually feeling lucky? Damn Qin Fei. How come this guy is so strong? He originally wanted to go back and find his parents so that his sister could break up with Qin Fei. Otherwise, the other party would become his brother-in-law, and how could he retaliate? As for whether his parents would break them up, he had no idea now, because Qin Fei was so talented. No wonder Lu Ying fell in love with this guy. But my parents definitely don't want my sister to marry him. Lu Lei thought to himself, unless Qin Fei dumps Huang Meijiao, but Huang Meijiao is not in a good condition. If Qin Fei does that, I can still accept this brother-in-law. As for taking revenge on Qin Fei now, he felt that he would have to use his trump card. But wouldn't my sister try to stop me? Could I kill her? At this moment, the others around Lu Lei were completely stunned. Wu Hang, the strongest among them, was so vulnerable. How could Qin Fei be so strong? He was so handsome, so talented, and so strong. God was so unfair. After Wu Hang was hit in the face by the vines again, he fainted. Maybe he was beaten too hard, or maybe his fragile heart couldn't bear the blow, so fainting could help him escape this cruel reality. Seeing Wu Hang fainted, Qin Fei took back the vines transformed from the wood-type superpower. Although the wood-type superpower was damaged a little, if he took it back, he could recover as much as he could and it couldn't be wasted. After all, it takes time to recover the consumed superpower. Lu Ying, you'd better take care of yourself. I will definitely tell my parents about your situation. Let's see how you explain it then. Lu Lei looked at his sister deeply and said in a deep voice. You should just take care of your own business. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Lu Ying said lightly. You. His sister didn't give him any face at all, which made Lu Lei so angry that he gritted his teeth and didn't want to say anything more to Lu Ying, because he had no authority in front of Lu Ying. The more he said, the more face he would lose. So he called his younger brother and asked him to carry Wu Hang on his back. He couldn't just leave Wu Hang here, right? So one of the young men who had a good relationship with Wu Hang stepped forward and carried Wu Hang, whose face was swollen and even his parents didn't recognize him, on his back. Brother Lei, should we go back or continue on? Let's talk about it later. Lu Lei waved his hand. But he didn't want Qin Fei and his sister to know his plan. Isn't it bad that you and your brother are having a conflict because of me? Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying and asked tentatively. It's okay, don't worry. Lu Ying said confidently. Your brother said your parents might not agree? Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. They won't force us to break up then, right? I won't break you up, but I will definitely make you be devoted to me. Lu Ying shook her head. Qin Fei nodded. There was nothing much to say about this. It was normal for parents to have such thoughts. If he put himself in the role of his daughter, would he let her share a husband with someone else when he had one? Obviously not. Of course, I know you won't give up Huang Meijiao, and I can't handle you alone. I don't mind, but if you want to convince my parents at that time, you have to show more ability. Lu Ying said. Then can I give up? Qin Fei blinked and joked. You dare? Lu Ying was immediately furious and glared at Qin Fei. I'm just kidding. How could I give up on you? Of course, I won't give up on Huang Meijiao either. Qin Fei shrugged and smiled. Don't make jokes like this anymore. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Lu Ying pouted and snorted. Okay. Qin Fei nodded. Seeing that Lu Ying was still a little unhappy, he hugged Lu Ying, kissed her, and asked with a smile, Are you feeling better now? Lu Ying. Chapter 49, Tear Down the House and the Bed, Inside Information. Not long after Lu Lei and his group left, Wu Hang woke up from his coma. He looked bruised and unrecognizable, but in fact his injuries were very minor because Qin Fei did not do anything cruel. Of course, even with medication, it would take a few days for the swelling on his face to completely go away. I will never let Qin Fei go. Wu Hang said with resentment in his eyes. I'm afraid you can't do it by yourself. Lu Lei said quietly. Wu Hang's breath caught in his throat when he heard that, then he gritted his teeth and said, I was careless just now. I shouldn't have engaged him in a fight. I should have ended it quickly. Besides, we're in the forest, with lots of plants. It's his home turf. Lightning-type psychics have strong explosive power and fast speed, but they are average in protracted battles. In this forest, with plants everywhere, fighting against a wood-type psychic is definitely like lighting a lamp in a toilet seeking death. Lu Lei didn't know what to say about Wu Hang's confidence. Confidence is a good thing, but whether one can succeed depends on oneself. Because his sister and Qin Fei are now a couple, it would be difficult for him to deal with Qin Fei. Unless his parents do not agree with them being together, otherwise, he will have no excuse to take action again. "Mr. Lei, are you still looking for Lin Shui?" one of them asked. "I want to find it." Lu Lei nodded, paused, looked at Wu Hang and said, "Xiao Wu, are you going to hunt monsters and collect monster cores, or?" "Before, the other party helped me because of my sister. Now my sister has a boyfriend. What if this guy turns to pursue Lin Shui? Wouldn't I have another competitor?" "Brother Lei, wait a moment. I need to recover some of my superpowers first." Wu Hang took out a tube of liquid from his pocket and drank it, then said sincerely, "Because I still want you to say good things about me in front of your sister and parents." Lu Lei took a look at Wu Hang's unrecognizable appearance and felt that he was not bad. Well, the main reason was that with such an image, he could not become a competitor with him. "Don't worry, I have a grudge against Qin Fei, so naturally I hope you can become my brother-in-law," Lu Lei said. "I will also help you, Brother Lei, to pursue Lin Shui," Wu Hang said solemnly. Afterwards, the group began to look for Lin Shui's trace. Of course, if they encountered a monster, they would join forces to kill it. Even an 8th level monster could not stop these people from joining forces. Not to mention this group of people, Qin Fei wanted to tear down the wooden house and the bed, and then take Lu Ying to hunt monsters. "Qin Fei, this is the testimony of our love. Can you please not tear it down?" Lu Ying looked at Qin Fei and said pitifully. "Do you want our love nest to become a vegetable market and everyone to come and visit it?" Qin Fei laughed. "Well, okay then." Lu Ying blinked. It was true. With this wooden house here, people who came here to hunt monsters in the future might go in and take a look. It was even possible that monsters were lurking here. It took a short time to dismantle the wooden house and the bed. In just a moment, everything turned into sawdust and scattered in the forest. If it were flesh and blood, Qin Fei wouldn't be able to do this, but for something like wood, decomposing it really requires expertise. After doing all this, Qin Fei took Lu Ying to look for monsters and hunt them. After all, this was an assessment, and those who performed well would be rewarded. "By the way, your cousin is an inspector. Does she have any inside information?" Qin Fei asked curiously on the way. "Yes." Hearing this, Lu Ying said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you before, my cousin belongs to the Qinghe Superpower Academy, which is an intermediate superpower academy. You should know this, but this year, the number of students admitted to the top 10 academies is in the single digits, ranking last among the 4 intermediate superpower academies in Qinghe County. Therefore, the Qinghe Superpower Academy is anxious and is thinking of selecting some geniuses from the primary superpower academies in the county below for early training. Not only my cousin and that male classmate, but also several other superpower academies in Yunqing have students sent by the Qinghe Superpower Academy." Qin Fei had been on Blue Star for a while. He knew that Xia Country had 9 states, each of which was very large. Yunqing was a county town in Qinghe County under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou. Yes, the superpower academies in the county town are all primary superpower academies, and the academies in the county town, in addition to the primary superpower academies, there are also 4 intermediate superpower academies. As for the advanced academies, they are all in the state capital. In a provincial capital like Qingzhou, in addition to some advanced superpower academies, there is also the only top superpower academy in the entire Qingzhou. Among the 9 provinces of Xia Kingdom, except for Zhongzhou which has 2 top-level superpower academies, the other 8 provinces each have 1 top-level superpower academy, totaling 10 top-level superpower academies. Lu Ying explained softly, "Generally speaking, as long as you perform well in the junior school, when the intermediate school of superpowers begins recruiting students, no matter what grade you are in, you can use the junior school's recommendation to participate in the intermediate school of superpowers assessment." Qinghe Superpower Academy used to be very outstanding, so they always waited for students to sign up for the assessment. However, because several other superpower academies have been recruiting students in advance in recent years, Qinghe Superpower Academy's performance has been declining year by year. This year, in the assessment for admission to advanced and top-level academies, their results were surpassed by the other 3 superpower academies. This made the school leaders of Qinghe Superpower Academy anxious, and they started the special recruitment process more than half a year in advance. The reason is very clear. It is to attract high-quality students and regain the status of Qinghe County's top intermediate superpower school. Is that so? Qin Fei nodded. Then why don't we see people from the other 3 universities trying to snatch high-quality students? Why didn't they grab it? Lu Ying sighed and said, Qinghe County has 16 counties and more than 80 primary schools under its jurisdiction. They just can't compete with each other and make a fool of themselves. So, the 4 intermediate superpowered schools divided up the 16 counties, and our Yunqing was assigned to the Qinghe school for selection. After the selection is over, or those who don't want to join the Yunqing superpowered school can also participate in the admissions examinations of the other 3 schools. Is that so? Xin Fei suddenly realized, but they really don't value us enough. They only sent students as inspectors. After all, this is just a preliminary screening. For the next round of screening, teachers will be here in person. Another reason is that the teachers sent by Qinghe Superpower Academy are mainly going to the junior superpower academies in the county city to select students. After all, many talented geniuses in the county city will choose to study in the junior superpower academies in the county city. In the entire Qinghe County, there are more than 100 junior superpower academies, and there are a full 32 in the county city. Of the 108 junior superpower academies in Qinghe County, the top 30 this year are all in the county city. Of the 16 county city superpower academies, the best ranked one is a school in Gaocheng Superpower, ranked 31st. The 32nd and 33rd ranked superpower academies are also in the county city. Our Yunqing Superpower Academy ranks 66th out of the 108 colleges and universities, and second among the 5 superpower academies in Yuncheng. The first is Yunyang Superpower Academy, which is ranked 41st in the latest ranking. Xin Fei. Well, the teaching staff was monopolized by the junior colleges in the county town. What he hadn't expected was that the Yunqing Superpower Academy wasn't even the first in Yuncheng. His predecessor hadn't paid attention to this. Chapter 50 God, why do you treat me like this? With your talent and strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get into the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Lu Ying said, well, I'm also on the list. We'll go together then. What are the admission standards for an intermediate superpower academy like Qinghe Superpower Academy? Xin Fei asked curiously. 8th level superpowers under the age of 21, 9th level superpowers under the age of 22, 10th level superpowers under the age of 23, master level superpowers under the age of 25, and general level superpowers over the age of 25 but under the age of 30. Those over 30 will not be accepted. In fact, not only intermediate superpower academies, but all academies do not accept students over the age of 30. Lu Ying said, in fact, generally speaking, general-level superpowers under the age of 30 will not enter intermediate superpower academies, because such people can enter advanced superpower academies. Talented general-level superpowers can enter the top 10 top academies for further study. Is that so? Xin Fei nodded. Come to think of it, this request seems quite harsh. Of course, the largest number of students are in the senior year, as some are repeating. Lu Ying blinked and said, there are also some who have left the academy to venture out and wait for the admissions assessment for the Intermediate Superpower Academy. However, at that time, not only realm is required, but also combat power. Huh? Xin Fei looked at Lu Ying in surprise, is that so? Yeah. Lu Ying nodded. She is from a wealthy family, so naturally she knows a lot more than Xin Fei. Why do you want to go to a higher level institution? Naturally, it is because the teachers in higher level institutions are good, and there is pressure, which gives you more motivation to practice. Of course, these are incidental. The most important reason is that higher level institutions gather more beautiful elites, so you can bind yourself to more goddesses, right? Time flies, and it is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on September 31st. Brother Lei, I don't know where Lin Shuer ran off to. It's not a good idea for us to look for her aimlessly like this? A young man looked at Lu Lei helplessly and said. Yeah. The others echoed, the most important thing is, even if we find her, we might not find her when she's in danger. Even if her life is in danger, can she be saved? She has already broken through to the early stage of the 7th level superpowered master, and her speed is much faster than some 8th level or even 9th level practitioners. Wu Hang couldn't help but speak. He has been in a depressed mood for the past half day because he has not yet recovered from the blow he suffered this morning. Lu Lei was actually quite annoyed, as the assessment was scheduled for 6 o'clock. If he rushed back now, it would take another hour, and with at most an hour of searching time, he was practically reaching his limit. However, he had been busy for almost 2 days and had spent several million. He really didn't want to give up just like that. He gritted his teeth and said, maybe God will help me if he sees how sincere I am. There is a saying that goes, whatever you wish for will come true, or it may also be called after suffering comes happiness. Look, isn't that Lin Shuer? She looks so miserable, as if she is being chased by some monster. Suddenly, Wu Hang, who was the strongest and the first to discover the movement, pointed to a deeper place and shouted excitedly. Everyone looked over. Who else could that disheveled figure be but Lin Shuer? God really does not let down those who work hard. Lu Lei was extremely excited and shouted as he rushed over, Lin Shuer, I'm coming. Brother Lei, don't worry. The situation is not good. The aura of the monster chasing her is very strong. What a huge spider! That's the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider. Not only is it extremely poisonous, but judging by its aura, it's about to break through to the level of a great demon. We are no match for it. Wu Hanglian said, holding Lu Lei in his arms. If I wasn't strong, how could I have chased Lin Shuer so badly? Lu Lei said excitedly. Everyone. From what you said, it seems as if you and Lin Shuer have a deep hatred. Well, I'm not happy that Lin Shuer is in danger, but I'm happy that I finally have the chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Lu Lei realized the ambiguity in his words and explained, my father gave me a trump card, and this trump card allowed me to possess the combat power of a master for a short period of time. It was only half a minute, but it was enough. Okay, I won't say any more. Lin Shuer looks like she's seriously injured and can't get far. I'll go get her. You guys are too weak, so don't get involved. Whoosh. The next moment, Lu Lei ran towards Lin Shuer. When Wu Hang and the others heard Lu Lei's words, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Our strength is too weak. If their strength is still weak, then what is the point of your strength, Lu Lei? The only reason you can save people is because you have a good father who gave you a life-saving trump card. Otherwise, any one of us can beat you to death. Having said that, several people couldn't help but envy Lu Lei's good luck. He really found such an opportunity. Lin Shuer, run towards me, I will help you kill that monster. Lu Lei shouted excitedly. But something happened that made Lu Lei dumbfounded. Lin Shuer was originally running towards them, but after seeing him, she changed direction and ran in another direction. The tiger-striped phantom thunder spider didn't even look at Lu Lei, but chased Lin Shuer closely, as if Lin Shuer had a deep hatred with it. Lin Shuer, don't run away anywhere else. I can't catch up with you. I have a trump card, I can kill that tiger-striped phantom thunder spider. Lu Lei was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he couldn't catch up at all. But seeing that the distance was getting farther and farther and it would soon disappear from his sight, he could no longer remain calm. While running wildly, he took out a bottle from his pocket, pulled out the cork and poured the pills into his mouth. The pills inside entered his mouth and melted in his mouth. In an instant, Lu Lei's aura surged and he reached the master level in an instant. This pill can give him the combat power of a master for 30 seconds, but there will be a weak period after 30 seconds, which is also the disadvantage of the pill. After reaching the master level of combat power, Lu Lei's speed suddenly increased dramatically. Lin Shuer, I now possess the strength of a master and can help you kill that monster. Don't run away. No, go around in circles and come towards me. Lu Lei shouted while running wildly, almost crying in anxiety. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When Lu Lei saw Lin Shuer rushing towards him in a half circle, a relieved smile appeared on his face. His efforts were not in vain. Look, I will kill the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider with my sword and save your life. When he thought that he would soon possess Lin Shuer, he plopped, his legs went weak while running wildly, and he fell to the ground. No, Lu Lei let out a shrill and angry scream. Because at this moment, the effect of the pill disappeared, and he returned to his original fighting strength. No, it was many times weaker than before. God, why do you treat me like this? Chapter 51. At the critical moment, the hero arrives. The moment he fell to the ground, he saw Lin Shuer's disappointed eyes, and his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Bang! Lu Lei's body slammed to the ground, the physical pain from the fall far less than the inner pain. What a great opportunity, how could he have missed it? The most painful thing was that Lin Shuer was caught up by the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider during this circle. How cruel God is to me. Lu Lei's eyes revealed a look of pain. Could it be that I have done too many bad things before? Lin Shuer was entangled by the spider silk spit out by the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider. Lin Shuer's spatial superpowers had obviously been further awakened, because even though she was caught up by the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider, she let out a loud roar and actually escaped from the spider's silk. However, she once again used the short-distance teleportation of the space system to escape, but her superpower was about to be exhausted. Whoosh! Lin Shuer continued to flee, deliberately avoiding the direction where Lu Lei was. I shouldn't have trusted Lu Lei. He's as unreliable as usual. Lin Shuer was secretly disappointed with herself for having had hope in Lu Lei. Now there's no way I can escape. Lin Shuer's heart was filled with despair. He fled a short distance. Call out. A cold light flashed, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Lin Shuer was entangled by the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider again, and this time the remaining spatial superpowers in her body were not enough for her to escape from the entanglement of the spider silk again. The next moment, she saw herself being pulled towards the bloody basin of the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider. The belly of the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider contained a terrible corrosive liquid. Once she was eaten by it, she would surely die. I really can't bear to be eaten by such a disgusting thing. Lin Shuer's heart was filled with resentment and despair. She just wants to become stronger. What's wrong with that? Do you regret it? I feel a little regretful that I shouldn't have gone so deep into the wilderness to hunt monsters and look for opportunities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. It's a long story, but actually it all happened in an instant. At the moment when she was about to be pulled into the mouth of the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider, a cold light flashed across the sky, followed by a loud bang. The body of the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider was repeatedly hit by something, and then flipped over. The tiger-striped phantom thunder spider felt pain and retracted its spider silk, and Lin Shue's body fell to the ground with a bang. Although she was somewhat hurt by the fall, her face showed the joy of escaping death. Someone saved himself? Who is it? The next moment, she saw a series of laser-like arrows shooting towards the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider, hitting its body. Every arrow exploded after entering its body. The tiger-striped phantom thunder spider was blown into a bloody mess. It had been chasing Lin Shuer, who had stolen its things before, but now, there was a look of fear in its eyes. It wanted to escape from here and no longer had any desire for Lin Shuer, its prey. But the archer had no intention of letting it escape. Every arrow is fatal. Before it could escape far, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. At this time, the heroic figure of the archer also caught Lin Shuer's eyes. Qin Fei? It's you? The moment Lin Shuer saw Qin Fei, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. The moment she saw Lu Lei, Lin Shuer felt that he was unreliable, and facts proved that he was indeed unreliable. To be honest, Lin Shuer thought about many things to save her people, but she didn't think of Qin Fei, because in her heart, Qin Fei was very weak. When he asked her to help steal things some time ago, his strength was only level 3. Even though he defeated Li Chao later, and it was rumored that he also defeated Lu Lei, in her heart, Qin Fei was only level 5 or 6 at best. She never thought that Qin Fei could easily shoot and kill the monster whose strength reached the peak of level 10. Seeing Qin Fei coming, Lin Shuer struggled to get up from the ground, a blush on her face, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Qin Fei." Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. The favorability rating of Goddess number 3, Lin Shuer, has exceeded 70 points. Congratulations on winning a chance to enter a high-level lottery. Qin Fei took a look at Lin Shuer's favorability. Wow, it has soared to over 80, heading straight for 90 points. The plot of a hero saving a beauty is really never out of date. Qin Fei believed that if there were no outsiders around, he only needed to show a little bit of that intention to seduce Lin Shuer, but the opportunity now was not very suitable, which made Qin Fei somewhat regretful. Of course, regrets are nothing compared to gains, because goodwill will not disappear for no reason. You're welcome. Qin Fei said gently with a bright smile, "It's just a small favor." His smile is warm and heartwarming. As a Neptune who believes in treating others with sincerity, he is very graceful in his dealings with others. Your little help is like saving my life. Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei with eyes flashing with something beyond gratitude, perhaps she herself did not notice it. Here, let's stop talking about this and drink this. Qin Fei took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Lin Shuer, saying, "This is a healing potion that can heal your injuries." I won't be polite. Lin Shuer's injuries were indeed serious, and she couldn't afford any precious healing pills. After taking this bottle of healing medicine, Lin Shuer's complexion became noticeably rosier. How did you get involved with such a monster? Qin Fei asked curiously. I saw a fruit that was very helpful to my practice, so I picked it and ate it. After I finished eating it, this tiger-striped phantom thunder spider appeared and chased me desperately. Lin Shuer said in some confusion. The fruit guarded by the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider must be extraordinary. It may have a great effect on it. Now that you have eaten it, it would be strange if it doesn't fight you to the death. Qin Fei thought for a while and spoke. Yeah, I think so too. Lin Shuer nodded. But if you ask her if she regrets it, she wants to say that even if she is given another chance to start over, she will not regret it. In fact, she has done research and found that she actually has two superpowers, one of which is space-related superpower. However, her spatial superpowers had not been fully awakened, and that fruit had played a big role in awakening her spatial superpowers. She felt that her spatial superpowers were almost fully awakened. If they had not been fully awakened, she would not have been able to perform those almost teleportation methods. Well, that was a super skill that I suddenly realized in a moment of crisis. She named it teleport. Brother, what's wrong with you? At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. Why are you crying? Chapter 52, Junior, do you mind having another girlfriend? Brother, why are you crying? I heard this voice. Qin Fei and Lin Shuer, who were chatting, both looked over. That's Lu Ying. Why is she here? Lin Shuer looked over and asked in surprise. Qin Fei opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but seeing that Lin Shuer had no intention of letting him explain, it was obvious that she didn't think that he and Lu Ying had any relationship. He didn't try to explain that Lu Ying and he came here together. As for why Lu Lei cried? Because he was so sad. He had waited so long, finally getting the chance to be the hero and save the damsel in distress he'd always dreamed of. He'd even used the life-saving trump card his father had given him, which his father had said was worth tens of millions. But what about him? He'd wasted it all trying to catch up, and in the end, he'd even put Lin Shuer in a desperate situation. The most frustrating thing was that Qin Fei appeared out of nowhere and shot and killed the tiger-striped Phantom Thunder Spider, saving Lin Shuer's life. If I were to say that I was angry with Qin Fei, I had no position or qualifications, because if Qin Fei had not taken action, Lin Shuer might have died. But if he wanted to express his gratitude to Qin Fei, how could he express it? Because the way Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei was simply tearing. It seems that as long as Qin Fei is willing, Lin Shuer wants to throw herself into his arms. Just now, Lu Lei fell down because the energy of the elixir was exhausted and his body suddenly entered a weak period. He recovered for a while. Although he was not as good as normal, he could walk and run without any problem. He had already stood up. Hearing what his sister said, Lu Lei took a deep breath, suppressed the irritable thoughts in his heart, wiped away his tears, laughed dryly, and tried to save face. I didn't cry, it was just that the wind and sand were too strong and blinded me. Men don't shed tears easily. Lu Lei didn't want his vulnerable side to be seen by others, especially in the presence of his goddess. The wind and sand are too strong? Was there wind just now? Lu Ying blinked, looked at Lu Lei suspiciously, and said. Lu Lei's expression froze, and he almost couldn't hold it in. Whose sister is this? Take her away quickly. How can you ruin things like this? At this time, Qin Fei and Lin Shuer came over. Brother-in-law, thanks to you for saving Lin Shuer when she got into trouble. Lu Lei looked at Qin Fei and said with a forced smile of gratitude on his face. Brother-in-law? Qin Fei's mouth twitched. You hated me so much before, how come you can call me brother-in-law so naturally now? Qin Fei understood Lu Lei's intention very well. What he meant was, I agree that you can be my brother-in-law, but you should stop thinking about Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer is mine. Brother-in-law? Lin Shuer's expression changed slightly, and her heart sank. She looked at Qin Fei blankly and said, Qin Fei, are you and Lu Ying dating? Yes, Lu Ying is my girlfriend now. Qin Fei said with a smile on his face. He naturally noticed that Lin Shuer's expression was a little unnatural, but this was the fact and he didn't intend to hide it. Congratulations. Lin Shuer chuckled, but there was a hint of loneliness in her smile. Thank you for your blessing, Senior Shuer, but I believe that Sister Shuer can also find her own happiness. Lu Ying walked up to Qin Fei with a smile and put her arm around his shoulders. Qin Fei. Qin Fei was worried that Lin Shuer's mentality would collapse. He saw that her favorability towards him had dropped from 85 points to 82 points and did not continue to fall. He felt somewhat relieved. He had no intention of giving up on Lin Shuer. Such a stunningly beautiful woman, who also possesses dual superpowers, one of which is a spatial superpower. If I give her up, I would definitely be a fool. However, now that Lin Shuer is here, this is not the time to seduce Lin Shuer. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Lei's eyes lit up. For the first time, he felt that his sister was not completely useless. He smiled and said, "This is necessary. Schwer will definitely find her happiness, and there will always be someone who loves her, protects her, and won't let her get hurt." There was something meaningful in Lu Lei's words. He just said that the person was himself. He hoped his sister would pick up on him. As expected, Lu Ying didn't let him down. She whispered, "Senior Schwer, my brother has always been deeply in love with you. He's so worried about you getting into danger that he didn't even bother to participate in the actual combat assessment. He's just worried about your safety. My dear sister, don't worry. As long as Lin Schwer and I are together, I will definitely help you and Qin Fei get together." Lu Lei was overjoyed. Before, he disliked Qin Fei in every way, and after knowing that he was in a relationship with his sister, he wanted to break them up immediately. But now, he hoped that the two of them could be together, so that Qin Fei would not compete with him for Lin Schwer. Unfortunately, things developed in a direction far from what he expected. Lin Schwer didn't answer Lu Ying. Instead, she chuckled and looked at Qin Fei. "There's a rumor at school that you and Huang Meijiu have become a contracted couple. Is that true? Or have you broken up?" "The rumors are true. Huang Meijiu is also my contracted Taoist partner." Qin Fei laughed dryly, nodded, and said sincerely, "We haven't broken up either. There's nothing much to say about this. My feelings are out in the open. I won't hide the truth just because I want to pursue another girl. If you can accept it, then accept it. If you can't accept it, then I'll let you find a way to accept it." However, neither Huang Meijiu nor Lu Ying knew that there was another woman besides them. It was just that Lu Fengyi's identity was not easy to reveal, so it had to be concealed for the time being. "So you have two girlfriends now?" Lin Schwer blinked. "Yeah." Qin Fei nodded, always feeling that Lin Schwer's mood was a little off. Not only Qin Fei felt it, but Lu Lei and Lu Ying, brother and sister, also felt that something was wrong with Lin Schwer. "So, Junior, do you mind having another girlfriend?" Lin Schwer looked at Qin Fei with a smile as beautiful as a flower and said, "Qin Fei? Lu Lei? Lu Ying?" Qin Fei was stunned at this moment, because he really didn't expect Lin Schwer to say such a thing, especially when he had a girlfriend present. In Lu Lei's heart, Lin Schwer is an elegant swan with many suitors, but no one can enter her heart. He thinks that even if he wants to catch up with her, he will have to go through thousands of obstacles before he can win her heart. Lu Lei's eyes were shiny and sparkling, and he wanted to cry. Lu Lei was in tears today. He suddenly felt that the name his parents gave him was unlucky. Lu Ying's beautiful eyes widened, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She immediately gnashed her little fangs and said angrily, "No, no." Chapter 53 Dilemma. Qin Fei is not an outsider. Lu Ying was very angry. She wanted to match Lin Schwer and her brother Lu Lei. She knew how much her brother Lu Lei liked Lin Schwer. If Lin Schwer and she really became sisters on the same front, how sad her brother would be. Lin Schwer ignored Lu Ying and looked at Qin Fei. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, and she said with a smile, "Qin Fei, are you willing?" Qin Fei was about to say "I do," but was interrupted by Lu Ying. "Qin Fei, if you agree, then we will break up now. And don't ever think about me making peace with you," Lu Ying said angrily. She could accept other girls, but she could not accept Lin Schwer. After all, Lin Schwer was the woman her brother liked, and he had been pursuing her for many years. Moreover, the other party was actually having an affair with her man in front of her. She disagreed and would never accept it. Qin Fei suddenly fell into a dilemma. After all, based on the closeness of the relationship, he would naturally side with Lu Ying. After all, Lu Ying had already been eaten by him, and Lin Schwer had not yet become his girlfriend, so she was not considered his own. But if he agreed to Lin Schwer, Lu Ying would break up with him. Although she might have said this in a moment of desperation, girls also care about their reputation. If he wants to coax her back later, it will probably take a lot of energy. But if I don't agree, who knows whether Lin Schwer will open her heart to me in the future. Lin Schwer looked at the angry Lu Ying, her smile faded, and she said calmly, "Aren't you also a latecomer, my schoolmate?" Lu Ying's breath was choked. She really had nothing to say about this. "I just don't want you to be Qin Fei's girlfriend, so what? Don't do to others what you don't want done to you." Lin Schwer smiled faintly. "Don't try to match me up with anyone in the future. I have my own opinions and standards for my partner. I don't need irrelevant people worrying about this for me." Lu Ying's face darkened. Now she understood why Lin Shuer wanted to be Qin Fei's girlfriend. It turned out that it was a counterattack against her previous attempt to match her up with her brother Lu Lei. I don't want to be with your brother, but you insist on bringing us together. Now I'm telling you that I like your man. Let's see what you will do. Qin Fei was feeling somewhat disappointed. It turned out that he was just a shield and was used as a teaching material by Lin Shuer to fight back against Lu Ying's random matchmaking behavior. You scared me. I thought you were serious. Qin Fei laughed and said. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei deeply. Qin Fei's smile froze. Who can tell what is true and what is false? I owed you a meal before, and now you saved my life. I owe you too much. I can't pay you back, so I can only repay you with my body. Lin Shuer said with a smile. Lu Lei's mouth twitched, his eyes looked lonely, and his heart was filled with frustration. I thought that the hero saving the beauty would work, but who could have thought that I would fail at the critical moment? I am very angry with my dad now. When you buy medicine, can't you buy one that lasts longer? It only lasts for 30 seconds. What can I do with it? Seeing Lin Shuer flirting with her man as if no one was around and her brother looking pale in comparison, Lu Ying was so angry that her chest swelled. In the past, she always thought that Lin Shuer was a cold woman, but now it seems that she was totally wrong. She was a shameless woman and not reserved at all. Otherwise, would she say in front of someone's girlfriend that she minded having another girlfriend? Ahem. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, Qin Fei, who had never experienced such a scene before, could only laugh and say, we should go back. It will be 6 o'clock in less than 2 hours, and that's the final deadline. Let's take away the demon core of this tiger-striped phantom thunder spider before we go. This thing is at the peak of the 10th level and is very valuable. Lin Shuer said. It's as if you've never seen money before. Lu Ying snorted. Yes, my family is poor. Lin Shuer glanced at Lu Ying indifferently, unlike someone who was born into a wealthy family and has never suffered from lack of money. You. Lu Ying's face turned red after being offended by Lin Shuer's words. Lu Ying, can you say less? Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying speechlessly and said with some dissatisfaction. I used to feel that Lu Ying's personality was a bit clingy, but now I feel that she is a bit petty. You actually spoke for her. Lu Ying's eyes turned red and she felt aggrieved. Both my parents are dead. Before, I worked hard to kill 1 or 2 level monsters to make money. Qin Fei said in a deep voice. He was talking about his predecessor. In fact, before he traveled through time, he also lived a precarious life. He was an orphan without parents and had no one to support him. He relied entirely on himself. Lin Shuer glanced at Qin Fei with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect that Qin Fei was worse off than herself. Although her family's situation was not very good, it was many times happier than Qin Fei's. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Lu Ying was about to cry, but when she heard Qin Fei's words, her heart inexplicably softened. I don't want my girlfriend to be a girl who makes trouble for no reason. Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying, sighed and said. Lu Ying gave her body to him just yesterday. Qin Fei didn't want to say anything harsh, but he also didn't want Lu Ying to act unreasonably every day, so he secretly hit her. I understand. Lu Ying said weakly. Lu Lei couldn't stand it anymore. His sister was such a proud person, but Qin Fei didn't know how to cherish her. Instead, he lectured her. Most importantly, he was counting on his sister to block the way for Qin Fei and Lin Shuer to get together. Qin Fei, how can you talk to my sister like that? Lu Lei said dissatisfiedly. Qin Fei suddenly glanced at Lu Lei, which frightened Lu Lei. Thinking that Qin Fei was going to hit him with the wooden board again, he took a step back and screamed, What do you want to do? I tell you, if you dare to hit me again, I won't let my sister be with you. Shut up. Don't worry about what's going on between us. If you're in that mood, you should worry about your own business. Before Qin Fei could say anything, Lu Ying looked at Lu Lei with disdain and said, You're 1 year older than me. If you had focused on cultivation, with the resources your parents gave you, you would have reached the 8th or 9th level long ago, instead of the 6th level now. Why didn't Dad give me a life-saving trump card? It's not because he didn't love me, but because I'm strong enough to protect myself and you. I don't even want to say anything about you. If you didn't have a good family background, who would look up to you? When will you be able to become something more? Let me, your sister, be proud of you as a brother? Instead of you being proud of me? Question mark. Lu Lei was completely stunned, looking at Lu Ying in disbelief. I'm speaking for you, don't you know? You're actually helping an outsider? Am I still your brother? How could I not know what you are planning? Lu Ying looked at Lu Lei disappointedly. To be honest, the reason why she and Qin Fei had some conflicts was because of this brother. Otherwise, she would not care how many women Qin Fei had. She could not handle Qin Fei alone anyway. Now, she seemed to be an unreasonable person. Also, Qin Fei is my boyfriend, not an outsider. Lu Lei pointed at Lu Ying, trembling. You. Chapter 54, Is it not okay for me to look at my boyfriend? Lu Lei's heart was hit hard. He originally thought that helping his sister was also helping himself, but he didn't expect that his sister didn't remember it at all. Now that she had just become Qin Fei's girlfriend, she didn't treat Qin Fei as an outsider anymore? She was completely scheming. If you don't want me and Lin Shuer to be together, then I won't let you be together. Lu Ying, you are awesome. Thinking of this, Lu Lei gritted his teeth and turned to rush towards the direction of Yuncheng. Now, he felt his face burning with pain, especially when he saw Lin Shuer's strange expression on her face when he was being criticized. He felt even more ashamed and angry. He really wanted to teach his sister a lesson. Not to mention whether Qin Fei would help beat him up. Even if he fought alone, his strength was far inferior to his sister's. He had no dignity as a brother at all. Qin Fei blinked and looked at Lu Ying, who had been scolding his brother. Well, is it appropriate for you to scold your brother like this? It's okay. I've been against him more than once or twice. Lu Ying said with a look of disappointment. I just hope this blow will motivate him to work harder and not look down on me like this every day. Although Lu Lei's talent is not as good as Lu Ying's, given his family background, he should not be a 6th-level super-powered person like he is now. You should know that Lu Ying, who is almost 2 years younger than Lu Lei, is already at the 8th level. Lin Shuer quickly dissected the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider and took out its core. She handed it to Qin Fei. Here, your prize. Qin Fei didn't take it, but said, you should take this tiger-striped phantom thunder spider. You have spatial superpowers, and this demon core is a rare demon core with some spatial attributes. This is your trophy after all. Lin Shuer pursed her lips. What's yours and mine? Why should we make such a clear distinction between them? Just take it. Qin Fei shrugged and smiled. Okay then. Lin Shuer didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face suddenly turned a little red, and then she took the demon core. Qin Fei blinked, somewhat puzzled. Why was Lin Shuer blushing suddenly? It was inexplicable. Suddenly, I thought about what I just said, which seemed quite ambiguous. Lin Shuer wouldn't think that she would be his girlfriend sooner or later, right? You know what, the other party might really be thinking this way, otherwise why would he suddenly blush and then accept it immediately? Space-related superpowers? Lu Ying, who was standing nearby, gasped and looked at Lin Shuer in disbelief. You actually have space-related superpowers? How come no one at school knows about this? She was so shocked by Lin Shuer's spatial superpowers that she didn't notice the ambiguous words Qin Fei had just said. Yes. Lin Shuer glanced at Qin Fei. She didn't expect Qin Fei to reveal his secret directly. She said calmly, I just awakened not long ago and haven't told anyone. I hope you don't spread it out. Lu Ying looked at Qin Fei jealously. Lin Shuer had just woken up not long ago, so how did her boyfriend know about it? Why would I tell you this if I had nothing to do? I just didn't expect that you two have such a good relationship. No one else knows this secret, but Qin Fei knows it. Lu Ying said quietly. Lin Shuer didn't explain. Let Lu Ying misunderstand. She didn't have much good feelings towards Lu Ying. Qin Fei slapped his head and warned, Lu Ying, don't spread this. I promised her not to let anyone know. Do I have so many mouths? Lu Ying said angrily, why don't you all believe me? And this is a good thing, isn't it? Once word gets out, I believe that those intermediate superpower academies, whether in the county or the state capital, will send their top executives to poach you. When she talked about the latter part, she was a little confused. How could Lin Shuer tell her that she had stolen the Billuo teapot from Vice Principal Reed Quan? Once the news of her spatial ability got out, Reed Quan would definitely know that she was the one who stole the Billuo teapot. That would bring him great trouble and might even make Vice Principal Reed Quan take risks. Reed Quan's strength was not that strong, he was only at the perfect master level, but his background was said to be extraordinary. Without sufficient confidence, she did not dare to fight to the death with the other party, and she did not leave any evidence of what happened before. The most important thing was that although she was frightened, she was not actually hurt. Once it was spread out, her reputation might be damaged, and Reed Kwan might not receive much punishment. If the fact that she had stolen the other party's Billuo teapot was exposed, she might not even be able to study anymore. I want to get in based on my own abilities, not my talent, Lin Shuer said. Seeing that Lu Ying wanted to say something, she said, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. As she spoke, she looked at Qin Fei. She didn't want to have an in-depth conversation with Lu Ying. They were not that familiar with each other. As for matters concerning her secrets, life and property, it would be better if fewer people knew about it. Yeah. Qin Fei nodded. Lu Ying was speechless. This Lin Shuer was really something. She gave her suggestions with good intentions, but she seemed very impatient. At this time, she also understood why Lin Shuer looked down on her brother. Although her brother looked like a decent person, he was too useless. He had good talent and so many resources to cultivate him, but he was not motivated at all. Which woman with some ambition would be interested in him? Brother, if you knew that Lin Shuer also possessed spatial superpowers, you'd know how unrealistic your idea of winning her over was. Lu Ying sighed. Even if you worked hard, you probably wouldn't be able to win Lin Shue's heart. Moreover, this woman was destined to be a favored daughter of heaven. You, brother, are not worthy of her. Then she glanced at Qin Fei furtively. Only a man like my boyfriend Qin Fei is worthy of such a woman. After all, Qin Fei is not only handsome, but also a dual-powered superpower, and each of his superpowers is not weak. He's only a sophomore, but he can kill a perfect 10th order monster. Many seniors can't compare to him. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the best student in the school. For such a person, staying in a junior school like the Yunqing Superpower School is really burying his amazing talent and strength. Lu Ying, why are you looking at me? Qin Fei naturally noticed Lu Ying's eyes and said unhappily. Is it not okay for me to look at my boyfriend? Lu Ying rolled her eyes and said righteously after being caught peeping. Okay. Qin Fei blinked. Lin Shuer couldn't help laughing when she saw this. She really didn't expect that Lu Ying had such a side. Chapter 55 ends, points ranking. Outside the city gate. Almost all the students in the sophomore, junior, and senior grades of Yunqing Superpower Academy have returned. The statistics of each student's practical test scores are in progress, and everyone's results are entered into the school system on the spot. Each grade has a dedicated teacher to log in and record the results. Class 29, Wang Miao, 6 early-stage first-order crystals, 4 mid-stage first-order crystals, 1 late-stage first-order crystal, 1 peak-stage first-order crystal, 2 early-stage second-order crystals, total score, 44 points. Class 37, Li Han, points, 228. Those who have registered their scores also need to temporarily hand in their demon cores. Of course, they can be retrieved later. This is also to prevent cheating. For example, after I register now, I lend my demon core to others. Many people who had registered did not leave, but discussed the topic with each other. Li Chao is worthy of being the top sophomore. His points are higher than some juniors. He can even compete with some seniors. This is actually quite normal. After all, Li Chao's cultivation has reached the 5th level, while many third-year students are only at the 3rd or 4th level. Wang Ziqiang and Lu Feng were also in the crowd. Even though they worked together, their results were not ideal, which made Lu Feng somewhat dissatisfied. This was because Wang Ziqiang's support was far inferior to Qin Fei's. When she thought about Qin Fei and Huang Meijiao getting together, she felt regretful. Otherwise, with Qin Fei's current strength, if he assisted himself wholeheartedly, I would not be able to surpass Wang Ziqiang, but I would definitely be able to make it into the top 10 in my sophomore year, and would not be ranked more than 1,000th in the grade like now. Lu Feng looked at Wang Ziqiang and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, can the person you're looking for kill him? Are you crazy? Talking about this topic here." Wang Ziqiang's face changed and he said in a low voice, "People will die in every practical assessment, which is a common thing. However, it must never be seen by others, otherwise they will be caught by the law enforcement team. Although they will not necessarily be executed, their fate will not be much better than execution." I understand. Why are you so angry? Lu Feng muttered. The more she was with Wang Ziqiang, the more she felt how good Qin Fei was. Except for being poor, Xin Fei was better than Wang Ziqiang in every way. She must have been bewildered to make such a choice. Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. The two of them were too busy bickering to even see what was happening. They soon found out the reason for the noise. How did Huang Meijia do it? Li Chao's score of over 1,000 was already impressive enough, but I didn't expect Huang Meijiao's score to reach over 3,000. From what the teacher said just now, Huang Meijiao is now at the 5th level of cultivation, at the same level as Wang Ziqiang. You have to know that Huang Meijiao was one level lower than Wang Ziqiang at the beginning, but her combat power was almost the same as Wang Ziqiang's. Now that they are at the same level, Li Chao is far behind Huang Meijia. Huang Meijia was only at the late 3rd level, or even at the peak of the 3rd level not long ago. How did she break through to the early 5th level so quickly? You're kidding, right? Who would make such a joke? It's strange to say, Xin Fei was originally the only 1st level sophomore, and I don't know when he broke through to the 3rd level. Later, he even hooked up with Huang Meijia. Now even Huang Meijia is like this. What on earth did Xin Fei get? Why did he change so much in such a short time? Most importantly, he made the people around him do the same? You ask me, who should I ask? I don't know him well. Speaking of this, I have to admire this woman, Lu Feng. How could she abandon such a precious treasure like Xin Fei and choose a good-for-nothing Wang Ziqiang instead? Maybe he's blind. When Wang Ziqiang heard this, he immediately became furious and was about to go up and fight with them, but when he saw that the people who spoke were some of the top masters in the grade, he backed off and was afraid of being beaten. I can't just hire a killer whenever someone offends me, right? If I do that, any family will be bankrupt. Besides, my mother hasn't given me money lately. I originally hired a killer from the 7 Stars Society to assassinate Xin Fei, paid a deposit, and it wasn't refunded. This time, I spent another $1 million to hire Han Dengcheng, a senior who has been involved in many assassination cases, to do it. I don't have much money left. Lu Feng naturally heard what these people were talking about, and her face turned extremely dark. These words were like a knife stabbing deep into her heart, making her regret even more. Why? Why? Why did Xin Fei become so strong after leaving him, and why could Huang Meijiao, who had a deep contract with him, also rise so rapidly in such a short time? Xin Fei, you'd better die. Otherwise, this will become a stain on my life, an indelible humiliation. Lu Feng thought resentfully in her heart. But soon, when her eyes fell on a certain place, her eyes couldn't help but shrink, and she exclaimed, "How is it possible? Why are you so startled?" Wang Ziqiang was already unhappy, and when he heard Lu Feng startled, he scolded her in a bad mood. "Xin Fei, he's back." Lu Feng pointed in a direction. Wang Ziqiang's heart skipped a beat. He had not seen Xin Fei or Han Dengcheng before, so he had a bad feeling and was worried that Han Dengcheng had not succeeded in the assassination. However, he ruled out this possibility because Han Dengcheng was much stronger than the killers eliminated by the 7 Stars Club last time. Moreover, how could he fail if he acted so deliberately? Now seeing Xin Fei, but Han Dengcheng has not returned for a long time, he understands that Han Dengcheng should have failed in the assassination and was killed instead. How could Xin Fei kill Han Dengcheng? Wang Ziqiang's heart was in turmoil. Han Dengcheng is not an ordinary early 7th stage superpower. He is also a relatively rare dark superpower. His assassination methods are weird and changeable. Even if he can't kill Xin Fei, he should be able to kill him and escape. How could he be killed in return? But he didn't come back for a long time, while Xin Fei returned safely. Doesn't this in itself mean that Han Dengcheng is most likely dead? Also, why is he walking with Lu Ying and Lin Shuer? How lucky is this guy? Seeing the two women accompanying Xin Fei, Wang Ziqiang's eyes showed envy, jealousy, and hatred. His hatred for Xin Fei has never been as strong as it is now. Well, his hatred was constantly accumulating. The better Xin Fei lived, the more he hated him. And when he thought of Xin Fei in his bed at home, and he wanted to kill Xin Fei right now. Chapter 56 Sensation, Questioning, and Counterattack. Xin Fei touched his nose when he saw many people looking at him with surprise, envy, or jealousy. He was accompanied by 2 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Did this cause public outrage? Xin Fei, who enjoyed such treatment, was also willing to accept those hostile gazes. After all, if it were someone else, I might also be jealous and envious, right? How many men don't like beautiful women? Eunuchs? That's not a man. Go to your respective teams and register your harvest. Xin Fei looked at the two women and said, "See you later." "Yeah, okay. Okay." The two girls responded and then separated from Xin Fei. After all, Xin Fei was a sophomore, while the two girls were juniors and seniors, respectively, and were not in the same grade. Xin Fei also came to the score registration office where sophomores took their exams. With Xin Fei's arrival, several teachers at the registration office were looking at Xin Fei, including Xin Fei's homeroom teacher Hanya. "Xin Fei, what did you gain?" Hanya looked at her student curiously with a gentle smile on her face. After all, who doesn't like to look at handsome guys? And Xin Fei's face, which makes women envy and even jealous, makes her feel comfortable, right? "It's okay." Xin Fei smiled and took out his small bag from his waist. TSK, this bag looks quite large." The teacher in charge of registration looked at Xin Fei and said with a smile, "I just wonder what the quality is like." Xin Fei smiled but said nothing. Not only the teacher in charge of registration, but also Xin Fei's teacher Hanya and other teachers, all tilted their heads to look over. They were also curious about whether this student who had close relationships with 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school was really that powerful. But when the teacher in charge poured out the monster cores in the bag, all the teachers who saw the monster cores on the table were stunned. There were more than 30 monster cores in the bag. This was not shocking, because the student with the most harvest had hunted more than 100 monsters, but they were all first and second level monsters. The first and second level monster cores were not valuable. For example, the second level ones were only worth 10 to 20 points at most. However, the demon cores that Xin Fei poured out were of the lowest quality, all of which were of level 7. There was not a single one below level 7. The most valuable one is actually a peak level 10th order demon core. The minimum value of a 10th level demon core is 10,000 points, and a perfect 10th level one is worth 90,000 points. The others added together exceeded 20,000 points, which means that Xin Fei's gains added up to more than 100,000 points. You should know that the highest score before was only more than 10,000 points, and that was hunted by the 10th level cultivator in the academy. That student was a repeater and was over 23 years old. How old is Xin Fei? He's only just turned 19. Did you hunt all these? The teacher in charge of registration looked at Xin Fei seriously, with deep suspicion in his eyes. Well, yes. Xin Fei nodded. These were indeed hunted by myself. In fact, he only took out a part of it. For example, he did not take out some other demon cores obtained from the 10th level demon beasts he hunted. He also gave a 10th level peak tiger pattern phantom thunder spider demon core to Lin Shuer. Xin Fei, cheating is useless. We will conduct special audits for students who are too weak to perform their duties. Hanya said urgently, the teacher doesn't want you to cheat. Even my own teacher is doubtful, let alone other teachers. Why didn't anyone doubt Li Chao and Huang Meijiao? Their performance was actually better than some senior students. Firstly, they were excellent in their own right, and everyone knew they had broken through to the 5th level. Moreover, their combat power was inherently stronger than others at the same level. Therefore, it is reasonable to achieve such results. But what about Xin Fei? Half a month ago, he was still a peak 1st level super-powered master, and half a month later, he was able to kill a peak 10th level monster and became the school's #1 master? Because the school's top expert before could only kill an early 10th level monster. Because the stronger the monster, the harder it is to kill. The jungle and forest are their territory. If they can't defeat them, they can still escape. Moreover, the higher the level of the monster, the harder it is to kill, because the monster's physique is much stronger than that of humans. Of course, this refers to the general situation. Teacher, he must have cheated. I don't believe he's that strong. I don't believe it either. People who cheat should be punished, otherwise everyone will follow their example. That's right. At this moment, everyone was furious, and many students shouted to express their attitudes and question Xin Fei's results. At this time, Lu Ying and Lin Shuer, who had just finished registering, said loudly that Xin Fei's results were real and there was no cheating at all. One of them had followed Xin Fei all the way and knew Xin Fei's strength, and the other had also witnessed Xin Fei's strength in hunting the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider. Although Huang Meijiao did not see Xin Fei hunting monsters, she believed in her man. The 3 of them trusted each other, but their power was small. Xin Fei, I admit my defeat to Huang Meijiao, but how can you kill a peak level 10th order demon beast? I don't believe you. At this moment, Li Chao, whose cultivation had reached the early 5th stage, rushed forward and shouted loudly, if you want to prove that you hunted these demon cores with your own ability, then fight me. A fair fight. He had been knocked unconscious by Qin Fei's trick, his face was swollen and he was humiliated. He wanted to take revenge, but was worried that he was no match for Qin Fei, so he practiced hard to break through, and finally broke through before the test. He thought that this test would be his chance to show himself. Let people know that not only am I the best sophomore, but I'm even better than some seniors. But he never expected that his points were first suppressed by Huang Meijiao, and now he was left far behind by Qin Fei. It would have been fine if he was only slightly surpassed by Qin Fei, but Qin Fei actually achieved the highest score in the school. This is obviously fake. So, he got excited. He wanted to defeat Qin Fei and step on Qin Fei to become the most famous and favored child in Yunqing Superpower Academy. At the same time, he also wanted to let Huang Meijiao know how foolish it was for her to choose Qin Fei. Qin Fei had thought of all this before. To be honest, facing Li Chao's provocation, Qin Fei didn't take it seriously at all. But since he suddenly appeared to be looking for trouble, Qin Fei naturally would not let him off easily. Defeating you can only prove that I am stronger than a loser like you, but it can never prove my strength. Qin Fei looked at Li Chao, who was jumping around the most happily, shrugged and said disdainfully. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Chapter 57, Complete Defeat, the Strong Must Break the Doubts. After hearing Qin Fei's words, the faces of the teachers present couldn't help but turn dark, because they felt that Qin Fei's words were not only mocking Li Chao, but also seemed to be mocking them. Well, that's how it felt. Li Chao, get him. This guy is too arrogant. That's right, this isn't just a mockery of Li Chao. I feel like it's even mocking us, the skeptics. So you feel the same way? I thought it was just me. The crowd was furious, and many male students looked at Qin Fei with unfriendly eyes. However, compared with the boys, the girls were better. They all felt that Qin Fei's disdainful and domineering look at this time made him look more handsome than before. Qin Fei, come here and die. Li Chao gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Fei, saying coldly, let me see how strong you are. How dare you call me a waste? Qin Fei's disdainful words deeply hurt his heart, which was already full of resentment towards Qin Fei. Coupled with the previous grudges, new and old grudges, he wanted to kill Qin Fei on the spot. Qin Fei walked towards Li Chao. A large open space had formed around them. The teacher was happy to see the students compete with each other. In addition, they all had strong doubts about Qin Fei, so they naturally hoped that Qin Fei could prove that he did not cheat to achieve such results. Make your move. Qin Fei said calmly, otherwise, once I make my move, you won't have another chance. You still want to use the previous method? I tell you, it's a daydream. Li Chao strode towards Qin Fei, but he didn't run as wildly as before. At the same time, he was paying attention to the ground while running to prevent himself from being tripped by vines that suddenly emerged from the ground. Tell me, why did Li Chao look at the ground while rushing towards Qin Fei? Don't you know this? That's right. Not many people know about that battle. Qin Fei and Li Chao had fought once before. To be precise, it wasn't really a fight, because Li Chao rushed towards Qin Fei too fast, and Qin Fei laid vines on the ground, which then entangled Li Chao's legs, causing Li Chao to fall heavily to the ground. He was bruised and swollen, and immediately passed out. Oh my god, isn't Qin Fei too insidious? You can't say it's insidious. After all, in battle, as long as you don't resort to any external means and can win, it's a good tactic. It's a battle talent. I agree with this. Obviously, Li Chao has suffered losses before, so he won't fall for Qin Fei's insidious tactics again. I don't know what Qin Fei should do to defeat Li Chao. Li Chao is an early 5th order gold-type superpower, one of the most talented fighters. If you ask me, I don't know. You'll know when you see it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chao approached Qin Fei with a sinister smile on his face. Qin Fei, you used insidious tactics to make me suffer a great loss before. This time, I will be on guard against your insidious tactics. Let's see how you can defeat me. Boom! The next moment, Li Chao slashed out with a thundering sword. The heavy sword condensed with the golden superpower slashed down towards Qin Fei like a crushing force. Is Qin Fei stupid? He actually allowed Li Chao to get close to him and fight him in close combat? Doesn't he know that gold-type superpowers are nearly invincible in close combat? You wanted to use a dirty trick, but you didn't think about Li Chao's defense, so you're at your wit's end? But suddenly, there was an uproar. Facing Li Chao's angry sword, many teachers were even ready to rescue him. After all, even if Qin Fei was cheating, they couldn't just watch Qin Fei being hacked to death. But just as the long sword was about to hit him, Qin Fei took action. A vine flew out of his body and directly strangled the heavy sword transformed by the golden superpower. In people's minds, this was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it could not stop the sharp and ferocious heavy sword at all. But what shocked them was that the terrifying heavy sword and long sword shattered into pieces the moment they touched the vines, and the vines extended like tentacles and instantly came in front of Li Chao. As Li Chao stared in astonishment, it hit him in the face. Bang! Li Chao was knocked flying. A whip mark appeared on Li Chao's face, which then turned red and swollen. Impossible, this is impossible. How can he be so strong? I don't accept it. Li Chao was completely confused, his eyes full of disbelief. He simply couldn't believe it. This. One move? No way? What did I see? How could Qin Fei's vines have such terrifying power? Is Li Chao acting? Acting? Don't you know that Li Chao has been pursuing Huang Meijiao for over a year, and Huang Meijiao has become Qin Fei's girlfriend? This is a love rival. Would Li Chao use such a shameful way to help his love rival? You're going to make me laugh to death. I said I was acting because I couldn't accept this reality. Isn't Qin Fei Cheng a bit outrageous? Don't even mention you, I feel this is too unreal. At this time, Lu Lei and others also rushed back. They didn't know what happened at first, but they found out after asking a little. Everyone questioned Qin Fei. After hearing what these people said, Lu Lei and others fell silent. Lu Lei was the one who had seen Qin Fei shoot and kill a 10th level peak monster with his own eyes, and knew that Qin Fei's achievement was real. Wu Hang had been defeated by Qin Fei, and although he had not seen Qin Fei kill the tiger-striped phantom thunder spider, he had heard it from Lu Lei, and so had the others, so they knew that Qin Fei's combat power was truly the best in the school. But they couldn't say it. Lu Lei and Wu Hang didn't want others to know about their embarrassing things, and the other people naturally didn't want Lu Lei and Wu Hang to tell others about their embarrassing things. Li Chao got up from the ground and tried to attack Qin Fei again. Just as he condensed the long sword, with a bang, Qin Fei's vines broke the long sword again, and then the vines hit his body and knocked him away. With a loud bang, Li Chao fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. It was not that he couldn't get up, but he discovered a very powerless fact. The reason for this result was that the gap between him and Qin Fei was too big, and fighting spirit could not make up for it. After discovering this fact, he was in despair and no longer had any fighting spirit. At this moment, he just wanted to faint so as not to embarrass himself. Qin Fei didn't even glance at Li Chao, his defeated opponent, nor did he look at the teachers. Instead, he looked at the people around him. Are there any seniors who still doubt my grades? Stop talking nonsense and come and fight me. I will use this battle to prove to you that my grades are not obtained through cheating or fabrication. At this time, in the crowd, Lin Yujia was watching quietly with a smile on her face. In fact, as long as she stood up to confirm for Qin Fei, there would be no need for so many things, because even the teachers of Yunqing Superpower Academy would believe her words on the surface. But she did not stand up, because such an outstanding man should be seen by more people. Moreover, if she stood up, those teachers might think that she and Qin Fei were having an affair. This would not only fail to free Qin Fei from suspicion, but would make Qin Fei even more suspicious, and they might even think that she was helping Qin Fei. In this case, let all the students of Yunqing Superpower Academy know about Qin Fei's reputation. Only by breaking through doubts can you achieve supreme fame. Moreover, becoming strong always starts by breaking down doubts. Qin Fei, show your brilliance to the fullest. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of charisma you will display when you arrive at Qinghe Superpower Academy in the future. Lin Yujia watched with great interest. Chapter 58 The Insidious Senior Who Was Repeating a Grade. After hearing Qin Fei's words, many people looked unhappy, especially some senior students, who felt that they were despised by Qin Fei. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, sweeping up the dust on the ground. After the wind stopped, a figure appeared in front of Qin Fei. Senior, Sun Qin, a 7th level peak superpowered person. I don't want to bully the weak, but you are too arrogant. As a senior, I have to teach you how to behave. Sun Qin looked at Qin Fei proudly and said lightly. Teach me a lesson? Qin Fei chuckled. So, senior also thinks I cheated on my grades? Hearing Qin Fei's words, Sun Qin couldn't help but gasp, yes. I can't believe that he can kill a 10th level peak monster. If he believed it, how could he fight with Qin Fei when he knew that Qin Fei was able to kill a 10th level peak monster? That would not be showing off, but asking for trouble. Take action, Xin Fei said lightly. He has seen many wind-type superpowers recently, and he also wants to see what is different about Sun Qin. Call out. Sun Qin saw Xin Fei's disdain for him and was secretly angry. He grabbed a wind blade condensed by wind-type superpowers in his hand and threw it towards Xin Fei. Under Xin Fei's control, the vine shot out and instantly collided with the flying wind blade. With a crack, the wind blade shattered. As Sun Qin was shocked, the length of the vine suddenly increased and it swung towards him with a terrifying sound of wind. No! With a look of horror, he condensed wind blades again, trying to cut the vine, but the wind blades shattered on the vine, like eggs hitting the wall. With a snap, the vine hit Sun Qin's body without slowing down, and then Sun Qin's body was whipped back. Why is this happening? Sun Qin's body fell heavily to the ground. The pain in his body was not as great as the pain in his heart caused by being killed instantly. He just wanted to be in the spotlight. Why did they treat him like this without giving him any face at all? But he didn't know that Xin Fei hadn't used his water-based and mental superpowers yet, otherwise he wouldn't even have a chance to attack. Xin Fei's homeroom teacher, Tanya, opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with a sense of unreality. It was fine that he had defeated Li Chao before, but now he had even defeated Sun Qin, a genius master at the early 7th level. Could he really possess the combat power of a 10th level superpowered master? So, this student of his was even stronger than her teacher? Those who had previously questioned Xin Fei couldn't help but shut up at this moment. Although they still had some doubts about Xin Fei's achievements in their hearts, after all, killing a 10th level peak monster was too unreal, but they didn't dare to express it like before. What if Xin Fei really had the combat power of a 10th level peak? Or even if not, but he was able to kill a 10th level peak monster, even if it was some unconventional means, he must at least have the combat power of an ordinary 10th level superpowered master, right? If anyone still doubts my performance, please stand up. Xin Fei swept his handsome starry eyes across the audience and spoke lightly. For a moment, no one dared to look Xin Fei in the eye. Exuding domineering aura. Huang Meijiao saw the domineering aura her man was displaying at this moment, pursed her lips, couldn't help but put her legs together, her eyes were drawn, the love in them was about to overflow. He was worthy of being the man who conquered her, whether at home or outside. He was so incomparable, she wanted it. Women admire strong men, it's their nature. Huang Meijiao is the most obvious in this regard. Hey, Junior, please give yourself a way out. In fact, everyone recognizes your strength, but as your senior, I really can't stand your arrogance. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then a young man who looked rather honest stood out from the crowd. It's Wang Liuji, a senior from the senior year. Wang Liuji is 24 years old this year, and he's only at the early 10th level. If he can't break through to the master level before he's 25, then he won't be able to attend the Intermediate Superpower Academy. It seems like he's been held back for 3 years, right? Yes, he has been held back for 3 years. He is also one of the top 10 masters in his senior year and the Earth-type psychic with the strongest defense. However, with his strength, even if he can't enter the Intermediate Psychic Academy in the future, he can still become a teacher if he stays in school. That's not a problem. Aren't many of our school's teachers too old to enter the Intermediate Superpower Academy and instead stay on to become school teachers? Well, but the reason why Wang Liuji always falls just short of the standard for admission to an intermediate school is probably because he got the wrong name. Liuji, repeating a grade? Ahem, if we consider it from a metaphysical perspective, it seems to be related to the name, because this thing might give me a psychological suggestion that I am destined to repeat a grade. Amidst the discussions, Xin Fei also saw Wang Liuji, who looked honest but was actually quite scheming. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Wang Liuji to enter the Intermediate Superpower Academy, but if he could show himself under the eyes of the examiner of Qinghe Superpower Academy this time, he would have a chance to be admitted as an exception. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Xin Fei looked at Wang Liuji calmly and said, stop talking nonsense and take action. I'm not teaching my junior, but I think that if you say that, you'll easily suffer a great loss, because earth thorns. As Wang Liuji spoke, he suddenly stomped the ground. Whoosh, sharp spikes appeared on the ground where Xin Fei was, piercing Xin Fei's legs and feet. Let you be proud. Wang Liuji grinned, but soon his smile froze, because no blood flowed out, it was an afterimage. Yes, Xin Fei is no longer there. His super skills failed, which made Wang Liuji look serious. He never expected that Xin Fei was prepared. Otherwise, he would have been injured if he was stabbed. Sure enough, People who look honest are not necessarily really honest. Sometimes they are quite scheming, like this Wang Liuji. Fortunately, I am also quite scheming. Qin Fei sighed secretly. Fortunately, he was on guard against Wang Liuji. When the ground under his feet was slightly abnormal, he used the 100 steps ghost shadow to slip away. Otherwise, he might really be injured. It is only possible because he possesses an indestructible body, but the indestructible body cannot completely defend against the opponent's attack, it can only weaken it by half. You have to take my attack too. As Qin Fei spoke, the vines broke through the air and flew towards Wang Liuji, as if to entangle Wang Liuji. Wang Liuji stretched out his hand and a sharp stone knife appeared. He chopped at the vines that were wrapped around him, trying to cut them off. But at this moment, the vines instantly hardened into a wooden stick, and the other part was held in Qin Fei's hand. He moved his feet unsteadily to prevent Wang Liuji from using earth spikes to attack him. The wooden stick in his hand smashed down on Wang Liuji's head. Chapter 59 Strong Defeat. Wang Liuji didn't have time to use the earth spikes at this time, so he raised the stone knife to resist. There was a loud bang. Qin Fei was bounced away by the strong recoil force. What a powerful force! Qin Fei took a breath. He was indeed an Earth-type superpowered master. Earth-type psychics have the title of being as immovable as a mountain. They are not fast, but their defense is very strong and their strength is terrifying. Wow! Suddenly, the earth spikes appeared again, but Qin Fei had disappeared from the spot. He activated the 100 steps ghost shadow technique and appeared behind Wang Liuji again. The vines flew out and instantly wrapped around Wang Liuji. Wang Liuji growled and tried to break free from the vines, but even though he had super strength, he found that he could not break free from the vines at all. The vines were too flexible and were like ropes. Moreover, wood overcomes earth, and under the restraint of these attributes, it is difficult for earth-based power to break the vines. Boom! Qin Fei pulled the vine suddenly, and Wang Liuji was pulled backwards. With a loud bang, Wang Liuji's body fell heavily to the ground. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and Qin Fei appeared beside Wang Liuji, holding a wooden spear in his hand and pressing it against Wang Liuji's throat. You! Wang Liuji swallowed and looked at Qin Fei with disbelief in his eyes. He never expected that the battle would end like this. I was completely defeated? You used your speed advantage to win, but this is not a fair victory. Wang Liuji looked unwilling. Then I'll tie my hands and feet and fight you. Qin Fei sneered, and took back the spear and the vines that were wrapped around Wang Liuji. Wang Liuji. It may sound like a long story from the beginning of the battle to now, but in fact it only took a moment and the battle was over. Wang Liuji is one of the top 10 masters in the school. He was previously number 1. It's not easy to defeat Wang Liuji, but Qin Fei defeated him so easily? This shows that the gap between Wang Liuji's strength and Qin Fei's is too big. Actually, I don't think the gap is that big. The main reason is that Qin Fei completely restrained Wang Liuji. Because Qin Fei is too fast, Wang Liuji's Earth Spike, a killer move, is directly useless. In addition, Earth-type superpowers are restrained by Wood-type superpowers. Once entangled, it's like turning into a target. Most of Wang Liuji's other superpowers become useless. Qin Fei was able to defeat Wang Liuji, so it doesn't seem so strange that he killed a 10th level peak monster? That's right. Even though Qin Fei is not the best player in the school yet, he is almost there. That's right, he doesn't need to prove himself anymore. You should say that he has actually verified that his achievements are real. At this moment, many people still dislike Qin Fei's character, but they have to admit that Qin Fei's achievements are real. In the crowd, Wang Ziqiang saw Qin Fei defeat Wang Liuji in a flash, and his heart sank to the bottom. Han Dengcheng must have died at Qin Fei's hands. Maybe he knows it was me who did it. What should I do? He now doesn't dare to tell everyone in public that Qin Fei killed Han Dengcheng because it involves himself. Now, it is almost certain that Qin Fei can kill a peak level 10th order monster. If you want to kill him, it may require a master level expert to take action. And if you want to ask a master level expert to take action, the price will be too high. Because of Qin Fei's student status, the cost he paid was even higher than killing an ordinary master level expert. Thinking of this, Wang Ziqiang gritted his teeth secretly. If his mother didn't give him money, how could he get the money to hire a killer like that? Lu Fan's eyes widened, her whole body trembling, and she felt a surge of regret. Qin Fei, how could he be so strong now? It's only been half a month since we terminated our contract, how could he have killed a peak level 10th order monster? No, I have to find a way to get him back. He was so good to me before, there's no way he'd forget so quickly. I have to find a way to make him change his mind. Lu Fang knew what it meant that Qin Fei now possessed the combat power of a 10th level superpowered master. It was wealth, inexhaustible wealth. Moreover, with the full support of a 10th level superpowered person, she believes that she will have the opportunity to enter a mid-level superpowered institution for further study in the future. Qin Fei naturally didn't know what Lu Fang was thinking. Even if he did, he would only sneer at her. Perhaps if his predecessor were still alive, he would still have feelings for Lu Fang. But him? If he had the chance to kill Lu Fang directly, he would definitely show no mercy. Although he had helped himself by killing his predecessor, he would not have any good feelings towards a woman like that. After Qin Fei defeated Wang Liuji, those who were stronger than Wang Liuji did not dare to take action. If they were defeated by Qin Fei, wouldn't that only enhance Qin Fei's reputation? Qin Fei, when did you break through to the 10th level? Hanya walked up and looked at Qin Fei with a complicated expression. Qin Fei, a student he had been teaching since his freshman year, was originally thought to be useless, but it had only been a short time, and not only had he turned around, he had also become the school's suspected #1 genius. He. Qin Fei chuckled and did not explain that he was not actually at the 10th level. Hearing Qin Fei's chuckle, Hanya's face turned a bit awkward. She thought Qin Fei was mocking her for not speaking up for him. She said sheepishly, "Well, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that your results are so shocking. Before, I thought you had only just reached the 3rd or 4th level." After hearing Hanya's explanation, Qin Fei realized that Hanya might have thought he was angry, so he didn't explain. Instead, he shrugged and said, "Forget it. It's confirmed anyway, so let it be." "Well, don't worry, your reward will be given to you tomorrow," Hanya said repeatedly. "Okay, teacher, if there is nothing else, I'll be leaving," Qin Fei said calmly. "Okay," Hanya said. She didn't know why, but when talking to Qin Fei, she felt like she was a student and Qin Fei was a teacher. She was very restrained. In fact, there was nothing she could do about it, because Qin Fei was much stronger than her. Because, although she is a teacher, her cultivation is only at the 9th level, not as good as that of Wang Liuji, and naturally not as good as Qin Fei, and she does not have enough confidence. Qin Fei. Huang Meijiao came over with a smile and put her arm around Qin Fei's arm naturally. "Let's go back." Qin Fei. At this moment, a voice sounded. It turned out that Lu Ying also ran over. "Hello, schoolgirl." "Hello, senior sister." Huang Meijiao also greeted Lu Ying with a smile. However, Lu Ying's expression was somewhat unnatural. When facing Lin Xuer, she was Qin Fei's girlfriend, but Lin Xuer was not. She could directly confront Lin Xuer, but when facing Huang Meijiao, she was a latecomer and naturally did not have much confidence. Chapter 60 Xuer returns. "Meijiao, let me tell you, Lu Ying is also my girlfriend now, you two should get along well with each other in the future," Qin Fei said with a smile. Lu Ying was also very uneasy. Huang Meijiao smiled and walked forward, holding Lu Ying's hand, saying, "That's great, Senior Lu Ying, thank you for joining us." Qin Fei. "Thank you, Junior." Lu Ying's anxiety disappeared, and she happily shook Huang Meijiao's hand, a smile appearing on her face. Qin Fei was originally worried that the two would quarrel, but now seeing that they were talking happily and getting along well, some of the worries in his heart also disappeared. "Okay, let's go back," Qin Fei said with a smile. He originally wanted to hug one of them, but both women gave Qin Fei a cold look and dodged away. "We sisters are just talking about our innermost thoughts, you just follow behind," the two girls said almost in unison, smiled at each other, then hugged each other's arms and walked forward happily, pulling Qin Fei behind. Qin Fei's hope of being hugged by girls on both sides was dashed. Qin Fei touched his nose helplessly. "Abandoned?" At this moment, a clear voice sounded beside him. Qin Fei turned his head and saw that it was Lin Xuer, the campus beauty and senior student in the senior year. There was a playful look on her lips. It can't be considered abandonment. They are sisters now, so it's natural for them to communicate with each other and cultivate their feelings." Qin Fei coughed and said. Lin Xuer smiled and said, "You achieved first place in the academy's actual combat this time. I believe it won't be long before you can enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy. How do you feel about this?" "I don't feel anything. By the way, you should be able to go in by then." Qin Fei shrugged. In terms of age, I don't meet the requirements and it would be difficult for me to do it. Lin Shuer shook her head. She is now 21 years old. In order to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy, she must be under 22 and have reached the 10th level of cultivation. Although she still has more than half a year to go before she turns 22, judging from her speed of cultivation, it is almost impossible for her to break through from the early 7th level to the early 10th level in half a year without a great adventure. That's hard to say. After you ate that fruit, your superpower has been fully awakened, and your subsequent cultivation speed will be greatly improved. Xin Fei said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Shuer was startled, then shook her head. Although the speed of cultivation has increased, without the corresponding resources, it will be difficult to break through to the 10th level at the age of 22. What if I can help you? Xin Fei said with a grin. You help me? Lin Shuer pursed her lips. Why do you want to help me? What do you think? Xin Fei said as he held Lin Shuer's little hand. Lin Shuer? In an instant, Lin Shuer's face turned red. She wanted to break free from Xin Fei's hand, but because she didn't use too much force, she failed to break free. You. What's wrong? Didn't you ask me before if I minded having another girlfriend? I didn't answer at that time. Now I want to tell you that I don't mind. Xin Fei raised the corners of his mouth, held Lin Shuer's hand tightly, and chuckled. Aren't you afraid that Lu Ying will be angry? Lin Shuer asked with a red face. She actually doesn't mind that I have other women. It's just that her brother has been pursuing you for more than 3 years, so she can't accept it for the time being. Xin Fei scratched Lin Shuer's palm. Just be quiet when you hold my hand and don't scratch it. Lin Shuer said shyly. Promise me you won't give in. Xin Fei said with a smile. Okay, I promise you. But there's one prerequisite. You have to make arrangements for your other women. Lin Shuer blushed, rolled her eyes at Xin Fei, and said, Don't let us break up again. Of course. Xin Fei touched his nose and said naturally. Naturally, there were quite a few people watching this scene. Oh my god, isn't Xin Fei a couple with Huang Meijiao? Why is he holding hands with Lin Shuer now? Is this guy not playing both sides? That's too much. That's too much. How can this guy have his cake and eat it too? Don't stop me. I want to fight him. How can I take away the pot after dinner? Go ahead, I support you in beating him to death, it's so infuriating. Huang Meijiao and Lu Ying were holding each other's arms and chatting happily. Huang Meijiao, you might as well turn your head and look. Your home has been robbed. Someone couldn't stand it and ran up to Huang Meijiao and said. The reason why Lu Ying was not reminded was because the matter between Lu Ying and Xin Fei was known only to a few people such as Lu Lei, and they would not keep it to themselves. Not only this person, but many others were expecting Huang Meijiao to lose her temper and cause a fire in Xin Fei's backyard. But what confuses these people is that Huang Meijiao turned her head and looked over. Seeing Xin Fei holding hands with Lin Shuer and talking and laughing, she nudged Lu Ying with her arm and said with a smile, Look, our man has fallen for another one, and it's our school beauty Lin Shuer. Lu Ying naturally saw it too. She snorted softly, Xin Fei is such a pig. He's actually set his sights on senior Lin Shuer again. Meijiao, aren't you angry? Although she felt a little resentful, she was not angry about it. After she knew that Lin Shuer had spatial superpowers, she gave up the idea of her brother and Lin Shuer being together. Not to mention that Lin Shuer looked down on her brother was not worthy of her at all. If that's the case, then why should she be the bad guy? After being beaten by Xin Fei, she didn't want to make Xin Fei angry again. Hey, every man wants more. Compared to other men, Xin Fei is more capable and honest, and he treats me well too. Why should I be angry? Huang Meijiao chuckled and shook her head. Besides, Xin Fei is not the kind of person who gets bored easily. Lu Ying saw that even Huang Meijiao was not angry, so as a latecomer, she had even less reason to be angry. Okay then. Lu Ying nodded helplessly after hearing that. Let's go and formally meet our new sisters. Huang Meijiao said excitedly. Lu Ying. She really didn't expect Huang Meijiao to be so proactive, and she could also feel that Huang Meijiao was really happy, without any resentment. This made her puzzled, and she thought to herself, no wonder Xin Fei loves Huang Meijiao, who would not like such a considerate and beautiful woman. Chapter 61 Don't you want to gather the 4 most beautiful girls in school? Huang Meijiao pulled Lu Ying towards Xin Fei. People in the distance thought that there was a fire in Xin Fei's harem, but only those who heard the conversation between Huang Meizhou and Lu Ying nearby were stunned. Huang Meizhou and Lu Ying are also the women of that bastard Qin Fei? Of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, he has 3? Isn't there anything left for others? Is he still a human being? When people in the distance saw Huang Meizhou, Li Ying, and Lin Shuer chatting happily, they were dumbfounded. No, I don't believe it. It's not true. Real beep? Pinch me, am I hallucinating? Hiss, I'm fucking, why are you pinching me? Didn't you ask me to pinch you? I was just expressing my feelings, not asking you to pinch me. Damn it, you almost pinched me purple, you were so cruel. It's not that I was too cruel, but I was so angry that my brain went haywire. I pinched you and thought I was pinching Qin Fei. Among the crowd. Young Master Lei, this Qin Fei is going too far. He already has Huang Meizhou and your sister, and now he's even trying to snatch the woman you like. Someone looked at Lu Lei's face cautiously, which was extremely gloomy. Shut up. Lu Lei gritted his teeth. He originally thought that because of his sister, even if Qin Fei and Lin Shuer were interested in each other, they would not end up together. But he never expected that Qin Fei had just been with his sister, and now he is with Lin Shuer. Wu Hang was very angry, but after seeing Lin Shuer also followed Qin Fei, he found that he was not so angry anymore. Because compared to Lu Lei, my situation is much better. Lu Lei can be said to have lost both his sister and his beloved. Originally, Wu Hang was reluctant to take action against Qin Fei, because no one knew whether the Lu family would be interested in Qin Fei as a son-in-law. After all, once Qin Fei's strength and talent were spread, the Lu family would definitely be tempted. Once they agreed to have Qin Fei as a son-in-law, then if he killed Qin Fei, he would be making an enemy of the Lu family. But Lin Shuer is following Qin Fei now, so Lu Lei will definitely not watch Qin Fei and his sister get together. This is his chance. As long as Lu Lei destroys the relationship between Qin Fei and the Lu family, he can find someone to kill Qin Fei. Anyone who steals the woman Wu Hang likes will be killed without knowing how he died. Wang Ziqiang naturally saw all of this, and his face was extremely gloomy at this moment. This bastard was not satisfied with occupying his mother, and he even fooled around with 3 school beauties. But then again, this was a good opportunity to let his mother see the true face of Qin Fei. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and then he secretly took a picture of Qin Fei and the 3 school beauties talking with smiles on their faces. Well, it's a habit and I can't change it. He didn't know that it was because of his hobby that his mother boarded Qin Fei's luxury cruise ship. Women are selfish in terms of feelings. If my mother sees this, she will definitely break up with Qin Fei. Then I will take advantage of her anger and tell her that I want to hire someone to kill Qin Fei. Maybe she will agree. The more Wang Ziqiang thought about it, the more excited he was about his wit. At the same time, scumbag! Lu Fong was filled with indignation. And that group of shameless women. She had originally wanted to snatch Qin Fei away again, but she didn't expect that the 3 women would actually follow Qin Fei. Now, her plan to monopolize Qin Fei failed. Do I have to compete with these women? She was self-aware. Compared with these women, she was far inferior in strength, appearance, and figure. Of course, she was not without advantages. The only advantage was that she and Qin Fei were contracted partners and almost became contracted Taoist companions. Qin Fei liked her. I just wonder how much of his love is left. Judging by how harshly he hit me last time, it might not be much anymore, right? Of course, it could also be that he hit me so hard because he loved me so deeply and hated me so much. She really wanted to rush over and talk to Qin Fei alone to see how much status she still had in his heart, but Wang Ziqiang was by her side, so it was not easy for her to do so. If she failed, she would have no way out. At this moment, she heard Wang Ziqiang say, "We're almost in town. I won't be going back to school with you. I have something to go home for." When Lu Fong heard this, she was secretly delighted, but a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. "What's wrong with you? Why do you go home every few days?" "I don't have much money left, so I want to go home and ask my mother for it." Wang Ziqiang sighed. Of course, he would not tell the real reason why he went home, because he could not let anyone know about the matter between his mother and Qin Fei, otherwise it would be a great shame and humiliation for him. Okay then. The unhappiness on Lu Fong's face disappeared, and she showed a relieved look. She naturally would not let Wang Ziqiang know that she was very happy that he left. After Qin Fei and his group of 4 entered the city, they walked towards the school. No matter how many people envy him, it cannot change the fact that he is now a couple with 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Qin Fei, do you feel like something is missing? Huang Meijiao said with a chuckle. What's missing? Qin Fei looked at Huang Meijiao in confusion. Lin Shuer and Luing also looked at Huang Meijiao in surprise, wondering what the words Huang Meijiao suddenly said meant. Our school has selected 4 campus beauties, and there is also a junior sister. Don't you want the junior sister to become your girlfriend? Huang Meijiao said with a smile, let me tell you, the junior sister and I have contact information. Lin Shuer. Lu Ying. They all looked at Huang Meijiao in disbelief. No, do you know what you are doing? You are such a good wife. Qin Fei's eyes brightened. Huang Meijiao was truly his good wife. She was much better than Lu Ying in this respect. Don't you feel that our Yunqing academies for most beautiful girls are missing one, making it incomplete? Huang Meijiao looked at them with a smile and said, Qin Fei, are you interested? If so, I'd like to introduce you to her. Lin Shuer and Lu Ying both looked at Qin Fei with unfriendly expressions. Ahem. Qin Fei laughed dryly, I'm not interested, really not interested. Having you is enough for me. Even if you are interested, you can't say it in front of Lin Shuer and Lu Ying. These 2 women, one has only been with me for less than 2 days, and the other has just confirmed their relationship. It's like having something in the bowl but not yet in the stomach. How can I be thinking about the pot? Don't scare Lin Shuer away. Meijiao, just spoil him. Lu Ying said helplessly. Lin Shuer didn't say anything, because she had only held Qin Fei's hand and no intimate actions had happened, so it was not appropriate to say anything at this time. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Huang Meijiao smiled. At this moment, a voice rang out, Qin Fei, can we talk alone? Hearing this, several people looked over. When they saw Lu Feng, everyone's expression changed. The smile on Qin Fei's face also faded, becoming a little cold. Chapter 62 The Embarrassed Lu Feng. To be honest, Qin Fei was having a great time when he met Lu Feng. It was as unpleasant as suddenly catching a fly while eating. This woman was in cahoots with Wang Ziqiang and neither of them was a good person. If it weren't for the wrong opportunity, he would have sent these 2 dogs away. I have nothing to say to you. Qin Fei said lightly, and then he called Lin Shuer and the other 2 girls to walk towards the school. At this moment, Lu Feng ran in front of them and blocked their way. She looked at Qin Fei with deep affection and said, Qin Fei, have you forgotten our 1-year relationship? Although Qin Fei had beaten her during their previous meeting, in her opinion, Qin Fei was just angry at that time. Now, if she took the initiative to surrender and said nice things, she believed that Qin Fei would definitely return to her arms obediently. After all, he was willing to give almost everything for her. Bang! Huang Meijiao flashed in front of Lu Feng, then slapped her in the face, sending her flying backwards. Blood splattered everywhere and his entire cheek was swollen. At the same time, Huang Meijiao's cold voice rang out, my boyfriend doesn't want to pay attention to you. Haven't you heard it yet? You bitch. Ah, you dared to hit me, I will fight you. Lu Feng climbed up with a ferocious face and wanted to fight with Huang Meijiao. Wow! He grabbed the void and a musket appeared, and he stabbed Huang Meijiao with the musket. Boom! Huang Meijiao faced the stabbing musket without changing her expression. She simply grabbed the blazing musket with her hand. Some 4th and 5th level super-powered masters would feel pain if they grabbed the blazing flame, but Huang Meijiao seemed to be fine. This was because Lu Feng's spear was just an ordinary 3rd level fire superpower condensed, while Huang Meijiao was a 5th level ultimate fire superpowered master. She was much better at playing with fire than Lu Feng, so it was normal for her to be immune to low-level fire superpowers. Lu Feng's expression changed. Wow! The next moment, a recoil force came from the spear, which directly cracked Lu Feng's knuckles. However, the fire spear could not withstand the invasion of the even more powerful fire force and exploded directly. Then Lu Feng felt a sudden blur in front of her eyes, and when she looked again, Huang Meijiao had come to her side, raised her hand and slapped her. She wanted to dodge, but she couldn't avoid it at all, and was slapped away again. Qin Fei, are you still a man? You ungrateful person actually let this bitch beat me. Lu Feng lay on the ground crying and cursing. Qin Fei laughed out of anger when he heard this. It was okay for a person to be shameless, but this was the first time he had seen someone so shameless. I feel like the blow wasn't strong enough. Qin Fei scoffed at this scene, he's still cursing. He's got a lot of energy. Huang Meijiao stepped forward and said coldly, you're still so stubborn. It seems the lesson I gave you before wasn't enough. I'm going to spank you until your mouth is broken. Hearing this, Lu Feng turned over and got up and ran towards the school. Now Qin Fei has no regard for her at all, and Huang Meijiao is not polite to her at all, and she is simply trying to beat her to death. In this situation, she knew that staying any longer would only bring humiliation upon herself. Qin Fei, just wait for me. Lu Feng secretly hated Qin Fei for his ruthlessness. Watching Lu Feng flee in a panic, Lu Ying couldn't help but ask Qin Fei curiously, "Why did you fall for this woman before?" In her opinion, although Lu Feng is pretty, she is at best the class beauty and may not even reach the class beauty level. And it is unreasonable for Qin Fei, who is so handsome, to fall in love with Lu Feng. Well, I was young at the time, and my parents died tragically, so I was feeling empty inside, and she succeeded. Qin Fei shrugged. He was naturally talking about the story of his predecessor and Lu Feng. From his perspective as an observer, Lu Feng was able to take advantage of the situation, but it was not necessarily because she was attracted by her predecessor's appearance, but perhaps also because of his talent and strength. After all, even if a level talent is not the top talent, it is already considered to be almost the top in these junior superpower academies like Yuncheng. Otherwise, they would not be arranged with independent dormitories. Hearing this, the three women all showed relieved expressions. When people are sad, any kindness shown to them by anyone may be magnified. Chapter 63, Martial Arts Competition. Qin Fei returned to school with the three girls, and then went to the cafeteria to have dinner together. Lin Shuer said that she wanted to digest the fruit she had eaten before, so she went back. Qin Fei did not try to keep her, and took Huang Meijiao and Lu Ying back to his residence. The two girls had no objection to this. After all, as Qin Fei's girlfriends, they all want to stay with Qin Fei. It's not that Lin Shuer doesn't want to, but after her spatial superpowers have been fully awakened this time, she needs to adapt to the changes in her current cultivation level. Not long after, the three people who separated from Lin Shuer returned to Qin Fei's dormitory. "Qin Fei, you haven't told me yet, how come you suddenly became so strong?" Huang Meijiao asked curiously. She still remembered that she met Qin Fei in the academy's martial arts field. At that time, Qin Fei was only at the third or fourth level of cultivation. "Yes. Before, outside the city gate, I heard many people say that you seemed to be less than the second level half a month ago." Hearing Huang Meijiao's question, Lu Ying also agreed. She didn't ask before, but after talking with Huang Meijiao, she found that Qin Fei's cultivation level was improving very fast. In just half a month, his strength was improving day by day. "I've always had good talent, but I just spent all my earnings on Lu Feng before." Qin Fei shrugged and said, "Also, my superpowers inexplicably experienced a second awakening after being raped and beaten by the prince some time ago. Now my talent is many times higher than before." He was not prepared to tell anyone about the system, even if it was about his own woman. So that's it. The two women were relieved after hearing this. They both chose to believe it because there were many people who were unknown before, but suddenly experienced a second awakening of superpowers and then rose to prominence. In fact, this world not only has cases of superpowers awakening for the second time, but also for the third time, or even more times. Just like Lin Shuer, after she ate the space-related fruit, her space-related superpowers are now almost fully awakened. In fact, it can be said that she has undergone a second awakening. The same was true for Huang Meijiao herself. After she ate the fire spirit pearl given by Qin Fei, her cultivation speed became much faster than before, but her progress in cultivation was not as exaggerated as Qin Fei's. In Qin Fei's case, the super energy nuclear transformation can actually be called the second awakening, but his second awakening is even more outrageous than the 2 or even 3 awakenings of ordinary people. He directly reached SSS level from O level. Normally, one cannot reach this level with one more awakening. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that you've eaten and drunk enough, let me see how your practice is progressing. Qin Fei said, looking at his two girlfriends. This. Lu Ying thought about how she had been defeated twice in previous duels with Qin Fei, and she wanted to get back at him. Okay, I agree. But Qin Fei, you have to suppress your realm to the 5th level. Qin Fei blinked. Okay, the strength of the 5th level is enough. I'm glad you agree. Let's go take a shower first and then we can practice together. Lu Ying said. Qin Fei was speechless. He had to take a shower before a martial arts competition. Is that so formal? While the two women were taking a shower, Qin Fei opened the Plundering Goddess System, preparing to use the high-level lottery opportunity he had obtained by raising Lin Shuer's favorability to 70 points. I hope this lottery won't disappoint me, Xin Fei said in his heart, and then started the lottery. Advanced lottery, 3 levels of rewards: red reward 90%, purple reward 9%, gold reward 1%. Xin Fei doesn't expect to get the gold reward, but he will be satisfied with the purple reward. The lottery ended soon, and the result made Xin Fei somewhat disappointed, because the reward he got this time was a red reward, which was the super energy pill that he often got before. However, Xin Fei's eyes soon lit up, because the logo behind the super pill this time is very unusual. Super Power Pill 100. I didn't look carefully before and thought it was 10 pills, but it turned out to be 100 pills. Xin Fei evaluated the value. The Super Power Pill has a great effect. That's why Huang Meijiao broke through to the 5th level so quickly. In addition to her fire superpower awakening and the increase in cultivation speed, the Super Power Pill played a big role. After drawing the prize, I practiced for a while. The 2 women also came out of the bathroom after putting on their clothes. In the yard, the 2 women joined forces to spar with Xin Fei, and it turned out that the gap in strength was too big. Of course, they also received guidance from Xin Fei. Xin Fei had a high level of comprehension, and they could all benefit a lot from just a little guidance. The 2 women couldn't help but feel emotional. Xin Fei is indeed the school's #1 genius. Whether it was their comprehension or talent, they were incredibly strong, and they were convinced of their defeat. Now that the competition is over, hurry up and practice. These are super energy pills. Each of you will get 10. Use them to practice first. Maybe you can all improve a lot by tomorrow. Xin Fei smiled and took out 20 super spirit pills, giving 10 to each of the 2 women. Before, there were few super energy pills, so we gave them out in 5s. Now there are more, so let us give them out in 10s. The 2 women took the super pills and went into the house to practice. Chapter 64 Breakthrough. Time flies and it is the next day. October 1st. The first thing Xin Fei did when he woke up was to open the system and take a look. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SS level. Comprehensive rating, 108. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, mid-stage 7th level superpowered master of water and wood elements, and perfect 7th level spiritual master. Superpower fusion skill, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys. Number of bound goddesses, for Lu Fenyi, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Lu Ying. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, Mind Exploration Card 8, Taodai Cultivation Method 1, Superpower Master Perfection Card 1, Superpower Pill 20, 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Body Technique 1. Yes, after practicing for half the night, Xin Fei's cultivation level broke through again. Both the water and wood superpowers were upgraded to a higher level, reaching the middle stage of the 7th level. He did not use the superpower pill to practice, as it would be better to leave it to his woman. Because he had a gluttonous stomach, coupled with the gluttonous practice method, he could devour and refine the 8th level and 9th level demon cores of the wood and water elements that he had specially left behind, and the speed was not slower than using the superpower pill, and it was even a little faster. After getting up and washing up, Xin Fei went to the cafeteria to get some meals and brought them back. Along the way, many people looked at Xin Fei, with eyes of admiration, jealousy, or envy, and so on. When Xin Fei came back with the meal, the 2 women were washing up. Xin Fei, my mother just called me. I'm going to go home after breakfast. Lu Ying said to Xin Fei while eating. Why are you asked to go home at this time? Xin Fei was surprised. Isn't it your brother who complained? Xin Fei knew that Lu Ying's brother Lu Lei hated him to the core. After all, he had snatched away his sweetheart, Lin Shui. Needless to say, it's likely to happen. Lu Ying said helplessly, so, you have to be prepared. Are you ready to be beaten? Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. Ahem, it's not that exaggerated, but it will definitely be a test for you. Lu Ying rolled her eyes and said. As long as you understand the situation, it's fine. Xin Fei shrugged, smiled easily, then looked at Huang Meijiao and said, Meijiao, is there any problem at home? There's no big problem at my home. Huang Meijiao shook her head. Although her family conditions are average, her parents are still alive and have their own jobs. Although they cannot provide her with much help, she has never counted on her family. In her opinion, it was not easy for her to be raised by her family. Well, if you need me to go there, I can find some time to go and meet the two elders. Xin Fei said. Yeah. Huang Meijiao smiled and nodded. The three of them ate and chatted, discussing the plans for the next few days. The practical assessment ended yesterday, and the next few days will be a time for rest. Huang Meijiao is not planning to leave the school, but is planning to practice in Xin Fei's dormitory. Xin Fei was originally planning to stay at home with Huang Meijiao, but at this time, he received a call from Lu Fengyi. At this time, he thought of what Lu Fengyi said, that there would be a dance party in early October that he would need to attend. This is what Lu Fengyi was talking about on the phone. Xin Fei said hello to Huang Meijiao and left the school. Chapter 65, Dissolving the Mother-Son Relationship. Jiayuan Villa. Wang Ziqiang slept until noon. When he got home yesterday, his mother wasn't home. He waited until late, but she still hadn't returned. He felt sleepy and went back to his room, where he fell asleep. As for cultivation? If he loved it, he wouldn't be only a third-level superpowered master now, even with all the resources Lu Fengyi had given him. How can practicing be as comfortable as sleeping? Moreover, he hadn't slept for even a minute during the past 2 days of practical tests. When Wang Ziqiang woke up, he found his mother's car in the yard of the villa. His mother's carriage was a two-horse carriage. The two-headed main horse is a unique species of horse and is worth millions. Knowing that his mother was back, Wang Ziqiang went to the living room immediately. However, when he saw the scene in the living room, he couldn't hold it in any longer and almost exploded with anger, because Lu Fengyi was kissing the person he hated the most as if no one was around. You guys! Wang Ziqiang roared, do you have any shame? This roar woke up the two people who were kissing passionately. In fact, when Wang Ziqiang came to the door of the living room, the two of them noticed his arrival. At that time, Lu Fengyi wanted to push Xin Fei away, but Xin Fei hugged her waist too tightly. Lu Fengyi thought that Wang Ziqiang should have some sense and leave, but who knew that not only did he not leave, he was still shouting here. Lu Fengyi said coldly, what are you doing so jumpy? Don't you know how to speak properly? You've wasted all these years of studying. When Wang Ziqiang heard what Lu Fengyi said, he almost vomited blood. You're having an intimate relationship with my sworn enemy. Have you ever considered how I, your son, feel? How can I expect you to talk to me properly? He hasn't learned any manners, but he has learned a lot about murder and arson. Xin Fei hugged Lu Fengyi's waist and sighed, this child is useless, Fengyi, why don't we work hard to practice our own account? Lu Fengyi. Wang Ziqiang? Xin Fei, don't go too far. Wang Ziqiang looked at Xin Fei with gritted teeth. Why am I being too much? Xin Fei shrugged. Your mother and I truly love each other. You should bless us instead of thinking about quarreling with your mother every day. How dare you say that? If you really want to be with my mom, then why are you still involved with several girls in school? Wang Ziqiang said angrily, don't deny it, I have evidence. As he said this, he was about to take out the photos he had secretly taken yesterday. Xin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi with an innocent expression. Ahem, this was my mom's idea. At this moment, Lu Fengyi smiled embarrassedly and then spoke. Your idea? Wang Ziqiang was stunned and looked at Lu Fengyi in disbelief. It was me who asked him to find another girlfriend. Don't interfere in this matter. Lu Fengyi said seriously, but she felt very embarrassed in her heart because she really couldn't withstand Xin Fei's impact alone. That's simply not like a human being. If Xin Fei was the only woman with her, she was worried that she would die. Therefore, Xin Fei was encouraged to find a few more helpers to share the burden. But how can I have the nerve to explain this to Wang Ziqiang? Why? What's so good about Xin Fei? Wang Ziqiang said angrily. There are so many good things about it. I have some female friends with whom I have a good relationship. They are all very dissatisfied with their married life, but I am different. I can never be satisfied with Xin Fei. What's so good about me? If you hadn't called Fengyi mom, you might not be able to stand here and talk to me now. In the past half-month, you hired 2 groups of killers to assassinate me, and I didn't even tell your mother. Xin Fei said slowly. What? Lu Fengyi's face changed when she heard that. She looked at Wang Zicheng angrily and said, "You used all your money to assassinate Qin Fei?" I. Wang Zicheng's face tightened and he began to stutter. Bang! When Lu Fengyi saw this scene, she knew that Wang Zicheng had really done such a thing. She couldn't help but slap Wang Zicheng in the face, making Wang Zicheng turn 360 degrees. It can be seen how angry Lu Fengyi was in her heart. "I gave you money so that you can practice, not so that you can do whatever you want." Lu Fengyi was still not satisfied, so she followed up, picked up Wang Zicheng, and slapped him again. Bang! Then Wang Zicheng did a 360-degree turn. Both sides of the face are swollen, which is a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder because they are very symmetrical. "You hit me again, am I still your son?" Wang Zicheng was completely crazy. He could feel that Lu Fengyi did not hold back at all when she hit him. "It's better not to have a son like you," Lu Fengyi said in a deep voice with an angry look on her face. Wang Zicheng felt his heart go cold. Was this still the mother who loved him so much? Why was she so obsessed with Qin Fei? Why did she completely disregard the mother-son relationship they had shared for 20 years? When Lu Fengyi thought about the money she earned being used by her son to assassinate his lover, she had the urge to beat Wang Zicheng to death. Although she had raised him for more than 10 years and had developed feelings for him, Wang Zicheng had worn out her patience in recent years, and no amount of family affection could withstand such torment. "If you didn't want me, why did you give birth to me?" Wang Zicheng's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily said, "Without my father, how could you have built such a company and accumulated such assets?" Lu Fengyi reached out to hit Wang Zicheng again, but Wang Zicheng stepped back to avoid it. Lu Fengyi took a few deep breaths, then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "First, you're not my child. I'm not actually your biological mother, but your aunt. Second, I built the company single-handedly, and it has nothing to do with your father. If there's any connection, it's because your mother took care of me. I'm grateful to her, and I took care of you because of her last wish. In order to take good care of you, I haven't been in a relationship all these years." Wang Zicheng was stunned when he heard Lu Fengyi's words. He had never imagined that his life story would turn out like this. Lu Fengyi wasn't his mother, but his aunt? How could this be? "I promised your mother that I would raise you, and I've done it. You'll be 20 soon, and I've kept my promise to her. From today on, we're no longer mother and son. I'll give you 10 million and this villa worth 30 million. Remember, this is the last time I'll give you money." Lu Fengyi looked at Wang Zicheng solemnly and said, "From now on, whether you live or die, you'll have nothing to do with me. I've done my best to be worthy of your mother, and I've done my best to be worthy of you calling me mother all these years." Wang Zicheng was completely stunned. He never expected that Lu Fengyi would actually end the mother-son relationship between him and him. Chapter 66: The Shaking Carriage. At this moment, Wang Zicheng was filled with shock and fear. If Lu Fengyi didn't care about him, what would he do in the future? After saying these words, Lu Fengyi transferred 10 million to Wang Zicheng. Under normal circumstances, if Lu Fengyi gave him so much money, Wang Zicheng would be very happy, but now, Wang Zicheng felt cold in his heart. "Mom, I was wrong. Please don't leave me, okay? I won't care about you anymore." Wang Zicheng knelt down with a thud, his face full of regret. He said in a deep voice, "I will be a good person in the future and never make you angry again. You have said this too many times. It is no longer credible to me. This 10 million is enough for you to cultivate to the level of a 10th order superpowered master." Lu Fengyi said calmly. "Qin Fei, let's go." Lu Fengyi then asked Qin Fei to leave without any hesitation on her face, and without even looking at Wang Zicheng. Afterwards, Lu Fengyi and Qin Fei got on the double-headed carriage and left. Of course, they also took away some of the bodyguards she recruited. When Wang Zicheng saw Lu Fengyi and Qin Fei leave without even looking back at him, he slowly stood up, his face becoming ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Lu Fengyi, you actually abandoned me for Qin Fei. Well, I'll kill him with the money you gave me. If 10 million isn't enough, I'll sell this villa. I don't believe that tens of millions can't kill Qin Fei. The carriage is very stable. Not only is this two-headed mane horse a unique species among horses, but the carriage is also arranged with inscribed formations, which can be used for both defense and shock absorption." Inscribed formation, this was engraved by a formation-type superpower master. But Lu Fengyi's face was full of fatigue. "Can't you bear it?" Qin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi and said softly. "After all, I have raised him for more than 10 years. Although he is not my biological son, I have always raised him as my own. Lu Fengyi sighed softly. She felt that it was because she spoiled Wang Zijiang too much that he became what he is now. After all, humans are not cold-blooded animals. Let alone a living person, even a dog will have feelings if you raise it for more than 10 years. It may not be appropriate to say this, but it is the actual situation. Qin Fei didn't know how to comfort Lu Fengyi about this. Although he wanted to kill Wang Zijiang and had enough ways to do so, no matter how he did it, as long as Lu Fengyi knew about it in the future, she would definitely feel alienated from him. Based on his understanding of Wang Zijiang, as long as Lu Fengyi doesn't care about Wang Zijiang will be killed sooner or later, unless this guy changes his character and becomes a new person. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. I hope he can change his ways and be a good person in the future. Lu Fengyi then shook her head and said without waiting for Qin Fei to speak. She couldn't control Wang Zijiang because he would drag her down sooner or later. Dragging her down was not what worried her the most. What worried her the most was that Wang Zijiang might become more and more reckless in the future and finally embark on a road of no return. Moreover, Wang Zijiang is indeed not young anymore, he is almost 20 years old, and it is time for him to be independent. You know, when she took Wang Zijiang with her, she was still a girl of 16 or 17 years old. At that time, she had already started a business to support herself and Wang Zijiang. I'm afraid that he won't repent. There's a harsh saying, a dog will always eat shit. Qin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi and said calmly. I know. But Qin Fei, for my sake, please forgive him this time, okay? Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei pleadingly. It's not difficult to forgive him this time. After all, I didn't suffer any real harm. But have you ever thought about this problem? You gave him 10 million plus a villa. Does that mean he has enough money to hire someone to kill someone? Qin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi, chuckled, and said. This. Lu Fengyi was stunned when she heard this. Shouldn't he reflect on himself? Yes, if he knew how to reflect on himself, he wouldn't be so stubborn. She said it in a tactful way, but in reality, it means the same as a dog will always eat shit. If that's the case, then hand him over to the law enforcement team and let them deal with it. Lu Fengyi said with red eyes, then looked at Qin Fei solemnly. There are only two results if you are handed over to the law enforcement team, either you are executed directly or you are sent to the most dangerous place on the front line. Sending you to the front line is better than being executed, but the number of people who can survive if sent to the front line is almost zero. Okay, don't be sad. I hope he can understand your true intentions and behave well. Qin Fei hugged Lu Fengyi in his arms, kissed her, and said softly. He knew that Lu Fengyi was sad. She was not sad because she had severed her mother-son relationship with Wang Zijiang, because they were not actually mother and son. She was sad because she had promised her sister to raise Wang Zijiang well. She tried her best, but ended up raising Wang Zijiang in the wrong way. Yeah. Lu Fengyi nodded. After Qin Fei's comfort, her mood recovered. After all, she was a strong woman. Otherwise, she would not have created a company with a market value of hundreds of millions in just over 10 years. By the way, you gave the villa to Wang Zijiang. Where are you going to live next? Qin Fei asked. I bought another place to live in the past 2 days. Lu Fengyi said a little embarrassedly. Bought another one? Qin Fei blinked. Could it be that Lu Fengyi had been ready to sever the mother-son relationship with Wang Zijiang 2 days ago? Yeah. Lu Fengyi nodded. After all, Xiaoqian often goes back to Jiayuan Villa. I'm worried that it's inconvenient for you, so I thought of buying another one and using it as our love nest. We're going there now. I thought we were going to a dance party. I was wondering if the organizers were a little stupid to hold a dance party in broad daylight? Qin Fei touched his nose and felt a little moved in his heart. Lu Fengyi really loved him deeply, but he couldn't give her his whole body and soul, and he felt very sorry for that. Silly boy, dances are usually held at night. Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei coquettishly and explained. Qin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi's charming appearance at this moment, and couldn't help but kiss Lu Fengyi's red lips. Lu Fengyi responded enthusiastically. She hadn't seen Qin Fei for 2 days, and she felt empty in her heart. Now, she felt very fulfilled. Why could she simply end her mother-son relationship with Wang Zijiang this time? In fact, the main reason was that Qin Fei possessed her body and mind. She didn't want to see Wang Zijiang and Qin Fei hate each other. And this kiss aroused some primitive impulses between the two. In addition to its excellent shock absorption and defensive effects, this double-headed carriage also has superb sound insulation effects. But even so, the carriage shook a little while moving. The corner of the coachman's mouth twitched slightly. He was one of the people who followed Lu Fengyi earlier. In his mind, Lu Fengyi had always been a cold and aloof female president. But now, he felt that the cold and aloof female president had fallen down to earth. Chapter 67. Do you dislike my age? Fei Hong Community. There are many villas in this community, and the carriage stopped at one of them. I don't know how long it took. The door of the carriage opened, and a man and a woman walked out. They were Qin Fei and Lu Fengyi. The bodyguards not far away heard the sound of the car door opening, and they all turned their backs to the two people and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, without even glancing in their direction. It's all your fault. Lu Fengyi's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but twist Qin Fei's waist. Qin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air, an innocent look on his face, and said, "Didn't you say you wanted more? You still say that." Lu Fengyi glared at Qin Fei angrily, then walked quickly towards the living room of the villa angrily. Looking at Lu Fengyi, who was acting like a little girl, who didn't look like a strong woman at all, Qin Fei unconsciously smiled and followed Lu Fengyi. He knew that Lu Fengyi was not really angry, but she was definitely embarrassed. After all, Lu Fengyi's favorability is there at 95 points. However, after the favorability reaches 90 points, it is very difficult to increase it a little bit. He now has confirmed relationships with several women, but none of them is close to the maximum value. Yes, a favorability of 100 points represents an unwavering, lifelong love. Without going through ups and downs together, it is naturally not easy to reach the maximum value. Watching Lu Fengyi arrange for the chef to prepare lunch, after the arrangements were completed, Lu Fengyi rolled her eyes at Qin Fei and said, "I'm going to take a shower, you can do whatever you want." "Let's go together." Qin Fei said with a smile, "I don't feel well either." "Don't follow me, go to another room to take a shower." Lu Fengyi said shyly as she watched Qin Fei follow her. "Aren't we trying to save water together?" Qin Fei said with a thick skin. You better let me go." Lu Fengyi glared at Qin Fei unhappily. "If I wash with you, it will take at least 2 hours to finish." After saying that, he entered the room and locked it from the inside. Her legs were weak now, and she couldn't stand Qin Fei's tormenting anymore. Qin Fei touched his nose. He had just wanted to take a bath. Really, who did he think he was? "I also feel sorry for my woman, okay?" Qin Fei didn't rush to other rooms to take a shower. He was going to walk around the villa, but at this moment, the door opened with a click, revealing Lu Fengyi's figure. "Didn't you go to take a shower? Why did you open the door again? Are you inviting me to join you?" Qin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi with a smile. "I'm just worried that you don't have a change of clothes." Lu Fengyi snorted softly, and as she spoke, she handed the bag of clothes in her hand to Qin Fei and said, "Here are the pajamas I bought for you. Change into them after you take a shower. There are also clothes prepared for you to change into for the dance tonight. You can try them on to see if they fit you well." "I understand." Qin Fei took the bag of clothes and nodded. She was indeed a mature and virtuous woman, and everything she did was impeccable. After taking a shower, lunch was ready. "I fed you a bite and you fed me a bite. How can the love between us be described? Fengyi, you haven't told me about your company yet. Would you mind chatting with me to satisfy my curiosity?" Qin Fei asked with a smile. "Even if you didn't ask, I wanted to tell you anyway." Lu Fengyi chuckled and continued, "Because the dance party tonight is actually a gathering for many business people to exchange ideas and expand their businesses. If you don't have a net worth of over 100 million, you are not eligible to attend this party. Will people from the 4 major families in Yunqing participate?" Qin Fei pursed his lips and asked. He heard from Lu Ying that the Lu family was one of the 4 major families in Yunqing, and the symbol of the 4 major families was that they had a super-powered person at the level of a general in charge, and their industries even extended to the county city. The level of a general was the highest level of combat power in Yunqing, and the principals of several major super-powered academies in Yunqing were all powerful people at the level of a general. This gathering is hosted by the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. Lu Fengyi said. "The Su family seems to be in the clothing industry?" Qin Fei blinked. He had heard Lu Ying describe the 4 major families. The 4 major families were the Su family, the Wang family, the Lu family, and the Yu family, corresponding to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Among the four major families, the Su family was engaged in the clothing industry, and its main business was clothes, bedsheets, cup covers, etc., while the Wang family was mainly engaged in the food industry. Many food cities, high-end restaurants, and school cafeterias were all Wang family's businesses. The Lu family was mainly engaged in the housing industry, and many high-end residential areas and hotels in Yuncheng were built by the Lu family. Transportation was the industry of the Yu family. For example, the double-headed main carriage purchased by Lu Fengyi was bought from the Yu family's shop. The Yu family had dozens or even hundreds of carriages. Transportation did not only refer to carriages, but also some flying monster mounts, some land and water monsters, etc. Lu Fengyi nodded after hearing this and said, "Yes, you are right. The Su family is mainly engaged in the clothing industry, which is related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The company I founded is also in the clothing industry, but it mainly produces women's clothing." Hearing this, Xin Fei also showed a look of realization. No wonder Lu Fengyi needed to buy men's clothing for him, because her company did not make men's clothing. "You asked me to accompany you to this dance so that I can broaden my horizons?" Xin Fei asked with a smile. "I don't know much about doing business. Gaining knowledge is just a side benefit. The main thing is to tell some people that I already have a boyfriend." Lu Fengyi said very honestly. "So you want me to be a shield to block some of your suitors?" Xin Fei was a little disappointed. "Don't you want to?" Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei with dissatisfaction. "Of course I do. You are my woman, so I naturally can't let other men covet you." Xin Fei kissed Lu Fengyi on the face and said with a smile, "Hey, I wonder if there's any dirt on your mouth." Lu Fengyi rolled her eyes at Xin Fei and said with disgust, then wiped the saliva off her face with a wet wipe. "You're disgusted with it now? Didn't you eat very sweetly before?" Xin Fei teased. "Pfft, who's eating so sweetly? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Fengyi blushed and glared at Xin Fei angrily. Then she thought of something and said worriedly, "By the way, do you mind?" "What do you mind?" Xin Fei gave Lu Fengyi a piece of food with chopsticks and asked Lu Fengyi to eat more. He asked in surprise, "Do you mind what others say about you? After all, I am 35 years old and you are only 19. People may say that you are a gigolo and that I, an old cow, am taking advantage of you." Lu Fengyi said shyly and stiffly. "Aren't you just an old cow eating young grass? Are you afraid of what others will say?" Xin Fei blinked. "You?" Lu Fengyi suddenly frowned coldly, angrily slamming her chopsticks on the table and said, "You actually think so too? Tell me honestly, do you dislike my age? When you get tired of playing with me, you'll dump me?" Looking at the angry Lu Fengyi, Xin Fei felt a little amused, but of course he didn't tease her too much. "Okay, don't be angry. I just said it casually. I don't mind what others say. I also hope you don't get angry. Age doesn't seem to be a problem to me. After all, I want to spend my whole life with you." Xin Fei smiled and lifted Lu Fengyi from the chair to his lap. The latter wanted to resist, but couldn't, or rather, she was half-hearted. Chapter 68, Dance, Became a Gigolo? In the evening, Xin Fei and Lu Fengyi left the villa in a carriage and headed towards the venue of today's dance party. The two of them were dressed in their best at this time, which made it impossible for Xin Fei to keep a low profile because he was so handsome. Lu Fengyi was resting in Xin Fei's arms. "You bad guy, aren't you afraid of tormenting me?" Lu Fengyi snorted softly. "Luckily, my cultivation has reached the 9th level, and my endurance has increased. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to attend the dance tonight." "Well, weren't you very brave when you provoked me?" Xin Fei pinched her soft cheeks, which seemed to show no trace of time. She was so delicate that she looked like she was about 30 years old. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was only 20 years old. He smiled and said, "Besides, you didn't firmly oppose it at that time, did you?" Lu Fengyi rolled her eyes at Xin Fei and said, "You don't even know how to give in to me." When Lu Fengyi was with Xin Fei, she didn't feel like a strong woman at all, but rather like a little girl who fell in love. Xin Fei didn't say anything, but smiled and kissed Lu Fengyi on her lips, causing Lu Fengyi to beg for mercy repeatedly. "Please don't bother me anymore, we'll be at the dance venue soon." "I know. I won't do anything rash." Xin Fei said helplessly, "I can still distinguish the situation clearly. Who knows if you'll suddenly get excited?" Lu Fengyi said unhappily. "I can still vividly remember the scene when I was having lunch at noon and suddenly closed the door of the living room halfway through the meal and then tortured myself." Xin Fei touched his nose. Wasn't the atmosphere like that at that time? Kaiyun Hotel. This is one of the most upscale hotels in Yuncheng. The dance party for the clothing industry held in front of the Su family was held here. Xin Fei and Lu Fingyi arrived here in a carriage. After getting off, they looked at the brightly lit parking lot. Xin Fei's eyes were a little dazed, because the carriages here were colorful and varied, and there were all kinds of monsters as mounts. This blue planet has many similarities with the previous life, but there are also many differences. The biggest difference is, for example, the car and the technology tree is a little bit crooked. What are you thinking about? Lu Fingyi couldn't help asking when she saw Xin Fei was a little distracted. It's okay. Xin Fei shrugged and smiled. Let's go in. Yeah. Lu Fingyi nodded. Afterwards, Lu Fingyi took out the invitation and took Xin Fei into the hotel lobby. Phone E. Boss Lu. Many men and women who saw Lu Fingyi took the initiative to say hello. Not to mention the men, most of them looked at Lu Fingyi with covetousness and surprise, and many of the women looked at Lu Fingyi with either admiration or envy, and of course there was also some jealousy mixed in. Because Lu Fingyi is very famous in Yuncheng. She started her own business and now has hundreds of millions of assets. Most importantly, she is extremely beautiful, which makes it normal for her to be sought after and envied by others. Who is that man Lu Fingyi is hugging? Why haven't I seen him before? Could it be that Lu Fingyi found a gigolo? You know what, that man is so handsome. I've never seen anyone so handsome. And he looks so young. It's not a big deal to call him a gigolo. But Lu Fingyi is so outstanding in every way. Why would she choose a gigolo? I really can't understand it. If it is, why not just ask and find out? Is this even a question? Lu Fingyi has always been chaste, but now she's hugging a man's arm. Doesn't this indirectly tell us that he's her man? Today's party is mainly a dance. What if that man is just a dance partner? To be honest, I'm a little moved by this man. If Lu Fingyi and him are just dance partners, I want Lu Fingyi to introduce him to me. Ahem, that pretty boy you found before, wasn't he pretty good? It's pretty good, but it's been over a year now and I'm a little tired of it. I want to get a better one. Of course, Lu Fingyi is not the only strong woman, there are also many strong women who like men. Rich and powerful men like to find beautiful women, and rich and powerful women sometimes also like to find handsome men. When Xin Fei heard the discussions coming from all over, a frown appeared on his forehead. No wonder Fengyi keeps hugging my arm. She's claiming her dominance. Xin Fei secretly sighed in his heart. Even so, many people still treat me as a dance partner and covet me. Xin Fei shook his head secretly. At first glance, there are many strong women, but really, none of them can compare with Lu Fingyi in terms of beauty. My Fingyi is still the best. Xin Fei said in his heart. I was originally thinking that if there were other goddesses who met the binding qualifications, I should contact them, but now I see, forget it. Goddesses with an overall score of more than 90 points are really rare. In Yunqing Superpower Academy, Xin Fei has only met 3 people. It is said that there is another freshman who is also extremely outstanding, but he has never met her, so he doesn't know whether her overall score can reach 90 points. Because the comprehensive score not only includes appearance and figure, talent is also extremely important, well, maybe even more important. Lu Fingyi saw some people were trying to get close to Xin Fei and asked about his relationship with her. She smiled and said, he's not just my dance partner, he's also my boyfriend. Boyfriend? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other in surprise. They all thought of this possibility, but they never expected Lu Fingyi to say it directly. Lu Fingyi, didn't you say that you didn't consider finding a boyfriend in these years? At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke with an indignant look on his face. He is Lu Fingyi's pursuer and has been pursuing her for many years. Before, Lu Fingyi had been perfunctorily telling him that she was not planning to find a boyfriend in these years. Now she suddenly admitted that she had a boyfriend. The middle-aged man could not hold back any longer. I wasn't planning to look for one before, but sometimes when feelings come, I can't stop it. Lu Fingyi explained with a smile. The middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp. Didn't you say that if you were looking for a boyfriend, you would consider me? The middle-aged man said with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. I've considered you, but I feel like it's not suitable for you. Lu Fingyi said calmly. She also couldn't say it directly, I don't like you at all. Chapter 69, Turn Your Hand into Clouds. Xin Fei looked at the middle-aged man with a teasing smile on his face. The middle-aged man naturally saw Xin Fei's smile. He felt that he was being laughed at, so he said with disgust, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" "I laugh at you because you are not only impolite, but also lack self-awareness. In my opinion, you have lived in vain all these years." Xin Fei shrugged and said with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, "You said I've lived in vain? Little thing, you're tired of living." The middle-aged man's face turned cold when he heard this, and a fire shot out of his eyes. He walked towards Xin Fei. He didn't hit women, but a little brat actually dared to preach to him. Isn't this because he's tired of living? Although he wouldn't kill anyone, he had to teach Xin Fei a lesson to vent his inner frustration. Fire-type superpowers generally have bad tempers. This middle-aged man is a fire-type superpower, and his cultivation is not bad either. He is in his early 40s and a perfect 10th level superpower master. Of course, he has not broken through to the master level at the age of 40. The upper limit of his life is the master level. If there is no adventure in the future, when he is in his 50s or 60s, his energy and blood will decline, and he may not even be able to reach the master level. Zhu Xinlai is angry. How can he not be angry? He's been pursuing Lu Fengyi for a long time. Lu Fengyi suddenly found a boyfriend, and his mentality might collapse. But this young man is really inconsiderate in provoking Zhu Xinlai like this. Young people, having never seen much of the world, are full of arrogance. Only by suffering losses can they grow. That's right, but if I do that, I won't be able to pursue Lu Fengyi at all, because it will make Lu Fengyi feel embarrassed. Why worry about so many things? It's so good to have a show to watch. When Lu Fengyi saw Zhu Xinlai trying to hit Xin Fei, her face was filled with anger. She stood in front of Xin Fei and glared at Zhu Xinlai, saying, "Zhu Xinlai, I've made it very clear. What do you want to do? If you don't want to do anything, then since you don't agree to my pursuit, then naturally don't care what I do." Zhu Xinlai sneered, "Unless you are my woman, I will listen to you." He is forcing Lu Fengyi. Just doing this would only make Lu Fengyi hate him even more, which would be meaningless. Maybe he acted impulsively. Of course, he may also have thought that it would be useless even if he behaved like a gentleman, so he took such a coercive action. No one knows what he is thinking. You. Lu Fengyi was so angry that she trembled all over when she heard Zhu Xinlai's words. She originally thought that if she announced her relationship, those suitors would give up in a gentlemanly manner. She never expected to meet such a person. She knew that Zhu Xinlai had a bad temper, but she didn't expect that this person would do such a shameful thing in public. "Fengyi, don't waste your time talking to people like this," Xin Fei said as he pulled Lu Fengyi behind him. Xin Fei. Lu Fengyi's face showed a hint of anxiety. She hurried forward and said, "He is a 10th level superpowered master. Don't worry, I can easily suppress a loser who has practiced for decades but still hasn't reached the master level." Xin Fei smiled and patted Lu Fengyi on the shoulder. "Of course, if you can give me a sweet kiss, maybe it will end faster." Lu Fengyi was originally very worried, but when she heard what Xin Fei said, she felt ashamed and annoyed. This bad guy wanted to take advantage of her at this time. Wait, he didn't want to take advantage of her, maybe he wanted to tell others and declare his sovereignty. If that's the case, wouldn't that only stimulate Zhu Xinlai further, and make him attack even harder? But seeing the expectation in Xin Fei's eyes, Lu Fengyi still did not let Xin Fei down. She kissed him on the cheek and said with concern, "Then you have to be careful. With your kiss, let alone this piece of trash, I can suppress even a master. Go and watch how your man deals with this piece of trash." Xin Fei grinned, and his tone of voice was very calm, but it contained unquestionable domineering aura. Yeah. Although Lu Fengyi was worried in her heart, her worries were alleviated a lot when she saw Xin Fei's performance. "Little thing, are you done talking? If you are, then prepare to die." Zhu Xinlai looked at Xin Fei with a ferocious expression. He was so angry that Xin Fei kept calling him a waste. Then he saw their intimate interaction, especially when Lu Fengyi kissed Xin Fei. That kind of affection deeply stimulated his heart. This almost drove him crazy. Boom! The next moment, Zhu Xinlai took action. Flame gun. Buzz. Zhu Xinlai waved his hand and summoned a flame gun. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards Xin Fei. At this moment, it seemed as if he was stepping on a Hot Wheels. His aura was so fierce and powerful that the onlookers did not dare to get close, leaving the space in the hall to the two of them, for fear of being accidentally injured by Zhu Xinlai. Xin Fei looked at Zhu Xinlai, who was rushing towards him with an extremely calm expression. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. It was a water sword transformed from the ultimate super-powered water. The flame gun and the water sword collided with each other, with a loud bang. The next moment, both of them took a few steps back. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. No way, is this young man so strong? He faced Zhu Xilai head-on and didn't lose at all? Although he said he could suppress Zhu Xilai with a flip of his hand, I thought he was just bragging, but the fact that he could actually compete with Zhu Xilai still greatly exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Seeing Qin Fei blocking Zhu Xilai's attack, Lu Feiyi's heart was relieved a lot at once. Moreover, she knew more than the people present, because she knew that Qin Fei had both water and wood abilities. Now that his water ability could compete with the opponent, what if he used his wood ability? Then Zhu Xilai is no match for Qin Fei. He is worthy of being the man I like, he is so awesome. Lu Feiyi looked at Qin Fei with eyes full of love. Zhu Xilai's heart was in turmoil. It was unbelievable to him that Qin Fei blocked his attack, but what was even more unbelievable was yet to come. As he rushed towards Qin Fei to attack again, he suddenly fell to the ground with a bang, looking very miserable. Because he only rushed towards Qin Fei and didn't pay attention to the place where the battle had just taken place. Qin Fei had just scattered some seeds, which were transformed from wood-type super energy. These wood-type super energy seeds instantly turned into vines and entangled his legs. Even though Zhu Xilai was very strong, this fall still made him dizzy and almost fainted. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was shocked and dumbfounded. Chapter 70 Lu Feiyi's favorability reaches 100. Where did the vine come from? Did someone else do it? It wasn't someone else who did it. It was Qin Fei who scattered the wood-type super energy seeds, and then they grew into vines. Qin Fei? Do you know that person? Why does this name sound familiar? Qin Fei, the top student in the Yunqing Superpower Academy. I didn't expect him to be the one before, but he has superpowers in both water and wood, and he's still so young. Who else could it be but him? It's him. Is he Qin Fei? I was wondering why Lu Feiyi would like a young man. If it's Qin Fei, then it's not surprising. It is said that Qin Fei, this student, has had ambiguous relationships with several women. It would have been fine if Lu Feiyi hadn't found a boyfriend, but she found such a boyfriend. Among the younger generation, there are very few people who can possess the talent of Qin Fei. He possesses both water and fire abilities, and both appear to be of high quality. The most important thing is that his fighting skills are really amazing. Now think about it, when he first fought Zhu Xian, he sprinkled wood-type super energy seeds on the ground. I even wondered if he had retreated so much before on purpose. And you see, although the battle was short, Qin Fei used a variety of super energy skills, including water-type super energy skills. Not to mention the water sword, he also used super energy seeds for wood-type super energy skills. The seeds grew rapidly, and the vines wrapped around several super energy skills. This moment. Zhu Xilai was going crazy. He felt that this was a great humiliation for him. I was fighting with a young man who was not even 20 years old, and I was defeated. If this matter were to get out, I would become a laughingstock. Zhu Xilai wanted to get up and fight Qin Fei again, but the vines entangled his legs and pulled him back, so he couldn't get up at all. He roared and swung his sword to cut the vines, but at this moment, a light flashed in Qin Fei's hand, the sword of water disappeared, and a wooden stick appeared in his hand. Bang! He raised the wooden stick and hit Zhu Xilai with it, cursing, "You stole my woman right in front of me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? You deserve to die. You bastard!" Zhu Xilai screamed in pain. Because Qin Fei's wooden stick had sharp spikes on it, the blow left several bloody holes on his body. At this moment, Lu Feiyi was moved, and love surged in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Qin Fei looked even more domineering than when he had tortured himself before. He looked very manly and powerful. Qin Fei is so awesome. Lu Feiyi's eyes lit up. In the past, everyone could only see her bright and beautiful side, but they didn't know how difficult her life was. She had to develop the company, take care of her useless son, and flirt with those suitors. She was very tired in her heart, and she also wanted to find a man to rely on. But many men are either attracted by her looks, her wealth, or want to get both money and beauty. In fact, at the beginning, Qin Fei was attracted by her appearance, but who can blame Qin Fei for being so handsome? Since they were together, Qin Fei not only took responsibility for her, but also gave her priceless treasures. From then on, she fell in love with Qin Fei. She fell in love with Qin Fei. Now, she loves Qin Fei even more, because except for being a little young, Qin Fei is impeccable in all other aspects and meets her standards for choosing a partner. Qin Fei naturally didn't know what Lu Fengyi was thinking. As for Zhu Xinlai, who was still being stubborn, Qin Fei hit him on the head with a stick. Stop! At this moment, a voice rang out. When this voice sounded, Qin Fei's stick did not stop because of the scolding of the visitor, but hit Zhu Xinlai's head. With a dull bang, the latter fainted on the spot. Perhaps, fainting is a good thing for Zhu Xinlai. Otherwise, he will have to endure endless humiliation. Especially the rival's condescending attitude. Boy, I told you to stop, are you deaf? The man looked at Qin Fei with anger in his eyes. You told me to stop, so you stopped. Who do you think you are? Qin Fei said sarcastically, holding a thorny stick in his hand. Of course, it might be more appropriate to call it a mace, because the stick was covered with sharp spikes, which looked very scary. What did you say? The man looked at Qin Fei with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Qin Fei would dare to speak to him like that. Seeing this, Lu Fengyi's face turned pale. She stepped forward and interrupted what Qin Fei was about to say. With a forced smile on her face, she apologized. Mr. Su, I apologize on behalf of my boyfriend. He didn't mean to go against you. Seeing Lu Fengyi apologizing to the visitor, Qin Fei felt a little unhappy. Of course, he was not unhappy with Lu Fengyi. He just felt distressed for Lu Fengyi. He knew that Lu Fengyi was worried about himself. He was unhappy with this guy who looked very arrogant. He knew that Lu Fengyi was concerned about the identity of the visitor and worried that the situation would escalate, so she took the initiative to apologize. In short, the identity of the visitor was not simple. Name, Su Jianshui. Age, 45. Talent, B-level fire psychic. Cultivation, early stage of master realm. Favorability, 39. Yes, the person who came was the organizer of this dance party and a member of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. You can't apologize. Su Jianshui snorted coldly, looked at Qin Fei and said, I want this kid to apologize to me. Mr. Su. Lu Fengyi's body trembled slightly when she heard this. She understood Qin Fei's character and knew that for Qin Fei, this was more difficult than killing him. Will Qin Fei apologize? Of course there is no way I can apologize. He is a person who is soft-hearted and does not tolerate toughness. Moreover, this guy appeared in the hall before and did not stop the conflict between him and Zhu Xinlai. When he saw Zhu Xinlai suffer a loss, he chose to stop it instead. How could he possibly go along with such a guy? Qin Fei pulled Lu Fengyi to his side and looked at Su Jianshui with a sneer on his face. You bullied my woman and asked me to apologize? I apologize to your mother, do you accept it? Boy, you dare to scold me? You are looking for death. Su Jianshui was furious and murderous. When Lu Fengyi heard this, her mind buzzed. It was over. Things were about to get out of hand. But soon, she calmed down. Since things had come to this, she would stand by Qin Fei, even if it meant death, they would die together. She looked at Qin Fei's profile, and that handsome face was full of determination. She knew that Qin Fei was so angry because he felt wronged. A rage for beauty. At this moment, she deeply understood the meaning of this sentence, and her heart was filled with emotion. With a husband like this, what else could a woman ask for? Ding, congratulations to the host, the number 1 goddess Lu Fengyi's favorability towards you has reached 100 points, and you have a chance to win a super lottery. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Qin Fei's mind. Chapter 71 Defeat the Super Master, sensational. This Qin Fei is so brave. How dare he confront Su Jianshui? Young and full of energy, he thought he could defeat Zhu Xinlai and fight Su Jianshui, a cultivator in the early stage of the war general realm? Ridiculous. He has no idea of the difference between a superpowered master and a superpowered war general. He will pay the price for his arrogance later. Maybe he thought Su Jianshui wouldn't dare do anything to him. It's true that I don't dare to kill him. After all, if such a genius were killed, it would definitely cause a sensation. After Qin Fei knew the other party's identity, he did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. The reason was that the other party could not kill him. If that didn't work, he would use the Master Realm Perfection card. With his trump card, as long as the Su family's powerful generals don't show up, anyone can deal with him in a single fight, not a group fight. Would a warrior-level warrior lose his dignity and bully the weak? Perhaps, but he would never dare to kill him openly, just as he couldn't kill Zhu Xinlai openly. But he never expected that Lu Fengyi's favorability suddenly rose to the full value of 100 at this time. According to the system prompt, the full value of favorability represents that the other party's feelings for him have reached an unswerving level. However, this was not the time to draw lots. Facing Su Jianshui, who rushed towards him angrily, Xin Fei was ready to fight. Su Jianshui asked someone to take Zhu Xinlai away from the battlefield, and the next moment, he waved his hand and a flame gun appeared. Xin Fei, prepare to die. Wow! As a fire-type superpower user, the flame gun that Su Jianshui condensed in an instant was much more powerful than Zhu Xinlai's flame gun. The scorching temperature emitted by the flame gun could be felt within a 10-meter radius. The people in the hall were standing further away than before, worried that they would be accidentally injured by Su Jianshui. As for stopping Su Jianshui, they still didn't dare. After all, Su Jianshui was an important figure in the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. The biggest difference between a master and a superpower master is that the masters have more and stronger superpower skills, and can activate superpower skills faster. Of course, the quality and reserve of superpowers are also higher. This results in very few superpowers being able to challenge master-level superpowers because the gap is too huge. When Xin Fei faced Zhu Xinlai, he used his water and wood abilities separately, using layout tactics to inflict heavy damage. However, when facing Su Jianshui, Xin Fei simply kept his distance and did not engage in close combat with Su Jianshui. Let me see if the ability of a superpower master like you can match your tough talk. Xin Fei showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. He would rather lose the battle than the opponent. He has never been afraid of anyone in a verbal battle. Wow! There was a flash of light in his hand, and a longbow appeared. He exerted force with his fingers, and the bow became a full moon. A water arrow emerged and was placed on the full moon bowstring. Buzz! The next moment, the water arrow shot towards Su Jianshui like a rocket. While running, Su Jianshui saw the attacking long sword, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the flame gun in his hand drew an arc, accurately blocking the oncoming water arrow. Boom! The scorching flames suddenly exploded, and the water arrow instantly disintegrated, turning into water vapor and dissipating. Xin Fei's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Although my ultimate water-type superpower can be compared to a perfect 10th order fire-type superpower, it's not powerful enough against a master-level fire-type superpower. Besides, this guy may look impulsive and reckless, but his skills and vision in battle are extremely extraordinary. I want to distance myself and seriously injure him, but it's difficult to do so. He saw Su Jianshui rushing towards him again. Xin Fei changed his strategy, the bow and arrow disappeared instantly, his hands embraced the void, and a green flower bloomed, the water and wood flower of the water and wood fusion technique. The water and wood flower flew out, spinning as if swept by a strong wind, and the water and wood flower became very large when it arrived in front of Su Jianshui. It looks beautiful and sharp. Su Jianshui originally wanted to use the same trick again and use the flame gun to blast open the water and wood flower, but the blooming water and wood flower instantly closed up and wrapped around the flame gun, like a plaster, and could not be blasted open at all. Damn it! Su Jianshui gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly when he saw this scene. Xin Fei was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. At the same time, a bow and arrow appeared in Xin Fei's hand again. The bow became a full moon. He pulled the bow and shot the arrow in one go. Whoosh, the water arrow shot towards Su Jianshui like lightning. Su Jianshui's expression changed, and he growled, "Resist the fire ring." Boom! A terrifying halo of fire erupted from the spear, trying to blast open the water and wood flower and then block Xin Fei's water arrow. However, the water and wood flower's superpowered fusion technique was not comparable to a simple water-based superpower. Water helped wood grow, and wood gathered to absorb water. The perfect fusion of the two was not so easy to blast open. Seeing the water arrow approaching, Su Jianshui let go of his spear and retreated. At the same time, a flaming shield appeared in his hand, and he raised the shield to block in front of him. Fire-type super skill fire shield. There was a loud bang. The water gun hit the fire shield, causing Su Jianshui to stagger back, but the water arrow failed to penetrate the fire shield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Water arrows kept shooting towards Su Jianshui, who kept waving his shield to block them. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed. What? Because no one knew when, the water and wood flower actually extinguished his flame gun and swept towards him by bypassing the fire shield. This made Su Jianshui's face change drastically. How could it be possible? Although my control over the flame gun has weakened, it shouldn't be destroyed like this. But he didn't know that Qin Fei was also a psychic master who could do many things at the same time. If he hadn't been worried that the difference in their realms was too big and his mental power couldn't break through Su Jiangshui's Naimun Palace, Qin Fei might have directly used 3 types of superpowers against Su Jiangshui. Now, using his super mental power to do multiple things at the same time, Qin Fei can fight on multiple fronts as long as his dual superpowers of water and wood are not used up. This is the terrifying thing about psychic superpowers. If it was a weakness, Qin Fei could easily solve it by using his psychic superpowers. Of course, he didn't dare to use it because Qin Fei's current mastery of psychic superpowers was limited. Su Jiangshui held the shield handle with one hand to block the water arrows, while activating the flaming boxing gloves to attack the water and wood flowers that were sweeping over. Ah! Su Jiangshui couldn't help but let out a scream the next moment. Then the water and wood flower exploded, and countless energy fragments hit him, blowing Su Jiangshui away. Looking at Su Jiangshui again, he was devastated and looked very miserable. Those who saw this scene were suddenly in an uproar, and everyone showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Su Jiangshui actually lost? It's unbelievable. This Qin Fei actually possesses the combat power of a master. He may not be as strong as Su Jiangshui, but his fighting skills are incredible, and he can multitask. He's worthy of being the #1 genius at the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Chapter 72. My daughter wants to be friends with you. At this moment, Su Jiangshui felt more pain physically than in his heart. He originally wanted to teach Qin Fei a lesson, but he never thought that he would be abused by others. He was so embarrassed that his face fell to the ground. This strong contrast made him feel extremely aggrieved and angry for a while. He even wanted to gather his clansmen and bodyguards to beat up Qin Fei. Just at this moment, he saw a figure walking towards him. Who else could it be but his elder brother? Su Jiangshui's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior, but before he could ask for help, his elder brother looked at Qin Fei with a smile and said, "Don't panic, little brother. I have no ill will towards you." Qin Fei's eyes flashed slightly. When this person appeared, Qin Fei was ready to draw the lottery. Otherwise, even if he used his life-saving trump card, he would not be able to defeat him. Because the detector can clearly detect the information of the future person. Name, Su Jianhai. Age, 49. Talent, B-level gold-type superpower. Strength, early stage of the war general realm. Favorability, 55. Why was Qin Fei wary of this person? Because this thing was very deceptive. Just like when the actual combat assessment started 2 days ago, Han Dengcheng had a good impression of him, but what? He had a good impression of him because he saw him as a prop to make money. God knows why this guy has such a high liking for me. If this person didn't have any plans for him, could he have a grudge against his brother Su Jiangshui? Master Su. Meet Master Su. When everyone saw Su Jianhai coming, they all spoke respectfully. The Su family has 2 powerful warriors at the level of generals. One is the old patriarch of the Su family, and the other is the current patriarch of the Su family, Su Jianhai. They had never expected that Su Jianhai would come to attend this party. Facing the respectful crowd, Su Jianhai nodded with a smile. "Sorry, I made you laugh." Then, he looked at Su Jiangshui with a cold gaze. "Su Jiangshui, now I demand that you apologize to Qin Fei." "You want me to apologize to him?" Su Jiangshui widened his eyes when he heard that, and looked at Su Jianhai in disbelief, as if the person standing in front of him was not his brother. "Didn't you see that I was beaten all over by this little thing? How miserable can it be described?" Qin Fei blinked. Was this too much for Su Jiangshui? As the person involved, he felt aggrieved for Su Jiangshui, because Su Jiangshui was not the winner. He had just suffered a great loss, and now the pain and humiliation were still tormenting his body and mind. "Do you want me to say this again?" Su Jianhai frowned and looked cold when he heard this. Su Jiangshui felt the anger in his elder brother's eyes, and his heart trembled. He thought of the fear of being dominated by Su Jianhai in the past years. His brother had been beating him since he was a child. Although he beat him less frequently after he became an adult, each time he hit him much harder than Qin Fei. It fully demonstrated that as long as he couldn't kill him, he would beat him to death. Therefore, he has always been in awe of Su Jianhai. He has thought about resisting and even tried hard to practice, but he was no match for him, so he just gave in. This is why, although the two have the same talent and are only 4 years apart in age, their cultivation differs by a whole realm. He may not be able to reach the level of a general throughout his life, while Su Jianhai reached the level of a general before the age of 50 and became one of the top 20 masters in Yuncheng. I'm sorry, I apologize to you for my impulsive behavior before. Su Jianxue endured the frustration in his heart and apologized to the junior Qin Fei who beat him, but the smile on his face looked a little ferocious, which might be affected by the wound on his face. Of course, the biggest reason was, I forgive your rudeness. Qin Fei touched his nose and said calmly. He felt a little strange in his heart. He hit someone and had to apologize after being beaten. This made people feel like he was a bully. Forgive my intrusion? Su Jianxue secretly hated him. At this moment, he was filled with endless anger. Some of it was directed at Qin Fei, but even more so at his brother Lu Haijiang. Because after Lu Haijiang came, not only did he not protect his face, but he continued to trample on his dignity. Su Jianxue had no intention of staying here at this moment. Then he turned around and left without looking back. He didn't have the face to stay here for even a second longer. Su Jianhai frowned and wanted to scold Su Jianxue a few more times, but thinking that Su Jianxue might not be able to withstand the outburst, he just snorted coldly and let him leave. Qin Fei coughed and said, Master Su, if there's nothing else, Fengyi and I are ready to say goodbye to you. After all, if we stay here, many people may not feel comfortable. It is true that Su Jianhai's behavior made him feel good about Su Jianhai. Of course, his vigilance towards Su Jianhai did not disappear because of this. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. What exactly does this guy want to gain from me by trying to please me? Therefore, it is better to slip away quickly. After all, this guy has some conspiracy, and I may not be able to withstand it. Although there is a chance of a super lottery, at least I can draw a gold prize, but who knows whether the prize I draw will be a talent-enhancing one or a combat strength-enhancing one. According to the analysis of past situations, the possibility of talent is more likely, but it is difficult to convert it into combat power in a short time. Are you still angry, little brother? Su Jianhai said helplessly. Well, no. In that case, why not sit down and talk? Su Jianhai smiled. This. Qin Fei was a little stiff. No, what can I talk about with a grown man like you? To tell you the truth, my daughter mainly wants to meet you, a young talent, and make friends with you. Su Jianhai did not hide it, but explained with a smile. Your daughter? Want to be friends with me? Qin Fei was surprised, and a thought flashed through his mind, is he serious about making friends? Could it be that Su Jianhai's daughter has a crush on him? He has always been very confident in his own attractiveness. Lu Fengyi was very excited when she saw Qin Fei defeat Su Jianxue, but she was frightened when she saw Su Jianhai appear. However, everything that happened next made her completely confused. However, she finally felt relieved. Su Jianhai, the helmsman of the Su family, has always been a man of his word and has an excellent reputation. Since he said so, it is obvious that he will not pursue the matter of Qin Fei injuring Su Jianxue and causing the Su family to lose face. However, she also didn't understand Su Jianhai's plan. Even Lu Fengyi felt surprised, let alone the others, who were all shocked and confused. But when they heard Su Jianhai was going to introduce his daughter to Qin Fei, they all showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's it. It seems that Su Jianhai's daughter has taken a fancy to Qin Fei. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Fengyi. In their minds, Lu Fengyi should be very nervous, but what surprised them was that a smile appeared on Lu Fengyi's face at this time. Your man might be snatched away, and you're not worried at all and can even smile? Chapter 73 Abstinence Goddess Su Ruoyun. Lu Fengyi was very happy. He was worthy of being the man she liked. Even the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng, could not help but be conquered by her man. As for Qin Fei, would he abandon her after he got together with the eldest daughter of the Su family? She would never think so, because she believed that she knew Qin Fei very well. Although Qin Fei was a beauty, she was not the kind of person who would abandon her after having fun with her. As for whether she was the main wife or not, she did not care about it, and she had never thought about it. As long as Qin Fei had a place for her in his heart and could accompany her when he had nothing to do, it was enough. After all, she was an old woman and did not dare to ask for too much. If we just want to be friends, then of course there's no problem. Qin Fei looked at Su Jianhai and said with a smile. He also had a subtext that he didn't say. If Su Jianhai's daughter was beautiful, then they could go further. Otherwise, they would just be friends. The eldest daughters of the 4 major families in Yuncheng are okay as friends. Su Jianhai looked at Lu Fengyi with a smile and said, "It should be okay to borrow your boyfriend for a while." "No problem." When Lu Fengyi heard her boyfriend's name, she looked at Qin Fei and blushed, then said. Qin Fei looked at Lu Fengyi helplessly. It seemed like she had ulterior motives. "Are you really that kind-hearted?" Su Jianhai took Qin Fei to the second floor, and after the two left, a group of women surrounded Lu Fengyi. "Fengyi, how did you get to know this little man Qin Fei?" "Little man?" Lu Fengyi curled her lips when she heard this. Qin Fei was not small at all. Then she subconsciously looked at her lotus arms and pursed her lips. It was just that she didn't want to describe this to the girls. Tisk, it's easy for people like us to find a little man, but such an outstanding one is something we can't even dream of. That's right, to be honest, I envy you so much. Tell us about it. How did you manage to seduce Qin Fei when you already have a son? Yeah, those of us who are single can't find a boyfriend as good as you. Lu Fengyi was a little angry. What do you mean by seducing Qin Fei? Such harsh words, I was forced by him at that time, do you believe it? Of course, forced or not, now think about it, the reason why she obeyed at the time was because she was also moved. Otherwise, she could have thought of other ways to force Qin Fei to submit. Actually, Qin Fei is my nephew's classmate and friend, and they got to know each other after a few interactions. And then they developed feelings for each other. Lu Fengyi made up a story without blinking. Nephew? Do you have a nephew? How come I haven't heard of him? I remember your son and Qin Fei go to the same school. Let me clarify first, I don't have a son. Lu Fengyi said, Wang Zichang is actually my sister's son, but before my sister passed away, she entrusted her son to me. First, it was to prevent anyone from harassing me, and second, it was to prevent my nephew from losing his mother's love since childhood. In fact, Qin Fei is my first love. She didn't know why she had to explain this. Maybe she wanted to make herself more worthy of Qin Fei? She didn't want people to think that Qin Fei had found a second-hand one. Oh my god, I was wondering why you looked mature but also a little immature before. Turns out you've never experienced anything. Tsk, even with a child, she's still pursued by so many men. If they knew her son wasn't her biological son and had never been in a relationship, then the number of suitors would probably be 10 times greater than Brother Yaofan's, right? The successful men looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. They really didn't know this, and many of them showed an expression of regret. If they had known earlier, would they have let Lu Fengyi be taken away by a little man? But it was too late to regret now. Because competing with Qin Fei would mean offending a talented and powerful person, and it was obvious that Lu Fengyi seemed to be deeply in love with Qin Fei. Soon after, the two arrived at the door of a room on the second floor. My daughter is in the room, so I won't go in with you. Su Jianhai patted Qin Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. Is this appropriate? Qin Fei asked speechlessly. Why is that inappropriate? You young people have something in common. Su Jianhai showed a smile that said, you know what I mean. He said, I forgot to tell you, my daughter was also a school beauty back then, but she wasn't from the Yunqing Superpower Academy, she was from the Yunlei Superpower Academy. Now she's a student at the Qinghe Superpower Academy. After saying that, Su Jianhai turned around and left, leaving Qin Fei standing alone at the door with a confused look on his face. Is the father acting as a pimp for his daughter? Originally, he thought Su Jianhai's daughter was of ordinary appearance, but after listening to Su Jianhai, it seemed that she was still a great beauty. Is that Qin Fei outside the door? Please come in. At this moment, a voice came from the room, and then the door opened by itself. Qin Fei walked in, and soon, a woman wearing a short-sleeved beige shirt on the upper body and black loose straight trousers on the lower body came into view. She sat at her desk and looked at herself quietly. She had delicate makeup, fair skin, and beautiful features. With her pair of gold-rimmed glasses, she gave people the feeling of an ascetic goddess. At the same time, the detector starts automatically. The fact that the detector could start up on its own meant that this woman should meet the minimum standards for being bound to a goddess, and a quick inspection revealed that this was indeed the case. Name, Su Ruoyun. Age, 22. Appearance, 98. Body size, 97. Talent, SS level ice superpowers. Comprehensive score, 96 points. Cultivation, Master Realm Perfection. Bond value, 3. Favorability, 3. Qin Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw this. He never expected that Su Ruoyun was a woman of the same level as senior Lin Yujiao, with similar talent, cultivation, and overall score. I wonder what advice Sister Su wants me to give you. Qin Fei smiled and looked at Su Ruoyun. Su Ruoyun looked at Qin Fei and did not answer him. Instead, she asked, "Have you met Lin Yujiao?" "I've met senior Sister Lin." Qin Fei answered honestly, but he looked at Su Ruoyun with some suspicion in his heart, wondering why Su Ruoyun suddenly mentioned Lin Yujiao. "Who do you think is prettier, me or Lin Yujiao?" Su Ruoyun asked suddenly. Qin Fei's expression was slightly stiff, and he was a little unable to hold it in. He had never expected that this ascetic goddess senior would ask him such an unexpected question. This was not a question that a cold and beautiful goddess should ask. Su Ruoyun raised her cold eyebrows slightly. "Senior Su is more beautiful." Qin Fei answered honestly. In terms of appearance, Su Ruoyun scored 98 and Lin Yujiao scored 97. It was not that Su Ruoyun was more beautiful, but in terms of figure, the two were reversed. It was hard to say who was better overall. The coldness on Su Ruoyun's face gradually dissipated. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Qin Fei's answer. Chapter 74, Sowing Discord. Qin Fei looked at Su Ruoyun, and when he saw that she looked a little unnatural, he said, "Senior Su, you called me here just to ask about this, right?" To be honest, if it was just to satisfy the other party's competitive spirit, Qin Fei would undoubtedly be very disappointed with Su Ruoyun. "I'm not that superficial. Please sit down." Su Ruoyun pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and said in a cold voice. "If this isn't superficial, then what is? What are you looking at?" Su Ruoyun noticed that Qin Fei's gaze was a little improper, and scolded him. "Nothing, I just thought my senior sister's clothes were pretty good, and I wanted to get a set for my girlfriend." Qin Fei touched his nose, smiled awkwardly, pulled a chair and sat down, and said seriously. Su Ruoyun naturally didn't believe Qin Fei's answer. How could she not know how popular Qin Fei was with women? Besides Lu Fengyi, there were several other girlfriends at the Yunqing Superpower Academy, each of whom had a stunning beauty that was one in a million. This guy is not extremely lustful, but he is definitely not serious or upright. However, she had other purposes in meeting Qin Fei, so she naturally would not continue to pursue the issue of Qin Fei's aggressive gaze at this time. "If you agree to my request, I will give you not just one set of clothes, but 10 sets. I will even give a generous gift to your mother like girlfriend." Su Ruoyun said to Qin Fei. "A girlfriend who's a mom?" Qin Fei frowned when he heard that. "Isn't it a bit rude of you to say that, senior sister? If my information is correct, her son is the same age as you and is your classmate. Is it wrong to say that she is your mother's girlfriend?" Su Ruoyun said lightly. Qin Fei. He was speechless. Although Wang Zijian was not Lu Fengyi's biological son, the other party was not aware of this, so he could not say that the other party was wrong. At this time, he also did not know that Lu Fengyi had already revealed the secret downstairs that Wang Zijian was her sister's son. Qin Fei took a deep breath, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "Senior sister, you asked me to agree to your request, but I don't know what it is yet. If it is not excessive and does not violate morality, I should not refuse. After all, who would refuse the request of a beautiful senior sister? After you enter Qinghe Superpower Academy, join the club I organize." Su Ruoyun inexplicably felt that Qin Fei's smile was a little bit not serious, but when she thought of her own plan, she coughed lightly and slowly put forward her request. "Join the club you founded?" Qin Fei blinked. "What is the purpose of the club you founded?" "Help each other and develop together." Su Ruoyun's expression behind the gold-rimmed glasses was quite serious and meticulous. "If I join a club, do I need to complete some tasks regularly?" Qin Fei asked with a smile. "What about the freedom? What about the salary? We're a club, not a public institution or a special organization, so naturally we won't restrict the freedom of our members. Of course, the club needs healthy and positive development, and will regularly organize monster hunts and gatherings to foster relationships among members. At this time, unless there are special circumstances, participation is mandatory," Su Ruoyun explained. "By the way, joining a club offers many benefits. For example, if you encounter any problems in your practice, club members will offer solutions. After all, the club includes all kinds of superpowers. For example, if you need any resources, you can exchange or purchase them with club members. If they don't have any, club members will also inquire for you. More friends mean more paths, right? Ultimately, one person's power is limited. That makes sense. Xin Fei nodded and smiled. Can you give me some time to think about it? Were you also invited by Lin Yujiao? After hearing Xin Fei's words about needing to think about it, Su Ruoyan looked a little serious and spoke. Hearing Su Ruoyan's words, Xin Fei's mind suddenly reappeared with Lin Yujiao's beautiful face. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he said, Su Shuejie, why do you say that? Xin Fei was fishing to see if he could trick someone into giving him something. Humph, that vixen always goes against me. Su Ruoyun snorted coldly, gritting her teeth. Question mark. A strange look flashed in Xin Fei's eyes. Wow, these two beautiful senior sisters seem to have quite a few conflicts. I never expected that Su Ruoyan would actually speak ill of others behind their backs. Do you have a conflict with senior sister Su? Xin Fei asked tentatively, the gossip fire in his heart burning fiercely. Everyone has a heart that likes to eat melons. Xin Fei was naturally no exception. You don't need to know this. Su Ruoyan snorted coldly and said, if you join her club, you will be my enemy. If you join my club, in addition to the basic benefits, I will give you more benefits. Don't you like beautiful women? I can. Senior sister, can you be my girlfriend? Xin Fei's eyes lit up and he interrupted Su Ruoyan, if that's the case, then I must join her club. No one else can help. What are you thinking? A hint of shame and anger flashed across Su Ruoyan's cold eyes. I said I can introduce you to a beautiful girlfriend. Ah, just introducing my girlfriend? Xin Fei suddenly looked disappointed. For some reason, seeing Xin Fei's handsome face showing disappointment, she felt an indescribable shyness in her heart. However, it was impossible for her to find such a junior as a boyfriend because he was too young and people would say he was an old cow eating young grass. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and described a beautiful vision to Xin Fei. There are many beautiful women in the club I founded. There are all kinds of beauties. It feels a bit inappropriate to say this. How did I become a pimp? He added, of course, whether you can pursue her or not depends on your ability. Are they as pretty as the senior students? Xin Fei asked with a smile. Well. Su Ruoyun's face was a little embarrassed. It's about the same as my senior sister. Have to. After hearing Su Ruoyun's words, Xin Fei understood that Su Ruoyun must be the most beautiful flower in the club. Then can I pursue senior sister Su? Xin Fei asked again, looking at Su Ruoyun with burning eyes. This is not allowed. Su Ruoyun said repeatedly. Why can senior sister Lin? Xin Fei blinked and said sorry to Lin Yujiao in his heart. I just want to enjoy this melon, I didn't deliberately frame you. That vixen just knows how to show off her body. Su Ruoyun said, gritting her teeth. Senior sister Lin seems to be quite decent. Xin Fei asked in confusion. She just likes to disguise herself. Many people have been deceived by her disguise. Su Ruoyun snorted coldly, then remained silent for a while, and finally gritted her teeth and said, if you are willing to join my club, I can also let you pursue me. When she finished speaking, she felt inexplicably ashamed. Xin Fei. Xin Fei almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Are you still that abstinent, serious, and cold goddess? What kind of grudge do you have with Lin Yujia that you are so willing to do so? Inexplicably, Xin Fei felt that things were somewhat beyond his expectations. If the two women knew that he was trying to sow discord between them, would he become a victim of their fight? Chapter 75 Dancing with Senior. Xin Fei felt cold all over when he thought about his attempt to sow discord between the two being exposed. His momentary impulse had secretly planted a bomb for his future. But things have come to this point. If he tells Su Ruoyun that he has lied to her, he believes that Su Ruoyun will get angry with him on the spot. There's a saying, high risk, high reward. After all this tug of war, he discovered that Su Ruoyun's bond with him had reached over 30 points, getting closer and closer to the 50-point limit. But how to increase the bond value to 50 points requires careful consideration. You didn't lie to me, did you? Su Ruoyun suddenly asked. How is that possible? Xin Fei said righteously. Su Ruoyan looked at Xin Fei. When Xin Fei felt a little scared, she snorted coldly, I don't think you dare. How dare I lie to senior sister Su? I just hope you don't tell this to anyone, otherwise, senior sister Lin will definitely beat me half to death. Xin Fei said helplessly. Don't worry, as long as you join my club, if Lin Yujiao dares to touch you, I will never let her have an easy time. Su Ruoyun pushed her gold-rimmed glasses, raised her thighs onto her legs, and said proudly, "Thank you, Senior Sister Su." Qin Fei chuckled and said, "By the way, I wonder if Senior Sister Su can dance?" "Dancing? I've learned that before, so what?" Su Ruoyun frowned slightly. "The dance party is about to start. I'll invite you to dance later. How about it?" Qin Fei chuckled, revealing his white teeth. He looked at Su Ruoyun with his eyes, his face full of anticipation. "Well, forget it." Su Ruoyun pursed her lips and said, "Your girlfriend is here too, so I won't join in the fun. If someone doesn't know, they might think I'm trying to steal her man." "Senior Sister Su, are you worried about embarrassing yourself because you don't know how to dance?" Qin Fei looked at Su Ruoyun suspiciously, provoking her. He felt that although Su Ruoyun was an ascetic goddess, she was actually a proud and arrogant person in her heart. People like her were easily provoked. "Really? You?" Su Ruoyun was so angry that she stood up from the desk. Her eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses seemed to be flashing with a seductive light. "Senior Su, cough cough, I believe you can jump, so don't do anything." Qin Fei stood up weakly and backed away. Don't worry, I don't want to hit you. I just want to dance with you. Let you know how good my dancing skills are." Su Ruoyun snorted coldly. "Then let's go down and dance?" Qin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as there was enough contact and a little teasing while dancing, he believed that the bond value of 50 points could be easily reached. "No, let's dance in this office." Su Ruoyun shook her head. "I don't like dancing with those middle-aged and elderly businessmen." Qin Fei was secretly delighted when he heard this. Isn't this even better? However, there is a small problem in this case. If I dance a little bit out of line, will I be beaten up by Su Ruoyun? After all, in the dance floor below, Su Ruoyun might not hit him in order to maintain her image, but in this private room, if he really angered the other party, anything could happen. In such a situation, teasing the other person is like walking on a tightrope, which is too risky. Qin Fei had studied dance in college in his previous life, which was somewhat similar to the ballroom dance in this world, except that his level was mediocre, while Su Ruoyun seemed very graceful. In fact, Su Ruoyun didn't feel anything wrong when Qin Fei provoked her to dance with him, but when she held hands with Qin Fei, her heart started beating fast. What's going on? Su Ruoyun felt a little guilty. And when Qin Fei put his hand on her shoulder, her body trembled slightly. Because of the masculine scent that hit her in the face, and looking at Qin Fei's unbelievably handsome and resolute face, she was a little afraid to look directly at him. I'm not going to fall for this little brat, am I? This thought suddenly popped up in Su Ruoyun's mind, but she quickly denied it. No, it's impossible. The man I, Su Ruoyun, am looking for, not to mention being older than me, but at least he has to be a powerful and fearsome person. At the very least, he has to be stronger than me. This Qin Fei, although he is very talented, he is just a younger brother now. Qin Fei looked at Su Ruoyun's cheeks, which had turned red without him knowing when, and was secretly happy in his heart. I said, how could you be indifferent to me? I thought my charm had disappeared. It started. Su Ruoyun took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I'm not very good at ballroom dancing, please give me some advice, Sister Su. Qin Fei said. Don't worry. Su Ruoyun said lightly. Su Ruoyun was instructing Qin Fei calmly at the beginning, but soon she became impatient because after just a few jumps, she was stepped on several times by Qin Fei and was also bumped by Qin Fei once. That time, she almost killed the culprit Qin Fei in anger. Are you deliberately taking advantage of me? Su Ruoyun looked at Qin Fei with shame and anger. No, I just learned ballroom dancing from someone once. Qin Fei said helplessly with a wry smile on his face. His ballroom dancing skills were only half-baked, but he had a strong understanding. How could he make mistakes again and again? He just wanted to interact with Su Ruoyun more, so as to form a stronger bond. Of course, he was also somewhat addicted to Su Ruoyun's dribbling and colliding with others, which was really a rare enjoyment. It has to be said that among his women, only Lu Fengyi is slightly bigger than her. Su Ruoyun's abstinent dress gave people an extreme sense of contrast when she was shy and angry, so Qin Fei forgot the possible risks of angering Su Ruoyun. Perhaps, this is the reason why so many people would rather die under the flowers. Then just learn honestly. I tell you, if you dare to do it again, I will teach you a lesson. Su Ruoyun said hatefully. If she hadn't realized that Qin Fei didn't do it on purpose, she would have lost her temper. I have to say here that Qin Fei's acting skills are still very good, otherwise he would definitely be exposed. Don't worry, Senior Su, I will study hard. I will never let you down. Qin Fei took a deep breath and promised solemnly. Acting is very tiring, but who can blame me for loving acting? Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Sure enough, although Qin Fei would still make mistakes, the number of mistakes he made was getting less and less. This made Su Ruoyun reveal a look of relief. As expected, she still had the potential to be a teacher. She had carved such a rotten piece of wood into something presentable. Ding Goddess Su Ruoyun's bond value has reached 50 points, meeting the binding criteria. Host, would you like to bind? Chapter 76, Marquis card, Prince and Princess. Stop dancing. What are you laughing at? Su Ruoyun was bumped by Qin Fei again. She pushed Qin Fei away angrily. Ahem, I'm so embarrassed. Sorry, I bumped into you again. Qin Fei smiled awkwardly, but in his heart he was very happy. He silently said to the system's reminder, bind. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully bound to Goddess number 5 Su Ruoyun and received a binding gift package. Please check it out. The system prompt sounded. What made Qin Fei feel regretful was that Su Ruoyun's favorability did not even reach 30 points. This made Qin Fei sigh that it was really difficult to increase the favorability of this senior sister. However, the bond value between each other has reached 50 points. It is difficult to achieve a higher level of favorability without further development in a short period of time. But 30 points or 50 points of favorability are not difficult as long as you put some thought into it. Okay, go down. I will do what I promised you before, but you have to remember what you promised me. Su Ruoyun snorted, waved her hand at Qin Fei and said. Okay, goodbye, senior sister. Qin Fei smiled. Watching Qin Fei leave, Su Ruoyun pursed her lips and cursed inwardly, what a bad guy. Such a handsome face is wasted. How could such a simple ballroom dance go wrong so many times? But I promised that guy Qin Fei that I would give his girlfriend some benefits. What should I give her? Su Ruoyun muttered again. Her family's business is very large, and they even have a lot of assets in the county town. Ding Goddess number 5 Su Ruoyun's favorability has exceeded 30 points. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to enter the primary lottery. Qin Fei had just closed the door and was about to go downstairs when he was stunned when he heard the reminder. No? What did Su Ruoyun imagine? Did her favorability suddenly increase? Qin Fei grinned and chuckled. Qin Fei shook his head, then walked downstairs while checking the rewards he got for binding to Goddess number 5, Su Ruoyun. Open. Qin Fei silently recited the reward he got for binding Su Ruoyun. A faint light flickered, and the next moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Marquis Realm card. Once activated, within 10 minutes, the host will possess the superpowers of a Marquis Realm expert. It's actually a combat power card, and it can be used for 10 minutes. Qin Fei's eyes lit up. If I use my 3 superpowers at the same time, even if I can't last 10 minutes, I will be invincible below the Marquis realm. Master level, General level, Grandmaster level, and then the Marquis level. One can imagine how terrifying a powerful person in the Marquis realm is. Although this bound gift package of Su Ruoyun is not at the talent level, which is a bit disappointing, the combat power card can sometimes save lives. After all, talent type rewards require time to realize the talent. Qin Fei muttered to himself. Then, Qin Fei started to draw the lottery. Now he had 2 chances to draw the lottery. One was the primary lottery provided by Su Ruoyun, and the other was the super lottery provided by Lu Fengyi. Wow! Soon, the primary lottery ended, and the reward made Qin Fei a little disappointed. It was just the most ordinary white prize proficiency in Mandarin. Why do you want me to be proficient in Mandarin? Are you dissatisfied with my non-standard accent? Qin Fei shook his head secretly. Of course, Qin Fei still received the Mandarin reward. A binding reward and a primary lottery are both relatively ordinary. Could it be that today is not a suitable day for the lottery? Qin Fei suspected that he was not lucky enough today, so he decided to save up the opportunity for the super lottery first. In the super draw, the guaranteed reward is a gold one, and if you're lucky you can get a legendary reward. The ratio is 9-1. There is a high probability of getting a golden reward, but Qin Fei wants to draw a legendary reward. Not long after, Qin Fei arrived on the first floor. Some people are having business talks, some are dancing, and of course some are discussing business matters while dancing. Lu Fingyi was also talking to an older sister, but they were not talking about business matters. As for business-related cooperation, they had just discussed it. Xiao Lu, your man has been up there for a long time. Don't you feel worried at all? The eldest sister asked, looking at Lu Fingyi with a smile. Don't worry. Lu Fingyi chuckled. I heard that the daughter of the head of the Su family is very beautiful and only about 22 years old. If she can snatch your little man away with just a snap of her fingers, you won't even have time to cry. The eldest sister whispered. My boyfriend has seen the world and won't be seduced away so easily. Lu Fingyi laughed. Having said that, she was still somewhat worried, mainly because the Su family was one of the 4 major families in Yunqing and was very powerful. Ha! Your boyfriend is coming down. When the eldest sister was about to say something, she looked up and saw a handsome figure walking towards her, which made her heart flutter as a middle-aged woman. He was so handsome and breathtaking, who else could it be but Qin Fei? Qin Fei. Lu Fingyi turned her head, and the moment she saw Qin Fei, a smile bloomed on her face, like a blooming rose, so beautiful that it dazzled people. You didn't dance just now? I won't dance if you're not here. Lu Fingyi answered with a smile. She had refused every time a man invited her to dance before. Before she met Qin Fei, she was so chaste that she would only dance with women because she was not used to dancing with men and she didn't want people to think that she had feelings for them. My beautiful princess. Qin Fei put his left hand behind his back, bent at a 45-degree angle, and extended his right hand. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, May I invite you to dance with me? Of course you can, my prince. Lu Fingyi's pretty face flushed, and she placed her fair and tender hand on Qin Fei's big finger and answered in a trembling voice. The older sister next to him was simply stunned. Then, I praised them, saying that these two people were really interesting. At the same time, I also understood why Lu Fingyi fell for him. This little man has a lot of tricks. It must be very interesting to be with him. I envy Lu Fingyi. Chapter 77 Senior Sister Wearing Black Stockings. Seeing Qin Fei and Lu Fingyi dancing gracefully in the dance floor, many people had to admit a fact, that is, the two of them standing together really looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Although the jade girl was a little older, she had good skin and beautiful looks. She looked to be in her early 20s, but she and Qin Fei were really a perfect match when standing together. On the second floor railing, Su Ruoyun leaned her busty breasts against it, watching the two people dancing gracefully on the dance floor. She couldn't help but snort coldly, a look of shame and anger on her face. Shameless scumbag. When you dance with me, you either step on my feet or bump into me. Now, when you dance with Lu Fingyi, you can perform such a graceful dance? After thinking about it for a while, I felt that Qin Fei was acting when he danced with me before, and his purpose was to take advantage of me. Humph, it seems that I am still very attractive to men. Of course, it may also be because I taught well? When Su Ruoyun thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whether Qin Fei was fascinated by her beauty or Qin Fei was taught well by her, it seemed that she was proud enough. On the dance floor, Qin Fei was dancing with his arms around Lu Fingyi. Just as he was enjoying the dance, he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Goddess number 5 Su Ruoyun's favorability has exceeded 50 points. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to enter the intermediate lottery. Ha! Qin Fei was slightly stunned when he heard the prompt tone. What's wrong with this woman? When we were together before, her favorability level went up to over 20 points and then stopped moving. But after we broke up, why is it that her favorability level keeps rising? Qin Fei was puzzled. Isn't this woman trying to win over herself? I accidentally saw a figure at the railing on the second floor. Who else could it be but Su Ruoyun? Could it be that she thinks that by teaching me to dance with all her heart, she has cultivated a dancing genius? Qin Fei pondered in his heart, it's really possible. Qin Fei didn't know whether his guess was correct. Not to mention him, even Su Ruoyun herself didn't know why she was not really angry when she saw Qin Fei dancing so well at this time, but instead felt a little indescribable pride. On the dance floor. Qin Fei, let's go back? Lu Fingyi said softly as she got closer to Qin Fei. Going back so early? Qin Fei asked in surprise. Because I thought about it. Lu Fingyi said with a blushing face. Qin Fei. Is this still the Lu Fingyi who begged for mercy before coming this afternoon? She actually challenged him to a fight? Faced with Lu Fengyi's initiative to fight, Xin Fei naturally would not let her down. Okay, let's go back now. By the way, Lu Ruoyun said that her family is ready to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Really? Lu Fengyi's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? Xin Fei nodded. I don't know the specific project. You know more about it than me. You can consider it when the time comes. If it's suitable, we can cooperate. If not, just ignore it. Now that he has a card with the combat power of the early stage of Marquis Realm, Xin Fei is more confident than ever. You must know that the Su family is one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. The strongest person in the family is only at the level of a general, and there is not even a master. Facing the Marquis level combat power, it is naturally vulnerable. Not long after, the 2 people who had no intention of continuing dancing chose to leave the dance floor. At this moment, Su Jianhai appeared with a smile. Ms. Lu, my daughter said that she wants to give you an opportunity. We happen to have a project. I wonder if we can cooperate. I wonder what project Boss Su is talking about. Lu Fengyi asked curiously. My daughter is in charge of this project. If we want to cooperate, she will work with you. Su Jianhai said with a smile. Your daughter? Isn't she in school? Lu Fengyi was stunned when she heard that. The studies at the Superpower Academy are relatively easy and free. At this moment, a voice sounded, and Su Ruoyun walked over. She was different from the one Xin Fei saw before. Hello, Miss Su. Lu Fengyi saw Su Ruoyun's outfit and looked surprised. Those pants of yours are nice ones. This is called silk pants. Doesn't it look okay? I researched this by accident. However, the promotion of this work is not suitable for men, but it is more convenient for women. That's why I want to cooperate with you. Su Ruoyun pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke. At this moment, Xin Fei's eyes were wide open. Stockings? And it's black stockings. Xin Fei had felt that something was missing before, but he had never thought about it. Now seeing Su Ruoyun's outfit, he remembered it, that is stockings. I have never seen a woman in this world wearing stockings before. At this time, Su Ruoyun was wearing a beige short-sleeved shirt, hip-hugging shorts, black stockings under the shorts, and high heels on her feet. It felt even more abstinent than before. Although Su Ruoyun was talking to Lu Fengyi, her eyes were fixed on Xin Fei. When she saw Xin Fei's fiery gaze, she cursed in her heart, he is really a pervert. He is staring at me. Lu Fengyi was a strong woman who ran a business selling women's underwear. She had a good understanding of the market. After taking a look at Su Ruoyun's outfit, she had an idea that's feasible. This industry has a bright future. This project is indeed very feasible. However, once we launch it, many people will imitate it, and you shouldn't wear it out. Lu Fengyi said with some regret. It's okay. Since I came out wearing it, I thought of this. But you and I are different. We are both women. Women have a natural advantage in doing this. Su Ruoyun smiled. Besides, in Yuncheng, most people don't dare to imitate us. This is true. After all, in Yuncheng, the Su family is the leader in clothing. What I want is to break into county towns, state capitals, and even expand to the entire country and even the world in the future. Su Ruoyun said. The prospects of this industry are very good. Why did you choose to cooperate with me? Lu Fengyi looked at Su Ruoyun with some confusion. This industry has a bright future. First, I admire and respect strong women like you. Second, because the future profit margins of this industry will be very large, our family wants to find a strong partner. Su Ruoyun smiled. Lu Fengyi blinked and said, You've come to the wrong person. My partner is not strong at all. After all, you are Xin Fei's woman, and Xin Fei has a bright future. At this moment, Su Ruoyun's eyes fell on Xin Fei. Xin Fei? Lu Fengyi suddenly showed a look of realization. Xin Fei's previous performance must have made the Su family see Xin Fei's great potential. After all, he is only 19 years old now, but he is able to fight against masters. As long as he develops, he can indeed become a powerful partner in the future. Chapter 78, Senior Sister Becomes Niece? Originally, Lu Fengyi wanted to go back early to reward Xin Fei, but later, Lu Fengyi went to a small room with Su Ruoyun to discuss the specific cooperation matters. Although Xin Fei was interested in black silk stockings, he was not interested in business. Xin Fei was seen by Su Haijian while he was strolling outside, and then he was pulled in for a drink. Brother, hiccup, what do you think of my daughter? Su Haijiang said, hugging Qin Fei with a dazed look in his eyes. Uncle, isn't it inappropriate for you to call me brother? If my senior sister knew about this, she would definitely beat me to death. Qin Fei said with a helpless smile. She dares. Su Haijiang immediately slammed the table. Qin Fei. Qin Fei didn't expect Su Haijiang to drink too much. Of course, he felt relieved when he saw the bottles of liquor on the ground. It would be strange if he didn't get drunk after drinking so much liquor. In fact, Su Haijiang wanted to get Qin Fei drunk at first, but unfortunately, he overestimated himself and underestimated Qin Fei. To be honest, Qin Fei didn't expect that drinking alcohol was just like drinking water. Later he understood that this might be because he was an ultimate water-type super-powered person. For someone with extreme water-based superpowers, it is like adding a lot of water to liquor, so the effect of alcohol is very small. Therefore, Qin Fei's alcohol tolerance is countless times greater than he imagined. So now, even after drinking several bottles of white wine, I only feel slightly tipsy. You haven't answered me yet. What about my daughter? Is she very pretty? Is she very virtuous? Su Haijiang looked at Qin Fei, who had not answered yet, and said dissatisfiedly. She is very beautiful and virtuous. Qin Fei said helplessly, because looking at Su Haijiang's eyes at this moment, if he didn't tell the truth, he might beat him up. It is better not to argue with a drunk person, because he will be the one who suffers. This Su Haijiang is a powerful warrior. Unless he uses the trump card of the Marquis realm, it would be too stupid to waste such a trump card just for drinking and arguing. But to be honest, Qin Fei couldn't say whether she was virtuous or not, but she was really beautiful, and that wasn't against his will. Since she's beautiful, are you interested? Su Haijiang asked. I'm interested. Qin Fei said, and his words were quite sincere. If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't have tied her up. I'm glad you're interested. Su Haijiang said with a smile, I'll betroth my daughter to you, my dear brother. Question mark. Qin Fei blinked. What should I call you then? Su Haijiang was momentarily dazed. In his current state, considering this question was really difficult for him. He thought for a moment, then said, Isn't that nonsense? You must call me brother. Qin Fei. This is really too much to drink. Qin Fei was a little worried. After Su Haijiang woke up, would he remember what he said when he was drunk? If he remembered, would he kill him to silence him? I also blame myself. Why did I ask him such a question? What do you mean by brother? At this moment, a person pushed the door open and walked in. Who else could it be but Su Ruoyun? Following behind Su Ruoyun was Lu Fengyi. Apparently, their discussion was over. Hee, this is nothing. Since you are here, we will leave first. Qin Fei stood up hurriedly, because if he stayed any longer and let Su Ruoyun know about the conversation between him and Su Haijiang, she would be ashamed and angry. Chapter 79 Knocked Out. Daughter, you're here. Come on, I've got a boyfriend for you. Su Haijiang saw Su Ruoyun arrive, his face lit up with joy as he said repeatedly, This is my adopted brother. What do you think? If it's a good match, let's get together soon. Su Ruoyun was upset when she heard this, ? Then he looked at Qin Fei angrily and said, What did you say to my dad? How did you become my dad's good brother? I am helpless too. My uncle got drunk and insisted on becoming sworn brothers with me. I disagreed and he wanted to beat me, so I had no choice but to go along with him. Qin Fei said innocently. Ruoyun, how can you talk to my brother like that? At this moment, Su Haijiang spoke in dissatisfaction, Although you are excellent, you must remember that I am your father. You must listen to what I say. My brother is such a good person, it is your honor to marry you. Su Ruoyun rolled her eyes in anger. Then, he glared at Qin Fei and said, You relied on your good alcohol tolerance to get my dad drunk and made him like this. You must take responsibility. How can I be responsible? Qin Fei said helplessly, I can't just knock him out, right? Knock him out? Su Ruoyun's eyes lit up slightly when she heard that, and then she put her knife on Su Haijiang's neck. Plop! Su Haijiang wanted to say something, but after receiving such a blow, he fainted. Qin Fei. Lu Fengyi. What a drama of loving father and filial daughter. The father wanted to marry his daughter to his younger brother, but the daughter slapped the father and knocked him unconscious. Remember, if what happened today gets out, I will make you pay. Su Ruoyan said, looking at Qin Fei hatefully. Don't worry, we are the only ones present here who know about this. Qin Fei smiled awkwardly. I'm also afraid that my uncle will kill me to silence me. Kill you to silence you? That's possible. Su Ruoyun laughed. Qin Fei. Lu funny. Lu Fengyi said worriedly, what should we do? Seeing Lu Fengyi's worried look, Su Ruoyan coughed and said, Sister Lu, don't worry too much. My dad probably feels embarrassed to pursue the matter. Besides, it's hard to say whether he still remembers what happened today. That's good. Lu Fengyi breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Fei just felt a little unlucky. He could have problems just by drinking. Why are you standing there watching? Why don't you help me take my dad to the room where he lives? Su Ruoyan said unhappily, looking at the stupidly stunned Qin Fei. I know. Qin Fei shrugged helplessly. He also knew the reason why Su Ruoyun was angry. No matter who became her niece, it would be impossible for her to remain calm. After helping to send Su Haijiang to the bedroom, Qin Fei took Lu Fengyi away, because if he didn't leave, Qin Fei felt that Su Ruoyan would not be able to help but beat him. Look at you, you've made Sister Ruoyun angry. In the carriage, Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei unhappily and said, Do you think I can be blamed for this? Well, I didn't expect her father to have such a bad alcohol tolerance. He obviously couldn't drink anymore, but he still forced me to drink. Qin Fei spread his hands and said helplessly. You. When Lu Fengyi wanted to say something, Qin Fei leaned towards her and blocked her mouth. Qin Fei, who was slightly drunk, looked at Lu Fengyi and became interested. Especially in such a closed and special space, Qin Fei would feel very uncomfortable if he didn't do something. Chapter 80, Wang Ziqian hires another killer? In a villa in Yuncheng. Wang Ziqian looked at the empty villa with a very gloomy expression. Although he now had a lot of wealth, a villa and 10 million yuan given by Lu Fengyi, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Because Lu Fengyi abandoned him. Not only that, Lu Fengyi was not his mother, but his aunt. At this time, he thought of Lu Fengyi's ID card that he had accidentally seen. According to the age on the ID card, Lu Fengyi was only less than 16 years older than him. At that time, he thought that Lu Fengyi had him at a very young age. Now that I think about it, I'm not his biological child, so there's such a small age difference between us. Although she is not his biological mother, Lu Fengyi has been so good to him over the years. He is not an emotionless machine and can naturally feel it. But now that Lu Fengyi has abandoned him, he did not reflect on his own problems, but thought that all this was Qin Fei's doing. Since you abandoned me because of Qin Fei, if he died, you might come back to me. Wang Ziqian's eyes were cold and cruel. Then he called Daozi. Hey, Daozi, I'm willing to pay 10 million to kill Qin Fei for me. 10 million isn't enough. We need more money. What? 10 million isn't enough? Hearing the conversation, Wang Ziqian's face showed an angry look. You are asking for an exorbitant price. I'm not asking for a high price, but because, just tonight, Qin Fei defeated a master in the early stage of the Su family. This shows that his strength is at least in the early stage of the master, or even in the middle stage of the master. Killing him will have serious consequences. Daozi's voice sounded. They are a killer organization, and killing people has a fixed price. Although 10 million is enough to kill a master in the early stage, Qin Fei is a student and a genius at that. Killing him will have a huge impact, and the killer organization may need to spend a lot of energy and even money to deal with the impact. Therefore, 10 million is not enough. What? Qin Fei defeated a strong man in the early stage of master? How is this possible? There was an expression of disbelief in Wang Ziqian's eyes. So, you know very little about Qin Fei. Daozi's voice sounded. How much money does it cost to kill Qin Fei? Wang Ziqiang asked in a deep voice. At least 50 million. Daozi pondered for a moment, then gave a quote. 50 million? Wang Ziqiang exclaimed in shock. Call me again if you're willing. After saying this, Daozi hung up the phone. Damn it! Wang Ziqiang cursed inwardly, his face looking extremely gloomy. 50 million is too much. He could only get enough money by selling his villa. But is it worth spending so much money to kill Qin Fei? Wang Ziqiang. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Wang Ziqiang. Who? Wang Ziqiang's expression suddenly changed in fear. Then he turned around and saw a middle-aged man with an extremely cold expression. Do you know Han Dengcheng? The middle-aged man looked at Wang Ziqiang and asked coldly. Recognize me? Wang Ziqiang asked tremblingly. It's good that they know each other. The middle-aged man said coldly. He seemed to have seen you before he disappeared. Tell me, what kind of deal did you have? Chapter 81 Death of Wang Ziqiang. Wang Ziqiang looked at the middle-aged man and felt vaguely familiar. The next moment, a flash of lightning seemed to pass through his mind, and he remembered that this man looked somewhat similar to Han Dengcheng. Could it be? Are you Han Dengcheng's father? The prince suppressed his inner fear and spoke. I am. Tell me, what kind of deal did my son have with you before he died? The middle-aged man admitted it directly, because he showed his true face to reassure the other party. I paid him 1 million to kill Qin Fei. Wang Ziqiang thought for a moment and told the truth. Later, Qin Fei came back, but he didn't come back. I think he might have died at Qin Fei's hands. Because this matter cannot be concealed. He didn't think about hiding it, because the other party could investigate and find out that Han Dengcheng had met him. Even if he concealed it, there would be no point, and it might even anger the other party. If he was honest, then he and the other party would be on the same front. After all, they both had a grudge against Qin Fei. The middle-aged man's expression was uncertain. When Wang Ziqiang saw this scene, he became worried. What if the other party didn't blame Qin Fei but blamed himself instead? Wouldn't he be dead? I just heard you talking to someone. Qin Fei has broken through to the master level, said the middle-aged man. According to the intelligence, Qin Fei defeated a cultivator in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. He might have broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Even if not, he might have possessed combat power at this level. Wang Ziqiang gritted his teeth. Until now, he actually felt that it was a bit absurd. You know, half a month ago, Qin Fei was beaten half to death by him. Why did Qin Fei become so powerful in just over half a month? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, How much money do you have? Wang Ziqiang pursed his lips and said sincerely, If uncle wants to kill Qin Fei, I am willing to give you 10 million. Of course, this is all the money I have. Where is this villa? The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Ziqiang. Wang Ziqiang. I didn't agree to Daozi's 50 million yuan for hiring a killer because I couldn't bear to give up this villa. Now you're giving me this? But he was also worried that if he refused, the other party would take his life. I don't want the villa. Give me the 10 million and I will help you kill Qin Fei, said the middle-aged man. How strong is your uncle? Wang Ziqiang asked tentatively. Don't ask me about my strength. Killing Qin Fei is no problem. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Okay then. Wang Ziqiang nodded and took out a suitcase from his bedroom. Here is 10 million. I just withdrew it this afternoon, said Wang Ziqiang. Cash, just right. A satisfied smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He put his hand on the suitcase, and the next moment, the suitcase disappeared without a trace. This is? Wang Ziqiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Storage ring? Yes, this is a storage ring. The middle-aged man nodded. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to kill Qin Fei after receiving your money. Of course, even if you don't pay, I will kill Qin Fei because Qin Fei killed my son. After saying this, his hand grabbed Wang Ziqiang's throat like an eagle's claw. You? Wang Ziqiang looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Why? The veins on Wang Ziqiang's neck were exposed and his eyes were filled with fear. Death was approaching and he was terrified. Why? Because I don't want people to trace the murder back to me after I kill Qin Fei, said the middle-aged man with a cruel smile on his face. I won't betray you. If you need money, I can sell the villa to give you the money. Wang Ziqiang's face flushed and he spoke with difficulty. At this time, Wang Ziqiang was about to suffocate to death. It's not that he didn't think about resisting, but because the other party's dark superpowers invaded his body, he found that he couldn't muster any superpowers at all. The gap between them is really too big. A dead person wouldn't betray me. The middle-aged man sneered. Besides, you didn't know the information and killed my son. You deserve it. As for selling the villa, forget it. The longer you stay at night, the more trouble you'll have. Because a villa cannot be sold easily in a day or two. After saying this, he broke Wang Ziqiang's neck. Wang Ziqiang couldn't figure out until his death why so many accidents happened when he just wanted to kill Qin Fei. In the end, he spent all his money but still failed to kill Qin Fei. Instead, he was killed by someone. The most ridiculous thing was that the person who killed him was not Qin Fei. After killing Wang Zicheng, the middle-aged man directly collected Wang Zicheng's body and put it into the storage ring in order to destroy the evidence. The middle-aged man took a look at the empty villa. To be honest, this villa is really nice and worth a lot of money, but he has important matters to attend to and needs to leave Yunqing as soon as possible. Naturally, he can't wait for Wang Zicheng to sell the villa. Chapter 82 Water and Wood Shield, Fighting. Ah! Lu Fengyi woke up in shock. Qin Fei had just fallen asleep when he heard Lu Fengyi scream. He was also startled. Looking at Lu Fengyi in his arms, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" I just had a dream. I dreamed that Xiaoqiang was killed by someone." Lu Fengyi's face turned pale. "Killed?" Qin Fei almost clapped his hands and said that it would be great if it was true. However, considering that Lu Fengyi had raised Wang Zicheng for more than 10 years, although they had severed their mother-son relationship, she couldn't let it go easily. So he didn't say anything sarcastic, but asked with concern, "If you are worried, why don't you go back and see him today?" Aren't you angry?" Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei, pursed her lips and said, "What are you angry about?" Qin Fei pinched her beautiful cheek and chuckled, "I know you're sentimental. You brought up Wang Zicheng single-handedly. If you were to ignore him so easily, what's the difference between you and a cold-blooded animal? Thank you, Qin Fei. He treated you so well, and you still." Lu Fengyi looked at Qin Fei gratefully, grateful that Qin Fei could understand him. "You are you and he is him. I can't blame his mistakes on you." Qin Fei chuckled. In fact, Lu Fengyi was also responsible for Wang Zicheng becoming like this, but Lu Fengyi was his woman after all. How could he blame her? As for how to deal with Wang Zicheng, Qin Fei has not figured it out yet. Just like he has evidence of Wang Zicheng's crime in his hand, he had thought about throwing it away. Even if Wang Zicheng did not die, he would be sent to the front line to die. But he had to consider Lu Fengyi's feelings, so he didn't take action for a long time. Of course, he also thought that when Lu Fengyi knew that it was him who did it, there might be a gap between them. Actually, my problem was quite serious. I was too doting on him. Lu Fengyi let out a bitter smile. If I hadn't doted on him so much, I would have tried to fix his little mistakes when he made them, and he wouldn't have developed this lawless and arrogant personality. Don't talk too much. Let's go see him after breakfast. Qin Fei said with a smile, "This will put your mind at ease." Yeah. Lu Fengyi nodded. After breakfast, Qin Fei practiced in the yard for a while. Yesterday's battle with Su Jianghai gave him some insights and he also understood some of his shortcomings, that is, his attack power was good, but his defense was not good. Whether it was a water shield or a wood shield, the defense was seriously insufficient. However, he felt that based on the super power skills experience of the school's water and wood super masters, water and wood could form a water and wood shield. The defensive power of the water and wood shield is extremely extraordinary. Because he had a direction, Qin Fei's mythical level of comprehension burst out strongly. In just half an hour, Qin Fei had initially mastered the method of using the water and wood shield. After another half an hour, Qin Fei completely mastered the method of using the water and wood shield. Although Lu Fengyi was worried about Wang Zicheng, she did not disturb Qin Fei when she saw that he was in enlightenment. After Qin Fei finished his training, the two of them took a double-headed horse-drawn carriage to Jiayuan Villa. On the carriage, Lu Fengyi's face was filled with worry. "Tell me, is Xiaoqiang really in trouble? Otherwise, why can't I contact him?" "Don't worry too much, maybe he just turned off his communicator." Qin Fei comforted him. To him, it would be better if Wang Zicheng died, but he couldn't show it. It was really embarrassing for him. "I hope so." Lu Fengyi sighed softly, feeling a little better because of Qin Fei's comfort. Not long after, the two arrived at Jiayuan Villa. Although the villa was given to Wang Zicheng, Lu Fengyi still had the key to the villa. She opened the door of the villa and came to the courtyard of the villa. She called Wang Zicheng several times, but there was no response. Could it be at school? Lu Fengyi muttered, she naturally still thought of the best. There are many potted plants in the yard. They were planted by Lu Fengyi in her spare time. After yesterday's heavy rain, the potted plants look green and pleasing. Qin Fei looked at the green potted plants and frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Suddenly, a thick fog covered the courtyard and the sky in the yard became dark. Well, why did the sky suddenly turn cloudy? Lu Fengyi looked up in surprise. Not good. Xin Fei's expression suddenly changed. Although Lu Fengyi's cultivation had improved compared to before, she had not fought with others much after all, and her combat awareness was very weak. Moreover, her cultivation was not even at the 8th level, and her perception was not enough. Call out. As Xin Fei thought about it, an emerald green shield appeared behind them. The shield of water and wood is slippery, but extremely strong. This is the third water and wood dual element super skill that Xin Fei just comprehended today. Snap. The water and wood shield only held out for a moment before it collapsed. Apparently, the attack from the darkness was too strong, so the water and wood shield failed to block this terrible attack. But with this obstruction, Xin Fei had already counterattacked, asking Lu Fengyi not to stay too far away from him, because this guy in the dark had very strange strength, and he was worried that Lu Fengyi was too far away from him and he could not protect her safety. Call out. Another cold light approached Xin Fei. Xin Fei flipped his hand and activated the water and wood flower. The water and wood flower bloomed and met the cold light. Snap. The cold light shattered, and the water and wood flowers also withered. Xin Fei's expression became more serious. The guy who attacked him secretly was only stronger than Su Jianghe. Their cultivation might be the same, but the other party was obviously a dark-type super-powered person. Dark-type super-powered people were much stronger than fire-type super-powered people of the same level. Of course, in a head-on confrontation, the fire-type superpowers are powerful, but the dark-type superpowers methods are too strange. Under the thick fog. Xin Fei, who is dealing with us? Lu Fengyi has calmed down after the initial shock, but she still couldn't help asking. Maybe it's your cheap son. Xin Fei said unhappily. Is it him? Lu Fengyi's face darkened and was full of anger. Wang Zicheng, get out here. Lu Fengyi continued shouting angrily. Stop shouting, I have killed your cheap son. A voice rang out from the thick fog. The voice was so erratic that it was difficult to detect his true location. What? Lu Fengyi heard this, her eyes showing shock and anger. You killed him, who are you? Why did you kill my son? Although they were no longer mother and son, he was still the son she had raised for more than 10 years. She just felt sorry for him, but she didn't want him to die. When Xin Fei heard this, he was actually happy, but when he saw Lu Fengyi's pale face, he immediately cursed himself, thinking that she was such a bad person. Although it was inappropriate to tell the truth, Xin Fei thought it was good that Wang Zicheng died. Lu Fengyi will be sad for a while, but if I comfort her more in the future, she will cheer up soon. If Wang Zicheng doesn't die, Lu Fengyi will be dragged down by him sooner or later. That guy is already useless and will only be a disaster if he is alive. Why kill him? Of course it's because of your little man Xin Fei. The voice in the dark sounded again, with a cold tone. What? Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei in disbelief. Looking at Lu Fengyi's grief-stricken expression, as if she was very disappointed that he would do this, Xin Fei angrily cursed, What does this have to do with me? You bastard, dare you come out? I'll kill you. Why not mind your business? Because if I don't kill him, then my killing you will become a hidden danger for me. The voice in the dark sounded again. Of course, you should thank me too, because even if I don't do anything, he will spend a lot of money to hire someone to kill you. But you killed my son, and I don't want to take revenge through someone else's hands. Besides, I also want to make this money. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Fengyi trembled all over. At this moment, she didn't know whether she should be sad or angry. I originally thought that my son had turned over a new leaf, but I didn't expect that he would actually spend a large sum of money to hire someone to kill Xin Fei. Wow! The next moment, the fog became thicker. Buzz! A cold light flashed, and the attack from the dark came again. Stab Lu Fengyi's vital points directly. Chapter 83: The Horn of Counterattack. Xin Fei seemed like a headless fly, unable to find the true location of his opponent, but in fact, he had used his mental superpowers to find the location of his opponent. Name: Han Yun. Age: 55. Talent: B-level Dark Psychic. Strength: Early Master Realm. Favorability: 98. When the mental power detected the other party's location, the other party's information appeared in Xin Fei's eyes through the detector. It's really the master level, but fortunately, it's only in the early stage. Xin Fei said in his heart, no need to use the trump card. The next moment, Xin Fei's eyes changed slightly, because he found that the other party's attack was coming towards Lu Fengyi. Attack the enemy and you must rescue them. The opponent's methods were extremely insidious. It was obvious that he cared about Lu Fengyi and had to save her. However, if he brought Lu Fengyi, this burden, with him, the battle would be dominated by Han Yun's rhythm. But even if Qin Fei saw through the other party's plan, he was helpless because he couldn't just ignore Lu Fengyi. Wow! With a flick of his hand, the water and wood shield blocked the path of the cold light. There was a loud bang, and the water and wood shield only trembled slightly, but the cold light was shattered. Not good. Qin Fei's expression changed slightly. The cold light looked powerful, but in fact it only caused the water and wood shield to tremble slightly. The power was far less than he had imagined. Whoosh! At this moment, Han Yun's attack came again. Shadow Thorn. It swept towards Qin Fei's vital points silently. Qin Fei is currently unable to condense two water and wood shields at the same time when using super energy fusion techniques. If he wants to condense another one, he needs to disperse the previous water and wood shield first. But there was no time at all. Even if she wanted to dodge, she couldn't. It's not that she couldn't dodge, but if she dodged, the Shadow Thorn would definitely hit Lu Fengyi. With Lu Fengyi's strength, once hit, she would definitely die. You have to bear it. Qin Fei activated his superpowers and condensed the water and wood flower. The water and wood flower bloomed and flew behind him. Bang! The Shadow Thorn and the water and wood flower collided with each other and then exploded. Energy fragments filled the sky and spread in all directions. Qin Fei hugged Lu Fengyi, but his back was covered with scars, which were affected by the energy wave of the explosion. You wait for me here, I'll go meet him. Qin Fei said quickly to Lu Fengyi, then rushed in one direction. If he didn't separate from Lu Fengyi, he would be passively beaten. Therefore, Qin Fei understood that if he wanted to turn the situation around, he had to take the initiative. Han Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, because he found that Qin Fei was actually flying towards the direction of his real body. How did he find out that my real body is here? This dark fog cannot be seen through by ordinary superpowered people. At the same level, only light-type superpowers can see through it, and another one is fire-type superpowers, but the fire-type superpowers are shrouded in the dark fog, and the range they can see through is limited. Since you have discovered my true identity, I will kill you openly. Han Yun sneered. He used the dark fog to hide his body. It was his habit. Dark-type superpowered people like to harm others, just like rats in the sewer. But this does not mean that dark-type psychics are weak in close combat. On the contrary, dark-type psychics are much stronger than 5-element psychics of the same level. Chapter 84, Powerful Counterattack. Han Yun held the shadow gun in his hand and flashed to meet Qin Fei. Shadow gun, this is a super skill that shadow-type superpowers realized after their cultivation broke through to the master level, but it is difficult to see with the naked eye, just like its name. The extraordinary thing about Qin Fei's psychic superpowers is that he can clearly feel the location of the shadow gun. Otherwise, how can it be said that psychic superpowers are one of the top superpowers? Qin Fei had the psychic ability to sense the opponent's attack fluctuations. A light flashed in his hand, and a wooden bow and water arrows appeared. He drew the bow and shot arrows. Arrows rushed towards Han Yun like lightning. Han Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. The shadow spear in his hand stirred, shattering the arrows one after another. Before, he wanted to fight Qin Fei from a distance. Qin Fei came forward and seemed to want to fight him in close combat. He adopted the means of close combat, but the opponent, on the other hand, adopted a long-range attack and a tug-of-war with him. This Qin Fei is so powerful. Han Yun frowned, looking serious. But Han Yun was obviously a man who had experienced many battles, and this place covered by thick fog was his home ground. When the arrow was approaching, he could feel it clearly and then block it. However, this kind of protracted war was obviously not what he wanted. As a shadow-type superpower who was good at assassination, his previous battles were mostly assassinations, stabbings, and quick battles. This kind of fighting with chariots and horses was not what he was good at. Han Yun wanted to use Lu Fengyi as a threat, but Lu Fengyi had already left the thick fog. Obviously, Lu Fengyi knew that she was Qin Fei's weakness. Since she could not help, she naturally hoped that Qin Fei could devote himself to the battle. I have to kill Qin Fei quickly, otherwise, if Lu Fengyi calls for help, I will be trapped in a jar. Thinking of this, Han Yun understood that he had to either kill Qin Fei quickly or escape from here. And escaping was obviously not what he wanted. Because Qin Fei is now on par with me, and as time goes by, the opponent's strength will become stronger and stronger. If I meet him again, I am afraid I will not be able to escape death. Thinking of this, Han Yun waved the shadow gun to block the arrow shot by Qin Fei, took out a pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. Boom! Subsequently, Han Yun's aura surged. Qin Fei's expression changed slightly. Did this guy take a pill similar to the berserk pill? He had inquired about this kind of medicine. It was of high value and usually had certain side effects. However, as a life-saving trump card, this kind of thing actually had a large market. The elixir used by Han Yun can play a significant role for cultivators at the master level, so its value is a little higher. From this we can also see how strong Han Yun's murderous intention towards Qin Fei is. The next moment, Han Yun's speed increased dramatically. The arrows that were sweeping towards Han Yun were shattered one after another by the shadow blade he unleashed, and he himself, holding a spear, approached Qin Fei like a whirlwind. Go to hell! Han Yun stabbed Qin Fei with a spear. Buzz, the spear broke through the air and locked onto Qin Fei. If this shot hits, Qin Fei will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die, and this is also Han Yun's most powerful killing move in a rage. At this moment, Han Yun had a grim smile on his face, as if he saw Qin Fei's miserable death at the hands of his gun. I originally wanted to have a good fight with you, but unfortunately, you have no martial ethics. I'm sorry, it's you who wanted to die early. Qin Fei sighed softly. When Han Yun heard Qin Fei's words, his heart skipped a beat and he almost dropped his gun and ran away. But the next moment, he sneered, "What a bluffing clown. Are you saying I'm bluffing?" Qin Fei's mocking voice sounded, and the wooden bow and water arrow disappeared. The aura on his body also became several times stronger, much stronger than Han Yun's. What? Han Yun saw this scene with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? The berserk pill he used allowed him to reach the mid-stage master realm level in a short period of time, but he never expected that Qin Fei's aura would be so much stronger. He didn't know why Qin Fei could possess an aura close to that of a master at this moment. Only 1 minute. But it's enough to kill Han Yun. Qin Fei felt his current strength and sighed in his heart. Although it was only 1 minute, he was now at the level where all three spiritual systems of water, wood and spirit had reached the perfect master level. Boom! At this moment, Qin Fei activated his spiritual super skills, Mind Shock. Ah! The next moment, Han Yun screamed. The psychic superpower skill, Mental Shock, can crush those of the same level, and when dealing with beings who are several levels lower than himself, it is like a father beating his son. Han Yun's soul was severely damaged, and the shadow spear he controlled was unstable and looked like it was about to dissipate. At this moment, Qin Fei waved his hand and threw out a water arrow. It looked like a casual swing, but the water arrow flew out like lightning and directly pierced Han Yun's throat. You! After being stabbed in the throat, Han Yun regained consciousness as if from a last breath. He looked at Qin Fei with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. You are actually a psychic? It was not until his death that he realized how terrifying Qin Fei's talent was. The other party was actually a superpowered master of the three elements of water, wood, and spirit. Unfortunately, he found out too late. If he had known earlier, he might have given up his plan to avenge his son. Although my son's life is precious, my own life is more precious. After all, I have more than one son. And I only have one. Yes, Han Yun has more than one son. Boom! Han Yun fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, obviously dying with his eyes open. With Han Yun's death, the thick fog that shrouded the yard began to dissipate. Without Han Yun's superpowers to create the dark fog was like rootless duckweed, and would dissipate with the wind. Qin Fei! Lu Fengyi exclaimed when she saw the thick fog dissipate, but when she saw that it was the killer who fell to the ground, not Qin Fei, she burst into tears of joy, ran towards Qin Fei, and then threw herself into Qin Fei's arms excitedly like a swallow returning to its nest. Don't worry so much, I'm fine. Qin Fei stroked Lu Fengyi's hair and comforted her with a smile. I'm worried about your safety, aren't I? Lu Fengyi said with tears in her eyes, but I'm glad you're okay. Her adopted son was gone, and if the man she loved deeply was also gone, then God would be too cruel to her. She didn't know if she could withstand such a heavy blow. Chapter 85 Legendary Treasure Meteor Tears. Several hours had passed since the morning's fight. Qin Fei looked at the still grieving Lu Fengyi and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he hadn't killed her. Otherwise, even if Lu Fengyi's favorability towards him wouldn't plummet to the freezing point, it would definitely create a gap between them. Because ever since seeing Wang Zijian's body, Lu Fengyi has been in a sad state. Before, they still had some hope that Han Yun was deceiving them, but when they saw Wang Zijian's body, all their hopes and fantasies turned into nothing. Xin Fei, go and do your own thing. You don't have to accompany me. Lu Fengyi said, looking at Xin Fei with red eyes. Looking at your state, how can I be at ease? Xin Fei smiled helplessly, the dead cannot be resurrected. I still hope that you can accept your grief and not indulge in sadness. Lu Fengyi nodded, a forced smile appeared on her face and she said, after I take care of Xiaoqiang's funeral, I will recover soon, don't worry. Xin Fei nodded, but he was still worried about Lu Fengyi, so he decided to stay with her. As for the feud with Wang Ziqiang, it was settled. After all, when a person dies, it is like a light going out. Don't worry, I will take good care of your mother. Xin Fei said softly, looking at Wang Ziqiang's body. Of course, this is because Wang Zijiang is dead. If he were alive, Xin Fei felt that Wang Zijiang would definitely curse him, but he obviously would not dare to take action. Looking at Xin Fei who was by her side, Lu Fengyi's sad heart was comforted. After all, she was actually very fragile inside now, and she thought to herself that she had not loved the wrong person. In the next few days, Xin Fei accompanied Lu Fengyi to bury Wang Ziqiang. Because of Xin Fei's company, although Lu Fengyi was still in pain, she was slowly coming out of it. Your school starts today, right? You should go back to school. I should also be busy with company matters. The project I discussed with Su Ruoyun before should also be launched. Lu Fengyi looked at Xin Fei and said after hearing the voice. She now looks much better than before. Maybe Xin Fei's gentle voice and daily companionship worked. Well, okay. Xin Fei nodded. After breakfast, Xin Fei took the carriage prepared for him by Lu Fengyi and rushed to the school. It was a very fast carriage, the horse was a swift wind horse, and the carriage was also engraved with the wind array pattern. The coachman was driving the carriage, while Xin Fei was sitting in the carriage practicing. Although he has been with Lu Fengyi for the past few days, he has not neglected his practice. Lu Fengyi has prepared a lot of water and wood demon cores for him, and Xin Fei has refined them all in the past few days. Lu Fengyi was very willing to let go of Xin Fei, and she was completely hoping that her husband would become successful. Xin Fei's water and wood abilities have all been improved, but his mental abilities have not been improved, because it is so rare for a monster to have improved mental abilities. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance, 108. Body 99. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SS level. Comprehensive rating, 108. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, late stage 7th level superpowered master of water and wood elements, and perfect 7th level spiritual master. Superpower fusion skills, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow, water and wood shield. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys. Number of bound goddesses, 5 Lu Fengyi, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration cards 8, Taodai cultivation method 1, marquee realm early stage card 1, super energy pills 80, 100 steps ghostly body movement skill 1, super lucky draw opportunity 1, etc. I haven't seen a suitable opportunity to use my chance in this super lottery these past few days. Now that I have nothing to do, I might as well give it a try. Xin Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation. I hope to win a legendary reward. Xin Fei prayed silently in his heart, and then started the lottery. It has to be a legendary reward. I don't know if it was the prayer that worked, but Xin Fei actually drew a legendary reward. Legendary treasure, Meteor Tears, a spiritual treasure. If refined, it can improve the quality of the spiritual power core of spiritual power users and also improve the realm of spiritual power users. I actually got such a treasure? Xin Fei almost jumped up with excitement. What you need is exactly what you get. There are few treasures that can improve the level of spiritual superpowers, and there are even fewer treasures that can improve the quality of spiritual superpowers. While there was still time before rushing to the Yunqing Superpower Academy, Xin Fei directly received the treasure Meteor Tears. Then, he found that there was a dark golden ball the size of a watermelon in his mind. This dark golden sphere was spinning in his sea of consciousness. Rays of light bloomed, and Xin Fei discovered that the spiritual super energy core in his sea of consciousness had begun to transform. Not long after, Xin Fei felt that his super energy core had transformed to a new level. Extreme spiritual superpowers? Xin Fei blinked. You achieved it so quickly? Call out. Xin Fei controlled his mental superpowers and flew out of the car. His eyes could clearly see the scenery outside the car. This is the power of psychic superpowers. Xin Fei has been studying psychic superpowers for some time. In addition to mental shock, he has also mastered some small tricks such as mental detection and mental perception. Because psychic superpower masters are too rare, there is not a single psychic superpower master in the entire Yunqing Superpower Academy. Therefore, Xin Fei needs to look up his psychic superpower skills on the internet by himself and cannot learn them through the teacher's instruction. These meteor tears have raised the quality of my spiritual superpowers to SSS level. Now the quality of my superpowers can't be raised any further. Should I upgrade my realm? Xin Fei thought to himself, but this gluttonous stomach and gluttonous cultivation method can't refine these meteor tears. Thinking of this, Xin Fei felt both happy and depressed. He was happy that the energy in the meteor tears would be exhausted, which might elevate his spiritual superpowers to a very high level. But he was depressed that relying on it to improve on its own might be too slow. Forget it, there will be plenty of time for research in the future. Xin Fei shook his head. After all, it improves on its own, so I don't need to spend time practicing. Chapter 86, Baby-Faced School Beauty. Yunqing Superpower Academy. After Xin Fei arrived at the place, he asked the coachman to drive back. Xin Fei looked at the system. The improvement of his mental superpowers along the way made Xin Fei very satisfied. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 111. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, late stage of 7th level Psychic Master with dual elements of water and wood, early stage of 8th level Spiritual Master. Superpower fusion skills, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow, water and wood shield. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys. Number of bound goddesses, 5 Lu Fini, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, Mind Exploration Card 8, Taodai Cultivation Method 1, Superpower Master Perfection Realm Card 1, Superpower Pill 80, 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Body Technique 1. Today is the first day of school for Yunqing Superpower Academy after the holiday. This school opening is mainly for rewarding students who performed well in the previous quarterly assessment. Although the freshmen did not participate in that practical assessment, a competition was held in the school, and those who performed well will also be rewarded. This time the award ceremony was held at the martial arts training ground, because only here could tens of thousands of people from the entire academy gather together without seeming crowded. Is that Senior Xin Fei? He's so handsome. How great it would be if I could be his girlfriend. Stop daydreaming, okay? Senior Xin Fei is not only handsome, but also powerful. How could he be interested in you? Tisk, I'm not bad looking, okay? You're not bad looking, your looks are just like an average girl, but Senior Xin Fei has very high standards. The girlfriends he found are all campus beauties. At best, you're just a class beauty, you're not going to catch Senior Xin Fei's eye. Xin Fei's appearance caused a great sensation. In fact, it was not only the freshman girls who looked at Xin Fei with passionate gazes. Some of the same great students and even older seniors could not help but clamp their legs together when looking at Xin Fei. It's a pity that the requirements for system binding are too high. Otherwise, if the requirements are lowered, would I still have to worry about the resources for cultivation? Xin Fei sighed in his heart. It is difficult to find a goddess with a score of more than 90 points, but it is not too difficult to find a goddess with a score of more than 80 points. Not to mention many, at least 10 or so are no problem. Suddenly, Xin Fei's eyes flashed slightly, because in the freshman queue, Xin Fei saw a figure. She was wearing a white dress and white shoes on her feet. She had bright eyes and white teeth, a baby face, and the burden on her chest was shaky, which made Xin Fei's eyes hot. Is this the freshman campus beauty that Mei Jiao mentioned? She is indeed extremely beautiful. And she is only 18 years old, yet she carries such a heavy burden. I wonder if it is because of good nutrition or natural beauty. The moment Xin Fei saw this beautiful campus beauty, the system's detector started automatically, and the other party's relevant information also came into his eyes. Name, Shui Hongling. Age, 18. Appearance 9-8. Body 9-8. Talent, A+ level dark superpowers. Comprehensive score, 91 points. Bond value, 0 points. Favorability, 15. Realm, perfection of first level superpower master. Sister Shue's talent is a little low, but she was able to break through to the perfect first level superpowered master within just a few months of enrollment. This talent is pretty good. Xin Fei muttered secretly. But this is normal, not every woman has unparalleled talent. Having A+ talent is pretty good. Chapter 87 Commendation. I used to think that dark-type superpowers were rare, but I've seen quite a few recently. To be honest, Xin Fei was a little surprised when he saw Shui Hongling had dark-type superpowers. Of course, people are divided into good and bad, good and evil, but there are no superpowers. Everything depends on the individual. Therefore, dark-type superpowers do not represent the evil camp, otherwise, the Yunqing Superpower Academy would not recruit dark-type superpower students. Today we will summarize the quarterly assessments from the past period of time. Lei Hu, the Dean of Yunqing Superpower Academy, personally presided over the quarterly report on the results. Many students performed exceptionally well in this assessment, especially Xin Fei. At only 19 years old, he achieved results that many senior students couldn't match. He even earned the opportunity to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Of course, in addition to Xin Fei, there are some other students who have performed well and have been given the opportunity to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Then Dean Lei Hu commended the students who had performed outstandingly before. There are a total of 28 students who have been given the opportunity to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy early this time. Of course, the number of people who will be able to enter early in the end will depend on how many people are selected. At that time, the Yunqing Superpower Academy will send someone to conduct another selection. After all, there are several superpower academies in Guangyun City, and each superpower academy has sent special personnel to select students. In the end, there may be more than 100 people added together, and these more than 100 people can only mean that many people have the opportunity to directly enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy, but some people may not pass the selection. This assessment is a preliminary selection, and students from the Yunqing Superpower Academy will be selected. The next step will be for the teachers of the Yunqing Superpower Academy to select personally. In addition to commending the 28 students who were selected to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy in advance, awards were also presented. For example, Xin Fei, as a student with outstanding performance, received a cash reward of 1 million yuan. For Xin Fei, this reward was actually not much. After all, he was no longer the poor guy who had just traveled through time. After killing Han Yun, he got a lot of money and resources from his storage ring. Among them, 10 million was obtained from Wang Ziqiang. Originally, Xin Fei wanted to return it to Lu Fini, but the latter did not want it. By the way, there is one more thing that I want to commend Xin Fei for. Xin Fei helped the law enforcement team hunt down a killer from the Seven Stars Society. The law enforcement team came here specially today to present him with medals and rewards. Lei Hu said loudly. Xin Fei blinked his eyes. He even forgot that he had killed a killer from the Seven Stars Society before. At that time, the people in the law enforcement team said that they would give him a reward later, but there was no movement afterwards, and Xin Fei had forgotten about it. He didn't expect that the reward would come at this time. Isn't this forcing himself to be in the spotlight? Xin Fei again? Over the past month, ever since Xin Fei was dumped, he's been on a tear. Yes. This Xin Fei is a man who will make a big splash if he doesn't make a name for himself. When the law enforcement team came on stage and presented the award to Xin Fei on the martial arts stage, there was thunderous applause. After the rewards were distributed, the meeting was adjourned. Xin Fei, come here, let me introduce you to my good sister. Huang Meijiao pulled a woman and said to Xin Fei with a smile. Looking at the person Huang Meijiao was pulling, Xin Fei fell into deep thought. Shui Hongling is your good sister? Are you sure you are not a pimp? Chapter 88 Shy Schoolgirl. Shui Hongling pulled Huang Meijiao's clothes and looked at Xin Fei weakly. Hello, senior. Hello, junior sister. Xin Fei greeted her with a smile. To be honest, Shui Hongling really deserves to be one of the 4 campus beauties. I love her. He didn't want to gather all 4 beauties from Yunqing Superpower Academy, he just felt that it would be imperfect if one of them was missing. Let's go eat together. Huang Meijiao said with a smile, it's not appropriate to stand here and talk. Sister Meijiao, Shui Hongling wanted to say something. Let your brother Qin treat you to a meal. Huang Meijiao interrupted Xue Hongling, took Xue Hongling's arm, and said with a smile, don't you want to know how your brother Qin suddenly became so powerful? I'll let brother Qin tell you later. Xue Hongling's pretty face flushed instantly, and she stole a glance at Qin Fei. When she found that Qin Fei was looking at her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and she felt a little embarrassed and annoyed, because she felt that Qin Fei's gaze was somewhat aggressive. Senior, you clearly have a senior sister Meijiao, and you are also entangled with 2 other senior sisters, but you are also interested in me. What a pervert! Qin Fei's romantic deeds were widely spread throughout the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Although she had little contact with people, she still heard the news. She felt a little sorry for Sister Meijiao. Qin Fei was an excellent person, but such a philandering character was not good. In a private room in the small cafeteria, the 3 of them sat together, and Xue Hongling felt very reserved. The food here is too expensive, Xue Hongling said in a low voice. It's not a big deal. Qin Fei smiled. Didn't you see how much reward I got today? The cash reward alone is over 1 million. The school gave a 1 million yuan bonus, and the law enforcement team also sent a 100,000 yuan reward. Don't you need that money for your cultivation? Although you are stronger now, you can't be proud and lazy because of it. You should spend the money on important things. Xue Hongling pursed her lips and looked at Qin Fei with a serious expression. Seeing the seriousness written all over Xue Hongling's cute face, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Huang Meijiao giggled and said, Sister Hongling, why don't you come and be my girlfriend? That way, you can take care of him. I believe that under your supervision, he will become even better. Ha! Xue Hongling's face flushed red, and she waved her hands, speaking incoherently, no, I don't want it, I don't have it, I'm sorry, I was just suggesting it. Although she knew that Qin Fei was a philandering pervert, who made Qin Fei so handsome. Women also like men's looks. Qin Fei was so handsome and so talented. If Qin Fei was not that kind of pervert, she believed that she might not have much resistance. But because she knew that Qin Fei was a pervert, she didn't want to be one of Qin Fei's girlfriends. I accept Hongling's advice, but I don't plan to change it. Qin Fei chuckled. Xue Hongling, ? Xue Hongling felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Since you are not going to change, why did you accept my suggestion? Seeing Xue Hongling's somewhat embarrassed expression, Qin Fei looked at her with interest and said, unless my schoolmate is willing to be my girlfriend? Since Huang Meijiao was playing a supporting role and acting as a pimp, as a considerate man, he naturally could not let Huang Meijiao's sincere heart down. I don't want to. Xue Hongling glared at Qin Fei in embarrassment, then looked at Huang Meijiao with a bullied look and said, Senior Meijiao, you don't care about Senior Qin. Because it was me who suggested that he pursue you. Why should I care about him? Huang Meijiao held her chin with one hand and said with a silly smile. Xue Hongling. Chapter 89. The school beauty ran away. After dinner, Xue Hongling ran away with a red face, because she was somewhat overwhelmed by Huang Meijiao's matchmaking and Qin Fei's fiery gaze. Looking at Xue Hongling trotting away, Qin Fei's mouth curled up. Today's contact was pretty good. Xue Hongling's favorability increased to 35, and the bond value also exceeded 30 points. With a little more effort, they could be bound. So Xue Hongling said one thing but was actually quite honest in her heart. Didn't you say before that you didn't want to gather the 4 school beauties? Why are you so proactive towards Hongling today? Huang Meijiao asked Qin Fei with some amusement. Well, aren't I cooperating with you? I can't let your efforts go to waste. Qin Fei smiled awkwardly. How can I not understand you? If you don't want to, no matter how much others say, it will be useless. Huang Meijiao looked at Qin Fei unhappily. As for finding so many women for Qin Fei, it was mainly because one person could not withstand Qin Fei's crazy firepower output. With someone bearing the burden for her, she has more time to practice and become stronger. Qin Fei had just returned to his residence with Huang Meijiao when Lu Ying came over. You didn't even call me when you were having dinner. Lu Ying complained. Aren't you busy introducing new girlfriends to our men? Huang Meijiao said with a smile. Are you serious? Lu Ying stared with disbelief on her face. She had thought Huang Meijiao was joking before. Yes, we had lunch together. Qin Fei is very interested in her. Huang Meijiao smiled and said, if Qin Fei works harder and puts in some thought, I think there won't be any problems. Lu Ying was speechless. If Qin Fei is willing to put in the effort, how many women can he not pursue? Just spoil him. If he finds us a group of young ladies and ignores you, what will you do? Lu Ying looked at her schoolmate Huang Meijiao unhappily. She had only heard that Huang Meijiao had a straightforward personality before, but now it seems that she is more naive. I always welcome new people into the room and keep the old ones waiting on the bed. I won't abandon anyone. Qin Fei shrugged and smiled. TSK, who knows? I asked you to come to my house 2 days ago. My dad wanted to see you, but you refused. Lu Ying snorted. Something happened a few days ago, and I couldn't do anything about it. Qin Fei said helplessly. Lu Ying did call him a few days ago, but at that time, he was standing next to Lu Fingyi and comforting her. How could he ignore her? Do you have time to go this week? Lu Ying asked. If there are no special circumstances, there should be time. Qin Fei said after thinking for a while. It's settled then. You can't stand me up again. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain it to my family. Lu Ying said with relief. Don't worry. Qin Fei smiled and said, by the way, did your brother say anything bad about me? I definitely won't say anything good about you. Lu Ying said helplessly, of course, I will persuade him in the future. His brother hated Qin Fei to the core, and she could do nothing about it because the person her brother liked didn't like him. She wanted to help him, but she almost angered Qin Fei and Lin Shuer, and never mentioned this matter again. That's right. Qin Fei shrugged, don't worry, he is your brother, I won't do anything to him. Although Lu Lei is very unfriendly to me, as long as he doesn't hire someone to kill me like Wang Ziqiang, I will naturally not harm him. If he doesn't want to pay attention to me, I don't care whether he pays attention to me or not, as long as Lu Ying and I are of the same mind. After all, she would be living with Lu Ying in the future, not with him, Lu Lei. Chapter 90, Grouping for Warmth. Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying with a resentful look in her eyes and took a step forward. You, what are you going to do? Lu Ying was startled and asked repeatedly. Let's have a sparring match. Qin Fei replied. Lu Ying blushed, it's still daytime, aren't you going to ask the teacher for advice this afternoon? Don't think too much, it's just a normal exchange. Qin Fei snorted. Lu Ying glanced at Qin Fei unhappily. Speaking of which, my predecessor had asked teachers for advice on water-based super skills many times, because having a teacher teach me was faster than trying to figure it out on my own or studying textbooks. In every grade, there are almost teachers of the 7 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Why are the classes not divided according to gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder? That is to form more superpower combinations. The fusion of superpowered skills of teachers of the same element will have the worst effect and power. Huang Meijia watched Qin Fei and Lu Ying sparring, and covered her mouth with her hands while giggling. As the senior student, Lu Ying was suppressed by the junior Qin Fei throughout the whole process. The gap in strength was too obvious. It didn't take long for Lu Ying to be defeated by Qin Fei, and she asked Huang Meijiao for help. Huang Meijiao was just watching the joke, with no intention of intervening. Sister Ying, you can do it. During the competition, even though Qin Fei suppressed Lu Ying's realm, he was still suppressed badly by Qin Fei and finally had no choice but to admit defeat. Qin Fei then let Lu Ying go with satisfaction, and then went to Huang Meijiao to practice super skills. The result was not surprising. Even though Qin Fei's cultivation had been suppressed to the level of a triple super-powered master, Huang Meijiao was no match for Qin Fei. The Mid-Autumn Festival sunshine is still very bright, but the weather is not good. I don't know when it started, but dark clouds covered the earth, strong winds swept up, and it looked like it was going to rain. Shortly after noon, heavy rain finally fell on the earth, bending the branches of the trees. It is said that every autumn rain brings a chill. The weather is getting colder and colder. After just a few hours, the heavy rain stopped. Qin Fei left the yard and decided to leave school to buy some monster cores. In fact, the school also had some for sale, but there were not enough monster cores in the school, and his demand was relatively large. After all, his dual water and wood superpowers were of the ultimate quality, and he was invincible at the same level. However, when he upgraded, he consumed more resources, and the cultivation resources Lu Fingyi gave him were no longer enough. Sometimes being too handsome can also be a problem. Just look at this, Qin Fei encountered quite a few people who approached him on a short journey. Some of them pounced directly on him, scaring Qin Fei so much that he quickly fled. At this time, he couldn't help but be thankful that he had mastered a powerful body movement skill 100-step ghost shadow, otherwise, he might have suffered a loss. Sometimes, women can be scary when they go crazy. At this time, Xin Fei also deeply understood how much trouble those male stars in his previous life had to deal with the crazy fans chasing them. Not long after, the money was almost gone, and Xin Fei also bought the resources that could be used to cultivate to at least the 9th level of the dual superpowers of water and fire. The days that followed were so dull and ordinary. Lin Shuer didn't come to see Xin Fei during these days, as if what she said that day about being Xin Fei's girlfriend was just a joke. In fact, it was because Lin Shuer was practicing. Blue Star Calendar, October 14, 2023, Saturday. Yunqing, a residential area. Dad, Mom, why are you urging me to come back? Huang Meizhou said with helplessness on her face when she returned home. If her mother hadn't called her several times since morning to ask her to come back, she really didn't want to come back. Some time ago, your brother Lu Yang came back. Huang's mother looked at Huang Meizhou and said, he will be returning to Qinghe County soon. Isn't this because he wants you to come back and meet him? What's there for me to see him? Huang Meizhou said helplessly. Haven't you always liked your brother Lu Yang when you were a child? Huang's father Huang Jiachuan said. Chapter 91. I hope you can respect yourself. I just admire brother Lu Yang, but I can't say I like him. Huang Meizhou shook her head after hearing what her father said. Before, she only admired Lu Yang for his talent and strength. Now, she has become Xin Fei's appearance, and she only regards her childhood sweetheart Lu Yang as a brother. When Huang Jiachuan and his wife heard what their daughter said, they couldn't help but look at each other. How can this be possible? They have always been optimistic about Lu Yang and wanted him to be their son-in-law. Just at this moment, there was a knock on his door. It should be Lu Yang. I'll go open the door. Wang Lejuan's face lit up and she spoke. As she spoke, her figure had already arrived at the door and opened it. Soon, a young-looking man came into view. He was Huang Meizhou's childhood sweetheart and neighbor Lu Yang, about 22 or 23 years old, and in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Uncle, Aunt, and Jiumei, hello. Lu Yang was holding something in his hands and greeted the three of them with a smile on his face. Lu Yang, you're already here, what are you bringing? Yeah, your aunt is right. Didn't she come to deliver something once before? These are local specialties I bought in Qinghe County. There are also some things that may be useful for my sister's practice, but they are not common in Yunqiang. Lu Yang said with a smile. While speaking, he looked at Huang Meizhou with a bright smile on his face. Huang Meizhou looked at the other person's bright smile and felt helpless. She could see what he was thinking. Brother Lu Yang, I don't lack the resources for cultivation now. When you leave later, you should take the things back with you. Compared with the cultivation resources Xin Fei gave her, the cultivation resources provided by Lu Yang were not worth mentioning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the 6th level of superpower so quickly. Yes, after only a few months with Xin Fei, her cultivation has already reached the perfection of the superpower 3rd level from the current superpower 6th level. The effects of the super pill are truly extraordinary. Xin Fei was reluctant to use it, because he could have a terrifying speed of cultivation through the Taodai stomach and the Taodai cultivation method, but his women could not, so Xin Fei left the super power pill to several of his women to use. In this way, the cultivation speed of these women would not be slow, and they would not be left too far behind by him. Lu Yang's expression froze slightly when he saw Huang Meizhou being very distant with him. He couldn't understand why Huang Meizhou had been so distant and polite to him when he came back from Qinghe County a few months ago. How come she had become so distant and polite after just a few months of not seeing each other? Both Huang Jiachuan and Wang Lejuan noticed Lu Yang's embarrassment and were somewhat dissatisfied with Huang Meizhou's courtesy. Wang Lejuan couldn't help but say, Meizhou, your brother Lu Yang is so kind, but you're so disheartened by what you said. Yeah. Huang Jiachuan couldn't help but agree, okay Lu Yang, come in, don't stand at the door. Let's have lunch together at noon, and we can have a drink together. Okay, Uncle Huang, and Wang. Lu Yang responded with a smile. Huang Meizhou is very filial, and Huang Jiachuan and Wang Lejuan have watched him grow up and have a good impression of him. He believes that even if Huang Meizhou may become estranged from him for a while, as long as the two of them are around, Huang Meizhou will eventually not escape from his palm. Meizhou, please chat with your brother Lu Yang. Your dad and I are going to cook. Wang Lejuan said. I'll show off my cooking skills today and let Lu Yang taste my cooking skills. Huang Jiachuan said with a smile. The couple seemed not to notice Huang Meizhou's helplessness and resentful look. Meizhou, I see that your aura is quite strong now. Have you reached the 6th level of superpower? Lu Yang asked with a smile. Yeah. Huang Meijiao nodded lightly. The other party's cultivation was relatively high, so it was normal for him to see her aura. The main reason is that she doesn't like to hide her aura. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. He remembered that a few months ago, Huang Meijiao was only at the 3rd level. He originally thought that Huang Meijiao's cultivation was average, but her appearance was absolutely beautiful. All in all, she was barely worthy of him. But now, he just wanted Huang Meijiao to become his fiancée or even his wife. After all, at the age of 19, he is at the 6th level. As long as he keeps up the momentum, entering the Qinghe Superpower Academy will be a piece of cake. By then, he will be the envy of other students in the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Those people laughed at me for not being able to find a beautiful and talented woman. When the time comes, let them see Huang Meijiao, and see who will still have the nerve to laugh at me? Lu Yang felt a little overwhelmed when he thought about how everyone would envy and be jealous of him. Jiumei, how did you perform in this performance assessment? Did you qualify for the selection? Lu Yang asked with a smile. Of course, even if you don't qualify this time, I believe you will be able to successfully enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy by June next year. He believed that as long as he communicated more with Huang Meijiao, the other party's unfamiliarity with him would soon disappear. Yes. Huang Meijiao nodded. Really? Lu Yang was overjoyed when he heard this. This time, Qinghe Superpower Academy was sent to select students, and he was also one of the examiners. Originally, he wanted to be in charge of Yunqing Superpower Academy, but his strength was at the bottom among the students in charge of admissions, and he was not qualified to be selected. Well, I just don't know if I can pass the selection of Qinghe Superpower Academy. Huang Meijiao nodded calmly. To be honest, before participating in the performance assessment, she did not expect that she would be qualified for the selection. You know, when communicating with many people, she learned that most of the people who can obtain the qualification for the selection are juniors and seniors. She never thought that she, a sophomore student, would also obtain such qualifications. Even if it doesn't work this time, there will definitely be no problem next year. After all, I will help you. Lu Yang said with a smile, and sat closer to Huang Meijiao while speaking, and at the same time tried to hold Huang Meijiao's hand, and Huang Meijiao stood up in an instant. What do you want to do? Huang Meijiao looked at Lu Yang with a sullen face. Lu Yang hadn't expected Huang Meijiao to react so strongly. He gave a dry laugh and said, Well, Jiumei, I'm sure you can understand my feelings for you. I came here this time to discuss the matter of forming a Taoist couple with you. Sorry, I already have a Taoist partner. Huang Meijiao said with a dark face, I hope you can respect yourself a little more. What? Lu Yang was stunned when he heard this. When did you find a Taoist partner? When did I find a Taoist partner? It's none of your business. Huang Meijiao snorted coldly, Your family and mine have a good relationship. I hope you respect yourself and don't do such annoying things again. Huang Meijiao doesn't want to have anything to do with Lu Yang at all now. She is afraid that Qin Fei will be angry if he finds out. Chapter 92 Awkward Trio. Huang Jiachuan and Wang Lijuan, who were preparing lunch in the kitchen, also pricked up their ears to listen to the noise in the living room and ran out. Meijiao, have you found a Taoist partner? Huang Jiachuan's face was extremely dark. Why didn't you tell us that you were looking for a Taoist partner? Wang Lijuan's face looked very unhappy. They had been optimistic about Huang Meijiao and Lu Yang for a long time, because they had watched Lu Yang grow up, and Lu Yang's family was well off and he was an outstanding person. Their Huang Meijiao was pretty, but in their opinion, she was not worthy of Lu Yang in other aspects. They had no idea that Huang Meijiao was an incomplete ultimate fire-type superpower, and that she was completed by Qin Fei. Otherwise, they would not have said that Huang Meijiao was not worthy of Lu Yang. Huang Meijiao heard her parents' complaints and said calmly, I make my own decisions about my relationship. Didn't you tell me before that if you were looking for a Taoist partner, he had to be exceptional? Wang Lijuan said angrily, and you want us to be satisfied? Is that what you're doing? The Taoist partner I'm looking for now is excellent. Huang Meijiao said calmly, I believe you will be satisfied too. We don't even know what he is like, how can we be satisfied? Wang Lijuan said angrily. Less than 20 years old, and has the combat power of a master. Huang Meijiao spoke directly. She did not say Qin Fei's realm, because Qin Fei's realm was not yet at the master level, but she believed that Qin Fei's combat power could reach that level, because she knew that Qin Fei had the dual extreme superpowers of water and wood, and she could perform superpower fusion techniques. What? Hearing Huang Meijiao's words, the couple were both shocked. Lu Yang originally thought that Huang Meijiao was just making up an excuse to reject him, but seeing how seriously Huang Meijiao spoke, he became suspicious. Are there any master-level students in the major superpower academies in Yuncheng? He didn't expect that the master-level combat power Huang Meijiao mentioned did not mean that his cultivation had reached the master level. If you have such strength before you are 20, how could you not tell me before? Are you kidding me and your father? After the initial shock, Wang Lejuan looked at Huang Meijiao with a look of suspicion on her face. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Huang Meijiao said calmly, okay, I won't say any more. Eat your meal. I have things to do and need to go back to school. If she had known earlier that the so-called important reason her parents asked her to come back was to match her up with Lu Yang, she would never have come back. When the couple heard their daughter was about to leave after saying just a few words, they suspected that their daughter was a fictional character and was afraid that they would expose the truth. Huang Meijiao, if you don't explain clearly today, you will never be able to come back to this family again. Wang Lejuan said angrily. Meijiao, your mom may be angry, but you have to know how important it is for a girl to find her other partner in this world. Your mom and I are doing this for your own good. Huang Jiachuan said earnestly, whether you have a Taoist partner or not, it's best if you don't. If you do, I still hope you can terminate your contract with that person and be with your brother Lu Yang. After all, you are childhood sweethearts, and we know your brother Lu Yang inside and out. Yes, Meijiao, I don't mind that you have made a contract with others, because in this world, many times it takes multiple contracts to find the person who is most suitable for you. But I believe that I will be the most suitable person for you and the one who cares about you the most. At this time, Lu Yang also looked at Huang Meijiao with deep affection. My Taoist partner is 19 years old. He has mastered dual-element water and wood superpowers, both reaching the early 9th stage. He also possesses a variety of superpower fusion techniques. The reason I can reach my current level of cultivation is because of the resources he provided me. Otherwise, I would have just broken through to become a 4th-level superpower master at best. In less than a month, the total value of the resources he gave me is at least 80 million, if not 100 million. Huang Meijiao looked at her parents and Lu Yang and said slowly, and this doesn't even include some priceless body movement manuals. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people present were in disbelief and stood there dumbfounded. He is the best student in our Yunqing Superpower Academy. If you don't believe me, I can ask him to come over now. Huang Meijiao said to the 3 of them. Is his name Qin Fei? At this moment, Lu Yang took a deep breath and spoke. That's right. Huang Meijiao nodded. Lu Yang fell silent. Although he did not go to the Yunqing Superpower Academy for the performance assessment, he still knew the rumors about Qin Fei because Lin Yujio and another senior went there, and the information about Qin Fei was spread by another senior. He believed that Qin Fei's strength might not necessarily be stronger than his own, but his talent of dual system ultimate superpowers was too terrifying, and he was also rich, so there was nothing he could do about it. The only thing he had more of than Qin Fei was the relationship of childhood sweethearts, but it was obvious from Huang Meijiao's attitude towards him that she liked Qin Fei very much but had no such feelings for him, which made him feel powerless. Huang Jiachuan and Wang Lejuan looked at each other, not knowing how to start. Both the husband and wife are superpowered, so they naturally know what to choose that is best for their family. Uncle Huang, Aunt Wang, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I won't stay for dinner. Lu Yang said with a forced smile on his face. Well, stay and have dinner before leaving. Huang Jiachuan didn't know how to keep him. No. Then take these things back with you. Wang Lejuan said. This is a gift from Uncle Huang and Aunt Wang. How can I take it back? In the end, Lu Yang left without taking his belongings. If that were the case, he would feel very embarrassed. Huang Jiachuan and Wang Lejuan escorted Qin Fei to the door. Huang Meijiao did not see him off. It was not because she did not want to, but because if she did, it would be awkward for both of them. Instead of that, it would be better to be indifferent so that Lu Yang would not have any more fantasies. After sending Lu Yang back, the couple sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at Huang Meijiao, which made Huang Meijiao feel uncomfortable. Since you have found such a good Taoist partner, why didn't you tell me before? Wang Lejuan looked at her daughter resentfully. Huang Meijiao said helplessly, I thought we'd only been dating for less than a month, so I planned to wait until the Chinese New Year to talk about it. Besides, I asked you in the newsletter what was the matter that required me to come back, but you didn't tell me. Otherwise, I would have told you straight out. Well, that's it. Huang Jiachuan also felt a little embarrassed and said, bring that Xiaoqin back to see him when you have time. Okay. Huang Meijiao nodded. Xin Fei had told her before that if there was any need, he would come and take a look. Chapter 93 3 Series 9th Order Super Power Master. Longyun community is one of the famous top communities in Yuncheng. Only the rich or noble can live here. In fact, this community almost belongs to a big family, which is the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. The Lu family started out in real estate, and among the many real estate companies in Yuncheng, the Lu family is the best. Just like the Su family's status in Yuncheng clothing. Lu Tianqing is the current head of the Lu family. Lu Tianqing is the father of Lu Lei and Lu Ying. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family and the most talented person, the family has high hopes for her and hopes that she can marry a child of a big family in the county town. This will be of great benefit to the future development of the family. Of course, she has more than one choice. If she can marry a peerless genius, that would also be fine. Children of large families are the driving force behind the family's rise to prominence. Although a peerless genius cannot provide immediate help, once a peerless genius rises, the help he brings is indeed considerable. Of course, it would be even better if the object of the marriage was a member of a big family and also an unparalleled genius. For the Lu family, it would be something they had always dreamed of. At the gate of the community, Xin Fei and Lu Ling got off the carriage. Inger, you asked me to come to your house today. You won't prepare any Hongmen banquet for me, right? Xin Fei asked in a low voice. This world is somewhat similar to Xin Fei's previous life, but there are also great differences. The biggest difference is that changes began after the 3 kingdoms and before the Tang dynasty. Therefore, this world also has stories like the Hongmen banquet. I don't think so. Lu Ling pursed her lips and said uncertainly. Question mark. Xin Fei's face was filled with speechless words when he heard this. You are so uncertain, why do I feel that today is not a good day for me? There will definitely be tests for you, but they shouldn't be too excessive. Lu Ling said with a smile. You didn't tell me on the way before, but now you tell me? Xin Fei looked at Lu Ling helplessly. I was afraid you wouldn't come after hearing this. Lu Ling said with a guilty conscience, just don't be afraid. I'll stand by you. Xin Fei shook his head, feeling that Lu Ying's actions were somewhat unreliable, but since he had already reached the door, he couldn't retreat. After all, if the news got out, he would appear to be irresponsible. Of course, Xin Fei looked at his system interface and felt confident enough. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 111. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, early stage of 9th Order Superpower Master with dual elements of water and wood, early stage of 9th Order Spiritual Master. Superpower fusion skills, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow, water and wood shield. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys. Number of bound goddesses, 5 Lu Fini, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Lu Ying, Su Ruoyan. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration cards 8, Taodai cultivation method 1, superpower master perfection realm card 1, 100 steps ghost shadow body technique 1, etc. Yes, now Xin Fei's 3 types of superpowers have reached the early stage of the 9th level superpower master. The water and wood superpower has recently devoured many extraordinary water and wood demon cores, while the spiritual superpower is improved by relying on the dark gold sphere meteor tears. How strong is he now? Xin Fei believed that if he met Su Jiangshui again, he would be able to suppress him in a blink of an eye. It's a pity that I haven't been able to combine the mental superpowers with any of the water and wood superpowers into super skills these days. Xin Fei sighed. Speaking of which, both the water and wood systems belong to material-type superpowers, and it is difficult to integrate them with spiritual superpowers. At least for now, Xin Fei has not found a way to merge. He has also asked the teachers in the college indirectly, but they have never heard of the fusion of spiritual psychics and other psychics. He has also been to the library, And although he found a case of successful fusion of spiritual psychics and material psychics, it is extremely rare. Even if psychic superpowers cannot be integrated with material and energy superpowers, psychics are still terrifying because their attacks act on the soul and spiritual level, and they can often challenge opponents of higher levels. These days, Qin Fei did not continue to create more superpower fusion skills, because the key to fusion superpower skills is not quantity, but quality. The 3 superpower fusion skills of Water and Wood Flower, Carpenter Water Arrow, and Water and Wood Shield are already enough. What he has to do is to continue to improve the 3 fusion superpower skills to make them more powerful and more perfect. In addition to the 3 increasingly powerful fusion super skills, Qin Fei focused on practicing the 100-step Ghost Shadow. Now, Qin Fei has practiced the 2nd level to perfection, which is a great improvement compared to before. Chapter 94, No good banquet is good, it will be vulnerable to a single blow. Lu family. When Qin Fei and Lu Ying arrived at the Lu family villa, they were almost shocked. The living room was full of people, more than 20 people. Fortunately, the living room is quite large, otherwise, with so many people staying in the living room, it would definitely seem crowded. Although Qin Fei knew that the Lu family had a large population, he did not expect that so many people would come when he just came to visit Lu Ying's house. Is this Qin Fei? He's such a handsome man. With the dual superpowers of water and fire, if this rate of improvement can be maintained in the future, then in the future, not only will it be famous throughout the country or Qingzhou, but it shouldn't be a problem for it to become famous in Qinghe County. But compared to the person Xiaochun mentioned, some people hesitated to speak. I just don't know if it's good looking but useless. At this moment, a young man who looked sloppy spoke with some dissatisfaction. Lu Chun, what nonsense are you talking about? A woman next to the young man said dissatisfiedly. Qin Fei was not deaf, so he naturally heard what the man said. He glanced over and saw that the other person looked at him with displeasure, which made Qin Fei feel puzzled. It seemed like he was seeing this guy for the first time. Lu Ying said angrily, Lu Chun, if you can't speak, just shut up. Cousin, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, you've never been out and about, and you haven't seen a true emperor's pride. I have a classmate who's only a year older than you, but he's already reached the Grandmaster level and could break through to the general level at any moment. Furthermore, he's from a prominent family in the county. Lu Chun chuckled and said, I've told him about you before, and he's very interested in you. With your talent, you'll soon be admitted to the Superpower Academy in Qinghe County. Combining with someone like him will only benefit you personally and our family. Lu Chun, I'll tell you again, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Lu Ying said coldly, your so-called pride of heaven is not even as good as a finger of my boyfriend. Cousin, I mean well. Lu Chun was very dissatisfied. He then looked at Qin Fei and said, boy, if I were you, I would retreat when I knew it was difficult. Knowing the difficulty and retreating? Qin Fei laughed, with a hint of pride on his face, I just have one thing to say, as long as Lu Ying doesn't leave me, no one can take him away from me. He originally thought that coming here was just a formality, but now it seems that the situation is a little different from what he thought. If you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, Lu Ying is extremely outstanding in both appearance and talent. It is understandable that they don't want Lu Ying to get married in such a hurry. When Lu Ying heard Qin Fei's words, her face was full of emotion. She also didn't expect that her family would have this attitude towards Qin Fei. She remembered that it was not like this before. But why did my cousin Lu Chun become like this after returning from the county town? Lu Chun is the son of her uncle and also a talented member of the Lu family. Now at the age of 24, he is already a super-powered person in the middle stage of the Master Realm. Boy, you're so confident. Lu Chun's eyes turned cold, and he stood up from the sofa while speaking, come, let me test your weight. This guy ruined his big plan. He had already promised that person that he would introduce his cousin to the other party as soon as she entered Qinghe Academy. But now, his cousin was snatched away by Qin Fei. How could he not get up? You know, he had to work hard to get in touch with the young man from a big family in the county town. If the two families became in-laws, wouldn't he be able to walk freely in Qinghe Academy in the future? Moreover, if he established a relationship with that family, then his Lu family would achieve a class leap. This was also the reason why he immediately asked for leave and rushed back to Qinghe County after hearing the news. That's right, the others came to Yunqing on business trips to receive assignments from the school, but he didn't. At that time, he had no interest in the enrollment selection, but he never expected that his cousin, who had always been arrogant and looked down on others, would suddenly find a boyfriend. And what about Qin Fei? According to the information obtained from their family investigation, Xin Fei's family is just an ordinary family, and his parents passed away a year ago, leaving him with no one to rely on. Although dual system superpowers look good, they are only useful at low levels, and it will be difficult to practice them at high levels. Because human energy is limited. Lu Ying said angrily, "You are already in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, do you have any shame?" Xin Fei saw that no one stopped Lu Chun's provocation, and he sighed in his heart. It seemed that a genius like him was not very popular in the Lu family. In fact, it was understandable when he thought about it. After all, the other party should have investigated the situation of his family clearly. Although I have some talent, in their hearts, perhaps I can only be the best among the students in a small county like Yuncheng? It was not Xin Fei's character to walk away with a cold face. Facing Lu Chun's challenge, Xin Fei patted Lu Ying's arm and told her not to get angry about it. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Since my cousin wants to give me some advice, how can I, as his brother-in-law, let him down?" In the crowd, Lu Lei had no sense of presence. It was because he had a good talent, but his cultivation was not that good. Although he was the son of the head of the family and was supposed to be a member of the young generation with a noble status, his status was far inferior to Lu Chun. Lu Chun is the best candidate for the next generation head of the Lu family. Of course, this is the case at the moment. I hope my cousin can be more powerful and beat Xin Fei to a pulp. He actually stole the woman I liked. Lu Lei thought hatefully. In the yard. Take action. Otherwise, once I strike, you won't have another chance. Lu Chun looked at Xin Fei indifferently, his whole body shining with golden light, and flying swords and flying knives circling around him. A plus-grade gold-type superpower, super skill swordplay. This is the super skill that Lu Chun mastered after reaching the master level. Really? In that case, I won't refuse it. Xin Fei grinned, then stomped his feet. Vines flew out and smashed down towards Lu Chun. The vines moved very fast, accompanied by a whistling sound. Go! Lu Chun waved his hand calmly, and a flying sword flew out. In his opinion, one flying sword was enough to resolve the battle. But the next moment, he found that he was overthinking, because after the flying sword encountered the vines, it not only failed to cut through the vines, but was shattered by the power bursting out from the vines. What? Lu Chun's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, he realized that Xin Fei was indeed not just a name. He could not help but roared, "Swords flash, cut." He dared not hold back any longer. However, the power contained in those vines was too terrifying. The sword lights and sword shadows in the sky had no power to resist and exploded and disintegrated one after another. The vines were so fast that they destroyed many flying knives and swords, and then hit Lu Chun's body, splashing blood everywhere. With a loud bang, Lu Chun was blown away. Chapter 95, Conquered. At this moment, the people of the Lu family were simply stunned. According to some intelligence they had obtained, Xin Fei defeated Su Jiangshui of the Su family. His combat power should have reached the master level, but that was the result of the combined use of water and fire superpowers, and it was a narrow victory after a long and fierce battle. And now, using only the wood element superpower, he easily defeated Lu Chun, who was more powerful and skilled? This Xin Fei is so strong. No wonder he's called the #1 student at the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Such strength, such talent. Even for the children of a big family in the county, it would be difficult to cultivate such a genius, right? Judging from the aura he exudes, he's not even at the Grandmaster level, yet he possesses such formidable combat prowess. This proves his abilities are truly extraordinary, perhaps S level, or even SS level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to so easily leapfrog opponents of higher rank. The psychic abilities he displayed weren't particularly impressive, yet their power was so strong. One can only conclude that his abilities are of high quality. The men and women from the Lu family present were all knowledgeable, and their speculations about Xin Fei's situation were relatively reasonable. Lu Lei watched Xin Fei defeat his cousin Lu Chun so easily. He cursed inwardly, he's from the Intermediate Superpower Academy, and he was defeated so easily? What a loser! When he was scolding Lu Chun, he didn't consider that he was actually a waste in everyone's eyes. He was obviously talented and had so many resources, but his strength was just so-so now. Lu Chun was completely stunned. To be honest, his injuries were not serious, but the humiliation he suffered was extremely strong. Come again. Lu Chun growled and rushed towards Xin Fei again. He felt that he had been careless before. If he had been more serious, he would not have lost to the opponent. Boom! A long sword appeared in his hand. Wow! The sword light was bright, and it came towards Qin Fei to kill him. Qin Fei laughed and said, "You refuse to admit defeat. In that case, I will beat you until you submit." Wow! A flash of light appeared, and a vine danced and smashed towards Lu Chun. Under Qin Fei's control, the vine could be long or short, and its speed and power were unparalleled. The air roared as it swung. Lu Chun held a long sword and performed his sword skills. The long sword was like a gorgeous firework, blooming with magnificent brilliance. Boom! The vine swung like a sledgehammer and hit the long sword. The powerful explosive force almost caused the long sword in Lu Chun's hand to fall out of his hand. Bang! The tip of the vine hit Lu Chun's body, sending him flying backwards again. Everyone in the Lu family couldn't help but twitch their lips when seeing this. Lu Chun was really something. Why did he insist on fighting when he clearly couldn't win? They didn't know what to say. After all, Lu Chun had provoked Qin Fei at their request. Now that Lu Chun had suffered a little loss, they were in a hurry to come out. It was a bit ugly to see them like that. Lu Chun might have been angry after being beaten continuously by Qin Fei with vines, and he refused to admit defeat. He rushed towards Qin Fei again and again, and was beaten away again and again. He is simply an indomitable cockroach. Do you want to continue? Qin Fei said after he blew Lu Chun away again, "I haven't used the super energy fusion technique yet." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chun felt as if someone had poured cold water on him. The anger in his heart was extinguished in an instant. Yes, now he can't even beat Qin Fei, who only uses the wood-type superpower. Once the opponent uses the superpower fusion technique, won't he be defeated even more miserably? Now, in your heart, am I still not as good as your so-called classmate? Qin Fei looked at Lu Chun and laughed. "Humph, you are still not as good as him," Lu Chun said stubbornly. After saying this, he was too embarrassed to stay here, so he turned around and left. He could no longer stay here. Although there were no outsiders present, the family had always been proud of him in the past. But now? He was being beaten up, and he felt that his dignity had been trampled upon. "Qin Fei, this matter is not over yet," Lu Chun hated secretly. He felt that Qin Fei didn't give him face. "Although I didn't give you face first, after all, I am Lu Ying's cousin. Even if you are stronger than me, can't you hold back a little?" He had no idea that, let alone his cousin, even Lu Ying's biological brother Lu Lei had lost all his face in front of Qin Fei. "Xiaoying, hurry up and bring your boyfriend inside to sit down." A woman greeted Lu Ying with a smile. Lu Ying curled her lips and wanted to take Qin Fei away. Because when Lu Chun provoked Qin Fei just now, none of his clansmen spoke up for Qin Fei. Now that they saw Qin Fei's strong strength, they wanted to express goodwill to Qin Fei again. In her opinion, this was too snobbish. So, she felt very unhappy. Qin Fei smiled and said to Lu Ying, "Xiaoying, won't you introduce everyone to me?" Lu Ying saw Qin Fei's gentle smile, as if what happened just now had not happened. She felt a little sorry for Qin Fei. The man she found was so outstanding, why did the tribe members treat her like this? "You make me feel like I'm a commodity. It's so annoying." Lu Ying took a deep breath, suppressed her fluctuating thoughts, suppressed her dissatisfaction, and then began to introduce her own people to Qin Fei. After the introduction, Qin Fei had a certain understanding of the Lu family. Although there seemed to be a lot of people here, they were actually just a part of the Lu family's huge family. There were still many people who did not show up at Lu Ying's house. "I heard that you have other women?" Lu Tianqing looked at Qin Fei and asked in a deep voice. Yes." Qin Fei paused and nodded. "This matter cannot be concealed, after all, there are many people in the school who know about it. You have other women, and I won't say much about it, but my daughter must be the principal wife. Is that okay?" Lu Tianqing looked at Qin Fei and said calmly. "Dad, why are you talking about this?" Lu Ying said dissatisfiedly. "I'm saying this because of your consideration." Lu Tianqing was dissatisfied with his daughter interrupting him. "After all, I am a latecomer, and I believe Qin Fei will treat everyone equally," Lu Ying said to her father angrily. The main reason was that she didn't want her relationship with Qin Fei to be like a trade of goods. "Lu Ying, you don't understand." Lu Tianqing looked at his daughter with dissatisfaction. "Is this girl a little stupid? Men usually keep their words. Now as long as he promises that you are the main wife, you will be the main wife in the future. What if such a gifted genius meets someone even better? What don't I understand? I understand everything. Don't interfere in what happens between us. Lu Ying snorted. Lu Tianxing. Chapter 96: The Crisis of the School Beauty. Then, the Lu family entertained Xin Fei well. As for whether she was the principal wife or not, the Lu family did not mention it again because of Lu Ying's anger. Seeing his family's attitude towards Xin Fei, Lu Lei was very angry. Why? This guy snatched away the woman he had been pursuing for several years, and his own family agreed to let him be with his own sister? But his strength was too weak, and he had no say at home. Even if he expressed his emotions, no one cared about his feelings, so he could only sulk. In the afternoon, when Xin Fei came out of Lu's house, he had a faint smile on his face, but Lu Ying's face was not very good. What's wrong? Xin Fei pinched Lu Ying's smooth face and chuckled. I just feel that living in a big family is a bit sad. Lu Ying smiled bitterly. What's there to be sad about? Living in a big family is something many people dream of. Xin Fei shrugged, smiled, and said, after all, many people don't have money to spend. Then why didn't you want the money my parents gave you before? Lu Ying looked at Xin Fei, pursed her lips and said. It's really inappropriate to ask for money the first time you come to someone's house. Xin Fei said, touching his nose. Actually, the main reason is that the money given by the Lu family is too little, only 10 million, which may not be enough for me to reach the 9th level of perfection. No, it's not necessarily, it's definitely not enough. In this case, it's better not to have it. Do you think it's too little? Lu Ying looked at Xin Fei. That's not true. Xin Fei naturally wouldn't admit it. Even if a person is poor, he should not lose his ambition. The pills you gave me for my cultivation were probably all worth quite a bit of money. The money my dad gave me was indeed a bit shabby. Lu Ying took out a card from her storage ring and handed it to Xin Fei, saying, This is my pocket money, take it and use it first. What do I need your pocket money for? Xin Fei was speechless. Even if I'm short of money, I don't need a little bit. I have 500 million in this card. Lu Ying said, pursing her lips. 500 million? Xin Fei looked at Lu Ying in astonishment. Really? You have so much pocket money? I'm the most gifted person in our family. Ever since I started practicing, I've been allocated 100 million yuan every year. It's just that I don't enjoy practicing, so I still have over 500 million. Lu Ying said, the resources I purchased are far less effective than the elixirs you gave me. So, I'll give you this money. Just figure out how to get some super-powered elixirs for me to use in my practice. That kind of cultivation pill is not easy to get. Xin Fei was helpless. Those pills were won through lottery, more than 100 of them, and were given to several of his women. This is also the reason why Lu Ying, Huang Meijiao, Lu Fengyi and others' cultivation levels improved so quickly. I haven't asked you yet, do you have the recipe for this kind of medicine? If you do, and if you refine it, it will have a big market. Lu Ying said. There is no recipe. Xin Fei shook his head. If he had a recipe, he didn't know how much it could be sold for. Then how did you get it? Lu Ying asked curiously. This question stumped Xin Fei. The girls had asked Xin Fei about this before, but he had always gotten away with it by making jokes. The main reason was that it was difficult to explain. He didn't want anyone to know about the system. I got it from a mysterious businessman. Xin Fei lied. Then we can make more. Even if we sell them at a high price, there will still be a big market for them. Lu Ying said. I know. Xin Fei nodded. According to his calculations, each one could easily be worth several million. Is it nice to live off a woman? Facts have proved that living off a gigolo is indeed quite pleasant. Xin Fei still didn't bother to be polite with Lu Ying and accepted her 500 million yuan of pocket money. He had seen a lot of pocket money, but this was the first time he had seen so much pocket money. Time flies and half a month has passed. Xin Fei maneuvered between Huang Meijiao and Lu Ying, and would take time to visit Lu Fengyi, exchange skills with her, comfort her wounded heart, and study and practice at the same time. Lu Fengyi also came out of the pain of losing her son, and Xin Fei's cultivation level was also rapidly increasing. After all, as long as you have money, it is still easy to buy demon cores and pills at the super master stage. On this day, Xin Fei, who was practicing his skills in the schoolyard, suddenly had a series of illusory figures flashing around, like ghosts. Yes, after several days of hard work, 100-step ghost shadow has finally reached the 3rd level of minor success. Qin Fei smiled. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 111. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, Perfect 9th Order Superpowered Shuemu Master, and Middle Order 9th Order Spiritual Master. Super Fusion Skills, Water and Wood Flower, Wood Bow and Water Arrow, Water and Wood Shield. Constitution, Indestructible Body, Photographic Memory, Mythical Comprehension, Gluttonous Stomach, Golden Kidneys. Body Movement, 100-step Ghost Shadow, 3rd level, minor success. Number of bound goddesses, 5. Lu Fini, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan. Eye of Detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System Prize Pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System Warehouse, Mind Exploration Cards 8, Taodai Cultivation Method 1, Superpower Master Perfection Realm Card 1, 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Body Technique 1, etc. Although my spiritual superpowers haven't improved as much as my water and wood superpowers, I don't have to worry about them as long as the energy in the meteor tears is not used up. But it's different for my water and wood superpowers. Without enough water and wood demon-level demon cores, it will be difficult for me to maintain this speed of improvement. After all, Yunqing is not like the county city. There are only a limited number of master-level demon beasts. Even if I hunt down a master-level demon beast, I won't sell it easily. Qin Fei thought to himself, now I want to break through to the master level. I either have to go to the county city or hunt demon beasts myself. Qin Fei muttered secretly, also, the super energy pills I gave to the women are almost insufficient. I must find new targets to bind to, otherwise the distance between them and me will widen. As for the favorability of the 5 women, the one with whom I have the best impression is Su Ruoyan, but senior sister Su has already returned to Qinghe County City. Qin Fei then checked the favorability. But the system's requirements are too high. I've searched the entire school, and there's only one person who meets the requirements for binding. Qin Fei's mind flashed with the shy and cute look of his schoolmate Xue Hongling. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the school beauty for a long time. Qin Fei walked into the room and asked about the situation of his junior Huang Meijiao. Are you finally going to take action against your junior? Huang Meijiao looked at Qin Fei with a smile on her face. This is really great. Luing was overjoyed when she heard this. Finally, someone can help us share the burden. In recent days, the happiest time for the 2 sisters was when Qin Fei went to look for his sister outside the school. Yes, they also knew about Lu Fengyi's affairs, because the stockings on their legs were given to them by Lu Fengyi. Of course, they only wear this kind of stockings at home. They originally wanted Lin Shui to help them, but Lin Shui has not come out since her retreat, so they have no choice. I just hope Qin Fei can find other helpers to help them. Looking at the 2 women's ecstatic expressions, Qin Fei touched his nose and asked, am I so scary? Now that the 2 women have joined forces, they have been defeated miserably, which is so sad to hear and makes people cry. If you want to find her, you can either go to junior sister Hongling's residence. She lives in room 18 of Jiayuan. If you can't find her at home, then junior sister Hongling is with Vice President Li Dequan. Of course, you can call her first to ask. Huang Meijiao said. What? Qin Fei's expression suddenly changed. Why is she at Reed Quan's place? What's wrong with Li Dequan? Huang Meijiao asked in surprise, noticing that Qin Fei looked a little strange. Li Dequan is a dual-type wind and darkness psychic. For wind and darkness practitioners, he is the best teacher at the Yunqing Psychic Academy, because there are so few teachers with wind and darkness psychics in the school. Moreover, he is always happy to teach wind and darkness practitioners. Yes, I asked him for advice before and didn't find anything unusual. Luing also spoke at this time. She was a wind-type practitioner and had previously consulted Reed Quan about questions regarding wind-type supernatural skills. Is he teaching you? He's just looking for a suitable target. Reed Quan is a beast in disguise. Qin Fei said in a deep voice, the reason he didn't do anything to you is because your Lu family is one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. He doesn't dare to offend you, so he didn't reveal his true face. He knew the biggest secret in Lin Shui's heart. Before, Reed Quan wanted to take advantage of Lin Shui, but he failed in the end. Instead, the angry Lin Shui stole the Biluo teapot. With Xue Hongling's innocent appearance, Wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if she met Reed Kwan? Is it true? Huang Meijiao and Lu Ying looked at each other in confusion. Really? Xin Fei was a little anxious. But hasn't Reed Kwan always been highly respected? The two girls still couldn't believe it, because Reed Kwan had always had a good reputation in school. He is not respected at all. Xin Fei cursed. Huang Meijiao saw that Xin Fei's expression did not seem to be fake, so she even called Xue Hongling to send a message. Found that the call could not be connected. This means that the other party has turned off the communication. Either he is in seclusion and doesn't want to be disturbed, or something has happened? What should we do? Huang Meijiao was a little anxious. Let's split up. You go to Xue Hongling's residence, and I'll go directly to Riedquan's residence. Xin Fei said. Okay. The two women looked at each other and prepared to leave their residence. Change your stockings. Xin Fei said helplessly as he looked at the two sexy women. It's all your fault. The two women spat at Xin Fei in annoyance. Of course, this is not the time to flirt, and none of them are in the mood for it. Xin Fei's words make them more worried about Xue Hongling's current situation. Reed Kwan is the vice president of Yunqing Academy and the second in command of the school. The dual-element psychic of Dark and Wind was once a prominent figure when he was young. After all, although dual-element psychics do exist, they are relatively rare. Not 1 in 10,000, but at least 1 in 1,000. However, the quality of his two types of superpowers were not strong enough. The Dark type was okay, it was an A-level superpower, while the Wind type was only a B-level superpower. However, after years of hard training, his dual-type superpowers, the former reached the perfection of the master level, and the latter also reached the middle stage of the master level. Such an existence actually has very strong combat power. Not to say that he is invincible in the master realm, but ordinary masters in the master realm are no match for him. After all, he can perform the super energy fusion technique by himself. Although the super energy fusion technique cannot exert its maximum power due to his imbalanced studies, he can grasp the timing in battle situation better when he performs it alone than when two people perform it. In the yard, Reed Kwan watched Xue Hongling perform her superpowers, and a gleam of evil flashed in his eyes, but when Xue Hongling looked at him, the gleam of light disappeared in a flash and turned into a warm smile of a respected and dignified person. Hongling, you performed this super skill very well. Come here, I have prepared a cup of elixir for you that will help you practice. If you drink it, it will help you break through to the second level. Reed Kwan said with a smile. Vice President, you have helped me enough. I can't ask for more. Xue Hongling wiped the sweat from her forehead and shook her head embarrassedly. I treat you as my daughter. If you don't drink, don't come to me for advice again. Reed Kwan's face darkened and he said. Xue Hongling was suddenly at a loss. Come and drink it quickly. Don't let my kindness go to waste. Reed Kwan said lightly. Yes. Xue Hongling pursed her lips and said, Thank you, Vice President. Seeing Xue Hongling coming over, Reed Kwan smiled and said softly, You remind me of my daughter who died before she was born. If she were still alive, she might be as old as you. So, the Vice President thought of me as his daughter who died before birth? She also knew a thing or two about Reed Kwan's situation. Reed Kwan, now in his early 40s, was said to have a loving wife. However, his wife, perhaps injured, suddenly passed away when their child was about to be born. It was said to be a difficult labor. She didn't know the details. Reed Kwan watched Xue Hongling drink the spiritual tea he had specially brewed, and a lustful light flashed in his eyes. This spiritual tea tastes a bit strange. Xue Hongling couldn't help but whispered after drinking the spiritual tea. This spiritual tea contains many precious medicinal herbs, so it's normal that it tastes a little strange. Do you feel like you're about to break through now? Reed Kwan said with a chuckle. Indeed, if I had practiced normally, it might have taken me 10 days or half a month to break through, but now I feel that I can break through at any time. Xue Hongling said with a happy look on her face. She didn't know when a few blushes appeared on her face, and she didn't even notice it. Come to my room, I will teach you how to break through. Reed Kwan showed a smile on his face like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit, and was about to pull Xue Hongling's hand. I'd better go back and break through. The strange changes in her body made Xue Hongling a little flustered. She even dodged Riedquan's hand and took a few steps back. A stern look flashed in Riedquan's eyes. How could Xue Hongling, so young, actually withstand the strong drug he gave her? But the stern look in his eyes disappeared in a flash, and then he said in feigned anger, "This cup of spiritual tea is worth millions. If you go back, the drug will be useless." "Are you trying to make my million go to waste?" 1 million? "No, I just feel something strange about my body," Shui Hongling said in panic. "This is the effect of the elixir. It is reasonable that your body has some strange symptoms. Okay, come into the house quickly. I will protect you." Reed Kwan didn't want to pretend anymore. As he said this, he was about to forcibly bring Shui Hongling into the house. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the yard. This made Reed Kwan's expression change. "Damn, who would disturb me at this time?" Fortunately, there is a formation in the yard, so the noise here will not be transmitted out. "Vice President, someone is looking for you." "I'll leave first," Shui Hongling said in panic with a red face. She felt something was wrong. "Don't pay attention to it. The person knocking on the door seems to be leaving soon," Reed Kwan said as he was about to take Shui Hongling into the house, but at this moment, the door was blown open with a bang. The formation in his yard was just a basic one, isolating breath and sound. This is also to allow for more privacy, but has little defensive effect. "Who dares to destroy my door?" Reed Kwan was shocked and angry. If someone did this at this time, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Besides being angry, he was also a little panicked, because if the fact that he had drugged Shui Hongwan was known to others, he would be finished. Moreover, he had already heard the sound of someone rushing towards this side. Xin Fei? When they saw the figure rushing into the yard, both Shui Hongling and Vice President Li Dequan recognized the person. Time moves forward a little. While Qin Fei rushed to Riedquan's residence, Huang Meijia and Lu Ling also arrived at Shui Hongling's residence. "Qin Fei, Hongling is not at her residence. I heard from her neighbor that Hongling went to Vice Dean Li Dequan's residence to ask Li Dequan for advice after breakfast today. Recently, another dark-type practitioner teacher took a leave of absence. Hongling has been looking for Vice Dean Li Dequan to ask questions related to the practice of superpowers these days," Huang Meijia said. At the Yunqing Superpower Academy, each grade level is divided into multiple classes, but the learning model is relatively flexible. The numerous superpower systems and breakthrough cultivation secrets are relatively similar, and each class is taught personally by their homeroom teacher. However, if you want to learn superpower techniques, the most common teachers are those with a large number of superpowers, such as those with the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also a large number of teachers for each level, and you can attend classes together or ask for individual advice. However, teachers with superpowers, such as wind, thunder, light, and darkness, swords, clubs, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks, are relatively rare, so they can't be taught together. For example, for dark-type practitioners, the entire Yunqing Superpower Academy has only 2 teachers. And what about the students? There are only a few in each grade, totaling only about 20 or so. Due to the huge differences in age and cultivation, it is impossible to have classes together. Students have to consult the 2 teachers individually. Shui Hongling had always been looking for another female teacher who was a dark-type practitioner, but the female teacher had taken leave for some matters in recent days, so she had to come to Vice President Li Dequan for advice. "I understand. Go find the dean," Xin Fei said in a deep voice. According to Hongling's neighbor, Hongling went to ask for advice for a few days, and it seems that Shui Hongling's behavior is normal. Maybe the incident has not happened yet. "Will your rash action be bad?" Huang Meijia said worriedly. Xin Fei understood what Huang Meijia meant. Perhaps Reed Kwan had some feelings for Shui Hongling, but he might not have put them into practice yet. If he made a big deal out of it now, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. "Just keep yelling, I know what to do." Xin Fei took a deep breath and said slowly, "I can guarantee that I'll find this bad apple. If the other party hasn't taken any action yet, then I will use the mind exploration card to find out the deepest secrets in Reed Kwan's heart. I don't believe that Reed Kwan won't reveal his true identity by then. Moreover, my current identity and status are completely different from before, and the problems I raise will be taken more seriously by my superiors." This is the confidence that Xin Fei gets from having such strong strength. Be polite first, then use force. Xin Fei knocked on Reed Kwan's door, but after knocking for a long time, there was no response. This made Xin Fei a little anxious. Could this guy have already taken action? Xin Fei's face was gloomy, damn it. At this moment, Xin Fei felt some regret in his heart. That baby-faced school beauty was the woman he had chosen. If she was bullied by this bastard, it would be too late even if he killed her. Boom! Thinking of this, Qin Fei kicked the gate directly. This kick involved such great brute force that the gate exploded open, which also alarmed many teachers' families in the family quarters. What happened? Is there anyone causing trouble? This is the teachers' family quarters. Who would come here to cause trouble? Qin Fei kicked open the door and strode into the yard. When he saw Reed Quan and Xue Hongling, his eyes showed shock, anger, and relief. What made him angry was that Xue Hongling's current condition looked like she had been drugged, because her eyes were blurry and her body was twisting. She was holding on entirely by willpower. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If he had been a little later, the matter would have been settled by now. Qin Fei? When Xue Hongling saw Qin Fei, the confusion in her eyes cleared up a lot, and her face was filled with shyness and surprise. Why are you here? Qin Fei? When he saw Qin Fei, Reed Quan's face was extremely gloomy. What are you doing here? You are openly destroying the wealth of the school. Even if you are a genius, you will pay the price for this. I want you to know that the school's assets cannot be violated. The next moment, Reed Quan rushed towards Qin Fei angrily. Boom! A wind blade swept towards Qin Fei. He planned to kill Qin Fei directly with the force of thunder, and then quickly find a way to save Xue Hongling, because if he killed Qin Fei, the school would definitely come to investigate the situation, and seeing Xue Hongling's condition, what he had done would be exposed. He didn't dare to think too much about his own fate. Qin Fei flipped his hand and swung out a water arrow, which collided with the wind blade in the air. The water arrow directly shattered the wind blade and shot towards Li Dequan at a terrifying speed. At the same time, his angry voice rang out, Li Dequan, as the vice president of the school, you actually openly drugged students. You are worse than pigs and dogs. What qualifications do you have to shout at me? Reed Quan originally wanted to shock Qin Fei to death directly to prevent him from speaking, but he didn't expect Qin Fei to break his wind blade with a water arrow and shoot towards him at such a fast speed that he couldn't help but gasp. Reed Quan swung his hand, and the shadow blade flew out, shattering the incoming water arrow. The smog is coming. The next moment, Reed Quan did not hesitate and directly used the smog to come. Compared with Han Yun, who was killed by Qin Fei some time ago, Dequan's smog to come method here was obviously more powerful. The entire courtyard was completely shrouded in smog. Chapter 97 Doomsday Scene, Chasing and Beating. Qin Fei's mental power vibrated in all directions, and the haze could not block his sight. A bow and arrow appeared in his hand, the bow shaped like a full moon, and cold water arrows condensed on the bowstring. Whoosh, the cold light flashed in the void, and he appeared again and came in front of Reed Quan. Reed Quan's face froze, he was very surprised. How did Qin Fei find his trace in such thick fog? In a hurry, he urged the dark wind blade to cut the arrow, but failed to cut it down because the water arrow was too fast. When he saw it, it was too late. Boom! The water arrow exploded as it hit his body, blowing Reed Quan back. Damn little beast! Reed Quan cursed with a gloomy face. The water arrow caused serious damage to his body and seriously affected his strength. Before he could fight back, another water arrow shot out. Come back! Reed Quan was shocked and angry. Wind shadow is killing. A strong wind suddenly blew up, a shadow flashed, and the water arrow was strangled in front of him. Wind shadow killing, this is the fusion skill of Dark Wind and Dark Wind, and it is also Reed Quan's trump card. He did not expect that he would be forced by a student to use his strongest killing move. We must kill him, otherwise this guy will definitely spread the news that I drugged Xue Hongling. And we have to end it quickly because the teachers and family members around here will come over after hearing the noise. Reed Quan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He urged the wind shadow to kill and flew towards Qin Fei. The water arrows were unable to break through the wind shadow and posed no threat to Reed Quan. The endless fallen leaves are rustling down, and the endless Yangtze River is rolling in. Qin Fei saw this scene, put away his bow and arrow, and recited poems. The next moment, the waves swept towards the reed spring, as if a tsunami had erupted. At the same time, countless huge trees fell from the sky and smashed towards the reed spring with a magnificent sound. This is the fourth super energy fusion technique that Qin Fei has mastered in recent days. Generally, at the psychic master stage, if a contracted couple or partner can comprehend 2 psychic skills, it is considered excellent. If they can comprehend 3, it can be called a genius combination. And if they can comprehend and master 4 psychic fusion skills, such a combination is called a demon combination. Qin Fei, who can master these 4 super skills alone, is naturally a monster. Qin Fei gave this fusion skill a simple name: Doomsday Scene. The roaring waves and the dark falling leaves, don't they look like a doomsday scene? The power of this super energy fusion technique is extremely violent. Don't believe it? Just ask Reed Kwan and you will know. Reed Kwan was completely stunned at this moment. This doomsday-like scene is the fusion technique that Qin Fei can perform? He used all his strength to activate the shadow killing technique, but he still couldn't stop the surging and terrifying waves and the endless falling leaves from the sky. In a moment, terrible wounds appeared on his body. If it were an ordinary master-level powerful person, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured by Qin Fei. Although he could still barely resist, as time went on, he became increasingly inferior and miserable. Ah! He was not careful and was hit on the head by a huge tree. The violent force contained in the fallen tree almost blew his head apart. Who is Vice Dean Li fighting with? It's such a big noise. Reed Kwan is the second best master in our school, second only to the dean. I can't believe who would have such a conflict with him and even blast the door open. Who can see clearly in the thick fog? I can't see. This thick fog is too widespread and affects people's vision too much. Could it be Vice President Tian? Vice President Tian is also a perfect grandmaster, but the two have sparred, and Vice President Tian is completely no match for Vice President Li. Look, a figure was knocked back. Who is it? It's actually. Am I seeing things? It's actually Vice Dean Li? Could it be Dean Lei who was fighting with him in the courtyard? Only Dean Lei can crush Vice Dean Li. I don't think it's possible for Vice Dean Tian to do so. Without Riedquin's control, the thick fog dissipated and a figure rushed out from the door. Is it Qin Fei? It's Qin Fei? Why did Qin Fei and Reed Kwan fight? What I find most incredible is that he actually fought before. Die. Qin Fei used the 100 steps ghost shadow technique and flashed to a distance of dozens of meters. He clasped his hands together and pushed forward. A green flower bloomed and swept towards Reed Spring. Stop him quickly. Seeing Qin Fei rushing towards him again, Reed Kwan shouted in shock and anger. Now, he was covered in wounds and had barely escaped after using many means. While asking for help, he mobilized all his superpowers and cast the wind shadow blade in an attempt to strangle the green flower, but failed. The water and wood flower shattered the wind shadow blade with its powerful force and hit Reed Kwan. The latter was blasted back again, and his injuries were extremely serious. Perhaps, another random move would kill Qin Fei. Qin Fei, why are you chasing after Vice President Li? Whoosh, the next moment, a figure blocked Qin Fei's way. Get out of the way. Qin Fei was filled with murderous intent. Qin Fei, you are the most talented and powerful student in the school. If the vice president did something wrong, you just need to point it out. Why kill people? Although the man's scalp was numb with fear at Qin Fei's gaze, he still said firmly. As the director of the school, if he watched Qin Fei kill Vice President Reed Kwan, he would also be punished. Qin Fei's figure flashed, passing by the director of the academy, and appeared again, already next to Reed Kwan. In his hand he merged a long sword condensed from super-powered water. Raising the sword, Qin Fei slashed towards Reed Kwan. Qin Fei killed this scourge without any hesitation. But with a bang, the water sword shattered. Qin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Because a figure stood in front of Reed Kwan. Dean Lei. Qin Fei looked at the newcomer and took a deep breath. You're here? Are you here to help this bastard? I only support the truth. Dean Lei looked at Qin Fei and said, if he is wrong, I will hand him over to the law enforcement team. I will make sure he can't escape. Truth? Qin Fei snorted coldly. This Reed Kwan is full of evil, and you have done nothing all this time. Now you tell me that if he is wrong, you will deal with it. If you had dealt with it earlier, would so many people have been harmed? Chapter 98 The Dean's Secret. As he spoke, Qin Fei used the Mind Exploration card on Dean Lei. Qin Fei had a total of 10 Mind Exploration cards. He had used them twice before, once on Wang Zichang and once on Lin Xuer. This was the third time. Because Qin Fei wants to make sure whether Dean Lei is in cahoots with Vice Dean Li. If so, this matter may not be so easy to resolve. He might even need to use the Marquis Realm Combat Power card. Because Dean Lei is a super-powered person at the level of a general. Although he was able to defeat Vice Dean Li, his strength was still not enough to face a super-powered person at the level of a general. After using it, Xin Fei discovered that Dean Lei did have a big secret, that is, Dean Lei was actually the illegitimate son of a big shot, and this big shot came from a family in Qingzhou City, and this big shot was a king. Xin Fei had never expected this to happen, mainly because it was a secret that Dean Lei himself was an illegitimate child. Of course, this is not about studying whether Dean Lei is the illegitimate son of a big shot. This is someone else's family affair. However, after knowing this, Xin Fei understood that no matter whether Dean Lei has other secrets or not, he can't kill him. Because he was the illegitimate son of a powerful king, even if he had not been exposed, Dean Lei was not someone he could afford to offend. After all, an illegitimate child is still a son. If you kill someone else's son, you will definitely offend the other party. The family of the king level is not one that you can offend now. Dean Lei looked at Xin Fei's indignant expression, his expression darkened, and he said, "If Vice Dean Lei has truly committed an unforgivable sin, I will definitely deal with it." Deep down, he didn't want to offend Xin Fei, such a peerless genius, because he wanted to establish a good relationship with him. This was related to whether he could return to the family tree in the future. After all, he was only in his early 40s and didn't want to be trapped in a small county like Yunqing for the rest of his life. Giving students drugs and molesting them, are these sins enough? Xin Fei snorted coldly. What? Dean Lei's face changed when he heard that. Nonsense, I never did such a thing. Vice Dean Lei's face changed when he heard this, and he kept saying in defense, "You are slandering me. I only gave Xue Hongling some spiritual medicine for cultivation." It's just a spiritual medicine for cultivation? Xin Fei sneered, "Do you think everyone else is stupid? If it's an aphrodisiac, we'll know once we investigate." Not good. The next moment, Xin Fei thought of something and rushed towards the yard. He now thought of Xue Hongling who had been drugged. He didn't know if she had had a seizure. If she had, that would be bad. What if she tore her clothes and was seen by others? Would she be able to bear it after she woke up? If you can't bear it, will you do something crazy? It's hard to say. Vice President Li? If you admit it now, there is still a chance to survive. Otherwise, no one can save you. President Lei looked at Reed Quan with a dark face. But seeing how Xin Fei spoke so earnestly, it should be true. Otherwise, why would Huang Meijiu and Luing come to the office building to talk to him about this? I didn't do that. I'm the vice president. How could I do something that would anger everyone? Reed Quan said with a sad and angry look on his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. After Xin Fei came to the yard, he saw Xue Hongling. At this time, Xue Hongling's eyes were even more blurred, but she did not make any extraordinary moves. Xin Fei, have I been drugged? Xue Hongling looked at Xin Fei with gratitude with blurry eyes. If it weren't for Xue Hongling's red cheeks, as if they were burning, Xin Fei would have thought that she hadn't taken the aphrodisiac. Chapter 99 Never Repent. Xue Hongling could still stay awake. Xin Fei had never expected this, but he was somewhat relieved. He took out a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Xue Hongling, saying, "Take this pill first." This pill cannot completely expel the aphrodisiac from Xue Hongling's body, but it can make her mind and consciousness much clearer. Dean Lei carried Reed Quan into the yard and naturally saw Xue Hongling's condition at the time. You still say you didn't drug anyone? Dean Lei laughed angrily. The elixir I gave Xue Hongling was made with the shadow snake and some other elixir. It may have some special side effects. Just take the Qingling pill and you'll be fine. Reed Quan said hatefully. Did you give it to her? Dean Lei naturally knew that the shadow snake had a super aphrodisiac effect, and snorted coldly. He started fighting with Xin Fei before he had time to take it. Reed Quan said with an indignant look on his face. Xin Fei? Hearing Reed Quan's sophistry, Xin Fei almost laughed out of anger. If I hadn't come, you would have given Xue Hongling the Qingxing pill. If I didn't know who you were, I would have believed it. Are you serious? Dean Lei frowned and looked at Reed Quan. The main reason was that Reed Quan had a very good personality in the Yunqing Superpower Academy, so he was relatively accepting of his explanation. The main reason is that he does things perfectly. Otherwise, he would not have done bad things in the Yunqing Superpower Academy in recent years, and no one would have caught him. Even Lin Xuer, who escaped from the tiger's mouth, did not catch him. At most, she stole Reed Quan's Billuo teapot, which made him feel distressed. You would rather believe a student than who I am? Reed Quan said with a look of grief and indignation on his face. Xin Fei had to admire Reed Quan's realistic acting. If he didn't know who he was, he would have thought he had misunderstood Reed Kwan. Qin Fei, do you have any solid evidence? Dean Lei looked at Qin Fei. The evidence is already in front of us. Do we need any other evidence? Qin Fei said with sarcasm on his face. Dean Lei's breath was held in his throat. Although he was optimistic about Qin Fei's future prospects, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Qin Fei say that. But after thinking about it carefully, everyone had their reasons. Although it seemed that Reed Kwan was quibbling, his image in the past was too good. Therefore, Dean Lei could not be sure that Reed Kwan had done such a thing that would anger God and people. Since you want other evidence, I'll give it to you. Qin Fei said coldly. Do you have any other evidence? Dean Lei asked in surprise, his eyes flashing. Reed Kwan's eyes narrowed. What evidence did Qin Fei have? He thought that no one could detect what he did. Vice President Li, are you still not admitting what you have done? Qin Fei looked at Reed Kwan with a sneer and said lightly. I don't know what you're talking about. You've been unreasonable today, and I won't let this matter go. Reed Kwan said coldly, even if you're a genius, you misunderstood me like this. Unless you apologize to me, I won't forgive you. You can't possibly forgive me? Qin Fei sneered, do you still think you have a sure win? Chapter 100, like losing one's parents. As he spoke, Qin Fei walked straight towards Reed Kwan, whose expression changed. What do you want to do? Qin Fei. Dean Lei thought that Qin Fei was going to kill Reed Kwan in anger, so he spoke quickly. Don't you want evidence? I'm getting it now. Qin Fei sneered. You mean the evidence is in his storage ring? Dean Lei's eyes flashed, as if he thought of something, and he asked repeatedly. That's right, after every crime he commits, he will take a video and keep it for his own enjoyment. Qin Fei said lightly. When Reed Kwan heard Qin Fei's words, his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, and it was as if thunder exploded in his mind. How could it be possible? How could he know my biggest secret? Yes, he has this habit. When he has nothing to do, he likes to admire his masterpieces. He also uses videos to threaten the female students who are hiddenly controlled by him in the future. He didn't know how Qin Fei knew it. Brother Lei, stop him. Reed Kwan said repeatedly. However, Dean Lei did not stop Qin Fei because he also knew the truth of the matter, and seeing Reed Kwan's panic, it was likely that his crime was really in his own storage ring. It would be difficult for him to directly seize Reed Kwan's storage ring, because Reed Kwan had connections in Xinghe County, and his family in Yunqing was second only to the four major families. After all, he was an illegitimate child. Before he returned to his family and recognized his ancestors, there was no force behind him to help him. Qin Fei can be the villain leading the way, so even if the Li family causes trouble, they won't be able to find him. The main reason is that he doesn't want to offend either side. One is powerful and influential, while the other has unlimited future achievements. Moreover, Riedquin's crime is a huge bomb, and it is a good thing that it is exposed earlier. Wow! The next moment, the storage ring on Reed Kwan's hand was taken away by Qin Fei. He wanted to stop Qin Fei, but he couldn't stop him at all. Because he had been severely injured by Qin Fei just now. This storage ring has an owner. You can't open it even if you get it. Dean Lei said to Qin Fei. Unless you erase the mark on the storage ring. But it is difficult to erase the soul mark on the storage ring. Even if Dean Lei wanted to erase it, it would take a lot of time. But the next moment, screams could not help but ring out. This is the voice of Reed Spring. Ha! Dean Lei looked at Qin Fei blankly, because at the same time that Reed Kwan screamed, Qin Fei took out a USB flash drive from the storage ring. How did you do it? Dean Lei looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. He felt more and more mysterious about Qin Fei. If the host of the storage ring dies, the mark on the storage ring can be easily erased, or even does not need to be erased. As time goes by, the mark will disappear by itself. However, if a person is alive and wants to erase the soul mark, it is easy to erase if the difference between them is very large, but it is difficult to erase if the difference is not big. Especially when the host is around, the host can provide soul power continuously. He had no idea that Qin Fei possessed psychic superpowers. His spiritual soul was much stronger than Reed Kwan's. Erasing a small soul mark was a very simple matter for Qin Fei. President Lei, the evidence you want is right here. Qin Fei did not answer President Lei's question, but said calmly, have you thought about how to deal with it? If not, then I will handle it myself. Just leave it to me. Dean Lei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although I haven't seen what's in the USB drive, but seeing Reed Kwan's grief-stricken look, I understand everything. Chapter 101, Schoolgirl Girlfriend, Scooping with a Spoon with Bare Hands. Looking at Reed Kwan's resentful eyes, Xin Fei really wanted to slap him to death. Such a scum should not live in the world, but the other party was the vice president of Yunqing's Superpower Academy, and he was not qualified to punish him on behalf of the law enforcement team. In fact, if Xin Fei had beaten him to death at the beginning, there would be no such statement. After all, he was trying to save others. But he failed to kill him at the beginning, and now so many people saw it. The dean is also here, so he has no chance to kill him again, because the dean will not allow him to kill Reed Kwan in front of him. It's better to leave it to the law enforcement team. I hope what happened today won't be spread out, because if it gets out, it will only be our Yunqing Superpower Academy family that will be embarrassed. Dean Lei looked at the teachers or their families around him and said in a deep voice. He knew that even if he had given instructions, the news would inevitably spread, but he just hoped it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. At this time, Huang Meijia and Lu Ying also arrived. Dean Lei took out a heart-clearing pill from his storage ring and gave it to Xin Fei, asking them to take good care of Xue Hongling, and then notified the law enforcement agency to come and arrest her. Not long after, the law enforcement agency sent people over. Because this matter concerned the vice president of the Yunqing Superpower Academy, the person leading the law enforcement agency was a war general. An hour later, the law enforcement team left, and after taking Reed Kwan's statement, they took him away. According to the crimes committed by Reed Kwan, the worst consequence is death. Because he used his position to harm the students of the Superpower Academy, his crime will only be punished more severely. Xin Fei's residence. Wu Xue Hongling sobbed and trembled all over. Although she had gotten rid of the influence of the aphrodisiac at this time, she felt scared when she thought about what had happened before. She thought that if Xin Fei had not arrived in time, she might have lost her virginity and would have been threatened by the scumbag Reed Kwan by filming a video. Okay, it's all over. Don't be sad. De Kwan will pay a heavy price for his actions. Xin Fei handed over a handkerchief and comforted him in a gentle voice. As for Huang Meijia and Lu Ying, they were not here at the moment. They went out to buy food, which actually gave Xin Fei time and space to comfort Xue Hongling. Whether it was to let Xue Hongling join their big family or to help Xue Hongling get out of the thick fog and haze as soon as possible, Xin Fei, the person who saved her, comforted her, and the effect was the best. Thank you, Senior Xin Fei. Xue Hongling took the handkerchief with tears in her eyes, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Xin Fei, and a blush appeared on her face as she said gratefully. Because Xin Fei looked at her with such tenderness at this moment, her heart beat a little faster. She thought to herself, could it be that the aphrodisiac in her body has not been completely removed? Ding, the bond value between you and Goddess Xue Hongling has reached 50 points. Would you like to bind to Goddess number 6? Is the bond value only 50 points? If it weren't for the sudden reminder, Xin Fei didn't realize that he and Xue Hongling didn't even have a bond value of 50 points before. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't hesitate and silently said in his heart, bind. He couldn't bear to give up such a talented and beautiful girl with a baby face and a beautiful figure. Congratulations to the host for binding to Goddess number 6 Xue Hongling. You will receive a gift package. Please check it out. Congratulations to the host, Xue Hongling's favorability has reached 30, and you have a chance to enter the primary lottery. Congratulations to the host, Xue Hongling's favorability has reached 50, and you have a chance to win an intermediate lottery. Congratulations to the host, Xue Hongling's favorability has reached 70, and you've won a chance to win a high-level lottery. The continuous prompt sounds made Xin Fei very happy. He hadn't had such a gain for a long time. He checked Xue Hongling's favorability. Wow, it reached 88 points. Is this the effect of being a hero saving a beauty? Of course, although there seem to be 2 points of difference, in fact, these 2 points are not so easy to achieve. It requires passionate love to achieve it, just like Lin Shuer, whose life was saved by me before, and her favorability was close to 90 points, but there was no breakthrough. Of course, Lin Shuer was in seclusion afterwards, and I had no chance to further increase her favorability. Why are you looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Xue Hongling felt that Xin Fei's gaze was a little hot, and asked in a trembling voice. The moonlight is hazy and drifting on the water, while the fishermen in the boat sing in the evening. The boat returns late after picking lotus leaves, and the water ripples across the small bridge. Xin Fei looked at Xue Hongling with a smile on his face and recited. The moonlight is hazy and floating on the water, while the fishermen sing in the evening. The boats return late with the red lotuses full, and the boats pass the small bridge on the rippling water. Shui Hongling murmured, looking at Qin Fei with her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Really, from her previous contact with Qin Fei, she felt that although Qin Fei was talented in cultivation, he was frivolous and not a good match. But at this moment, could the person who can recite such beautiful poems be a vulgar person? Junior's sister is so beautiful, I like her very much. I wonder if Hongling can be my girlfriend? Qin Fei looked at Shui Hongling affectionately and said in a gentle voice. You. Shui Hongling was immersed in the beautiful artistic conception, and suddenly heard Qin Fei's confession. Her face turned red in an instant, like the sunset, looking beautiful. Favorability +1. Shui Hongling's personality was somewhat submissive, so she naturally wouldn't answer directly. However, after his favorability improved a bit, Qin Fei realized that he didn't need her to answer. So he took her hand and said in a charming voice, "A 10-acre pond reflects the sunset, and the water chestnut picking girl is like a flower." The boat returns late with a full load, singing all the way home. Hongling, now that we're home, could you spoon and scoop for me with your bare hands? Under Qin Fei's continuous attack, Shui Hongling had no room to resist. Her face flushed, she lowered her head, and replied in a voice as thin as a mosquito, I do. So, Qin Fei pulled Shui Hongling into his arms. The latter shuddered all over, as if she was not used to such a close relationship. Fortunately, Qin Fei did not make any more moves. He just sniffed her hair gently and said softly, I just want to hug you. Yeah. Shui Hongling responded gently, her cheeks rosy. Before, she was afraid and uneasy in her heart, but with Qin Fei's comfort, she now inexplicably felt peaceful and harmonious. Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host, Shui Hongling's favorability has reached 90, and you have a chance to win a high-level lottery. Qin Fei's body trembled slightly. He never expected that Shui Hongling's favorability would break through 90 points so easily. This was the first goddess among the 6 goddesses he was bound to who reached 90 points so quickly. Chapter 102, Cultivation Pill Recipe Package. Senior, what's wrong with you? Shui Hongling naturally noticed Qin Fei's intimacy. She pursed her lips and her cheeks flushed, mainly because she was not used to Qin Fei's behavior. I'm fine. Qin Fei chuckled. I have to say, Shui Hongling might really like me, otherwise how could her favorability increase so much in such a short time? Hee, we haven't been back for just a while. And you're already hugging each other? At this moment, Huang Meijiao stuck her head out of the living room and looked at the two of them with an anti-smile on her face. Ah. Hearing Huang Meijiao's voice, Shui Hongling hurriedly broke free from Qin Fei's arms. Blushing, she looked at Huang Meijiao and stammered, we didn't do anything. She felt like she was caught by her current boyfriend and was very embarrassed. If she had no feelings for Qin Fei, it would be fine, but because Qin Fei saved her, she was full of affection and even love for him in her heart. Don't explain. Actually, your Meijiao doesn't mind. We even want to invite you to join our big family. Luing on the side said with a smile and comforted. Shui Hongling blinked, this. She didn't expect that Senior Luing would be so open-minded. All of a sudden, she became very excited and wanted to say, I do. But due to her girlish modesty, she was too embarrassed to say it directly. Okay, don't think too much, come and have dinner. Qin Fei said with a smile. He had already felt Shui Hongling's love for him. After having lunch together, Qin Fei asked Shui Hongling to go into seclusion to practice. Apart from some negative effects, the elixir soup did have considerable benefits for practice and should not be wasted. This also shows that Daquan actually invested a lot of money to achieve his goal. Qin Fei asked Huang Meijiao and Luing to practice as well. Now the two women are practicing very hard. After all, they don't want to have too big a gap with Qin Fei. As for Qin Fei himself, he opened the Plundering Goddess System while drinking tea, and then opened the gift package obtained by binding Shui Hongling. I wonder what kind of treasure Shui Hongling's bound gift package will provide me. Qin Fei's eyes were full of anticipation. With anticipation, Qin Fei opened Shui Hongling's bound gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first 5-level cultivation pill formula package. As Qin Fei opened the bound gift package, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. The first 5 levels of cultivation pill formula package includes 5 grades of pills, namely the first level super energy pill, the second level superstar pill, the third level transcendent pill, the fourth level star energy pill, and the fifth level nebula pill. The first level Super Energy Pill is suitable for Super Energy Masters, the second level Superstar Pill is suitable for Master Realm Practitioners, the third level Transcendent Pill is suitable for War General Realm Practitioners, the fourth level Star Energy Pill is suitable for Grandmaster Realm Practitioners, and the fifth level Nebula Pill is suitable for Marquis Realm Practitioners. I didn't expect that by binding with Shui Hongling this time, I could actually get a set of the first 5 levels of cultivation pill formulas. Xin Fei was overjoyed. If that's the case, then my women won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future? I can even make money from this, which will allow me to support my women. The effect of the super pill is many times better than the spiritual liquid on the market. However, when Xin Fei saw the medicinal materials needed for the first level super energy pill, he fell silent. The reason for his silence was mainly because more than 10 kinds of medicinal materials were needed. According to his estimation, the total value of these medicinal materials was not low. Chapter 103 Golden Reward, The Ferocious Beast Xiongqi. Xin Fei didn't do much research on natural treasures, but his predecessor had done some research, because he took Lu Fang out of the city to make money. Just killing monsters wouldn't make much money, but picking medicinal herbs was different. Some medicinal herbs were worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. The most precious natural treasures my predecessor had ever picked were sold for hundreds of thousands. Just like the natural treasures that Lin Shuer had picked before, their value was probably more than millions. After all, it further awakened her spatial superpowers. It was not certain whether it was fully awakened, but Xin Fei believed that when Lin Shuer came out of seclusion this time, her cultivation level would definitely not be low. Then, Xin Fei took a quick look at the remaining recipes. There were many rare treasures that he had never heard of, but some he remembered and were also priceless. Even if I want to mass-produce the super pill, it will take time, but I can find time to collect some. Xin Fei muttered secretly. Although the value of the medicinal materials is high, they are worth the money. If they are really mass-produced, there will definitely be a market for them. As for how much profit he can make, it is hard to say. Moreover, he also has to worry about whether he can withstand the pressure of having a lot of wealth without sufficient strength. After all, not all people in this world are kind. Without sufficient strength, no matter how great the wealth is, it will be impossible to keep it. It's like a child carrying gold and causing trouble. He won't be able to keep the wealth at all. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Lu family? Xin Fei muttered secretly. After all, the Lu family is one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. I heard from Lu Ying that her family also has an alchemist? But can the Lu family protect such a huge wealth? After all, the Lu family only has a few warriors at the level of generals. Warriors are the ceiling of combat power in Yuncheng, but the combat power ceiling of a county town is not up to par when it comes to a county town. A county town has a Marquis cultivator, and between the warrior and Marquis cultivators, there is a grandmaster. Xin Fei then put away the 5 pill recipes for cultivation. Now is not the time to study this. His strength is not enough, and there are too many issues to consider if he wants to mass produce. Let's wait and see the next 5 draws. Soon, the 4 draws were over. My luck wasn't too good, as I didn't get a legendary reward, but it wasn't bad either, as I got a gold reward. For rewards, 1 blue reward, 2 red rewards, and 1 gold reward. Xin Fei first checked the blue reward. He originally thought that the blue reward was a very ordinary reward. After opening it, he found that it was actually an encyclopedia of medicinal materials, which included more than 180,000 kinds of natural treasures. Do you want to receive it? Receive it. Xin Fei was overjoyed. Under normal circumstances, Xin Fei might not be so happy, but at this moment, he felt that the value of this reward was greater than some red rewards and purple rewards. He believed that even if this encyclopedia of medicinal materials could not cover all the medicinal materials in the world, it would probably cover most of them. You know, the memory of my previous incarnation only includes a few hundred kinds of medicinal herbs. As he received the encyclopedia of medicinal materials, a huge amount of memories suddenly merged into his mind. For a moment, Xin Fei's consciousness became hazy and his head felt bloated, as if he had eaten too much and was full. It took Xin Fei a while to digest the memory of the medicinal encyclopedia. There are more than 180,000 medicinal herbs, which not only have names, but also relevant descriptions, and even their effects, living habits, etc. Then, Xin Fei opened the first red reward box. What was inside surprised Xin Fei. It was a super energy pill. This kind of treasure had appeared in the red reward box more than once, but why was Xin Fei so surprised? It was because the number of super energy pills this time was a bit too much, reaching as many as 500. I was originally thinking of mass producing them myself, but now that so many super energy pills have been dispensed, I don't have to worry about producing them myself for a while. Xin Fei thought to himself, system, why are the super energy pills dispensed so many more than before? Because as the host's strength increases, the quality and quantity of the same rewards will increase. The system's prompt sounded. I see. Xin Fei suddenly realized, why didn't you say so earlier? The system's cold and ruthless voice sounded, host, you didn't ask earlier. Xin Fei. Okay, let us do it this way. So, you can answer whatever I ask? Xin Fei said unhappily. I will tell you what I can tell you, and I have no comment on what I cannot tell you. The system's mechanical voice sounded. This tsundere system has quite a personality. Forget it, I won't say anything more to a system without emotions. There is no sense of accomplishment in winning the argument, not to mention that I may not win. He then proceeded to open the second red reward, 10 superstar pills. Superstar pill, isn't this a pill suitable for grandmasters? Xin Fei blinked. It's also a red reward? But the number is quite small. This is normal, after all, I haven't truly entered the master level yet. By the way, system, if I use the superstar pill to break through, can I break through to the master realm? Xin Fei asked. There is hope. The system said coldly. What do you mean by hope? Xin Fei was helpless. Everything depends on yourself. I'm not your life coach, just an emotionless system. If you have any questions, please consult the relevant people. Xin Fei shook his head. He didn't want to argue with the system about anything and waste his time and emotions. Then, Xin Fei opened the fourth reward, which was also the most valuable golden reward. Originally, Xin Fei was hoping to get a legendary reward, but being able to draw only 9% of the gold reward was already very lucky. There was no need to be greedy and want more. When Xin Fei opened the golden reward, he was stunned by what was inside. Xiongqi Cub? The classic of mountains and seas, Haiyanai Beijing, states, Xiongqi is shaped like a tiger with wings. It eats people from the head on. The food it eats is covered with hair. It is located to the north of the dog. Another saying is that it follows the feet. The classic of mountains and seas, Western Mountains, Western Second Classic, also states, 260 miles further west is Mount Ing. On top of it is a beast that looks like an ox with hedgehog fur. It is called Xiongqi and sounds like a hound. It eats people. Shenyajing, Northwest Wilderness records, in the northwest, there is a beast that resembles a tiger, has wings, and can fly. It hunts and eats people and can understand human speech. If it hears people fighting, it will eat the honest ones. If it hears people being loyal and trustworthy, it will eat their noses. If it hears people being evil and rebellious, it will kill the beast and feed them. It is called Xiongqi. It also eats birds and beasts. It is called Xiongqi, but in fact it is a Xiongqi cub and still needs to be trained. Xin Fei had thought about getting a monster as a mount before. After all, it was not very convenient to travel in a carriage. However, Xin Fei looked down on ordinary monsters as mounts. If he developed feelings for the monster and had to abandon it, he would not have the heart to do so. But now, Xin Fei was naturally very happy to have the opportunity to use Xiongqi as a mount. Because Xiongqi is the most suitable mythical beast for transportation, it is not only because it is cool, but also because Xiongqi is one of the top ferocious beasts in ancient times. If it is well trained, it can be a top-level combat force on land, sea, and air. It is a good helper. Most importantly, Xiongqi can also be used as a vehicle on land, sea, and air. Xiongqi is one of the top-level fierce beasts in ancient times. Why is it a golden reward instead of a legendary reward? Xin Fei blinked, a little puzzled. Even if this thing is not as good as the mythical level enlightenment or the legendary reward of meteor tears, it is at least more precious than the bathwater of the goddess of life, right? Then, Xin Fei came to the yard and received the reward with confusion. Buzz. The next moment, a ferocious beast with the appearance of a tiger, the body of a cow, wings like a bird, and fur as prickly as a hedgehog came into view. It was more than 1 meter tall, and its wings were 2 or 3 meters long when spread out. It was the ferocious beast Xiongqi, and a terrible aura was shaking its body. Its eyes were extremely ferocious, but when it saw Xin Fei, its ferocious gaze softened a little. It's just like the legend. Xin Fei said with a sigh, but why is the reward for such a top-level beast golden? Master, I'm hungry, very hungry. Xiangqi sent out this thought wave, I want to eat meat. Qin Fei? Good job. Could this guy be a foodie? The three women who were practicing in the house were startled by the terrifying aura, and then they broke away from their practice and quickly came to the yard. When they saw the ferocious beast in the yard, they were frightened and their faces turned pale. Qin Fei, why are there monsters here? Isn't that Dequan's revenge coming? The aura of this ferocious beast is so terrifying. The ferocious beast Xiangqi rushed towards the three women fiercely and fiercely. It flashed to their side and opened its bloody mouth to eat them. This scared the three women and Qin Fei. Ah! The three women attacked Xiangqi, but their attacks landed on Xiangqi's body without breaking its fur at all. However, Xiangqi seemed to be enraged. Shut up, this is my woman. Qin Fei finally reacted and shouted angrily. The ferocious beast Xiangqi is a ferocious creature in itself, but it has been forcibly enslaved by Qin Fei, so it naturally listens to Qin Fei's words, even though it is very hungry at this time. Remember, from now on you are not allowed to attack or eat people without my permission. Do you understand? Qin Fei shouted at Xiangqi. Ouch! Xiangqi showed an aggrieved expression. Ha! The three women were all surprised to find that this terrifying beast actually listened to Qin Fei so much. Qin Fei, where did you get this ferocious beast? Hey, this is the monster I just hatched. Isn't it cool? Qin Fei smiled. It's cool, but it's too fierce. Huang Meijiao nodded and said. Where did you get this monster egg to hatch? It looks very unusual. I've never seen it before. Luing asked in surprise. She had seen quite a few monsters, but the one in front of her was something she had never seen or even heard of before. Xiangqi. Qin Fei said. Xiangqi? The three women looked at each other in bewilderment, none of them having heard the word AI. Chapter 104. Do I still need fame? The ferocious beast Xiangqi is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. The predecessor has no memory of this, but Qin Fei does. That's because it is a mythological story from the previous life, so it's not surprising that they have never heard of it. By the way, are you still practicing? Qin Fei asked. If not, accompany me to the cafeteria to buy some meat for Xiangqi. You go by yourself. Huang Meijiao said, I'm still busy practicing. I won't go either. I just broke through and I still need to consolidate my cultivation. Shui Hongling said in a low voice. The main reason was that the turmoil surrounding her might have spread quietly in the academy, and she didn't want to face some people's pointing fingers, even though she was a victim. I'll go with you. Luing said with a smile. She didn't like practicing cultivation to begin with, and now that she had reached the 8th level of perfection, she had reached a bottleneck. It would not be easy to break through in a short period of time. Okay then. Qin Fei called Luing, took the ferocious beast Xiangqi, and left his residence. Why is this Xiangqi so big right after hatching? Luing asked curiously. Because if Xiangqi grows to adulthood, its body will be even larger. Qin Fei said with a chuckle. By the way, does it have any cultivation? Luing asked, what kind of cultivation? The little demon realm is perfect, or you could say it's the 10th level of perfection. Qin Fei said, it's equivalent to the 10th level of perfection among our human practitioners. Of course, its combat power is extremely strong, and ordinary masters can't defeat it. It's so powerful just after hatching? I was wondering, when it rushed towards me just now, I felt like I had no power to fight back. Luing blinked and praised. Actually, I feel its strength is still too low. Qin Fei shook his head. This is one of the 4 ferocious beasts in ancient legends. Although it is just a cub, its strength is still a little too weak. Perhaps, it is because the realm is too low that it is evaluated as a gold reward by the system? Qin Fei thought to himself. Otherwise, he didn't quite understand why such a powerful beast would be classified as a gold reward level. Because it cannot be directly converted into my inner strength? That's why it was awarded a gold reward? Qin Fei muttered secretly. If that was the case, then it was understandable. What kind of monster is that next to Qin Fei? Never seen it. It looks so fierce. Could it be the 2-winged demon tiger? But it's not quite the same as the 2-winged demon tiger. Perhaps it's the offspring of the 2-winged demonic tiger and some other demonic beast? A bloodline mutation occurred? Maybe. By the way, have you heard? Vice President Reed Kwan was arrested by the law enforcement team? Is this true? What happened? It's said that Vice President Reed Kwan drugged and sexually exploited female students? Is Reed Kwan such a scumbag? Xin Fei and Lu Ying walked along the way. Some were curious about Xin Fei's pet Jiangqi, but most of them were talking about Reed Kwan. The main reason was that after Xin Fei gave his instructions, Jiangqi restrained his ferocious aura and looked like an ordinary pet beast. There were tens of thousands of monster beasts in this world, and although Jiangqi looked a little weird, there were so many weird monster beasts that they naturally couldn't imagine how terrifying this weird-looking pet beast was. No one seems to have said that you were the one who got Reed Kwan arrested? Lu Ying whispered to Xin Fei, "Do you want me to spread the news that you defeated Reed Kwan? This is completely suppressing your brilliance. Why are you saying this?" Xin Fei said speechlessly, "Do you want to make more people jealous and hostile to me? Hee, don't you want to be more famous?" Lu Ying said with a smile, "The more brilliant you are, the easier it will be for you to pursue girls, right?" Question mark. Xin Fei looked at Lu Ying speechlessly. He didn't expect Lu Ying to become like Huang Meijia. Do I need to be more famous to win the favor of girls? That's right, you can hook up with a lot of pretty girls just by relying on your handsome face. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, looked at Xin Fei, and agreed, "Tell me, who have you taken a fancy to now? We sisters will help you with advice." Xin Fei. I have to say that my women are quite open-minded in this regard. Of course, they may all be impressed by their own powerful abilities. There is no way a strong man can easily make his harem harmonious. Chapter 105, The Little Cotton Padded Jacket is Leaking a Lot. After Xin Fei went to the cafeteria, he bought a lot of monster meat. According to the fluctuations in the mind of the ferocious beast Jiangqi, it needed meat that contained huge energy when it wanted to eat. Otherwise, it would not be able to satisfy its needs. Raw meat was the best. Although cooked meat tastes better, for Jiangqi, the energy in raw meat is more completely preserved. Of course, this is not certain. Some cooked meat may have more abundant energy after adding some special ingredients. However, Jiangqi still prefers to eat raw food. Therefore, Xin Fei bought all raw meat, a full 100 kilograms, thinking that 100 kilograms would be enough for several meals. However, he did not expect that after eating 100 kilograms of raw meat, there was no change in Jiangqi's belly. It seemed that the raw meat decomposed quickly after being eaten. Xin Fei gasped when he saw this. Jiangqi looked at Xin Fei with an innocent look on his face, and his thoughts wavered, as if saying, "Master, this little bit of food is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." So, Xin Fei bought another 1,000 kilograms of monster meat and said a lot of good things. The other party reluctantly agreed because Xin Fei was a genius in the school, and told Xin Fei that it would be best to go to the vegetable market outside to buy monster meat in the future. Xin Fei said he would go next time. Then he put it into his storage ring and returned to his residence with Jiangqi and Lu Ying. He had thought that this 1,000 kilograms of monster meat would be enough for Jiangqi to eat, but it turned out not to be enough. According to the thought fluctuations transmitted by Jiangqi, the energy level of this 1,000 pounds of meat was not enough, and at most it could fill his stomach a little. "What a glutton!" Lu Ying exclaimed. The higher the level of the monster meat, the higher the energy content. Your pet has a strong digestive ability, so even low-level monster meat may not be enough to truly satisfy it. However, this also indirectly proves that your pet's life force is at a very high level. Of course it is high, it is one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. At this time, Xin Fei also understood a little bit why this Jiangqi was included in the golden reward, because it was too difficult to describe. The 1,100 kilograms of monster meat, the lowest ones were all first level, and the high-level ones were 5th and 6th levels. Altogether, it cost him more than 100,000 yuan. For Jiangqi, meat worth tens of thousands of yuan can only fill its stomach. So, if you want to really give it a full meal, it will probably cost at least 1 million yuan. If you have to eat meat worth 1 million every day, can you afford it? Moreover, this is still the case now. Jiangqi has not yet broken through to the great demon level. Once it breaks through to the great demon level, what will it eat? I am afraid that at least the food it eats will have to be of the level of a 10th order small demon. Wu Jiangqi looked at Xin Fei with a human expression of grievance. Look, it's feeling aggrieved. Lu Ying couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It's so hard for me. Xin Fei sighed. A ferocious and vicious beast showed such an expression, which made Xin Fei speechless. However, as its master, it was not good to let it go hungry for the first meal. So, Xin Fei asked Jiangqi to guard the house, and then left the academy and went to the vegetable market to buy monster flesh and blood. This time he spent a full 10 million, and the lowest he bought was the flesh and blood of 7th level monsters, and even included the flesh and blood of a master level monster. The most valuable part of a monster is its core. This doesn't mean its flesh and blood are worthless, it's just not as valuable as its core. 10 million was spent, and the weight of the meat bought was only more than 1,000 pounds, but this time Xiangqi was finally full, and his stomach was bloated. The full Xiangqi rubbed against Qin Fei, and then showed an expression of satisfaction and enjoyment. Then, it found a place in the yard, closed its eyes and went to sleep. It turns out they need high-quality monster flesh and blood. Qin Fei sighed with emotion. I originally thought 1 million would be enough, but I didn't expect it to cost me over 10 million. Just one meal cost over 10 million. What family can afford this? Is the money I gave you not enough? If not, I'll ask my dad for some more. Lu Ying said with a smile, hugging Qin Fei's waist. Qin Fei laughed in silence. If Lu Ying's father knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. This little cotton jacket was leaking so badly. However, based on Xiangqi's spending habits, this money will not be enough for the future. It's enough. Qin Fei shook his head. Lu Ying gave him more than 500 million yuan. Although he had bought a lot of monster cores and used a lot of them before, how could it be so easy to spend more than 500 million yuan? Moreover, to be honest, even if it was not enough, it would be embarrassing to ask Lu Ying to ask her family for more. After all, she was not the only woman in his family, there were other women he needed to support. Tell me if it's not enough. Lu Ying said. Her family is rich and she has the best talent in her family. Although she will get married in the future, her parents said that Qin Fei is talented and they are actually willing to invest in Qin Fei. Lu Ying, is the previous super pill useful? Qin Fei asked. It's super useful, but it's gone now. Otherwise, I believe I would have broken through to the 9th level. Lu Ying said with some regret. After using the super power pill to practice, she didn't want to use any spiritual liquid or demon core to practice anymore, because the speed was too slow. The speed of practicing with the super power pill was 10 times that of using spiritual liquid, and dozens or hundreds of times that of using demon core. Using spiritual liquid, it is considered good to improve 2 or 3 levels in a year, but using super energy pills, the effect of 2 or 3 months can be achieved in just a few days. Terribly efficient. Here are 100 of them, take them and practice. Qin Fei said as he handed them to Lu Ying. 100? Lu Ying was delighted and excited. This is enough for me to cultivate to the peak of the 10th level. If it's not enough, I'll give you some more. Qin Fei smiled. What about that beautiful junior schoolmate? Do you still have it? If not, we can use it together. Lu Ying thought of something and asked. Of course she has it too. Qin Fei said. Hee, what about my junior schoolmate? Lu Ying smiled. She won't be short of anything. Qin Fei smiled, because the 500 super pills this time were all cultivation resources provided by his junior schoolmate. When Huang Meijiao finished her training, Qin Fei also gave her 100 pills. Although the super energy pills were provided by his junior schoolmate, Qin Fei did not give her 100 pills for the first time, but gave her 10. After all, her strength was still too weak now. What if she encountered danger? After all, even in the Cloud City Superpower Academy, which was supposed to be a safe place, this confused little girl almost lost her virginity. What are the effects of this super pill? Xue Hongling asked curiously. This is a good thing. It is 10 times faster than spiritual liquid in cultivating superpowers. Although it is not 10 times more effective, it is several times more effective than spiritual liquid. Each one is worth 100,000, and they are in short supply. Huang Meijiao said with a smile. Aren't these 10 pills worth 10 million? I can't take them. Xue Hongling suddenly felt that the super energy pill was hot. My woman, you all need a share. You have never used super-powered pills for cultivation before. 10 pills are enough for you for a while. When you use them up, I will give you more. Qin Fei said with a smile. Suddenly, Xue Hongling's face turned red, as if she had already become Qin Fei's woman. Chapter 106 Lin Xuer comes out. On that day, Qin Fei did not take Xue Hongling. After all, what happened today was a big blow to Xue Hongling's heart, and he didn't want to leave a shadow in her heart. Looking at the 3 women practicing enthusiastically, after all, they had obtained the super power pill, and they all hoped to improve their own cultivation as soon as possible to shorten the gap with Qin Fei. Originally, Qin Fei wanted to refine the demon core in one go and upgrade it to the 10th level. However, on the next day, just after Qin Fei had practiced hard all night and reached the early stage of the double 10th level, Lin Shuer called him. Qin Fei then left his residence and went to find Lin Shuer. Along the way, Qin Fei met many female students who approached him. Junior. Lin Shuer opened the gate and let Qin Fei into her residence. When he saw Lin Shuer again, Qin Fei first checked the other party's message and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Name, Lin Shuer. Age, 21. Appearance 9-7. Body 9-5. Talent, sea-level wind and SSS-level space superpowers. Comprehensive score, 99 points. Bond value, 87. Favorability, 88. Realm, double 9th level superpower master perfection. Senior sister's cultivation has actually reached the perfection of double 9th level superpower master? Qin Fei was extremely surprised. Isn't the speed of improvement of this space-related superpower a little too fast? As for the fact that the words partial awakening had been removed from Lin Shuer's spatial superpowers, Qin Fei was not surprised, because when the actual combat assessment was over, her spatial superpowers were almost fully awakened. In fact, not only has her cultivation and talent changed, but her appearance and figure have also improved to a certain extent, which makes the already beautiful Lin Shuer even more beautiful. My junior brother has such a sharp eye that he can see it at a glance. Lin Shuer said in surprise. Qin Fei smiled and said, Senior sister came to me as soon as she came out of confinement. What's the matter? Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei with resentment. Of course. Qin Fei coughed, and when he saw the resentful look from the senior sister, his heart couldn't help but soften a little. After all, I actually want to see the senior sister too. Really? Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei suspiciously. Junior brother, you're surrounded by girls every day, will you still think of me? Qin Fei was choked, paused and said, I think about you day and night, but I dare not disturb you from practicing. Look, I have lost some weight. I don't see that you've lost weight, but rather that you look a little fatter. Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei. Qin Fei felt that the senior sister seemed to be more lively than before, and could even pull with him. He wanted to test whether Lin Shuer was still willing to be his woman, so he stretched out his evil hand towards Lin Shuer. Bang! Before he could grab Lin Shuer's hand, Qin Fei knocked it away. Question mark. Qin Fei looked at Lin Shuer with a questioning expression. Feelings will fade, right? My dear senior, do you regret your decision to be my girlfriend? I don't regret it, I just want to see if you've been indulging in gentle pleasures lately and forgotten about cultivation. Lin Shuer looked at Qin Fei with a fighting spirit in her eyes and said, the man I, Lin Shuer, am looking for must be stronger than me. Although you are younger than me, you were stronger than me before. If I surpass you now, I won't regret my decision, but I will be disappointed. Then I will urge you until you are stronger than me again. Only then will I let you do whatever you want. Qin Fei looked at Lin Shuer and could see that Lin Shuer was very serious. If he wanted to make her wish come true, it seemed that there was only one way, and that was to be stronger than Lin Shuer. Senior sister, my current cultivation level is at the early stage of the 10th level. Qin Fei took a deep breath and said, I'm still better than you. Realm is just a reference standard, but a reference standard does not represent combat power. Lin Shuer blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, just like before, the junior brother with only 7th level cultivation was able to defeat the senior with 10th level cultivation. So, senior sister, you are confident that you can defeat me? Qin Fei laughed. It's not that I'm confident that I can defeat you, but even though I'm a perfect 9th order superpowered master, I'm confident that I can fight even some masters. Lin Shuer chuckled. SSS space-based superpowers. This superpower is one of the top talents among many superpowers, and she has a fully awakened SSS level superpower, which is more powerful than a single extreme water or wood superpower. Since you said so, I will have a friendly competition with you. If you lose, do you take what I said before seriously? Qin Fei grinned. Certainly. Let me bully you? Qin Fei said the word bully with great emphasis. Of course. After all, as long as you defeat me, I will be the loser, and the winner can naturally enjoy some treatment of a successful person. Lin Shuer's pretty face turned red, but she didn't say it shyly at all. It was almost like she was telling Qin Fei openly, Junior, as long as you defeat me, even if you take me away today, I will not regret it. Instead, I will cooperate with you in every way. Since you are mentally prepared, I will accept your invitation with all due respect. By the way, I just defeated Reed Kwan, a master of both wind and darkness, yesterday. You must be careful. Xin Fei said with a smile. What? You defeated Reed Kwan? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer's eyes narrowed, then widened and looked at Xin Fei in disbelief. She has been in seclusion recently. When she is really hungry, she eats some dry food. She knows nothing about what is happening in the outside world. That's right. Xin Fei shrugged. I forgot that senior sister has been in seclusion and doesn't know about this. Of course, even if senior sister comes out, she may not know the truth. Because the news of his defeat of Reed Kwan had not been spread in the school, it was possible that Principal Lei had explained this to the teachers and their families in the school, otherwise, there would not have been any related news. What happened? Lin Shuer asked repeatedly. She hated Reed Kwan to the core and even wanted to expose his ugly face. She was almost sexually exploited by Reed Kwan. Although it was a long time ago, she could never forget it because it was a shadow that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Xin Fei then told Lin Shuer what had happened. After all, Lin Shuer was not an outsider. She even knew that Huang Meijiao had taken the initiative to ask Xin Fei to pursue her schoolmate Xue Hongling. Why didn't you kill that scumbag Reed Kwan back then? Lin Shuer had a look of resentment on her face. I didn't expect the dean to arrive so quickly. Xin Fei shrugged helplessly, but according to the news, Reed Kwan may be executed. The Li family has connections in the county town. It's not that easy to execute him. Lin Shuer said with some regret, pausing for a moment and then saying, but it might be a good thing that he can't be killed, because if he dies, the Li family might retaliate against you. I'm not afraid of this. Xin Fei said nonchalantly. Chapter 107 conquered Lin Shuer. Lu Ying already knew about Reed Kwan's relationship, and she was quite familiar with the Li family's situation. The Li family is a large family in Yunqing, second only to the four major families. Li Dequan has a sister who married into a wealthy family in the county town. Although that wealthy family is not considered powerful in Qinghe County, it is also a family with many masters in charge. The top families in the county town all have powerful marquis-level warriors in charge, and the strength of the family is related to the strength and number of the marquis-level warriors. Seeing that there was no fear on Xin Fei's face, Lin Shuer breathed a sigh of relief. The situation should not be as bad as she thought. She pursed her lips and looked at Xin Fei, saying, Do you need me to do anything? No need. That Reed Kwan left video evidence, the law enforcement team will probably not forgive him. Xin Fei shook his head and said, The strongest in Yunqing is actually not the four major families, but the law enforcement structure. The law enforcement structure has many powerful generals, and they also control a super-powered team of thousands of people. It is even rumored that the leader of the law enforcement team is a master-level powerhouse. He is also the mainstay of Yunqing, but he rarely shows up unless something big happens. Do you want to continue sparring? Xin Fei looked at Lin Shuer and asked with a smile. Yes, I still want to see the gap between you and me. Lin Shuer nodded seriously. Okay then. Xin Fei replied with a smile. In the yard, the two of them kept their distance. At Xin Fei's signal, Lin Shuer took the lead and a wind blade swept out. Xin Fei waved his hand and sent out a vine to destroy the wind blade. He was about to tell Lin Shuer to be serious and that such an attack would not pose any threat to him when an attack appeared out of thin air in front of him and attacked him. This scared Xin Fei so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and even condensed a wooden shield. Snap! The wooden shield shattered instantly. Xin Fei used the 100 steps ghost shadow technique to dodge. What's your trick? Xin Fei's eyes were filled with surprise. The Phoenix-type superpower wind blade, combined with the spatial superpower of space travel. I named it Space Wind Blade. Lin Shuer smiled. You underestimate me. If we were enemies, you might have been seriously injured, my junior. If you face the enemy, it will not be as simple as being seriously injured. Only then did Xin Fei understand how abnormal the space-type superpower master was. Moreover, Lin Shuer was no longer just a 9th-level perfect superpower master, but a double 9th-level perfect superpower master of the wind and space systems. Her wind-type superpower was very ordinary, but the space-type superpower was too powerful. The reason why the wind-type superpower could reach the 9th-level perfection so quickly was naturally due to her talent in the space system. Come again. Xin Fei's expression became serious. He was not prepared to use his psychic superpowers, because psychic superpowers act on the soul, and no matter whether Lin Shuer can block it or not, it will have a certain impact on her soul. Good to see you come. Lin Shuer's face was full of fighting spirit. Boom boom boom. Lin Shuer, who has fully awakened her spatial superpowers and mastered a fusion superpower technique, has reached the master level in combat power. Qin Fei felt that Lin Shuer's strength was much stronger than Su Jiangshui's, and she might have reached the mid-level of the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he is more difficult to deal with than the average mid-stage master, and this is when Lin Shuer does not have enough time to comprehend more space-based super skills and integrate super skills. Once she is given enough time for him to grow up, he will be more difficult to deal with. At least Qin Fei felt that, at the same level, his dual extreme superpowers of water and wood were only slightly better than Lin Shuer's dual superpowers of space and wind, mainly because the space superpower was a little too buggy. However, the difference in realm and the difference in superpower fusion skills finally allowed Qin Fei to defeat Lin Shuer. Well, this was without using any mental superpowers. My junior is so awesome. I lost. In that case, are you going to fulfill your promise, senior? What promise? A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Shuer's eyes. The senior sister, who was aloof before, now looked much more lively than before. Perhaps it was because she had fully awakened her spatial superpowers, or perhaps it was because her cultivation had greatly increased. Of course, it could also be because the scumbag Reed Quan was arrested. In short, her personality was in stark contrast to her own aloofness. Seeing that Lin Shuer refused to admit it, Qin Fei immediately moved to Lin Shuer's side and put his arms around her waist. If Lin Shuer wanted to avoid being caught by Qin Fei, she could still do it. You know, she could move in short distances. You're too stubborn. I decided to convince you with my mouth. Qin Fei snorted, then leaned down. Lin Shuer blushed and spat at Qin Fei, then she couldn't say anything else. Everything is implied. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the goddess Lin Shuer's favorability has reached 90 points, and you have a chance to win a top prize. Lin Shuer is not a girl who is ignorant of the world. She knows everything about the things between men and women. She once even hoped for it, but she didn't know what kind of person her partner would be. Now she knows, he is a lustful man. Because I was mentally prepared, even though it felt like the progress was a bit too fast, I still reluctantly agreed to Qin Fei's request. Chapter 108 Legendary Rewards. Lin Shuer usually gives people the feeling of being as cold and aloof as an angel, but after one night, Lin Shuer seemed to have become a good wife and mother. She was very gentle and considerate to Qin Fei. Qin Fei gave Lin Shuer some super pills. Lin Shuer refined one with a try it attitude, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. Is the effect of cultivation so good? Of course, no matter who did it. Qin Fei shrugged and said arrogantly. Lin Shuer rolled her eyes at Qin Fei. Although she had a certain understanding of Qin Fei's character, she still couldn't help but want to confront this naughty brother. Without chatting with Qin Fei, she immersed herself in cultivation again. Qin Fei, on the other hand, took advantage of Lin Shuer's cultivation to use up the top lottery opportunity he had obtained from Lin Shuer before. Congratulations to the host for receiving a legendary reward. Legendary reward? Qin Fei blinked, a little surprised. Since he got the system, he hasn't obtained many treasures. This is the fourth time. The first time was the bath water of the Goddess of Life, the second time was the mythical enlightenment, and the third time was the spiritual treasure Meteor Tears. This is the fourth time. The three previous legendary level treasures made Qin Fei feel the extraordinary nature of the legendary treasures each time. What will be the reward this time? Then Qin Fei opened this time's legendary reward. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS level ultimate space-based superpower. This. Qin Fei felt that there was an extra super energy core in his body, located in his middle dantian. There are 3 dantians in the human body, namely upper, middle and lower. The previous water and wood super energy cores were all in the lower dantian, the spirit super energy core was in the Naimun palace of the upper dantian, and this time the space super energy core appeared in the middle dantian. This space-based super energy core has just awakened, and its realm is only at the early first level, but Qin Fei can feel the extraordinary nature of the space-based superpowers. Why do I feel the fluctuation of spatial superpowers in your body? Lin Shuer opened her eyes and looked at Qin Fei suspiciously. You may be wrong. Qin Fei smiled and did not tell her that he possessed spatial superpowers. He might tell her later, but it's better to keep it secret for now. Xin Fei sat cross-legged and began to refine the superpower pill. Well, because he only had water and wood element demon cores on him, and now there were a lot of superpower pills, except that they could not be used to practice spiritual superpowers. Other superpowers could be used more or less. Facts have proved that there is really no problem in using it to practice space-related superpowers. The consumption is small in the early stage, but as the level of cultivation increases, the consumption becomes larger. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye it was mid-November. It has been almost 2 months since Xin Fei traveled to this world, and his cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 99. Body 99. Superpower talents, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spirit Superpower SSS level, Space Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 120. You have already transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another realm. Realm, perfected 10th level superpowered master of the 3 systems of water, wood, and space, and late 10th level superpowered master of the spiritual system. Superpower fusion skills, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow, water and wood shield, doomsday scene, etc. Body movement, 100-step ghost shadow, 3rd level, perfected. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys. Number of bound goddesses, 6 Lu Fini, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan, Shui Hongling. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration card 5, Taodai cultivation method 1, superpower master perfection realm card 1, superpower pill 10, 100 steps ghost shadow body technique 1. Xin Fei's cultivation has greatly improved compared to half a month ago. His spiritual superpowers are steadily improving, but the other 3 superpowers have reached a bottleneck in their improvement. It will not be easy to break through next. In a few days, my spiritual superpowers will surely reach the 10th level of perfection. Xin Fei thought to himself, but how should I break through next? In fact, he is already extremely powerful now, and has never fought against a strong warrior in the general realm, but he is confident that ordinary warriors in the general realm will be defeated when facing his full strength attack. Then, Xin Tian stopped practicing, walked out of the bedroom and came to the yard. Junior, let's have a sparring match. Lin Shui looked at Xin Fei as he walked out of the yard, with a smile on her face, looking at Xin Fei expectantly. In the past month, she and Xin Fei had sparred many times, but neither of them won. In fact, this is normal. After all, Xin Fei now possesses spatial superpowers. Although he has never used them or his mental superpowers, the ultimate superpowers of water and wood are enough. No more sparring today. I'm going to go out and explore the world. Xin Fei said. The main reason is that he doesn't have enough money now, and he owns a very greedy and ferocious beast called Xiangqi. This guy is simply a bottomless pit. Xin Fei even thought that the system rewarded Xiangqi instead of Taodai, otherwise, he would be even poorer, because Xiangqi was such a big eater, then Taodai, the big eater beast, must be able to eat even more. Let me go with you. Lin Shui's eyes lit up. Sure. Xin Fei grinned and said, I'll go ask Luing, Meijiao, and the others later to see if they want to go out with us. Among his women, Lin Shui is the strongest. Although Lu Ying's cultivation has reached the 10th level of perfection like Lin Shui, her talent and strength are very different from Lin Shui. Xin Fei believes that even if Lin Shui's strength is not as good as before, it is not much different. Well, let's go. Lin Shui replied. After saying that, the 2 of them left Lin Shui's residence. Almost a month has passed since the first time he came to Lin Shui. Xin Fei has not always lived with Lin Shui. He likes to treat everyone equally and not leave anyone out. However, Lin Shui does not like the education style of there must be a teacher among 3 people. Chapter 109, Instruct Shui Hongling. When Xin Fei returned to his residence, he saw 3 women practicing the 100-step ghost shadow technique in the yard. Yes, Xin Fei not only taught the technique to Huang Meijiao, but also passed it on to his other women. However, the 100-step ghost shadow technique was quite difficult to practice. Until now, Huang Meijiao, who practiced the technique the earliest, had only reached the 1st level of perfection. The reason why Xin Fei cultivated so quickly was naturally because of his mythical comprehension. Under normal circumstances, someone like Huang Meijiao would be considered a top genius. Senior Xin Fei, Sister Shui. Shui Hongling, who had not yet mastered the 100-step ghost shadow technique, was like someone trying to walk like a duck, walking crookedly. When she saw Qin Fei and the others, she stopped practicing and showed an expression of embarrassment and shame. Junior sister Hongling, you didn't let me teach you and said you wanted to practice on your own, but you ended up like this? Qin Fei looked at the embarrassed Shui Hongling with a smile and teased. You're so annoying. Shui Hongling glanced at Qin Fei angrily and scolded him, isn't this form too difficult to practice? Then why are your sisters all practicing so well? Qin Fei shrugged and said. Didn't you give me advice? Shui Hongling said angrily. Isn't this a closed loop? Qin Fei smiled. So, what are you trying to achieve? To appear more talented than your sisters? Oh, I just wanted to try it myself. Shui Hongling raged, stingy. Looking at the angry Shui Hongling, Qin Fei smiled and couldn't help pinching her tender cheeks that were swollen with anger. Don't you want me to teach you the basics of body movement? I don't want to, huh? Shui Hongling snorted. It's not that she didn't think about asking her sisters for help, but they didn't know how to teach her, so she was stuck at the beginning. It seemed that there was no other way except to rely on Qin Fei, or just to persevere. Maybe with enough time she would be able to get started. I feel what you want. Qin Fei smiled and waved toward Shui Hongling. Don't worry, I will definitely not do anything reckless. Shui Hongling looked at Qin Fei suspiciously and said, Are you sure? Don't you think I have any credibility at all? Qin Fei said unhappily. Shui Hongling snorted, Are you sure you have anything else for us to believe? So love will disappear, right? Qin Fei said slowly. Yes. Shui Hongling said with a giggle. You want a beating? Qin Fei snorted, then flashed to Shui Hongling and carried her up. Put me down now. Will love ever disappear? No. That's more like it. Now let's start teaching. Then, Qin Fei spent a lot of time to finally help Shui Hongling master the basic skills of the 100-step ghost shadow. Seeing that Shui Hongling had successfully entered the door, Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction. When you give someone a rose, the fragrance lingers on your hand. The ancients were right. Qin Fei sighed. Lin Shuer and the other two girls rolled their eyes at Qin Fei bragging, and couldn't help but spit at Qin Fei, calling him a boastful guy. Are you giving someone a rose? I'm not afraid to expose you in person. Anyway, those who know the main thing will understand it. Qin Fei walked over to Qiangqi, who was sleeping in the corner of the yard, and kicked him. Wake up, I'm going to take you out for a good meal later. Miao Qiangqi looked at his master Qin Fei with some dissatisfaction. I seem to be full after eating here, so there is no need to go out to eat. If you don't go out to gain experience, the ferocious beast will become a domestic cat and it will still meow. Qin Fei said unhappily. During this nearly 1 month, although Qiangqi went several days without eating a single meal, it still cost him hundreds of millions. However, these hundreds of millions of dollars were not wasted. Now Qiangqi's strength may be stronger than that of his master. How powerful is a general-level beast? Ordinary warriors obviously cannot defeat it. It is hard to say whether it can deal with a master-level strongman. After Shui Hongling had become more proficient in performing the first level of 100-step ghost shadow, Qin Fei called all the women together to start a meeting. He proposed that he was going out to hunt monsters and see who didn't want to go. I'll go. I'll go too. I'll definitely go. Can I go? The last person to speak was Shui Hongling. She raised her hand weakly, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence, because everyone present, Qin Fei and Lin Shuer, needless to say, had reached the perfect 10th level of cultivation. Luing had also cultivated to the early 10th level, and even Huang Meijia was now at the perfect 8th level. She was weak, and even though she had a large amount of superpowered pills provided by Qin Fei, she was only at the 4th level of perfection now. In fact, it was already very fast, comparable to a year of practice. With her talent, she had thought that by this time next year, it would be good enough to be able to cultivate to this level, but it only took her 1 month, and all this was obviously due to the superpowered pills. Since you want to go, then go. Qin Fei made the decision. After all, this was the first time he and his women were doing a group action, and if any one of them was absent, it would feel like something was missing. As for Lu Fini, she is busy with company matters and doesn't have the time. Chapter 110: An Unforgettable 3-Day Trip. After some discussion, a group of 5 decided to set out for the monster territory outside the city to capture and kill the monsters. Qiangqi! Qin Fei shouted. Whoosh! Qiangqi, who was sleeping in the yard, heard Qin Fei's call, got up and came to Qin Fei's side. At this time, Qiangqi stood up and was more than 3 meters tall. Its wingspan was more than 10 meters long, and there was a space of about 10 square meters on its back. Let's go up. Let Xiangqi take us there faster, Xin Fei said. The women nodded when they heard this. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 of them dodged and landed on the back of the ferocious beast Xiangqi. Stand firm, Xin Fei reminded the girls, and then told Xiangqi to set off. Whoosh. Xiangqi then spread his wings and flew out of the academy. What kind of flying monster is that? I haven't seen it, but the people standing there seem to be Xin Fei and a few beauties from our school. It's not like, it's the 4 campus beauties. This bastard Xin Fei is actually with the 4 campus beauties. This guy is too much. How can he be so shameless? He wants to monopolize the 4 campus beauties. Damn it, this can't be true, I don't believe it. Each of the 4 campus beauties is so arrogant, how could they all be related to this bastard? There are so many good men in the school, you can pick one. For example, I speak softly and am considerate. Although I am not as handsome as that bastard Xin Fei, I can be your only one. This scene made many men in the school furious and started cursing. Many female students were envious and jealous. Brother Xin Fei really disappoints me. Why does he only look at appearance? Although I'm not as pretty as the other 4, I'm very gentle and can let you pose in any way you like. Woo woo, my senior Xin Fei, I don't mind you having 4 women, or even more women, as long as I can be one of your women, I will be satisfied. The joys and sorrows of men and women are sometimes different. This guy is too high profile. At the door of a grand room in the office building, Dean Lei looked at the high-profile Xin Fei, and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, he does have the capital to be high-profile. It is said that someone from the Li family used their connections to save Li Dequan from being executed. I wonder if Xin Fei would be furious if he knew this news. Yes, Reed Quan is not dead yet. Xin Fei has been busy dealing with women during this period. He is either discussing profound and simple knowledge or practicing. How could he think about a guy who might be sentenced to death? Xiangqi flew to the city gate and then passed through it. During this process, Xin Fei became the brightest one. Is this guy out slaying demons or sightseeing? And he's bringing 4 stunning beauties with him? Act recklessly. That's right. Maybe he's a descendant of a big family. Xin Fei had sharp hearing and could naturally hear some people's discussions, but he didn't care. Because when he was traveling with 4 girls, Xin Fei thought about the possible scenes that might happen. It was inevitable to be envied and jealous. As long as these people don't take the initiative to cause trouble, Xin Fei will just think that these people are sour grapes and will not go to extremes to cause trouble. Otherwise, he would have no time to do his work, because 7 or 8 out of 10 men would be jealous and envious. As for whether the 4 girls would be affected, Xin Fei took a quick look and found that except for Xue Hongling, who was blushing, Lin Shuer, Lu Ying and Huang Meijiao all looked calm. He didn't know if they had seen it many times or were just pretending to be calm. After passing through the city gate, Xiangqi took off again and headed towards the gathering point of the monsters. Although the monsters become stronger the further away from the city, it does not mean that there are no low-level monsters. Therefore, if Xue Hongling wants to hone herself, she has enough time and opportunity. Maple Leaf Mountains. This place is hundreds of kilometers away from Yuncheng. Here, a group of 5 people arrived here on Xiangqi. Xin Fei ordered Xiangqi to land. Go find food on your own. Xin Fei said, meet up here in 3 days. Remember, don't go too deep. There are Grandmaster-level monsters deep in the Maple Leaf Mountains. Oh whoa! Although Xiangqi knew that Xin Fei cared about it, its eyes were full of pride, as if to say that those things could not do anything to it. Xin Fei looked at Xiangqi's humanized expression, feeling quite speechless. He said, your bloodline is stronger than those great monsters, but your strength is still not as good as theirs. Remember, it's better to be careful. Xin Fei patted Xiangqi on the head and said, remember, you don't need to leave the demon core or anything like that for me. Just pay attention to your own safety. Xiangqi rubbed its big head against Xin Fei's body to show that it understood. Then its figure flashed a few times and disappeared without a trace. Xin Fei, take Sister Hongling with you, and the 3 of us will act together. Lin Shuer said. You should also cultivate your relationship more. Lu Ying also smiled. If you follow us, we won't have a sense of crisis. Huang Meijiao also said, it won't have any effect on your tempering. Among the 3 women, Lin Shuer is the strongest, having reached double perfection in the 10th level. The second strongest is Lu Ying, who is in the early 10th level. The third strongest is Huang Meijiao, who has reached perfection in the 8th level. In fact, Lin Shuer's strength is not equal to that of Lu Ying and Huang Meijiao, but the difference is not too big. Okay. Qin Fei saw that the three women had reached an agreement, so he did not refuse. Junior Qin Fei, give Sister Hongling an unforgettable 3-day trip. Lu Ying winked at Qin Fei. Qin Fei, oh. Is Lu Ying reminding herself to take Hongling as her sister? But to be honest, even if Lu Ying and the other two girls joined forces, they were still not strong enough to defeat me now. Maybe it was because I was too strong. Ever since he mastered the space-related superpowers, his physical strength has made a further leap, and as his strength grows, his abilities have become even more powerful than before. Then the three women left. Xue Hongling looked at Qin Fei pitifully. Am I redundant? What are you talking about? Qin Fei pinched her cheek unhappily and said, you haven't experienced actual combat yet, so let me guide you. After all, your three senior sisters and I will be going to Qinghe County to study soon, and we don't want you to come too late. I will try my best. Xue Hongling's pretty face showed a serious expression when she heard it, and she said solemnly. Her current cultivation level is only at the 4th level of perfection, which is still quite a distance away from the minimum level required to enter a medium-level superpower academy. However, with the superpower pill given by Qin Fei, she believed that by the end of her freshman year, she would have the hope of being admitted to the secondary superpower school in Qinghe County. Chapter 111 A Huge Secret, the President of the 7 Stars Association in Yuncheng. Law Enforcement Team, Detention Room. Li Daing, the head of the Li family, visits his imprisoned brother Li Dequan. Dequan, thanks to your brother-in-law's efforts, your situation has been suppressed. However, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment for living. After a while, you will be escorted to the 7th war zone. Reading looked at his younger brother Reed Quan and said in a deep voice. Escorted to the 7th war zone? Reed Quan's face was extremely dark. There are 9 states in Xia Kingdom and 10 war zones. The 1st and 2nd war zones are in Jiangzhou, and the 7th war zone is in Qingzhou, which is also the largest war zone in Qingzhou. At the same time, it is also the war zone with the largest number of monsters and the strongest monsters. The only state with 2 major war zones, the 1st and 2nd war zones. The names of the 10 major war zones are not divided according to the degree of their horror, but according to the time of their appearance. Ordinary people go to the war zone to hone themselves or kill monsters in order to prevent the space-time channel from expanding again. However, people like him who have committed a death crime will be escorted to the front line to serve as cannon fodder, unless they hunt down enough monsters. However, the front line of the 7th war zone is too dangerous. With his level of cultivation, his life and death are unpredictable. Qin Fei. Reed Quan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with endless hatred, and then he said in a deep voice, Is there no other way? No, it was my brother-in-law who used his connections. Reed Ing said, It's mainly because you were caught red-handed. And the evidence is solid. Otherwise, you could still move around. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in Reed Quan's mind. He was his brother-in-law, a master of his generation. To be honest, his sister was able to become that man's woman because she was naturally beautiful and had excellent talent. She had reached the realm of a general in her 40s. Otherwise, she would not have become that man's wife. Brother, can you help me kill Qin Fei? Li Dequan said coldly. I have already paid a large sum of money to hire the president of the Yunqing branch of the 7 Stars Association to help you. Reed said in a low voice as thin as a mosquito, and there was a fierceness in his eyes that was invisible to the naked eye. If the distance wasn't too close, Reed Quan almost didn't hear it. Hearing this, Reed Quan's face showed satisfaction. If that person takes action, then everything will be fine. The 7 Stars Society is a huge assassin organization, which has only a small base in Yuncheng. The strength of the Yunqing branch president of the 7 Stars Society is at the level of a general, and he is very hidden. The true face of this president has never been known. We only know that this person is at the level of a general. The law enforcement team of Yunqing has been investigating that person for a long time, but has not been able to find any clues. This also indirectly shows that this person is hiding very deeply. By the way, it seems that the law enforcement team has been tracking the whereabouts of the president of the Yunqing 7 Stars Association. Do you think that if we help the law enforcement team arrest the president of the 7 Stars Association, can I be spared from serious crime? Reed Quan seemed to have thought of something and said repeatedly. Even if we cannot completely exempt you from the death penalty, your sentence will be greatly reduced. Li Daing's expression paused slightly, his eyes deepened, and he said. Then can't you contact the president of the Seven Stars Association in Yuncheng? We can get him out and capture him alive or kill him, wouldn't that be? Reed Xuanyue's eyes became brighter as he spoke. How can you kill someone like that? Li Daing snorted coldly. And if the plan fails, our family will be finished. And the president of the Yuncheng Seven Stars Association is just a small deacon of the huge Seven Stars Association. If the news gets out, what will happen if the Seven Stars Association retaliates against our family? Well, okay then. Reed Quan pursed his lips. Now thinking about it, his idea was indeed a bit naive. Li Daing then stood up and said, "Okay, I won't tell you anything else. Just wait for my good news." Yeah. Reed Quan nodded heavily. He knew the sins he had committed. In fact, without his brother-in-law's activities, he was afraid that he would have no hope of keeping his life. But now being escorted to the front line was actually much better than expected. When he thought that Qin Fei, who had caused him to fall into such a situation, would die soon, a look of relief appeared on his face. After leaving the law enforcement team, Reed did not return to his family directly. Instead, he took a carriage and traveled several times before arriving at a well-known private club. This club offers many services such as foot bath, massage, pedicure, and spa, and of course, some quite romantic services. Many forces knew that Reed liked the services of the private club because he often stayed here for several days. After entering the private club, Reed went to room 108 on the first floor, which he often visited. The seemingly ordinary room 108 actually holds a different secret. He opened the drawer, took out a remote control and pressed a button that was invisible to the naked eye. Then a staircase leading underground appeared, and he walked down the stairs to a wider room. President, according to the latest intelligence, less than half an hour ago, Qin Fei took 4 campus beauties from Yuncheng Academy and left Yuncheng on a demon pet that looked like a double-winged demon tiger. A middle-aged man knelt and bowed, then he described the specific situation to Li Daing. Anyone who often comes to the private club will definitely recognize this middle-aged man as the owner of this private club. Really? Get out! Li Daing said in a deep voice. Yes, President. The middle-aged man bowed in response. The next moment, Li Daing fell into deep thought, and soon he began to move. His bones began to deform, and his face also began to change. It was unknown how much time had passed, but his image had changed drastically, and he was completely different from the previous Li Daing. Qin Fei, my brother wants you to die, so just die. Li Daing, the president of the Yuncheng branch of the Seven Stars Association, had a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Maple Leaf Mountains are covered with maple leaves. The late autumn wind blows on people's faces, making them feel a little cool. Rustling. A monster rushed towards Xue Hongling, carrying a sharp cold light. Xue Hongling's eyes narrowed slightly, and the haze descended. The monster paused, obviously frightened by the sudden strange scene, and hurriedly braked, but at this moment, Xue Hongling's attack also arrived. Shadow Blade. A flash of blood appeared, and the monster's neck and head were separated. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Not bad, killing him with one strike, that's progress. Qin Fei praised with a smile. Hee hee, if you hadn't helped me adapt, I wouldn't have been able to kill the monster so easily and quickly. Xue Hongling laughed happily, then jumped to Qin Fei's side and took the initiative to give him a kiss. The reason why a shy girl with a baby face and big breasts became so proactive was all due to Qin Fei's previous subtle work. Chapter 112 Boy, let that woman go. Boy, let go of that beauty. Just as Qin Fei and Xue Hongling were exchanging saliva passionately, a voice like thunder suddenly rang out. Ah! Xue Hongling was startled by the loud noise. Qin Fei looked at the person who came with dissatisfaction. What caught his eye was a man in his early 20s with an ordinary appearance. Of course, who would have a good impression of a guy who ruined their good deeds? What's more, he was already extremely handsome. Compared with him, any man would be just an ordinary person, right? Yu Xiang had only noticed Xue Hongling's beautiful profile before, and he was attracted by her. But when he saw her full appearance, his eyes suddenly brightened up. She's so beautiful. She's almost as beautiful as our school's belle, Wang Mengyao. When his eyes fell on Qin Fei's face, his breath was choked. Fuck, where did this monster come from? He's almost as handsome as me. He felt inexplicably jealous in his heart. Why? He said that Qin Fei was almost as handsome as himself, but in fact, he was being extremely hypocritical. And at this moment, 2 figures flew over. Master Yu, you run too fast. Wow, this woman is so beautiful, she's on par with Wang Mengyao, the campus beauty from our Yunyang Superpower Academy. Yunyang Superpower Academy now ranks first in overall strength among the 5 superpower academies in Yuncheng. But in fact, for many years before, Yuncheng Superpower Academy ranked first. Boy, I declare that I have fallen in love with this woman. Looking at the two companions rushing over, Yu Xiang raised his eyebrows and said to Qin Fei. Qin Fei? Where on earth did this idiot come from? Qin Fei shook his hand, and a vine appeared out of thin air, then hit Yu Xiang's cheek hard. With a loud bang, Yu Xiang was lashed out. The two men who came from behind were shocked when they saw this scene. Yu Xiang was a perfected 8th order cultivator, a gifted master selected for the Qinghe Shuehe special recruitment, yet he was defeated with a single blow? Even though the opponent's attack was unethical, the fact that he succeeded so easily proved that his strength was truly extraordinary. Ah! You dare to hit me, I will kill you, you bastard! Yu Xiang was immediately furious. As a genius of the Yu family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? The 4 major families in Yuncheng are the Lu family, the Wang family, the Yu family, and the Su family. Qin Fei had met people from the Lu and Su families, the 4 major families in Yuncheng, before, but this was the first time he met people from the other 2 families. However, looking at Yu Xiang, it was as if she had never seen a beautiful woman before, and he felt embarrassed. Boom! The next moment, Yu Xiang attacked Qin Fei angrily. Endless vines swept towards Qin Fei. Yes, Yu Xiang is a wood-type superpower, and this is also the first time Qin Fei has fought against a wood-type superpower. Name, Yu Xiang. Age, 21. Appearance 79. Body type, 78. Talent, a level wood-type superpower. Overall score, 83. Favorability, 23. Jealousy. Realm, 8th level superpowered master. Qin Fei looked at Yu Xiang and nodded secretly. This guy's talent was actually not much different from his predecessor. Well, he was almost 2 years older and his cultivation was much higher. This was normal. With his cultivation level, it would be no problem for him to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Boom! Qin Fei waved his hand and cut off the vines in the sky with great ease. What kind of trick is this? Even Yu Xiang, the person involved, was confused. Yu Xiang's 2 partners were naturally no exception. They were completely dumbfounded. This is the space strangulation of the space-based superpower skill. Then, Qin Fei's mind moved, and 2 vines appeared, wrapped around Yu Xiang's ankles, and then pulled up suddenly. Yu Xiang was lifted upside down and came in front of him. Yu Xiang wanted to struggle, but at this moment 2 more vines flew out from the ground and wrapped around his arms. Yu Xiang was hung upside down, lying in the shape of a big character. Let me go! Yu Xiang's face flushed. I am the young master of the Yu family, one of the 4 great families. You humiliate me like this. My family will never let you go if they know you treat me like this. I'm so scared. Since that's the case, I'll just kill you to silence you. Qin Fei said coldly. Ha! Yu Xiang was completely stunned and panicked. If you kill me, my other 2 companions will definitely tell my tribe. That's right. Qin Fei nodded deeply. Before Yu Xiang could even feel relieved, he heard Qin Fei say quietly, if that's the case, then kill them all. What do you call this? Nipping the crisis in the bud. Yu Xiang? The other 2 companions waved their hands in fear, saying, Epsilon equals Omicron, alas, this is none of our business. We don't know him well, and we even have a grudge against him. The 2 men retreated while talking in fear. But at this moment, many vines flew out and tied up the 2 of them. It was not that they did not want to resist, but because their strength was only at the 7th level. Even if they joined forces, they could not defeat Yu Xiang, let alone Qin Fei, who could easily control Yu Xiang. They didn't know how Qin Fei's vines appeared, and there was no fluctuating aura. Because Qin Fei used the means of space travel in vines, it was naturally silent. You know, the first time Qin Fei sparred with Lin Shuer, he suffered a great loss from this move. Why did he use such a method against these weaklings? Doesn't it seem like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Actually, it's not like that. It's because Qin Fei has been trying to integrate various superpowers recently. Don't you have enough understanding and practice in normal times, but just think out of thin air at the critical moment? Now, Qin Fei has combined the 4 superpowers to form many changes. He is even trying to integrate and comprehend the 3 series super skills and the 4 series super skills. It is also thanks to his mythical understanding and powerful soul consciousness that Xin Fei has tried to integrate and comprehend them. Otherwise, the integration of multiple superpowers can really make a person's spirit collapse. Fei Guang, Xu Ming, I have treated you too well, but you actually hold a grudge against me? Yu Xiang gritted his teeth and looked at the two of them hatefully. Because of you, haven't we offended enough people? Fei Guang and Xu Ming looked at Yu Xiang resentfully. For example, this time, we didn't do anything, and yet you implicated us. Yu Xiang's breath was choked. It seemed that if he hadn't fallen in love with the woman, would the two of them be implicated? As a man, everyone should take responsibility for his own actions. You can kill me, but let my two brothers go. This matter has nothing to do with them. Yu Xiang took a deep breath, and his face became even redder, because it was really difficult to breathe while hanging upside down. TSK, quite loyal. Xin Fei said with a playful look on his face, but why should I let them go and put myself in a potential danger? If I kill them all, then no one will know that I killed you, right? Yu Xiang. Chapter 113, A Man Who Shares the Same Suffering. Senior. At this moment, Xue Hongling pursed her lips and said, although these people deserve to be beaten, killing them directly is not a good idea, right? After all, their crimes don't deserve the death penalty. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Although I am wrong, my crime does not deserve the death penalty. Yu Xiang said repeatedly. Brother, you spared our lives. We will definitely follow your lead in the future. Xu Ming and Fei Guang also nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Xin Fei actually had no intention of killing these people, but who would be in a good mood if their good thing was disturbed? Therefore, he would not be able to calm down unless he taught these people a profound lesson. However, Xue Hongling spoke for these people at this time, so he just let it go. Since my girlfriend asked me to let you go, I can't refuse her. However, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living. Tell me, what compensation do you want to give me to make up for the loss I have suffered? Xin Fei said lightly. Hearing this, the three of them felt very aggrieved. Brother, it seems like we are the ones who are injured? Yu Xiang couldn't help but say something. Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. I was making out with my girlfriend and you scared me. You even tried to steal my woman. Don't you think I have any dignity? Ahem, big brother, I'm just talking nonsense. Yu Xiang was choked and said aggrievedly, actually, I never force anyone to do anything. Besides, I've always been the one who gets forced to do anything. That's right. Fei Guang and Xu Ming echoed in agreement, speaking of which, Master Yu is truly miserable. How miserable is it? Xin Fei became interested. If you make me feel satisfied, I won't ask for your compensation. Don't say it. Yu Xiang's face changed and he kept saying it. Anyway, a lot is known about you. Anyone can find out by asking around. There's no need to hide it from this big brother. Xu Ming said seriously. Yes, if I let my brother know how miserable you are, maybe he will understand what you did. Do you really want to die? Fei Guang also spoke. I don't want my scandal to spread everywhere. Yu Xiang said with a painful look on his face, or, just kill me. Xin Fei became more and more interested, and Xue Hongling was no exception. She coughed and said, tell me, as long as you have a reason, I will let my boyfriend not kill you. That's right, Xue Hongling also likes to eat melons, especially other people's melons. Then, Fei Guang and Xu Ming took turns talking and told Yu Xiang's difficult past. Yu Xiang is the young master of the Yu family. Not a good one, but he is just a marginalized young master. In fact, Yu Xiao's father was originally a capable candidate for the head of the Yu family. However, he was seriously injured while exorcising a demon. Although he did not die, he was disabled. Not surprisingly, his father lost the qualification to become the head of the Yu family. Yu Xiang also went from being the young master of the Yu family to an ordinary child. Yu Xiang's fiancée, who possessed a stunning beauty, was snatched away by his cousin, Yu Hong, the son of the current head of the Yu family. Yu Xiang worked hard and finally found a girlfriend. Although she wasn't as pretty as his previous fiancée, she was still a rare beauty. But Yu Xiang snatched her away again. Yu Xiang dated 5 or 6 girlfriends, but without exception, all of them were snatched away by his cousin Hong. Furthermore, Yu Hang often organized special activities, such as calling Yu Xiang while sleeping with his woman and letting Yu Xiang listen to the calls. Xin Fei widened his eyes. Yu Hong was so playful, and Yu Xiang was so miserable. Xue Hongling felt as if her 3 views were about to collapse. So, you want to steal someone else's girlfriend? To prove that you are not a coward? Xin Fei looked at Yu Xiang deeply. Yu Xiang's face was extremely ugly at this time. Who would feel good when their bloody scars were revealed? And these scandals were like knives stabbing into his heart. Yes. Yu Xiang gritted his teeth. Waste. Xin Fei spat out 2 words, coward. I'm not a coward. Yu Xiang roared angrily. If you're not a coward, what are you? Xin Fei sneered. Your cousin stole your fiancé and every girlfriend you've ever dated, and you didn't dare seek revenge on him. Instead, you try to prove your strength by bullying other weak people. I just want to say, you're a coward who only knows how to escape reality. Yu Xiang's face flushed. I don't know if it was because he was deprived of oxygen from being hung upside down, or because Xin Fei's words had deeply hurt his self-esteem. Xin Fei waved his hand, untied the vines on Yu Xiang, and sneered, to be honest, killing you is to help you get rid of it. I don't want to be so friendly to a guy who has bad intentions towards me. Xin Fei's words were like a sharp knife stabbing Yu Xiang's heart. No wonder when they saw you in danger, instead of fighting, they thought about running away. It turns out you are too cowardly. They feel ashamed. Xin Fei said with a sigh, rubbing salt into Yu Xiang's wound. They are not much better than me. Their girlfriends have all been stolen, Yu Xiang said angrily. Oh. This. Xin Fei's breath caught in his throat. He looked at the 2 of them. Was this a comparison of misery? It seemed as if he, or rather his predecessor, had also had his girlfriend stolen from him, just like them. But seriously, could Lu Fang even be called his girlfriend? They hadn't even kissed. Isn't it because we are on good terms with you that we offended Yu Hong and were implicated? Xu Ming looked at Yu Xiang with a gloomy expression. Yu Xiang, you've implicated us, and you still have the nerve to criticize us. Fei Guang said bitterly, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made friends with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost Xiaomei. Xiaomei, his girlfriend, was taken away by Yu Hong. At this time, Xin Fei understood why the 2 men had said before that they were not familiar with Yu Xiang and instead had a grudge against him. It must be that Yu Hong saw that the 2 men had a good relationship with Yu Xiang, so he snatched away their girlfriends. This Yu Hong seems to have quite a few girlfriends. Xin Fei said, stroking his chin. How many? You should know this. He thought he was the most outstanding man in the university. But now, he actually met his match, this Yu Hong. Judging from what these guys said, it seemed that he had at least 8 girlfriends, if not 10. His girlfriends were all robbed. Fei Guang said hatefully. There are more than 30. Xu Ming gritted his teeth and said, this is just the visible number. Yu Hong, I will kill him sooner or later. I definitely will. Yu Xiang growled with a ferocious look on his face. Is his girlfriend as pretty as my girlfriend? What about her talent and strength? Xin Fei asked curiously. If she is good-looking and talented, could he try to steal her away? Although it may not be the first hand, but whether it is the first hand or not, according to the system score, it should not have much impact on the overall score? You don't have to get emotional, just play around and raise the favorability to 70. Fei Guang glanced at Xue Hongling, not daring to look any further, fearing Xin Fei would get angry, so he said, except for Yu Xiang's ex-fiancé, other women can't compare to my sister-in-law. There is a big gap. Whether it's strength, appearance, or figure, said Fei Guang. Xin Fei was somewhat disappointed when he heard this. It seemed that except for Yu Xiang's ex-fiancé and Yu Heng's current fiancé, other women did not seem to meet the system's selection criteria. Of course, this is normal. Xue Hongling is a woman who is perfect in every way. She has a baby face and beautiful figure. Her talent, well, it's just a little ordinary, which lowers her overall score. Of course, this ordinary is compared with some real geniuses. Chapter 114 10 times genetic enhancement. By the way, this Wang Mengyao, could she be the eldest daughter of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng? Xin Fei thought of what these people said at the beginning, which seemed to be comparing Wang Mengyao with Xue Hongling. While he was speaking, he also removed the vines that bound Xu Ming and Fei Guang. Yes. Xu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the crisis was over. Then Xu Ming also said that Yu Hong was pursuing Wang Mengyao, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Yu Xiang's ex-fiancé is named Hu Bingyun, who is as famous as Wang Mengyao. The Hu family is not weak, but there is still a gap between them and the 4 major families in Yuncheng. However, Hu Bingyun is also the school belle of Yunyang Superpower Academy because of her beauty and talent. Xin Fei looked at Yu Xiang's face full of pain and was too lazy to bother him anymore. He waved his hand and let the three of them leave. Next, Xin Fei took Xue Hongling to continue hunting monsters in the Maple Leaf Mountains, and the sky gradually darkened. Xin Fei, Senior Xue and the others should be safe, right? Xue Hongling said worriedly. Don't worry, your senior sister Xue is very powerful. Although Xin Fei was a little worried, he thought about it for a while and said with a smile that Lin Xue was a very sensible person and would not take Lu Ying, Huang Meijiao and others to particularly dangerous places. Although Lin Xue's strength is the same as his own, both are at the 10th level of perfection, it should be difficult for monsters below the level of generals to pose a threat to her. As it turned out, Lin Xue and the two girls escaped unharmed. Night falls. Xin Fei built a wooden house. Since it was not his first time building one, he was familiar with the process. Xin Fei felt that this was the correct way to use the wood-type superpower. Using the wood-type superpower to fight was really a waste of resources. Why are you building a wooden house? Xue Hongling blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Xin Fei, her eyes full of confusion. Sleep? ? Silvery moonlight shone on the ground, and everywhere the mournful chirping of crickets filled the air. The fragrance of the night permeated the air, weaving a soft net that enveloped the entire landscape. Everything the eye encountered was shrouded in this soft net. Not even the smallest blade of grass or tree seemed as real as it would be in daylight. They all took on a hazy, ethereal hue, each hidden in its subtlety, guarding its secrets, creating a dreamlike feeling. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Xin Fei walked out of the room refreshed. I didn't expect Hongling to be the second woman to have a favorability rating of over 100. Xin Fei's face was full of smiles. But this is normal. After all, she is the first woman to have a favorability rating of over 90 without any effort. Now she belongs to me both physically and mentally. Although I am a little surprised that her favorability rating has exceeded 100, after thinking about it, it is also reasonable. Yes, Xue Hongling's favorability reached 100 yesterday. Looking at the lottery opportunity stored in the system, Xin Fei took advantage of his better condition and directly drew the reward. Wow! The light flickered and soon the lottery ended. There are only two types of prizes in the super draw, 90% of which are gold rewards and 10% of which are legendary rewards. Xin Fei naturally hoped that he would be lucky enough to draw a legendary reward, but in fact, drawing a 90% reward was a more common situation. As it turned out, Xin Fei's luck was not that good. He did not draw a legendary reward, but instead drew a gold reward with a 90% probability. How can I win the golden reward every time? Xin Fei said with some regret. If you are lucky, you can get gold rewards from advanced rewards, but if you are unlucky, you can also get gold rewards from super rewards. Xin Fei quickly collected his thoughts and checked the golden reward. Golden reward, tenfold genetic evolution. Your physical qualities in all aspects will be improved tenfold. Xin Fei blinked his eyes and was stunned by this reward. I have mastered 4 types of superpowers before, and I felt a bit of a burden on my body, but I could still barely control it. But what if the number of superpowers I master increases? My body may not be able to bear it. But now, with 10 times the genetic enhancement, if I master 10 times more superpowers, maybe I can bear it. Xin Fei took a deep breath. Receive. Crackling, Xin Fei's body began to transform, the cells were destroyed and recombined, the genes transformed again, and his already extremely beautiful face became more three-dimensional, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked dignified and indescribably sexy. I don't know how long it took, but the genetic transformation was completed. Xin Fei jumped lightly and jumped 10 meters away. You know, he didn't use any superpowers, he just relied on his powerful physical strength. Now, I might be able to kill low-level superpowers without relying on any superpowers? Xin Fei muttered to himself, fighting those monsters in close combat shouldn't be a big problem. Perhaps, I can take the path of physical training? Superpowers have a baptism effect on the body, but those baptisms are far less than 10 times the genetic enhancement. The physical fitness improved by 10 times the genetic enhancement is too terrifying. Not everyone in this world can become a superpowered practitioner. There are some who have no cultivation skills, and some who take the body refining route, but it is difficult to achieve great success on the body refining route. Perhaps, I can fight against those power-type superpowers? I can fight against low-level ones, but I can't defeat high-level power-type practitioners. Then, Xin Fei tried to control the 4 superpowers and found that after his body became strong, he could release 4 superpowers at the same time, and his body could still easily bear it. It was as easy as using one's own arm. You know, before, although he could also use 4 superpowers at the same time, it was definitely not as easy as it is now. Sure enough, strong genes are the way to go. Chapter 115, The Strong Warriors, The Crisis is Coming. Senior, why do I feel that you are more handsome? Shui Hongling looked at Xin Fei, with shyness and a touch of infatuation on her childish face. Men like beautiful women, and women also like good-looking men. Maybe this is what it means when a lover sees beauty in his lover. Xin Fei sneered. In fact, he is indeed a little more handsome than before. Really? Shui Hongling blinked her big eyes with distinct black and white. Maybe? Plundering Goddess System. Host, Xin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 100. Body 100. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spiritual Superpower SSS level, Ultimate Space Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 120. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, Perfect 10th level Superpowered Master of the 3 systems of water, wood, and space, and late 10th level Spiritual Master. Super Fusion Skills, Water and Wood Flower, Wood Bow and Water Arrow, Water and Wood Shield. Constitution, Indestructible Body, Photographic Memory, Mythical Comprehension, Gluttonous Stomach, Golden Kidneys, 10 times Genetic Metamorphosis. Number of bound goddesses, 6 Lu Feni, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Lu Ying, Su Ruoyan, Shui Hongling. Sports, 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Triple Perfection. Eye of Detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System Prize Pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System Warehouse, Mind Exploration Card 6, Taodai Cultivation Method 1, Marquee Realm Combat Power Card 1, Super Energy Pill 20, 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Body Movement 1. This is Xin Fei's current personal interface, which is configured ideally in all aspects. Why don't you rest for a while? Xin Fei looked at Shui Hongling and asked softly. I've had a good rest now. Shui Hongling looked at Xin Fei and said, should we look for Sister Shui and the others next? No need. Xin Fei shook his head. We agreed to gather at that time. If we go looking for them now, we may not be able to find them. Even if we do find them, it will be a waste of time. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. A starlight appeared, and Xin Fei felt as if he was being locked by something. Be careful. Xin Fei reminded Shui Hongling, and a vine flew out with a flip of his hand. Bang! The vines exploded, and after the cold light penetrated the vines, it continued to sweep towards Xin Fei. Xin Fei had not expected to destroy the attack when he threw out the vines, so while throwing out the vines, he turned around and condensed a shield in front of him. This is the Water and Wood Shield. However, the Water and Wood Shield still failed to block the cold light. It only lasted for a moment before exploding. However, it reduced the power of the cold light to a lower level. The residual power of the cold light bombarded Xin Fei's body, but was unable to destroy his Vajra indestructible body. The Vajra indestructible body, after the genetic evolution tenfold, the defense is also enhanced several times. Attacks on weak points can be directly immune, and powerful attacks can have most of their power reduced. Xin Fei saw the figure of the person coming at this time. It was a middle-aged man. Xin Fei did not know him, but for some reason he had a familiar feeling. Click, click. The middle-aged man's feet stepped on the dead branches and leaves, making heavy noises, as if a heavy hammer was hitting people's hearts. As expected of a genius who can defeat a perfect master, he was able to resolve my sneak attack in a hurry. The middle-aged man looked at Xin Fei with amazement in his eyes. Who are you? Xin Fei looked at the middle-aged man and listened to what he said. Then his detector started up, and he knew the identity of the person. Name Li Daing. Age, 45. Talent, A+ level dark superpowers. Favorability, 88. Realm, mid-stage of the War General Realm. Who am I? The president of the 7 Stars Association in Yunqing. Someone is willing to pay for your life. Li Daing grinned with a strange arc on the corner of his mouth. Someone offered money to buy my life. Is it your brother Reed Quan? Mr. Reeding. Xin Fei said coldly with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Li Dequan's brother Li Daing? Shui Hongling's eyes narrowed. She thought of the incident a few days ago when she almost lost her virginity, and her heart was filled with resentment. Li Daying looked at Qin Fei, his expression suddenly changed, and asked, "How do you know my identity?" You know, he used the skill of shrinking his bones, and his appearance was completely different from his original appearance. Not to mention his subordinates, even his own brother, wife and children did not know his true identity. In fact, it was not just him. Most members of the Seven Stars Society, except those who were wanted, had their own official identities. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. To be honest, Qin Fei had never expected that the mysterious president of the Seven Stars Club in Yunqing would actually be Li Dequan's brother Li Daying. Now, Qin Fei finally understood Li Dequan's affairs and why no one knew about it before. Perhaps, even if there are some rumors, Li Daying, as the older brother, will be able to handle it, right? In fact, Reed did a lot of things behind the scenes for his brother. Since you even know my secret, you deserve to die. Li Daying snorted coldly, with murderous intent. At the same time, his face changed. Now that he has been recognized, there is no need to maintain his disguise. Seeing Li Daying regain his original appearance, Shui Hongling was convinced that he was Li Dequan's brother because they looked so similar. Wow! A long blade appeared in Li Daying's hand. It was the Shadow Blade. He walked quickly towards Qin Fei with the Shadow Blade in his hand. Qin Fei went forward and reminded Shui Hongling to stay away from the battlefield. Although the latter was worried about Qin Fei's safety, she knew that she was on the battlefield, which would make Qin Fei cautious. The best thing for her to do was to find Lin Shuer and Qin Fei's vehicle, Xiangqi. Because Lin Shuer's combat power is comparable to that of a top master-level cultivator, and even if Qin Fei's vehicle does not have the strength of a general-level cultivator, it has the strength of a top master-level cultivator. Wow! Reed used his superpowers and smog descended. The thick fog blocked people's vision. Shui Hongling wanted to leave but found that she couldn't, because in the thick fog, her vision was only within a few feet. But at this moment, Qin Fei activated the wood-type super skill of vine entanglement towards Lin Shuer, reminding her not to struggle and directly sending her out of the range of the thick fog. Li Daying originally wanted to kill Shui Hongling, but he thought that as long as Qin Fei was killed, Shui Hongling would not be able to escape, so he did not chase Shui Hongling, but slashed at Qin Fei with a sword. The Shadow Blade looked eerie and terrifying under the thick fog. Chapter 116 The Kongming Divine Sword Kills the General. Call out. The Shadow Blade was thrown out by Li Daying, cutting through the sky and piercing Qin Fei's throat. Although Qin Fei spent some of his energy on sending Shui Hongling out of the fog, most of his attention was focused on Li Daying. He had a strong enough soul to do two things at once. Seeing the Shadow Blade coming at him at a tricky angle, Qin Fei's body moved back half a meter, and the Shadow Blade that was supposed to hit Qin Fei's throat missed. Li Daying's eyes narrowed slightly. How did he escape? Controlling the Shadow Blade, he slashed towards Qin Fei again. Woo! The power contained in the Shadow Blade is strange and sinister. Qin Fei's mind moved, and a palm-sized flying sword appeared in his hand. It looked unreal. The sword body was lush green, and it seemed to be engraved with a pattern of flowing water, making a rustling sound, giving people a feeling of vitality. This is a super skill that is a fusion of the three superpowers of space, water and wood. Qin Fei named it the Sword of Void. Kong is taken from space, and Ming is the same as Ming, which means life. Don't the green trees and water symbolize the revival and thriving growth of all things? Call out. Qin Fei swung out the Sword of Void, accurately, domineeringly and powerfully meeting the Shadow Blade that was coming to kill him. Rumble. The Shadow Blade and the Void Sword collided, and in an instant, a terrible collision sound rang out, and the divine power contained in the two also exploded. The Sword of Void is indeed a magical skill formed by the fusion of three types of superpowers. Not only is its power and strength unparalleled, it actually broke through the Shadow Blade. Under the control of Qin Fei's soul consciousness, it went towards Li Daying to kill him. What? Li Daying's eyes narrowed, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. How is it possible? Shadow Blade, although he had mastered it when he was a superpower master, but as his cultivation level improved, the power of Shadow Blade would become stronger and stronger. This was one of the three most powerful attack-type superpower skills that Li Daying should master. Now it was actually resolved by Qin Fei. He was really shocked, his eyes were full of disbelief, and he didn't believe it at all. This was true. And when the Kongming sword broke through the air and came to kill him, he swallowed and suppressed the fear in his heart. Shadow of darkness. Li Daying growled and waved his hand to create a hideous and terrifying shadow. Dark Shadow is another super skill that he possesses with powerful attack power. It transforms into an ugly shadow that looks like a demon, but in fact, this super skill contains an attack on the soul level, which can cause great fear in people's hearts. People cannot exert much power when they are afraid. However, he never imagined that this level of fear could not shake Qin Fei's heart, who had a strong mind. Buzz. The sword of the void shuttled through the void, directly tore through the shadow of darkness and pierced Li Daing's throat. No! At this moment, Li Daing was completely shocked. Even if the super skill he displayed could not cause great fear in Qin Fei's heart, it should not be resolved so easily. In a hurry, Reed used another powerful super skill. Thorn of Pain. It was as if the human heart was sinking in hell, and he himself was in hell, enduring endless suffering and pain, and in the pain he issued a fierce and unwilling counterattack. This is the Thorn of Pain. Every time it is performed, it is like the 7-injury fist, hurting others as well as yourself. This move first hurts yourself and then others. Most people simply cannot bear the pain brought by this blow, and their minds will become a little dazed. Although they were several meters apart, Qin Fei was still affected by the Thorn of Pain. In an instant, he was overwhelmed with grief and felt very painful. Although it was not as exaggerated as being in excruciating pain, in such a situation, there was not much murderous intent, because the person's mind was entangled in the pain. This is the terrifying thing about the Thorn of Pain. It is not a mental attack, but it has the same effect. This is the special feature of the dark superpower, which can mobilize the negative emotions in people's hearts. At this moment, the painful thorn with terrible power came quietly and cut towards Qin Fei's throat. Because the pain that comes with the Thorn of Pain is the main effect, although this super skill is extremely powerful, it is far inferior to the power of the Shadow Blade. However, when a person's mind is shrouded in endless pain, all kinds of reactions and perceptions lose their former sharpness and become extremely slow. Boy, no matter how powerful you are as a general, you will be defeated in my hands. Li Daing's face was ferocious, but his heart was full of relief. As long as such a genius did not die, he would surely be made a marquis or even a king in the future. This is not a good thing for their Li family. After all, the younger brother committed such a sin, but he was spared from death. Won't the other party take revenge after he grows up? In this case, it would be better to cut the weeds at their roots and get rid of them once and for all. Li Daing seemed to see Qin Fei's death under the attack of his own painful thorn. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, because the concrete dagger of the Thorn of Pain that was supposed to pierce Qin Fei's throat suddenly deviated and shot into the void. In fact, it was not the Thorn of Pain that moved, but Qin Fei's body that moved. Space-based superpower skill space movement. Qin Fei currently has a limited number of space-based super skills. Due to limited time, he has 3 main super skills: space strangulation, space movement, and space shuttle. It is a relatively simple super skill. Firstly, it is limited by his realm, and secondly, he has only been a space-powered person for a short time. Although he has mythical level comprehension, there are too many things he needs to master. Having said that, if he didn't possess mythical level comprehension, it would be difficult for him to even master one space-based superpower, let alone 3. How did he do it? Reed's mind was shaken at this moment. You know, when he was performing this move, he was also enduring the pain brought by the Thorns of Pain. Although he had a strong ability to withstand it and was used to it, when he actively performed this super skill, his reaction was a little weaker than normal. When he saw the Kongming sword coming through the air, his reaction was still a beat too slow. When he was about to condense the dark shield to resist, his soul felt a pain. He couldn't help but scream, and the dark shield could not be used at this moment. Call out. The next moment, the flying sword pierced Li Daing's throat. You, mental attack? There was disbelief in Li Daing's eyes. He pointed his finger at Qin Fei, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. Then his body fell down with a bang. Then, the thick fog began to dissipate. You deserve to die under my 4-element fusion super skill, the Void Sword. Qin Fei said to himself with a smile on his face. Yes, it is not the 3 series superpower skill Kongming Sword, but the 4 series superpower skill Kongming Divine Sword. The reason why it is changed to Divine is because Qin Fei's spiritual superpower is integrated into the Kongming Sword, and the mental power is called Divine Consciousness. Being able to kill Li Daing, who was in the middle stage of war, Qin Fei also had a certain understanding of his own strength. With the 4 types of superpowers all working together, his combat effectiveness should have reached the middle stage of war, or even the late stage of war. Of course, if he encountered a dual-type superpower user, he might not be able to defeat him. Although Li Daing is not too strong among the mid-stage warriors, he is not too weak either. Speaking of Xue Hongling, her heart was filled with anxiety and worry, because she didn't know if Qin Fei could hold on until she called for rescue. The main reason was that they were too far away from the city, and the communicator had no signal at all, so she couldn't contact Lin Shuer and the others at all. She looked back while running, and suddenly, she saw a figure fall to the ground with a bang. At this time, she had not run too far. Ah! Xue Hongling's eyes were filled with surprise and shock. It seems that the one who fell was Li Daing? My junior brother was actually able to kill a powerful warrior at the level of a general? Ouch! She accidentally didn't notice the vines on the ground and fell directly to the ground. Although it hurt a little, her heart was filled with joy. He got up and turned around and ran towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei was packing up the spoils. Li Daing had a storage ring on his hand. Qin Fei took off the storage ring and broke the spiritual mark on it. Because Li Daing was already dead, the spiritual mark on it was like a rootless duckweed and was broken by Qin Fei in an instant. This. Qin Fei blinked. He had never expected that the space inside this storage ring of Li Daing would be so large. It was filled with treasures, some weapons, monster cores, spiritual liquids, cultivation secrets, several bank cards, and bundles of cash, and all of them were cash with a face value of 10,000. Yes, the maximum amount of cash in this world is 10,000 yuan. It is difficult to withdraw money from the bank card because the password is unknown, but the cash can be kept for use. Qin Fei scanned it with his spiritual sense and made a rough estimate. Each bundle has almost 100 million yuan. There are more than 26 bundles in total, which means there are more than 2.6 billion yuan in cash. I'm afraid there's quite a bit of money in the bank, but it's a pity there's no way to withdraw it. Qin Fei said inwardly. At this moment, Xue Hongling ran over and excitedly threw herself into Qin Fei's arms. Senior. Qin Fei opened his arms, hugged Xue Hongling into his arms, and said with a chuckle, "Why are you so excited? You actually killed Li Daing, who was in the middle stage of the war general. This means that your strength has also reached the middle stage of the war general. Moreover, he is the president of the Yunqing branch of the Seven Stars Association." Xue Hongling said excitedly, "The president of the Yunqing branch of the Seven Stars Association is said to have a huge bounty." I know. Qin Fei smiled and nodded. Previously, killing a rank 5 or 6 7-star guild member would have earned him $1 million reward. How could the bounty on a mid-level general like this be any less? Of course, even if it was more, it wouldn't be much. It certainly wouldn't be as much as the fortune he would get from killing the Yunqing branch's president. After all, he got more than 2.6 billion in cash alone. In addition, there were also many weapons, defensive clothes, medicinal materials, cultivation secrets, monster cores, and treasures such as spiritual liquids. The total value may exceed 3 billion. If these things are converted into my cultivation resources, they should be enough for me to break through to the master level. Qin Fei said secretly. As for the war general realm, if it is a single superpower, it should be enough, but for the 4 superpowers, although the mental superpower does not require resources for the time being, the 3 superpowers, including a space superpower, require more resources. 3 days later. The agreed time has arrived. Lin Shuer took Lu Ying and Huang Meijiao back to the place they had agreed on. The 3 women were all experienced people. As soon as they saw Xue Hongling's figure, they were convinced that Xue Hongling, like them, had become Qin Fei's real woman. Before Lu Ying could tease Xue Hongling that she had truly joined their big family, Xue Hongling said something that shocked the 3 girls. What? The branch president of the 7 Stars Society? Li Dequan's brother, Li Daing? A powerful warrior? A powerful warrior at the level of a general was killed by Qin Fei? Why have you encountered so many things these days? What happened in just 3 days made the 3 women feel nervous, excited and worried, but the final result was good and everything went smoothly. I regret it. I should have been with you guys earlier. Lu Ying said enviously. Yes. Huang Meijiao said resentfully. Indeed, it is a pity not to encounter such a wonderful thing. By the way, what are you going to do next? Lin Shuer said. Prepare to hand over Li Daing's body to the law enforcement team. Qin Fei said. In this case, we may encounter some retaliation. The strongest person in the Li family has been killed by you. This will not be dangerous, but according to some information I have learned, the brothers Li Daing and Li Dequan have a sister named Huang Qiulan, who is the wife of Yen Yijuan, the head of the Yin family in the county city. Yan Yijuan is a master of his generation. Huang Qiulan is also very powerful. It is said that she is a dual-element psychic of wind and darkness. Although her realm is the perfect war general realm, her combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary master. Lin Shuer said. At the beginning, she was almost sexually exploited by Reed Quan, and she held a grudge against him, so she took the time to investigate Reed Quan's connections and situation. This is also the reason why she dared not act rashly without solid evidence. Because you can't afford to offend them, you really can't afford to offend them, and it might even implicate your family. Look, Reed Quan committed such a great crime, but he was not executed directly. Instead, he was sent to the front line of the 7th War Zone as cannon fodder. Of course, cannon fodder is a secret term, and it is called Suicide Squad in public. Huang Qiulan? Shouldn't she be called something else? Xin Fei's eyes were filled with surprise. Huang Qiulan takes her mother's surname. Lin Shuer explained. Is that so? Xin Fei nodded. This situation is quite common whether on this blue planet or in the world of his previous life. So, if Li Daing's body is handed over, Li Dequan should be executed. After all, his brother is the president of a branch of the Seven Stars Society, an organization that the country is committed to eradicating. However, their sister must have a channel to know that it was you who did it, and then she will bear a grudge against you. Lin Shuer said. Well, I know the consequences of doing this kind of thing. Xin Fei nodded to indicate his agreement with Lin Shuer's statement, but still shook his head and said with a firm look, but even if it's not for the reward, I will bring Dequan there to justice. After all, such a scourge should not be alive. Looking at Xin Fei's determined gaze, the 4 girls all showed admiration. This was the man they liked, and he was indeed responsible. Chapter 117 Complement each other. Cloud City. Law enforcement team. Cheng Gang was sitting in the office reviewing some documents when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Cheng Gang frowned slightly, then spoke lightly, and soon a middle-aged man walked in. Minister, someone is here to see you. The middle-aged man looked at Cheng Gang with a respectful look on his face and spoke solemnly. If there is anything, can't you just handle it yourself? Cheng Gang said somewhat dissatisfiedly. It's about the Seven Stars Association's president, Yunqing, said the middle-aged man. Huh? What? Cheng Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. You know, he had been looking for the president of the Yunqing branch of the Seven Stars Society for a long time. Because he had not captured the president of the Seven Stars Society, his superiors had been keeping him in a small county like Yunqing and had not transferred him away. You know, the stronger you are, the less you want to be stationed in a small place like Yunqing. Being stationed in such a place is not only far away from the center of power, but also there are no opportunities for self-improvement, which greatly affects one's practice. He really hopes to be transferred as soon as possible. But the boss told me that as long as I can't deal with the president of the Yunqing branch, I will stay here forever. Bring the people here quickly. Cheng Gang said repeatedly. Xin Fei, come in, the middle-aged man said to the outside of the door. Xin Fei? A hint of surprise appeared in Cheng Gang's eyes. He didn't expect that the person who provided the information was Xin Fei, the recent celebrity in Yunqing. Then a figure came into Cheng Gang's sight. It was Xin Fei, whom he had wanted to meet before but had no time to meet. Are you Xin Fei? You are indeed a handsome man. Cheng Gang looked at Xin Fei and praised. Thank you for the compliment, Minister. Xin Fei said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant, because he didn't have much good impression of Cheng Gang. The reason why Dang was not sentenced to death was because of his decision. Cheng Gang looked at Xin Fei with an unenthusiastic expression, and he naturally understood in his heart that Xin Fei might have some prejudice against him. He sighed and said, You don't quite understand the situation in our Xia country. Sometimes, you still have to give face when it's due. After all, no one exists alone, there are many people and things involved. I only know that if a person commits a serious crime, he should be sentenced to death. Xin Fei said lightly. Cheng Gang's expression froze slightly, somewhat displeased with Xin Fei's words. Young man, some may not be very talented, but do you know that sometimes being too irritating can cause people to dislike you and even prevent you from growing? Failure on the road to growth? However, geniuses like Xin Fei are indeed rare. Not to mention in Yunqing, even in the county city, they are rare. There are some things you don't understand. Cheng Gang did not show his emotions, because he still wanted Xin Fei to provide information about the branch president of the Seven Stars Association, so he spoke in a deep voice. I don't want to understand either. Xin Fei said with a hint of sarcasm on his face, but what if I tell you that Li Dequan's brother Li Daing is the president of the Cloud City 7 Stars Association? How should you respond? What did you say? It should be from the 7 Star Society. Chen Gang's eyes narrowed, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Impossible. This is impossible. The middle-aged man who did not leave also had shock in his eyes. This information was too unexpected for them. Are you telling the truth? Do you have any evidence? Chen Gang asked anxiously. If it's true, don't worry, I will fulfill your wish and execute Dequan. Although Chen Gang had a certain friendship with Yen Yijuan, the head of the Yen family, and at his request, he took the pressure and spared Li Dequan's life, but if Li Daing was the president of the Yunqing 7 Stars Association, then the friendship between them would not be worth mentioning. Because of this merit, he can be transferred from Yunqing to the county city. Many people say that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, but he does not think so, because there is no one to guide him here, and it is too slow to practice on his own. Evidence? I don't know if this is enough. Xin Fei said, and waved his hand. A corpse fell to the ground. It was Li Daing's corpse. Is this Li Daing's body? You killed him? No, you can't kill him with your strength. Li Daing is a powerful warrior. Chen Gang said subconsciously, but he quickly denied that statement. Instead, he looked at Xin Fei and asked, did someone kill him and ask you to bring his body here to claim the award? Obviously, he didn't believe that Xin Fei, a super-powered master, could cross 2 realms and kill a powerful warrior in the general realm. Yes. Xin Fei nodded. He didn't want others to know his true fighting ability. To him, the one that sticks out gets shot down by the gun, and the tree that stands out in the forest gets destroyed by the wind. In short, it is best to develop and make money in a low-key manner. Is there any evidence to prove that Li Daing is the branch president of the 7 Stars Society? Cheng Gang asked. Minister, don't you know that the branch presidents of the 7 Stars Association all have the emblem of the 7 Stars Association on their arms? Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. Cheng Gang then pulled open the clothes on Reed's arm and found the emblem, but he still shook his head. I'm not sure if this was engraved after Reed's death. In fact, when he saw the emblem, he was almost certain that this Li Daing was the branch president of the 7 Stars Society, but he still wanted more evidence to prove his identity. How should he put it? He wanted to make this case an ironclad case, so that no one could find fault with him. What about this thing? Xin Fei said as he took out another thing and handed it to Cheng Gang. It was a token with the words President of the Yunqing branch engraved on it. That's no problem. Cheng Gang took the token with a look of joy in his eyes. That's Dequan. Xin Fei looked at the delighted Cheng Gang and spoke calmly. Don't worry, he's dead. Cheng Gang said seriously. I remember there is a big reward for capturing and killing the branch president of the 7 Stars Society? Xin Fei said. It's indeed a big reward, 1 billion. Cheng Gang nodded. Don't worry about it. Give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you right away. If possible, I can give you an extra 1 billion. Xin Fei's eyes flashed. I hope the credit is mine. Cheng Gang looked at Xin Fei and said. Because he personally killed the president of the 7 Stars Association's Yunqing branch, and that was different from killing him by someone else. For Cheng Gang, that was 2 kinds of merit. This is all thanks to Minister Chang, isn't it? Xin Fei said in surprise. This boy is teachable. Cheng Gang looked at Xin Fei and grinned. As for the middle-aged man next to him, he looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, as if he heard nothing. I don't know if I can kill Reed Quan with my own hands? Xin Fei said again. You want to do this yourself, right? No problem. Cheng Gang nodded with a smile. There was no hesitation. After all, the other party was willing to help him, so he was naturally willing to help the other party. What was this called? Mutual help. Chapter 118 Breakthrough to the Master Realm. Now that we know that Reed Quan is the president of the Yunqing 7 Stars Society, then it shouldn't be a problem to eliminate the Yunqing 7 Stars Society. Cheng Gang's face was full of smiles. I'll leave Dequan to you. I'll issue an execution order later. We didn't know who the president of the Yunqing 7 Stars Club was before, so it was difficult to find out where the branch of the Yunqing 7 Stars Club was. But after knowing that it was Reed Spring, it became easy, because the place where Reed Spring often appeared should be the branch of the 7 Stars Society. While the Seven Stars Association branches are unaware of the news that their president has been killed, it won't be a problem to wipe out all of the Seven Stars Association branches in one fell swoop. By the way, Minister, I wonder if this list is useful to you. Seeing that Cheng Gang was very cooperative, Xin Fei blinked and took out another list from the storage ring and handed it to Cheng Gang. This list was also obtained from Reed Kwan's storage ring. Well done. Cheng Gang took the list, glanced at it briefly, and the smile on his face became even wider. He patted Xin Fei's shoulder, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He was really satisfied with Xin Fei. Xiao Wu, take our nephew Xin Fei to the detention room and help pick up the pieces. Everything depends on our nephew's idea. Cheng Gang then looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Yes, Minister. In the detention room. Reed Kwan had no mood to practice at all, because he knew that although he would not be executed, he would still be sent to the front line of the 7th War Zone as a member of the Suicide Squad. How different was this from sending him to his death? Because the death rate of the Suicide Squad is over 99.9%, not even 1 out of 10,000 people can survive. Of course, everyone who survived the Suicide Squad became a powerful figure. Xin Fei, you have hurt me like this, you must die, you must. Reed Kwan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and coldness. He hated Xin Fei to the core, because if it weren't for Xin Fei, he might have controlled another beauty for his own pleasure, and he would not be imprisoned here, nor would he be sent to the Suicide Squad of the 7th War Zone in a few days. At this moment, the door opened with a creak. Reed Kwan looked over with anticipation. In his opinion, his brother had said a few days ago that he would find the branch president of the Seven Stars Society to assassinate Xin Fei. Calculating the time, it should be about time. But when he saw that the person who pushed the door open was Xin Fei, Reed Kwan was shocked. With resentment and shock in his eyes, he asked, "Why is it you? Why can't it be me? Let me analyze it. You should be thinking that your brotherly Dane came to you and told you that I had been assassinated, right?" Xin Fei looked at Reed Kwan with a playful look on his face. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Reed Kwan's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously wanted to ask Xin Fei how he knew it, but soon, he pretended to be confused and said, "There's no point in pretending to be stupid." Xin Fei shrugged. What he wanted most was to see the ugly performance of a scumbag like Reed Kwan before he died. It would make him feel very interesting. Otherwise, why would he come and meet him in person? You may not know, but your brotherly Day is the branch president of the Yunqing Seven Stars Association, right? Xin Fei laughed. What? No, this is impossible. Rietquin's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise. Although he said it was impossible, he felt in his heart that this should be true, because he had done many things before, and his brother had settled them all for him. He thought that his brother possessed a secret power. Now after hearing what Xin Fei said, he suddenly felt that the secret power should be the branch of the Seven Stars Society. The Seven Stars Society is not only engaged in assassinations, but also in intelligence gathering. As for you, believe it or not, I'm not here to answer your questions, but to send you to death. Xin Fei said with sarcasm, "Don't worry, your brother has only been gone for 2 days. If you go to hell now, you might still be able to catch up with your brother." What did you say? You killed my brother? Reed Kwan's eyes almost popped out as he looked at Xin Fei, eyes filled with shock and anger. How could you possibly do that? No, you hired someone to kill him? Although his brother is only a dark-type superpower, he has reached the middle stage of the War General Realm, and the War General Realm is countless times stronger than the Master Realm. It is impossible that Xin Fei did it, but just because Xin Fei couldn't do it doesn't mean that others couldn't do it. At least there are many people in the 4 major families of Yunqing who can kill his brother. Xin Fei was naturally too lazy to explain to Reed Kwan that he was the one who did it. Because seeing Rietquin's terrified and painful expression, he felt that it was enough. Prepare to die. As Xin Fei spoke, vines bound Reed Kwan up. Reed Kwan's super energy core was imprisoned by a special tool, making him unable to use any superpowers, and naturally he could not resist the vine that bound his neck. The vines tightened and Reed Kwan felt like he couldn't breathe. If you kill me, my sister will never let you go. She has reached the perfect level of War General and will soon break through to the Grandmaster level. Besides, my brother-in-law is a Grandmaster himself. You must understand that the anger of a Grandmaster is something you cannot bear at all. Reed Kwan said intermittently with a flushed face. If she comes here to die, I will help her. Xin Fei had a cruel smile on his face. He has a card with the combat power of the Marquee realm that he has never used. Once this thing is used, even if it can only be effective for 3 to 5 minutes, he will have the combat power of the Marquee realm. Moreover, he is not an ordinary Marquee, but a Marquee realm expert with 4 types of superpowers. Killing 1 or 2 Grandmaster realm experts is a piece of cake, right? Even if I give myself enough time to break through to the Master or Grandmaster level, can I not fight him? You can't kill me. I've been exempted from the death penalty and will be sent to the frontline suicide squad. Reed Kwan shouted in horror, "Someone come, someone wants to kill me." "Don't scream, no one will save you." Xin Fei said calmly, "Your brother, as the president of the 7 Stars branch, has killed countless innocent people. Tell me, who will help you?" Hearing Xin Fei's words, Reed Kwan felt his body go cold. Yes, his brother was the branch president of the 7 Stars Society, and the director of the law enforcement team had given him face before, no, given his brother-in-law face, because he could also deal with it by sending himself to the frontline suicide squad. But now, the other party is obviously cooperating with Xin Fei. But this also means that I have no value at all. I can't accept it. At this moment, Reed Kwan was full of regret and despair. Snap! Reed Kwan's neck was strangled by the vines. Reed's spring death. Seeing Riet Kwan's death, Xin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He inexplicably felt much more relaxed. When he knew that Reed Kwan was only sent to the frontline suicide squad, he felt a deep resentment in his heart. Ha! As the resentment in his heart disappeared, Xin Fei felt that the dark golden sphere meteor tears in his mind suddenly released a lot of energy. Originally, it was still 1 step away from reaching the 10th level of perfection, but as the meteor tears released a lot of energy, the mental superpower directly broke through to the 10th level of perfection. Moreover, it did not stop after reaching the 10th level of perfection, but rushed forward in one go. The super energy core begins to transform. Master Realm? This thought emerged in Xin Fei's mind. That's right, his spiritual superpowers broke through to the Grandmaster Realm and reached the early Grandmaster Realm. And this hasn't stopped yet, the superpower core continues to transform until it reaches the middle Grandmaster Realm. The mental superpower has actually reached the middle stage of the Master Realm. This is really unexpected. Xin Fei's face was full of excitement. Xin Fei even felt that the 3 superpowers such as space were ready to move, and he felt like he was about to break through. No wonder everyone says that if your thoughts are clear, everything will go smoothly. It's really true. Xin Fei felt quite emotional in his heart. Chapter 119, Mid-Stage Master Realm. To be honest, Xin Fei never thought that he would break through to the master level so easily, and it was a mental superpower. The breakthrough in mental superpowers made Xin Fei's perception range change drastically compared to before. With strong perception, you can naturally better grasp the opponent's flaws during battle. After leaving the law enforcement team, Xin Fei found that 2 billion yuan had been deposited into his bank card. It's quite timely. Perhaps he doesn't want anything else to happen. Xin Fei thought to himself. In the days to come, I have to upgrade the other 3 types of superpowers to the master level. That way, even if Huang Qiulan wants to avenge her 2 younger brothers, I can deal with it even without using the marquee level cards. Xin Fei thought. In the following days, Xin Fei purchased a large number of demon cores, which was also to prepare for the breakthrough to the master level in the other 3 systems. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is December 20th, 2023. The difference between this world and Xin Fei's previous life is that the first day of every year in this world is the Spring Festival. This day is also the day when Xinghe Super Power Academy recruits special students. All students on the preliminary list from the 5 superpowered academies in Yunqing will participate in this special recruitment selection. The villa where Xin Fei lives. You will all enter the superpower academy soon, but I don't have a chance. Xue Hongling, who had a childlike face and a beautiful figure, looked at the 4 people in front of her with a pout on her lips, looking unhappy. Although you don't have the chance to enter the preliminary selection this time, but in half a year at the latest, you can directly enter the Xinghe Superpower Academy. Xin Fei comforted with a smile. Yes, Hongling, your cultivation has now reached the 7th level of perfection. In half a year, it is a foregone conclusion that you will be admitted to the Xinghe Superpower Academy. Huang Meijiu said with a smile. My cousin didn't come this time. There is a special teacher in charge. Otherwise, if my cousin had registered your name, you would have been able to participate. Luing said with some regret. Forget it. I can't participate this time. I'll just have to wait for half a year. Anyway, I have enough super energy pills. After half a year, even if I can't reach the master level, it won't be a problem to reach the 10th level of perfection. Xue Hongling shook her head and said depressedly. If it were before, she wouldn't be so depressed, but recently, she has been with Qin Fei and several sisters every day, practicing and studying, and she has gotten used to it. Now she feels lonely and isolated just thinking about not having everyone's company. That's the right way to think about it. Lin Shuer chuckled and said, for the past 3 years or so, I've been practicing hard alone, and I still made it through, didn't I? Qin Fei looked at the women with a smile. As a man, he felt happy seeing the women around him getting along so harmoniously, and he didn't need to spend time trying to make them happy. Moreover, the strength of the women is also extremely gratifying. Now Xue Hongling, who has the weakest cultivation, has reached the 7th level of perfection. The main reason is that she has the weakest talent. Although she is among the top in Yunqing Superpower Academy, compared with Qin Fei's other women, she is the worst and is only at the A+ level. Among the 3 girls, Lin Shuer is the strongest and is now in the early stage of the Master Realm. Next is Lu Ying and Huang Meijiao, whose cultivation is perfect at the 10th level. The reason why Huang Meijiao's cultivation improves so quickly is that she has an SSS level ultimate fire superpower, while Lu Ying only has an SS level wind superpower. Therefore, Huang Meijiao came from behind and reached the same level as Lu Ying. As time goes by, if Lu Ying's wind-type superpowers do not transform, he might be surpassed by Lu Ying. As for Qin Fei? Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 100. Body 100. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spiritual Superpower SSS level, Ultimate Space Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 120. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, Master Realm Mid-Stage 4 Elements. Superpower fusion skills, Water and Wood Flower, Wood Bow and Water Arrow, Water and Wood Shield, Void Sword, Void Divine Sword. Constitution, Indestructible Body, Photographic Memory, Mythical Comprehension, Gluttonous Stomach, Golden Kidneys, 10 times Genetic Metamorphosis. Number of Bound Goddesses, 6 Lu Feni, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shuer, Lu Ying, Su Ruoyan, Xue Hongling. Sports, 100 Steps Ghost Shadow Triple Perfection. Eye of Detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System Prize Pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System Warehouse, Mind Exploration Card 6, Taodai Cultivation Method 1, Marquee Realm Combat Power Card 1, 100 Steps Ghostly Body Movement 1. Yes, Qin Fei's 4 types of superpowers have now broken through to the middle stage of the Master Realm. In addition to Qin Fei's cultivation breaking through to the middle stage of the Grandmaster Realm, his relationships with the women are also very stable. He is bound to 6 goddesses. Su Ruoyan has the lowest favorability, just over 70 points, but the other 5 women, Lu Feni and Xue Hongling's favorability have all reached the full value of 100. Lin Shuer, Lu Ying, and Huang Meijiao's favorability have all reached 99 points, just a little short of reaching 100 points. Chapter 120, First Courtesy, then Force, a Great Shame and Humiliation. Yunqing, Yunwatai. This is where the 5 superpower academies in Yunqing often hold competitions. The early selection for Qinghe Superpower Academy was held here, and at this time, students from the 5 major universities who had qualified for the preliminary selection arrived here one after another. So many people? In this round of selection, our school alone selected over 100 people. The other 4 schools must have had no fewer. I just wonder if this selection is the same as the normal selection of Qinghe Superpower Academy? What does a normal selection look like? Normal selection requires meeting the minimum standards of age and strength, such as 8th level superpowers under the age of 21, 9th level superpowers under the age of 22, 10th level superpowers under the age of 23, master level superpowers under the age of 25, and general level superpowers over the age of 25 but under the age of 30. Those over 30 will not be accepted. But if that's the case, many people here can meet the requirements. There are indeed quite a few who meet this minimum standard, but there are also some who are less than 20 years old and have reached the 7th level of superpower. This is also promising. Look, this early selection should select truly talented and strong people. Hey, who is that? One man with 7 or 8 women around him? You don't even know that person? He's Yu Hong, the playboy from Yunyang Superpower Academy, and the eldest son of the Yu family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. He's only 20 years old, but he's already a master. Most of the women around him are girlfriends he snatched from others. However, some didn't make it through the preliminary selection, so they weren't brought here. Isn't this too much? So what if it's excessive? He's handsome, has a good family background, is talented, and is very strong. Hey, who is that? Even though there are only 3 women around him, all 3 of them are stunningly beautiful. That's Qin Fei, the most famous man at Yunqing Superpower Academy. He's said to have even imprisoned the vice president of their academy. And the most outrageous thing is, he also captured the 4 most beautiful girls at Yunqing Superpower Academy. Fuck. Yu Hong and Qin Fei, these 2 guys are playboys. One is all about quantity. Although the women he has are of varying quality, none of them are bad. The other one, although far inferior in quantity, is all top-notch in quality. Yu Hong has dozens of girlfriends, but only Hu Bingyun can compare to him. Qin Fei also met the legendary playboy Yu Hang. Name, Yu Hong. Age, 21. Appearance 8'8". Body type, 87. Talent, S-level fire superpower. Overall score, 91. Favorability, 49. Your handsomeness and good fortune make the other party hostile and jealous. Realm, mid-stage master realm. Qin Fei's mouth curled up into an arc. Hostility, jealousy? This is normal. After all, he felt inferior to them in terms of quantity, but he was far superior in terms of quality. Qin Fei's detector also checked the 7 or 8 women around Yu Hang. Except for Hu Bingyun, none of the others could fight. The highest score was only over 85 points, and there was no reward for binding. Therefore, Qin Fei looked at Hu Bingyun closely. Name, Hu Bingyun. Age, 20. Appearance 9'5". Body 9'5". Talent, A+ Ice-type superpower. Overall score, 92. Bond value, 11 points. Favorability, 50. Your handsomeness makes her heart flutter. Realm, perfection of the 10th level superpower master. The favorability is already 50? If the bond value reaches above 50, won't I be able to get 2 chances to draw lots soon? Qin Fei blinked and thought to himself. Then, Qin Fei looked at another woman wearing a white dress. She had long white legs and a long shawl. She had a gentle and charming temperament and a graceful figure. Her beautiful and fashionable outfit made her particularly charming. Name, Wang Mengyao. Age, 20. Appearance, 96. Body 9'5". Talent, S-level lightning superpower. Overall score, 95. Bond value, 0 points. Favorability, 53. I hate philandering men the most. Realm, early stage of master realm. The 2 beauties of Yunyang are indeed worthy of being beauties on par with the 4 beauties of Yuncheng. Qin Fei sighed secretly in his heart. To be called a school belle, one not only needs to have a high appearance, but also good talent, at least a level talent. Qin Fei looked around the entire Yunwu arena and found that only Wang Mengyao and Hu Bingyun met his binding qualifications. Of course, he was not in a hurry to take action so early. After all, the time and place were not suitable. There is a saying that goes, you stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, the people who look at the scenery look at you from upstairs. And the situation at this time is that when you are thinking about someone else's girlfriend, others may also be thinking about your girlfriend. Look, Yu Hong brought his group of girlfriends and walked towards Qin Fei. Boy, I like your girlfriend. Name your price. Money or resources? Yu Hong looked at Qin Fei and said arrogantly. Be polite before using force, this is Yu Hang's principle in life. His gifts were given with money, and many of his girlfriends were acquired through money. After all, his family is one of the 4 major families in Yunqing, and the Yu family's various means of transportation are the best in Yunqing. The family's assets are probably hundreds of billions, if not hundreds of billions. As the young master of the Yu family, he has never lacked money and resources. Qin Fei almost laughed out of anger. He hadn't even prepared to make a move when someone came over and hit him in the face. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, I want your mother, okay? Yu Hong knew that his behavior would cause Qin Fei to overreact. He had already prepared Qin Fei to refuse, and then he would use his money and resources to attack Qin Fei's woman. But he never expected that Qin Fei would say this in return. Everyone around who heard it gasped, frightened by Qin Fei's dominance. Could it be that this kid didn't know Yu Hang's identity? In the crowd, Yu Xiang, Fei Guang, and Xu Ming couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this scene, but their faces were soon filled with smiles. The fight started, the 2 of them started fighting. Boy, what did you say? Yu Hong couldn't believe what he heard. He stared at Qin Fei with a cold light in his eyes. You're already deaf at such a young age? Qin Fei stepped forward and patted Yu Hong's cheek, saying, how pathetic. Qin Fei's behavior made Yu Hong stunned, and the next moment he was furious. He had never expected Qin Fei to do such a thing. Being slapped in the face was such a great humiliation. Go to hell. Yu Hong was furious and ready to show Qin Fei how powerful he was. A fire dragon appeared and swept towards Qin Fei, but Qin Fei retreated, with a playful look on his face. He raised his hand and a torrential rain came down, which not only extinguished the fire dragon, but also drenched Yu Hong like a drowned chicken. Chapter 121 Beautiful Grandmaster Tang Yuqing. Qin Fei's sudden downpour completely drenched Yu Hong. What was this called? He could turn clouds into rain with a flip of his hand. Yu Hong thought that Qin Fei would be seriously injured by him, but he never expected that the fire dragon he created would be extinguished so easily by Qin Fei. What does this mean? It means that Qin Fei's strength is not inferior to his. Ah, Qin Fei, you bastard, go to hell. Yu Hong has always been proud. After all, the Yu family is one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. In the past, the teachers in the academy were extremely polite to him, and his classmates were in awe of him when they saw him. But now, he was drenched by Qin Fei, which was very damaging to his image. How could he just give up like that? Kill Qin Fei. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Of course, when he said killing him, he actually meant to beat Qin Fei half to death, because if he killed Qin Fei, he would also have to pay a heavy price, but with his family background, he could totally bear beating Qin Fei half to death. Call out. With the flaming sword in hand, Yu Hong used his ancestral skills, sneaking around like the wind. Whoosh, his figure jumped and instantly came to Qin Fei's side. The flaming sword burned with blazing flames and stabbed towards Qin Fei's vitals. Qin Fei snorted coldly, and a water sword appeared in his hand. The water sword flew across the sky and collided with Yu Hong's flaming sword. There was a loud bang. The flaming sword in Yu Hong's hand shattered into pieces. Ah, Yu Hong could not help but scream, because before the flaming sword disintegrated, it cracked his tiger's mouth, and immediately blood flowed out, looking extremely miserable. Some fragments of the fire superpower splashed on his body, leaving small wounds. Ah! Yu Hong looked crazy. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? He was ready to go all out and kill Qin Fei. What are you doing? Just as Yu Hong was about to unleash his killing move on Qin Fei, a cold voice rang out, if you want to fight, there will be plenty of time later. Yu Hong's breath couldn't help but stop. He wanted to see who was talking to him like that. He turned around and looked over. A woman with extremely beautiful appearance came into his sight. What he wanted to say was suddenly blocked in his mind. It was not because the other person was beautiful, but because of her aura. This woman's aura was too strong. It made him feel as if he would be killed by the other person if she made a slight move. Qin Fei also noticed the woman who suddenly appeared. The woman is wearing a rose-red short skirt with a pair of white stockings underneath, wrapping her slender legs. She is wearing gray sneakers, which looks like a collision of colors painted by a painter, both bold and harmonious. The detector also started automatically at this time. Name, Tang Yuqing. Age, 33. Appearance 9'5". Body 9'8". Talent, S-level gold superpower. Comprehensive score, 95 points. Bond value, 0 points. Favorability, none. Realm, Grandmaster Realm Perfection. A 33-year-old who has reached the Grandmaster level? Qin Fei gasped when he saw the man's age and strength. Beautiful, with a top-notch physique. He's truly a perfect gun mount. Ahem. The talent is top-notch, and the strength is also top-notch. Even Cheng Gang, the head of the law enforcement team, couldn't beat her. You have to know that Cheng Gang is not 50 years old, but in his 40s, while Tang Yuqing is only in her early 30s. She has reached the perfect Grandmaster level, and once she is granted the title of Marquis, she will be even more powerful. I wonder what kind of reward I will get for binding a woman like this. Qin Fei's heart was full of anticipation, but he also knew how difficult it was. After all, the other party is more than 10 years older than me, and may be a teacher at Xinghe Academy. It may not be easy for me to have a relationship with her, and I need to treat her with care. You're lucky. Boy, just wait for me, today's matter is not over yet. Yu Hong looked at Qin Fei hatefully and said resentfully. When had Yu Hang ever suffered such a big loss? I'm lucky? Xin Fei laughed dumbly. Do you know that if the teacher from Qinghe Superpower Academy hadn't appeared in time, you would have been beaten into a pile of shit by me? Idiot. Yu Hong was almost furious and turned around to fight Xin Fei. At this moment, Tang Yuqing's voice rang out, if you don't want me to disqualify you from participating in the selection, be quiet. When she saw Xin Fei, her brows furrowed. This young student, though young, stared at her with such a bold and impolite gaze. Where is he looking? She asked. She felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Should I just slap this guy to death? At Qinghe Superpower Academy, few people dared to stare at her like that. It's such a waste of such a handsome face that even makes her heart beat. Humph, since you are so handsome, I will forgive your little rudeness. Xin Fei naturally saw Tang Yuqing's displeased look, but he also saw a slight blush on her ears. Obviously, this woman was not completely indifferent when she saw such a handsome guy like him. As for the other party's identity, Slurp, it is actually a plus for Xin Fei to some extent, making Xin Fei want to salute and report. I can't look at it anymore. If I keep looking, I'll make a fool of myself. How can I, a man who has 4 campus beauties and a beautiful CEO, show such an ugly look, as if I have never seen a beautiful woman? Xin Fei secretly despised himself before suppressing the charming thoughts in his mind. Huff huff huff. Yu Hong gasped heavily and finally suppressed the endless anger in his heart. He looked at Xin Fei hatefully, you bastard, just wait for me. Naturally, he did not want to miss the opportunity to directly enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Although the performance of students at the Qinghe Superpower Academy has been surpassed by those in the same city in recent years, the faculty of the Qinghe Superpower Academy is still the best in Qinghe County. In several low-level superpower academies in Yunqing, the level of the teachers may not be apparent because the students' realms are generally relatively low. However, it is different in medium-level superpower academies. The students' realms are high, so they naturally need guidance from teachers with high realms and strong strength. Tang Yuqing calmed herself down and saw Xin Fei's gaze clear again. The strange feeling in her heart finally disappeared. Then, a cold voice echoed in the huge venue of Yunwu Arena. For this selection, Qinghe Superpower Academy will only recruit 100 people from your 5 major academies. Students who have reached the master level and are under 25 years old will be directly selected for the main list. Those who are not yet at the master level will participate in the competition. The final 100 people will be selected. There is also a requirement for those who are not at the master level, and that is that they cannot be over 22 years old. Although students at the master level only need to show their level to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy directly without selection, I still hope that you will participate in the battle, because we will select the strongest master level genius in Yunqing to reward and focus on training. Of course, the rewards for second and third place, although not as good as the first place, are also certain rewards. But if anyone does not want to get rewards and the opportunity to get focused training, they don't have to participate. Tang Yuqing spoke again. How can I not want this reward? Even if you want it, you can't take it, because this reward is obviously for the Grandmaster level. You're only at the 10th level, you don't stand a chance at all. Why do we have to select personnel based on their abilities? Isn't this unkind to geniuses? After all, many geniuses are only at the 8th or 9th level. A true genius can challenge opponents of higher levels. If you can't do that, you're not really a genius. That actually makes sense. Of course. But who do you think will take first place? Need I say more? It must be Yu Hong. Yu Heng's character isn't very good, no, it's quite different, but his strength is truly formidable. He seems to be the only genius here who has reached the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, right? Who knows, maybe someone is hiding their strength. Those who have reached the Grandmaster level have all decided to participate in this competition, and the number of people who have reached the Grandmaster level is as many as 16. 16 Grandmasters, so there are only 84 spots left? You do not say. There are over 500 people, and only 84 spots available. That's a 6 to 1 chance. Many students are discussing this selection and how hard they should work to get a place. Of course, those students who have reached the master level do not have this worry. The reason is that students who have reached the master level can be directly selected into the big list and participate in order to strive for the top 3 places in this competition. While these people were discussing these things, the 2 golden flowers of Yunyang Superpower Academy couldn't help but look at Xin Fei. Xin Fei, he is so awesome. Was he looking at me just now? Why was his gaze so fiery? Is he interested in me? In the crowd, Hu Bingyun stared at Qin Fei with her beautiful eyes. Her handsome face and uninhibited temperament, compared with her fiancé Yu Hang's miserable, incompetent and manic state, are like a phoenix compared to a chicken. It would be great if Qin Fei was my boyfriend. Hu Bingyun sighed softly. Huh? What is he doing? At this moment, she found that Qin Fei raised his eyebrows at her, then smacked his lips at her, which looked like he was kissing her through the air, which made Hu Bingyun's pretty face turn red. What a bad guy. I'm a married woman. Hu Bingyun felt a strange feeling in her heart. She should not like such a man, but who made her fall for his handsome looks? So besides feeling a little ashamed, she felt more excited. When she suppressed her inner shame and looked up boldly at Qin Fei, she found that Qin Fei was no longer looking at her, which made her feel a little disappointed and lost. Could it be that this was some kind of signal to myself? Although Wang Mangyao had no good feelings towards Qin Fei, the playboy, this guy was no different from Yu Hong, they were of the same kind. Seeing the two of them fighting each other, she felt very happy. But when she saw Qin Fei looking at her unscrupulously, she felt uncomfortable and hot all over. She vaguely felt that Qin Fei's gaze had violated her body countless times, and she silently uttered two words, scumbag. Then he turned around and stopped looking at Qin Fei. Qin Fei naturally saw from her lip movements that Wang Mangyao was calling him a scumbag, but he didn't care. There would be plenty of opportunities to get in touch with her in the future, so there was no need to rush. You say I'm a scumbag. If I don't cheat on you once in the future, wouldn't I be letting you down for your evaluation of me? Qin Fei muttered secretly in his heart. Then he couldn't help but look at Hu Bingyun again. He was quite interested in this married woman. With his rich experience in controlling women, he could tell that Hu Bingyun was a good girl with a clean conscience. Then Yu Hong is not suitable? Qin Fei pondered in his heart, such a beautiful woman, and a fiancé, is actually innocent? Yu Hong was thinking about how to take revenge on Qin Fei, and he never thought that his fiancé had been treated badly by Qin Fei many times, and he even called him incompetent. If he knew, he would definitely fight Qin Fei to the death at all costs. As the general person in charge of the Qinghe Superpower Academy, Tang Yuqing then announced the method of battle. All cultivators who have not reached the master level will participate in the competition for the top 3, while those who have reached the master level will be selected for the top 3. Qin Fei and Lin Shuer participated in the selection of the top 3, while Lu Ying and Huang Meijiao participated in the competition for 64 places. Although with their talents, they would definitely be able to break through to the master level in half a year, but they naturally did not want to postpone this time in order to be able to enter the Qinghe Superpower Academy with Qin Fei. Among the 16 cultivators competing for the top 3 in the Master Realm, the largest number of people came from Yunqing Superpower Academy and Yunyang Superpower Academy, with 5 people each. The other 3 Superpower Academies had only 6 people in total, with an average of 2 people from each academy. Speaking of which, if the Yunqing Superpower Academy did not have Qin Fei and Lin Shuer who received Qin Fei's help, the Yunyang Superpower Academy would have the most genius masters this time. This also shows that in recent years, the Yunyang Superpower Academy is indeed better than the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Teacher Tang, I'd like to ask, if I accidentally kill someone during a competition, will I be held accountable? At this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone couldn't help but look over. It turned out that the person who spoke was Yu Hong, who had a domineering personality. Tang Yuqing looked at him deeply and said, if you accidentally kill someone, it's not a big deal, but if you kill someone intentionally, you have to bear the corresponding consequences. That's good. Yu Hong smiled, then looked at Qin Fei sinisterly and said, you heard what the teacher said. If you accidentally kill someone, you won't be punished. I've always been careless when it comes to my actions. If you're afraid of death, you can withdraw from the competition for the reward. Qin Fei almost laughed out loud when he heard this. This guy has a really good self-image. After suffering a loss just now, didn't he reflect on himself at all? Should he cooperate with the other party? Isn't he ignoring the other party's generous performance? Yes, you're right. But have you ever considered how you'd face your own failure if you couldn't beat me? Qin Fei looked at Yu Hong with a smile. What should he do when faced with such a fool? Agree with him, and let him lose himself in his own world. Defeat, the word failure has never appeared in my dictionary. Yu Hong said proudly and coldly. Ha ha. Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth, as if mocking or disdainful. What are you laughing at? Yu Hong frowned. He didn't know why, but seeing Qin Fei laughing there, he felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in his heart. He felt that the other party was laughing at him, but why could a mere hee-hee have such a deep meaning? Do you really want to hear it? It's okay to tell you, I hope you don't mind. I laugh at you because you are a joke in my heart. Qin Fei uttered a word. Fuck. Yu Hong was once again irritated by Qin Fei's ridicule and couldn't help but swear. I'm always ready to fight you, but I hope you're a man with a penis. Let's see what's really going on. Qin Fei shrugged and said, Aotong is boring. Say what others say and leave them speechless. Okay. Very good. Yu Hong was shaking with anger. Everything he wanted to say was said out loud by this bastard. In the past, he would use money if he could, or use force if he couldn't. When had he ever argued with anyone? This time, he was completely defeated, which also proved that he was not suitable for verbal battles. Countless people looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw Yu Hong losing ground under Qin Fei's verbal attacks. When had Yu Hong ever suffered such a loss? This time he had really met his match. At the same time, everyone was full of anticipation for the next showdown between the two. Maybe there would be a volcanic eruption or a tsunami? For some reason, Hu Bingyun looked at Yu Hong's embarrassed and high-spirited look after Qin Fei refuted him, and felt that Qin Fei was so handsome at that moment. She inexplicably felt like giving birth to a baby with Qin Fei. TSK. Hu Bingyun, are you in heat or what? You are a married man. Even though you don't like him and hate him, you are still engaged to him after all. How can you want to have a baby with another man? Hu Bingyun felt a little ashamed, which made her cheeks blush and she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. When dogs bite each other, both get fur in their mouths. It would be better if these two scumbags fight each other. I used to think that Yu Hong was a big shot, but now it seems that he is simply good for nothing. He can't even beat that scumbag Qin Fei in a verbal battle. No wonder you can only win by numbers. Wang Mengyao was quite disappointed when she saw the two people bickering and Yu Hong was completely defeated. She despised Yu Hong and didn't have much good feelings towards Qin Fei. As for men like Yu Xiang and other men in Yunyang Superpower Academy whose girlfriends were snatched away by Yu Hong, they were very excited to see Yu Hong almost breaking down and shaking with anger after being confronted by Qin Fei. Qin Fei, you are really my good brother. Well done. Qin Fei, we support you in snatching Yu Hong's girlfriend. Well, among Yu Hong's girlfriends, there's also my ex-girlfriend. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ahem, that's true, but I also feel that Qin Fei might look down on them. As soon as these words were spoken, these poor people who shared the same pain all looked embarrassed, because their ex-girlfriends were all very different from Qin Fei's high-quality goddess and school beauty girlfriends. Not to mention compared with Qin Fei's goddess girlfriends, they were also very different from Hu Bingyun. Hu Bingyun is indeed a little behind Lin Xuer and other girls in terms of appearance, but the gap is very small. She can be considered a goddess of the same level. After all, a score of over 90 is not so easy to achieve. Image, temperament, and figure are all indispensable. Qin Fei doesn't like our ex-girlfriends, so can't we support Qin Fei in stealing Yu Hong's fiancé? That's fine. Let Yu Hong experience the pain of having his love stolen from him. It is said that Hu Bingyun never even let Yu Hong pull her hand. If she was pried away, it was Hu Bingyun who pried her away. TSK, if Qin Fei can do that, I'd like to call him the bubble god. God of cannons? Pick up girls, don't misinterpret my words. Not long after, with Tang Yuqing's announcement, the selection competition officially began. I don't know if Tang Yuqing did it on purpose or it was just a coincidence, but Qin Fei and Yuqing met in the first match of the round of 16. This. Interesting. I originally thought they would meet in the semi-finals or finals, but I didn't expect them to meet in the first round. I hope the duel between the two won't disappoint me too much. Take a look. On the stage, Yu Hong looked at Qin Fei with a fierce smile. Boy, I hope your strength is as tough as your words. Idiot, I'm so stiff all over. It seems that the lesson I gave you before didn't make you realize anything. Qin Fei rolled his eyes, then frowned as he looked at his system panel. What method should I use? Should I kill this guy accidentally? Qin Fei pondered secretly. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance 100. Body 100. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spiritual Superpower SSS level, Ultimate Space Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 120. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and are in another dimension. Realm, perfect 10th level super powered master of the three systems of water, wood, and space, and late 10th level spiritual master. Super fusion skills, water and wood flower, wood bow and water arrow, water and wood shield. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys, 10 times genetic transformation. Number of bound goddesses, 6 Lu Fini, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan, Shui Hongling. Sports, 100 steps ghost shadow triple perfection. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration card 6, Taodai cultivation method 1, marquee realm combat power card 1, super energy pills several, 100 steps ghostly body movement technique 1, pill formula set, superstar pills several. Ha, your whole body is tough? I think you are only tough on the surface, otherwise you would have such an expression? Yu Hong looked as if I had seen through your pretending to be strong. As for the loss he suffered at the hands of Qin Fei before, he still thought that he was careless and the power of his attack was too weak, so that Qin Fei caught him off guard. This time he was fully prepared and his first move would be a killer. He didn't believe that he could not kill Qin Fei. Qin Fei looked a little strange. Since Yu Hong was so strong and wanted to show off, he should make a quick decision. Chapter 122, Scheming Against Each Other. Boom! On the ring, Yu Hong was thinking about how to kill Qin Fei accidentally. For example, he could say that he killed Qin Fei because he thought Qin Fei was very strong and gave it his all. He never expected that his opponent was so arrogant and was actually a weakling. Well, let's do it. Yu Hong thought about it and felt that there should be no problem with this. After all, wasn't he injured by Qin Fei before? Moreover, accidentally killing someone during a fight is a very normal thing. He believes that as long as he shows enough strength and talent, the teachers of Qinghe Academy will never punish him. As for the law enforcement team, although they will also give him certain punishment, paying some money will be enough. Then, at the beginning of the battle, Yu Hong used all his strength to perform the super skill of the Raging Flame Sword. The terrifying long sword slashed towards Qin Fei across the sky, carrying a mighty divine power, and came down towards Qin Fei like a crushing force. This time, I will kill you with one strike. Yu Hong grinned in his heart. To him, the fact that he had suffered a loss in the previous fight was a good thing, because this way, Qin Fei could relax his vigilance and achieve a true kill with one strike. I am so smart. Yu Hong gave himself a big thumbs up in his heart. It seems that this guy really hates me to the core. Qin Fei showed a playful look on his face. The power of the Raging Flame Sword was indeed very strong, but unfortunately, such an attack was no different from waving a sword in front of Guangong's gate to him. Apart from showing off, it could not pose any threat to him at all. Qin Fei flipped his hand and slashed out with a sword. The destructive water sword was transformed by the water-based superpower. Although it was just a casual swing of the water sword, the power contained in the swordlight reached a higher level. After all, Qin Fei himself had the ultimate water-based superpower. When they were at the same realm, he would completely crush Yu Hang. Unless Yu Hang's cultivation broke through to the general realm, otherwise, even if his fire-based superpower reached the master realm, he would not be able to suppress Qin Fei's water sword. Water is invisible, but when it condenses into a sword, it has the ferocious power of a tsunami. With a loud bang, the sword of water defeated the sword of rage, and then hit Yu Hang's body with unparalleled divine power. Boom! Yu Hang's body suddenly flew backwards, blood splattering everywhere. With a dull thud, Yu Hang's body flew backwards and hit the ground hard. Yu Hong looked at Qin Fei with horror in his eyes. He had never expected that he couldn't even block Qin Fei's sword. If he had lost before, he could have attributed it to his own lack of preparation, but what about now? He had planned without realizing it, and his first strike was a thundering blow. Even in such a situation, he was beaten back by Qin Fei, which directly stunned him. His confidence was instantly gone. I'm sorry, you're so weak. Qin Fei looked at Yu Hong, shook his head, and said with disappointment, I thought you would be a good opponent, but it turns out you're just a loser. Go back and practice for a few more years. Puff. Yu Hong couldn't catch his breath when he heard Qin Fei's sarcastic words, and blood spurted out directly, I will fight you. At this time, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Yu Hong was actually crushed by Qin Fei? No way? I thought Qin Fei might win, but I didn't expect that Yu Hong, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, couldn't even block Qin Fei's casual sword strike. This only proves that Qin Fei is too strong. Yu Hong was not careless at all and went all out when he attacked. I thought the competition for first place would be fierce, but now it's just a fight for second place. This Yu Hong really disappoints me. I wanted to see a fight between dragons and tigers, but now I see a tiger bullying a sheep? Yu Hong, it's so pathetic. Not only is his girlfriend's quality inferior to mine, but his strength and talent are also being abused by others. Tang Yuqing looked at Qin Fei, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. To be honest, she didn't like Qin Fei and Yu Hong very much, because she didn't know whether they were here to practice or to pursue girls, so she wanted to see the two of them fight to the point of mutual destruction. Unexpectedly, what she saw was a one-sided battle. Ah! Yu Hong roared, got up and charged towards Qin Fei again. How could I, Yu Hong, lose? I can't accept it. I won't lose. Go to hell. You bastard. Yu Hong roared with endless resentment and anger, like a brave warrior. I have to say that Yu Hong looks a little bit handsome. The flaming sword in his hand looks like a little sun, as if illuminating his future in destiny. A shocking sword. It seemed like a sword that could kill gods and destroy families met Qin Fei's light sword. Compared with the heroic and terrifying momentum of Heng's flame sword, Qin Fei's water sword looked soft and weak, as if a child was raising a sword, appearing powerless. But the result was with a loud bang, Yu Heng's flame sword, which was chopped angrily, was shattered into pieces and cut off by the water sword. The seemingly soft power carried by the water sword hit Yu Hong, who felt like he was hit by a cannonball. There was a loud bang. Yu Heng's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and then hit the edge of the ring hard. Yu Hong glared at Qin Fei, you. The crushing defeat at this moment was unbelievable to him. Why did it happen like this? Why, even though I tried my best, I still couldn't do anything to him. Endless resentment and confusion rose in his heart. You loser. Get up and keep fighting. Don't be a coward, just do it. Qin Fei encouraged with a grin. He could have knocked Yu Hong off the stage, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Yu Hong was trying so hard to get back at the top, how could he not help him? Giving him a chance, letting him believe there was still a chance? What a kind and great idea. You, puff. Yu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. So vulnerable? How disappointing. Qin Fei shook his head, speechless. Audience. Good guy, killing people and destroying their hearts. Compared to your actual strength, your eloquence is obviously more powerful. This brat. Under the ring, the beautiful teacher Tang Yuqing, who was looking at the whole audience, was a little amused and helpless. As Yu Hong was severely injured by Qin Fei and fell into coma, the other talented masters present felt tremendous pressure. To be honest, this Qin Fei is really too strong. Yeah, who can stop him? It can't be stopped at all. In the following battles, Qin Fei won again and again. In Qin Fei's words, I only made a slight move and I became invincible. I am as lonely as snow. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the semi-finals. Qin Fei and Wang Mangyao both stood on the stage, looking at each other. Wang Mangyao felt uncomfortable when Qin Fei looked at her. Scumbag, what are you looking at? Wang Mangyao looked at Qin Fei angrily. Me? A scumbag? Qin Fei touched his nose and looked at Wang Mangyao in disbelief. When have I ever been a scumbag to you? Don't frame me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Bah, you've played with so many women's feelings, and you still say you're not a scumbag. Wang Mangyao snorted and scolded angrily. TSK, we really love each other, but you're saying it's just a joke. Have you never been in love before? Qin Fei looked at Wang Mangyao unhappily. I'm saying, are you having your period? Bah, you are shameless. You keep talking dirty every other sentence. I really don't know how those women could be deceived by you. Wang Mangyao said hatefully. Qin Fei rolled his eyes, but he also developed a strong interest in Wang Mangyao. He grinned and said, don't worry, with someone like you, I wouldn't bother to lie even if I were asked to. Go to hell. Wang Mengyao's face turned red with anger. The next moment, a whip appeared in her hand, the thunder whip, and she swung it towards Qin Fei's head. Chi. The void seemed to be pierced by thunder. Qin Fei showed a playful look at the corner of his mouth. Wang Mangyao was so easily angered by him. Favorability might be difficult to gain, but the bond value has nothing to do with favorability. Moreover, taming such a little wild horse is also a challenge for him. A man should be brave enough to face challenges. So, Qin Fei waved his hand and sent out a vine, and the vine and the thunder whip entangled together, looking like two people in love entangled together. Why are you pestering me? Do you like me? Qin Fei looked at Wang Mengyao with a smile and said. Wang Mengyao was so angry that her body was shaking and her face turned red with anger. Go to hell. Boom. The terrifying thunder-type superpower was poured into the thunder whip, attempting to break the wooden vines entangled with it, but the wooden vines were too wet, and it only bounced off a little before wrapping itself around it again. Can't get rid of it at all. It's like a cold and aloof goddess is entangled with a second-rate guy, and there is nothing she can do. For a moment, Wang Mengyao and Qin Fei confronted each other stubbornly, and she even forgot that she could detonate the thunder whip and use her other thunder-based super skills. Under the ring, Tang Yuqing couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she saw this scene. She was very angry with Qin Fei. This guy was talented, that was really good, but he was too fickle. He already had so many women, but he still flirted with other beautiful girls. She really wanted to tell Wang Mengyao that she was no match for Qin Fei and that she should just admit defeat to avoid being humiliated. However, as a teacher, she couldn't say that. Wang Mengyao forgot to use other thunder-type super skills, but Qin Fei did not forget. Seeing Wang Mengyao fighting with him stubbornly, he almost lost his composure and was speechless. Bang! Qin Fei felt that it was not suitable to go any further today, so he decided to end the battle quickly. So he shook the vines, boom, the power in the vines exploded, directly shattering the thunder whip, and then the vines stretched out and instantly entangled Wang Mengyao. Ah! Wang Mengyao screamed in surprise. Before she could react, she found herself thrown to the ground by Qin Fei, landing on her butt. She was in so much pain that tears filled her eyes as she stared at Qin Fei. This guy showed no mercy at all. Wang Mengyao looked at Qin Fei with hatred. Qin Fei naturally saw Wang Mengyao's unfriendly look, but he didn't care at all, because the other party's favorability was very low, but how low could it be? As she lost to me, my favorability didn't drop much, but my bond value increased a lot, reaching 45 points. It was only a stone's throw away from the limit of binding. Apparently, sometimes you don't have to lick a beautiful woman to impress her, you can still do it by being a little more aggressive. The second place went to Qin Fei's woman Lin Shuer. Although Lin Shuer's cultivation was not the strongest except Qin Fei, her fighting power was overwhelming compared to others. Spatial superpowers. Lin Shuer's talent seems to be much stronger than Qin Fei's. Tang Yuqing's eyes were very vicious. Although Lin Shuer hardly used her spatial superpowers, she still noticed that Lin Shuer possessed spatial superpowers. Lin Shuer actually didn't hide her space-related superpowers very much, because after Reed Quan's death, she was no longer afraid of the fact that she possessed space-related superpowers being exposed. Qin Fei's other women, such as Lu Ying and Huang Meijiao, also lived up to expectations, successfully made it into the top 10, and obtained places in Qinghe Superpower Academy. Because there were competitions going on in several arenas at the same time, the selection was completed in one day. 16 masters, 84 superpowered masters, here are your notices. After the new year, on the 16th day of the first lunar month, go to the Qinghe Superpower Academy to report. As for the rewards for the top 3, they will be awarded to you when you arrive at the academy. Tang Yuqing gathered the 100 people who passed the selection, and then issued admission notices to everyone one by one. As for those who were eliminated in the selection competition, Tang Yuqing also gave them some instructions, telling them that although they had failed temporarily, Qinghe Superpower Academy would still conduct admissions examinations in half a year, and they would then have the opportunity to enter Qinghe Superpower Academy, etc. I've been looking forward to it for so long, but in the end I still couldn't get into the Qinghe Superpower Academy early. What a pity. Yeah, we're half a year late. By the time we get into school, we'll be way behind those who started 6 months earlier. Who says it isn't? But the result is already decided, so we can only accept it. As for Yu Hong, who was selected for the big list but was eliminated in the round of 16 to 8 among the master-level cultivators, his face was extremely depressed, and his eyes flashed with sharp cold light from time to time when he looked at Qin Fei. For him, losing to Qin Fei was too frustrating and humiliating. Moreover, this is not the most embarrassing thing. The embarrassing thing is that, except for his fiancée Hu Bingyun who was selected for the final list, all the other girlfriends he brought with him were eliminated without exception. As for Qin Fei, he brought his 3 girlfriends with him. One of them came in second, and the other 2 also made it onto the big list, ranking very high, only behind a dozen or so grandmasters. After the selection was over, those who received the admission notice had smiles on their faces, while many of those who were not selected had regrets or loneliness on their faces. Xin Fei, just wait for me. Today's matter is not over yet. Before leaving, Yu Hong left a hateful and harsh word to Xin Fei. It's not over yet. Xin Fei's mouth curled up in a mocking tone. Then, he looked at Hu Bingyun, who was not far from Yu Hong. The way the other person looked at him seemed a little strange, a little stringy. Was it his own illusion? When using the detector to check Hu Bingyun's current situation, my heart couldn't help but tremble. Name, Hu Bingyun. Age, 20. Appearance 9-5. Body 9-5. Talent, A+ Ice-type superpower. Overall score, 92. Bond value, 35 points. Favorability, 70. Your handsomeness and strength make her heart tingle. Realm, perfection of the 10th level superpower master. Wow, he has such a high favorability rating. He feels numb inside for me? What kind of numbness is this? Is it serious? Xin Fei exclaimed in his heart, unable to believe it. Go! Yu Hong looked at Xin Fei with hatred and shouted. Because he also noticed that the way his fiancée looked at Xin Fei was a little abnormal, and his heart couldn't help but writhe in fear. Could it be? Left Yunhua Tai. Hu Bingyun, do you know your identity? Yu Hong looked at Hu Bingyun with a dark face. What do you want to say? Hu Bingyun lifted her hair and said calmly. You are my fiancé, and you are flirting with my enemy Xin Fei. Where do you think I am? Yu Hong asked with anger on his face. Ha! Hu Bingyun smiled calmly and said, don't you flirt with other women too? How many girlfriends do you have now? 50 or 60? Sometimes I wonder if you can call out all their names. Yu Heng's breath was choked when he heard that. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say he can't remember any names, but there are almost no girlfriends he really cares about. Of course, his fiancée Hu Bingyun is not among them. Is it because Hu Bingyun is the best? Of course, it may also be because Hu Bingyun is not yet in his hands. Because he hasn't got her, he cares so much about her. Don't you know why I'm like this? You're my fiancé, but you won't even let me touch your hand. Yu Hong said, gritting his teeth. That's because you don't deserve it. Hu Bingyun snorted coldly, without even looking at Yu Hong, and walked towards the parking lot outside the Yunhu Arena. Hu Bingyun, stop right there. Yu Hong shouted angrily. If you yell at me again, believe it or not, I will go find Xin Fei later. Hu Bingyun looked at Yu Hong with a sneer. You dare. Yu Hong glared at him. He felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. Do you think I dare? Hu Bingyun's pretty face turned cold, and she was about to go find Xin Fei. This made Yu Hong very angry. He flashed and stood in front of Hu Bingyun, raising his hand to slap Hu Bingyun. It was obvious how angry he was. Come on, hit here, hit hard. Hu Bingyun's eyes were as cold as ice, and she raised her beautiful neck, which was as white as snow. Yu Hong breathed rapidly and took a few heavy breaths, but ultimately he didn't continue fighting. Because Hu Bingyun was already dissatisfied with him, if he slapped her, Hu Bingyun might really do something impulsive. TSK, so powerful, he actually wants to hit a woman. At this moment, a playful voice sounded. Xin Fei. Yu Heng's anger suddenly rose when he heard this voice. He turned around and saw Xin Fei staring at him with a half smile. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Use whatever tricks you have against me. Xin Fei shrugged, looking at Yu Hong with disdain. Then he looked at Hu Bingyun with a smile on his face and said, Beautiful lady, do you want to have a drink with me? Okay. Hu Bingyun nodded with a smile. Hu Bingyun, do you know what you are doing? Yu Hong looked at Hu Bingyun in disbelief. At this moment, he felt endless humiliation. Of course I know what I'm doing. Hu Bingyun said lightly. Bitch. Do you have any shame? Yu Hong raised his hand angrily and slapped Hu Bingyun in the face. He couldn't bear it before, but now he was so angry that he suppressed his inner reluctance. Thinking about how Hu Bingyun had rejected his intimacy time and time again in the past few years, the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Hu Bingyun didn't dodge at all, but looked at Yu Hong with an increasingly cold expression. There was a crisp sound. Ah! Yu Hong screamed and flew backwards. Yes, the sound was not Hu Bingyun being slapped, but Yu Hong being whipped away in an instant by Xin Fei's vines. The next moment, a bloody whip mark appeared on Yu Heng's face. I hate to see people hitting women. Xin Fei's voice rang out. Xin Fei, I'm going to kill you. Yu Hong rushed towards Qin Fei with frustration and anger. Even in his prime, Yu Hong was no match for Qin Fei. Yu Hong, who had lost his composure, was naturally even more vulnerable when facing Qin Fei. Although his flames were powerful, they could not burn the vines released by Qin Fei. Bang bang bang! He was beaten all over the face and Yu Hong looked very miserable. Seeing Yu Hong being beaten so badly, Qin Fei originally thought that Hu Bingyun would feel a little distressed, but soon, he felt that he was overthinking it. Not only did Hu Bingyun not feel any distress, he seemed to be a little happy. Because Hu Bingyun's favorability actually soared again, reaching 75 points, and the opponent's bond value also exceeded 40 points, approaching the level that can be bound. Let's go! Qin Fei looked at Yu Hong, who was beaten unconscious, and then said to Hu Bingyun. Hu Bingyun followed Qin Fei and the others. Many people saw this parking lot. This Qin Fei is so cruel. Yeah, this is what Yu Hong deserves. He wanted to steal Qin Fei's girlfriend before, but he never thought that he would encounter such a situation. It feels so good. The best thing would be to make Hong die of anger. Yu Xiang and the other people whose girlfriends were taken away by Yu Hong were all excited and happy when they saw the scene. They felt as if they had drunk a cold soda in the hottest days of summer. When Yu Hong was woken up by his girlfriends, he didn't see Qin Fei and Hu Bingyun. He immediately asked, "Where's Hu Bingyun?" Several women looked at Yu Hong, seeming to want to say something but stopping themselves. In the end, it was an impatient girlfriend who told Yu Hong the truth. She left with Qin Fei. The other women wanted to stop it, but it was too late. When Yu Hong heard this, his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock and anger. Bitch! Poof, the next moment, he was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Yu Hong! Husband! All the women screamed in surprise. Chapter 123 welcomes senior sister to join us. Yunqing, a private room in a restaurant. Qin Fei ordered some food, and the four of them sat down, eating and chatting. But Hu Bingyun didn't seem to have much appetite. Sister Bingyun, why don't you eat? Is the food not to your liking? Huang Meijiao asked with a smile on her face. The food is quite good. Hu Bingyun forced a smile and said, I'm just not very hungry. Senior sister, you seem to be worried. Maybe it would be better if you talked about it. Qin Fei chuckled. Hu Bingyun sighed softly, then looked at Luing and slowly said, I guess Sister Luing knows something about me, right? I know a little bit. It seems that Sister Bingyun was first engaged to Yu Xiang, but a few years ago, Yu Heng's father became the head of the Yu family. He then cancelled your engagement with Yu Xiang and got engaged to Yu Hong instead. Luing said, I don't know the specific details. After all, the Yu family and the Lu family are both members of the four major families in Yuncheng. Although she doesn't care much about family matters, she has heard some interesting rumors or news. Actually, I don't like arranged marriages. When my engagement with Yu Xiang was cancelled, I was very happy. Who knew that after cancelling my engagement, I would be engaged to Yu Hong again? It makes me feel like a commodity. Hu Bingyun said with a sad face and a wry smile. As he spoke, he looked at Luing with envy and said, although you also come from a wealthy family, you can choose your own marriage independently. I envy you very much. Well. Luing smoothed her hair and smiled sheepishly, actually, you and I are pretty much the same. The family also hopes that she will marry a member of a large family, which will be of great benefit to the development of the family. But who made her get together with Qin Fei? In fact, the family did not agree at first, but Qin Fei's talent and strength were too good. Qin Fei's performance that time also conquered the Lu family, so the Lu family also agreed that Lu Ying and Qin Fei were together. Hearing Lu Ying's words, Hu Bingyun pursed her lips and subconsciously looked at Qin Fei. How great it would be if she could find such an outstanding man. I believe that the family will never use me for marriage again. Hu Bingyun sighed and continued, if Yu Hong were a good man, it would be fine, but he is petty, mean, and ungrateful. Also, in his mind, women can only be measured by resources and money, which makes me even more unhappy. Not only that, because of his superpowers, I feel very uncomfortable with him. Fire and water cannot coexist, and fire and ice cannot coexist even more. Hu Bingyun has ice-type superpowers, while Yu Hong has fire-type superpowers. Isn't ice and fire incompatible? Qin Fei nodded when he heard that. It was indeed difficult to form super energy fusion skills with ice and fire, water and fire. He had tried to form a super energy fusion skill with water and fire with Huang Meijiao before, but found that it was difficult to fuse. However, the super energy skill of wood and fire was relatively easy to fuse. Of course, the super energy fusion skill is just one of the reasons. Maybe they don't like it in their hearts, so they feel uncomfortable when they are together. In that case, why not just cancel the engagement? Xin Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly. This matter is not that simple. Our family's property is dependent on our family. Hu Bingyun said with a wry smile, unless I can find a family member stronger than the Yu family. In fact, Yu Hong had forced the Hu family more than once to let her marry him as soon as possible, but she used the excuse that she was practicing the Bingxingju and that her practice would be greatly slowed down once she lost her virginity, so she would wait until she broke through to the master realm before getting married. In fact, she mainly wanted to cancel the engagement after she went to a medium-sized superpower school and met a powerful or influential man whom she liked. What do you think of our boyfriends? Huang Meijiu said with a smile, do you want to be real sisters with us? Lin Shuier. Lu Ying. They all felt something was strange, and it had to be you, Huang Meijiu. When it comes to introducing women to your boyfriends, you are really no less capable than others. However, they had no objection to this. The main reason is that I feel that Hu Bingyun is so pitiful and I want to save her from suffering. Xin Fei blinked his eyes. Huang Meijiu was indeed his most intimate woman. When it came to assists, she had never once let him down. Huang Meijiu brought it up on her own initiative, which was much better than asking for it herself. After all, it wouldn't make Hu Bingyun feel repulsed. Of course, Hu Bingyun didn't necessarily have to feel repulsed. After all, she had such a high level of favorability towards him after only meeting him for one day, which meant that she still had a good impression of him. Hu Bingyun widened his eyes and looked at Huang Meijiu in disbelief. I never expected that Huang Meijiu would say that. Aren't women generally selfish? Don't they want their men to find more women? She didn't care that Yu Hong had so many women. That was because she didn't like Yu Hang at all, so she was too lazy to care about his affairs. Hu Bingyun blushed and stammered, schoolmate, you don't make such jokes. Are you kidding? No, I'm telling the truth. Huang Meijiu said with a smile, if you like, we can settle this matter today. Hu Bingyun couldn't help but look at Lu Ying and Lin Shuier. Would they be happy if Huang Meijiu acted on her own? Don't worry about us, we are not jealous people. Lin Shuier smiled. If you can join our big family, we will treat you as a good sister. Lu Ying also agreed with a smile. Hu Bingyun. She looked at the women in surprise. She had never expected that Xin Fei's women would be so harmonious with each other and no one was jealous. You know, Yu Heng's girlfriends of poor quality were all scheming against each other, hoping to get some resources from Yu Hong or get more favor from Yu Hong. Hu Bingyun subconsciously glanced at Xin Fei. Seeing Xin Fei looking at her with a smile on his face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he was really handsome, which made her heart tremble. Don't scare me. Come here, have a drink. I hope you can forget all the unhappy things and look forward to a bright future. Xin Fei said with a smile as he handed Hu Bingyun a glass of wine. Thank you, Junior. Hu Bingyun pursed her lips and took the wine handed to her by Xin Fei. At the same time, she felt Xin Fei scratching her palm when he handed her the wine, which made her body tremble slightly and she almost dropped the cup. It must be said that Hu Bingyun's hands were quite soft and cold, so Xin Fei wanted to warm her hands. Of course, Xin Fei knew that this might be because she had ice-type superpowers and her physical constitution itself was of ice attribute. The next moment, Xin Fei couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Ding Goddess Hu Bingyun's bond value has reached 50 points. Host, would you like to bind her? Is there any need to hesitate about such a good thing? Of course there will be no hesitation at all. Bind. Xin Fei responded with only 2 words. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the 7th goddess, Hu Bingyun, and receiving a binding gift package. A special reminder to the host, when the number of goddesses bound to the host reaches 10, the system will upgrade. Congratulations to the host, the favorability of Goddess Hu Bingyun has reached 30 points, and you have a chance to enter the primary lottery. Congratulations to the host, the favorability of Goddess Hu Bingyun has reached 50 points, and you have a chance to win an intermediate lottery. Congratulations to the host, the favorability of Goddess Hu Bingyun has reached 70 points, and you have a chance to win a high-level lottery. Xin Fei's heart was in turmoil at this moment, of course not because of the huge reward this time, but because of the system prompt that when the number of goddesses he bound reached 10, the system would upgrade. This really surprised Xin Fei. Xin Fei, you're staring at me, are you trying to confess your feelings? Huang Meijiu giggled and said, if you do, then act quickly. I want to go to the bathroom. Hu Bingyun felt a little nervous and almost fell when she stood up. Husband, look, the senior sister almost fell down, why didn't you stay with her? Lu Ying couldn't help but joked. Ahem, okay. Xin Fei stood up and said. He naturally knew that Lu Ying and the others wanted him to take the initiative. Hu Bingyun obviously looked a little shy, so he needed to strike while the iron was hot. I can do it myself. Hu Bingyun said shyly. This happened just because she was too nervous. I feel like you need help. Xin Fei looked at Hu Bingyun and said seriously. I. Hu Bingyun looked at Xin Fei in confusion. Didn't he know his own situation? Let's go. I'll take you. I'm afraid you won't be able to find the restroom in this hotel. Xin Fei said with a smile, and then he took Hu Bingyun's hand and said, let's go. Hu Bingyun. The moment Xin Fei held her hand, her body shuddered involuntarily, and she followed Xin Fei out of the hotel box as if possessed. Hu Bingyun actually didn't want to go to the toilet, and Xin Fei also knew that Hu Bingyun didn't want to go to the toilet. What she said just now was just an excuse. After walking out of the box, Hu Bingyun actually wanted to break free from Xin Fei's hand, but she found that she couldn't break free after trying a few times, and her cheeks became as rosy as the sunset glow. Xin Fei, can you let go of my hand? Hu Bingyun said shyly. I feel your hands are too cold, let me warm them up for you. Xin Fei said, I'm a warm-hearted person and I always like to help others, so you don't need to thank me. Hu Bingyun. This was the first time Hu Bingyun had seen someone speak the word rogue in such a refreshing and refined way, and she was completely stunned. However, she was not disgusted by this. Instead, she felt a little happy in her heart. Originally, the women in the room were no worse than her, and she thought that Xin Fei would not be interested in her. Now that she found that Xin Fei had a good impression of her, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Because she also likes Xin Fei's looks, he is so handsome. After all, a perfect score of 100 for looks is not just a casual remark. That's because Hu Bingyun wanted to explain that the reason for her cold body was due to her superpowers, but before she could finish her words, Xin Fei kissed her beautiful lips. Of course, it was Xin Fei's eloquent mouth. As a man, a warm man, he had the ability to warm others, so naturally he would not be stingy. Hu Bingyun was completely stunned. She had never expected Xin Fei to be so direct and proactive. Her first kiss was gone just like that. She felt a little lost, but soon, her feeling of loss disappeared. Until she realized what she was doing, she pushed Xin Fei away, glared at him with a blushing face and said, how could you do this? Do you like it? Xin Fei looked at Hu Bingyun with a smile. I don't like it. Hu Bingyun said shyly. I was completely unprepared for the loss of my first kiss. Even her fiancé Yu Hong had never held her hand, but now, this man she just met today, like a robber, forcefully snatched away her first kiss. Seeing that Hu Bingyun's favorability had reached 80 points, Xin Fei knew that Hu Bingyun looked angry on the surface, but was not actually the case. Let's do it again. Xin Fei said as he put his arms around Hu Bingyun's slender waist and leaned down again. You? Hu Bingyun widened her beautiful eyes. Still coming? Compared to this time, Hu Bingyun's heartbeat accelerated. Although her heartbeat was still fast, her feelings were deeper than last time, making her fascinated and fond of it. Do you like it this time? After a long time, Xin Fei let go of Hu Bingyun, who was almost collapsed on him. How can I live as a human being? After all, I'm engaged. Hu Bingyun looked at Xin Fei with tears in her eyes as she felt ashamed and angry. Do you still want to be Yu Heng's woman? Xin Fei said dissatisfiedly. Of course I don't want to. Hu Bingyun was annoyed. That's fine. Then you can cancel your engagement with Yu Hong and become my woman. Xin Fei said domineeringly. But I haven't lifted the contract yet. Hu Bingyun said. Her meaning was very clear. After all, she was Yu Heng's fiancé now. If the news got out, the Yu family would definitely go crazy. Isn't this better? Xin Fei blinked and said. Are you speaking human language? Hu Bingyun widened her eyes, then angrily stepped on Xin Fei, but she felt her heart beating faster for some unknown reason. What was going on? How is this not human language? Yu Hong wanted to steal my girlfriend before, and now I'm stealing his fiancé. What do you call this? Reciprocity. Xin Fei shrugged and smiled. I was about to say, don't you like it too? Otherwise, how come the favorability is rising so fast? But he was afraid that if he told Hu Bingyun, she would get angry with him, so after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything. Hu Bingyun. What a good reciprocity. They just wanted to rob me, but you snatched it away directly. Bah, I haven't been robbed yet. I just had my first kiss taken away by this bad guy. Everyone saw us. Hu Bingyun was caught by Qin Fei's lips and kissed again. After all, she broke free from her fluctuating thoughts and understood what the situation was. In the aisle, although this was a high-end restaurant, there were still people looking at them. There is no guarantee that no one will recognize you. When the news reaches the ears of the Yu family or Yu Hong, it will definitely cause another disturbance. She was worried that neither she nor Qin Fei would be able to withstand the Yu family's revenge. The main reason was that she didn't know Qin Fei's current strength. He was a strong man who could kill a mid-stage general before he broke through to the master level. Otherwise, she would never be so worried. Don't worry, you're my girlfriend. I'll shield you from all the pressure. Qin Fei smiled and said, do you want me to be the bad guy? As for being seen by others, he thought it was a good thing. The sooner the problem was exposed, the sooner it could be solved. You are a bad person now. Hu Bingyun said with shame and anger. Aren't you enjoying it too? Qin Fei chuckled. Go to hell. Hu Bingyun glared at Qin Fei angrily, then kept some distance from Qin Fei. However, in Qin Fei's opinion, this angry little look did not have any lethality. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. It's actually a good thing to let the Hu family know about it earlier. Qin Fei said with a smile. Good news? Hu Bingyun did not understand Qin Fei's words at all, because she did not sense any good news coming. In her opinion, although Qin Fei was extremely talented, he was still too weak now and could not pose any threat to such a behemoth as the Hu family. Of course it's a good thing. After all, the sooner they know, the sooner they can cancel your engagement with Yu Hang. Qin Fei shrugged. Don't you think so? The Yu family has several warriors at the level of war generals. The strongest has reached perfection in the war general realm and is only a stone's throw away from grandmaster level. Hu Bingyun said angrily, you don't even consider the warriors at the level of war generals as human beings, do you? I like your calm demeanor, knowing everything is under control, but that doesn't mean you're ignorant of the immensity of the world. That is right, she admitted that she fell in love with this handsome man Qin Fei the first time she saw him. Qin Fei then crushed Yu Hang's leisurely stroll, which made her even more fascinated. Otherwise, she would not have followed Qin Fei away and deliberately angered Yu Hang. Because compared to completely angering Yu Hong, she was actually afraid that Qin Fei would be disappointed in her. As for now, she cares more about Qin Fei, and naturally doesn't want Qin Fei to have an accident. Looking at Hu Bingyun, who was angry but actually worried about his safety, Qin Fei's eyes became a little softer. He chuckled and said, I'm not the kind of man who doesn't know his place. You underestimate our husband. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The voice startled Hu Bingyun, and he looked over. He didn't know when Huang Meizhou and the other two girls had left the box and appeared not far away from him. Of course, they didn't go far from the box. You, why are you here? Hu Bingyun looked a little flustered. She should not have been seen when she and Qin Fei were kissing just now, right? Because she seems to be quite cooperative. We also want to see the progress. He is worthy of being our husband. If he doesn't move, it's fine. But once he moves, he succeeds. Huang Meizhou said with a smile. Cutting the Gordian knot is indeed my junior's style. Lin Shuer said calmly, as if she understood Qin Fei's character very well. The breeze is light and the clouds are calm, that's Lin Shuer. Senior sister, my junior brother is not as simple as you think. It would be a good thing for you to cancel the engagement with the Yu family as soon as possible. Luing said with a smile. But the Yu family will never give up. And I'm also worried about whether my family can withstand the pressure. Although I don't like family marriages, my family raised me after all, and I can't drag my family into the quagmire. Hu Bingyun smiled bitterly. After all, she was the one who most wanted to break off the engagement. Don't worry, I'll be visiting your home in the next 2 days. Qin Fei's face was filled with a natural smile as he spoke. When the time comes, I guarantee your family will be pleased with your choice. Moreover, I will also eliminate all the threats from your family. Ha! Hu Bingyun looked at Qin Fei in a daze. Qin Fei looked at Hu Bingyun with a smile on his face. At this moment, Qin Fei looked even more charming under Hu Bingyun's gaze. Let us go back a little bit in time. When Xin Fei and Hu Bingyun hugged and kissed for the first time. In the distance, two people walked out of another box, arm in arm. They looked like they were drunk and wanted to go to the bathroom. Look at that woman's figure. If I could hold her for a while, I'd rather live a year or two less. That's right. I thought the same thing, but for some reason, this woman gives me a familiar feeling. It feels very familiar to me too, as if I've seen it somewhere. If you can see the face, you can definitely tell. Hey, I saw it. Isn't she Yu Hang's fiancée? Oh my god, isn't that right? That woman who stole the show at Yu Hang's birthday party a while ago, how come she was with another man? Big news, this is top news. The two men looked at each other, extremely excited. Do you want to talk to Yu Hong? We absolutely have to tell you. We can't let young Master Yu be kept in the dark. Maybe we can use this opportunity to build a deeper relationship with Yu Hong, this gifted child. I just wonder if Yu Hong will think we saw him cheating and hate us? If we don't tell him, he'll hate us when he finds out later, and let him cheat for a little longer. You're right, then tell him. By the way, do you have his summons? Yes, I specifically asked for his contact information at the birthday party a while ago. I envy you. Then let's fight. Send him a message right away. Chapter 124, Continuous Draws, Yin-Yang Magic. Rustling. The cold wind blew on people's faces like a knife. I don't know when it started snowing, and the ground was covered with silver. The snow on the ground made a crisp sound when I stepped on it. The snow is getting thicker. After Yu Hong fainted from anger, he finally woke up. After returning home, he was now eating dinner alone. The more he thought about what happened before, the angrier he became. He even wanted to force the Hu family to marry Hu Bingyun as soon as possible. Then he would see if she dared to show a bad face in front of him. But at this moment, his communicator rang. What? Yu Heng's expression changed instantly when he heard what was said on the other end of the communicator, as if he had heard something that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Are you telling the truth? Really? If you don't believe me, I can take a video of it. The man paused and spoke softly. It was obvious that he felt Yu Heng's hidden anger and regretted that he should not have told Yu Hong about this. I hope Yu Hong doesn't take his anger out on me. No need. Yu Hong gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hong punched the dining table in front of him, and the table shattered. With this punch, he subconsciously used his superpowers. Ah! Yu Hong roared angrily, Xin Fei, I will make you live a life worse than death. At the same time, Xin Fei and his group of 4 left the restaurant. Hey, it's snowing. Huang Meijiao looked at the white snow on the ground in surprise. As the saying goes, auspicious snow means a good harvest. The snow is quite heavy now, so next year should be a year of good harvest. Xin Fei said with a smile. After seeing Hu Bingyun off, I told her before leaving that I would visit her home in the next 2 days to resolve her engagement issue before the new year. Afterwards, he called Huang Meijiao, Lu Ying, Lin Shuer and the other 3 girls to go to Yunqing Superpower Academy. Outside, the wind was biting cold and the snow was falling heavily. But the spacious compartment of the carriage was as warm as spring. Junior, what are you going to do next? Lu Ying looked at Xin Fei curiously. Are you going to use Thunderbolt directly? Lu Ying was talking about how to solve Hu Bingyun's engagement problem. I still prefer to win people over with virtue. Xin Fei said with a smile, of course, if virtue can't win people over, just use force. What's that called? First courtesy, then force. Lu Ying rolled her eyes, then asked with concern, by the way, about that super energy pill, are you really going to cooperate with my family? Well, your cultivation is about to break through to the master level, and the super energy pill is of little use. It is time-consuming and laborious for Meijiao and I to refine it alone. We also need more advanced cultivation resources. Xin Fei said. Yes, some time ago, when the number of super pills was insufficient, Xin Fei gave the pill formula to Huang Meijiao, and asked Huang Meijiao to spend some time refining it, and he acted as an assistant. Although Huang Meijiao had never refined pills before, she was a fire-type super-powered master after all. With the assistance of Xin Fei, a super-powered master who was proficient in water and wood, there was no problem in refining the super-powered pills. However, the super pills they refined were not as good as those produced by the system. In terms of quality, the system provided top-grade pills, while those they refined were at best high-grade, not necessarily high quality, let alone top grade. Of course, it's enough. Where's the recipe for the superstar pill? Lin Shuer asked, do you want me to take it out? Xin Fei had won some superstar pills in a lottery before, and Xin Fei and Lin Shuer used them, and the effect was outstanding. I'm worried that if the superstar pill gets out, even the Lu family won't be able to keep it. In fact, even if it's the superpower pill, I considered it for a long time before I made up my mind to take it out. Xin Fei sighed. Because whether it is the superpower pill or the superstar pill, although the level is too low and is only aimed at superpower teachers and superpower masters, superpower teachers and superpower masters are the most numerous superpower forces in Xia country. If you do well, you will accumulate huge wealth. Xin Fei was worried that it would affect the business of some big forces, because once the superpowered pill came out, the sales of spiritual liquids and spiritual pills would definitely drop a lot. Because the super energy pill has a better effect on cultivation, although the effect of the refined one is not as good as the system product, it is still no problem to be 50% of the system product, and this is already 5 times the effect of the normal top-level spiritual liquid. Of course, the price of the superpower pill is high, and some practitioners with ordinary family backgrounds may not be able to afford it. The main reason is that the superpower pill requires too many medicinal materials and needs to be manually refined, which is not comparable to the spiritual liquid that can be mass-produced by machines. As for the superstar pill, let alone Xin Fei, he will not take it out for the time being. He is not worried that someone of the same level will catch up with him, but he is worried that it will cause too much of a sensation. By the way, regarding the matter of the super energy pill, in addition to your family, I plan to let the Hu family participate as well. Xin Fei said. Lu Ying said quietly, you are already thinking about the Hu family, so why don't you let Sister Fingyi get involved? Although she didn't have much contact with Lu Fingyi, she had cooked and eaten with Lu Fingyi. Both she and Lin Shuer recognized Lu Fingyi as the big sister. Lin Shuer, Huang Meijiao, and Xue Hongling are all from ordinary families. It would be fine if they couldn't participate in this business project, but they naturally had no objection to the strong woman Lu Fingyi getting involved. Your sister Fingyi is in the clothing business. If we rashly ask her to change industries, she won't be able to do well. Besides, her current business alone is enough to keep her busy. I don't want to add any more burdens to her. Xin Fei shook his head. By the way, even if you sisters don't participate in it, you will all get dividends. After all, he is considered a shareholder of Danfeng. Junior, we don't need that. Lin Shuer said after a moment of hesitation. Yes. Huang Meijiao's eyes lit up, but when she heard Lin Shuer's words, she nodded in agreement. Since you follow me, I will definitely not let you be short of money. Xin Fei smiled and said, except for your sister Fingyi who can make money on her own, everyone else will have a share. It was not easy for him to give them money directly, after all, he might have forgotten some of them, but he let them take some dividends. Every month or every quarter, their dividends would be deposited into their respective cards. If they wanted to buy clothes, shoes, cosmetics, etc., they could buy them directly, and it could also subsidize the household expenses. After all, among his women, except for Lu Fingyi who was capable and Lu Ying who came from a wealthy family, the other women were from ordinary families, just like Lin Shuer who couldn't even afford to buy a bottle of spiritual liquid. Of course, Hu Bingyun, who just joined, can also be considered a child of a wealthy family. However, even if Lu Ying and Hu Bingyun came from wealthy families, Xin Fei would still give them some shares, because they were already his women and naturally had to rely on himself to support themselves. It would be meaningless to let them spend their family's money. Then when will we negotiate with my dad? Lu Ying looked at Xin Fei expectantly. If her father knew the recipe of the super pill provided by Xin Fei, he would definitely be very happy. In a few days. Xin Fei said with a smile. It was already late when we returned to the Yunqing Superpower Academy. Although they had been competing in the ring for a whole day, they did not feel tired because they were strong and it ended quickly without any drag. However, Xin Fei had no intention of practicing with them. Instead, he told the girls that he had something to do and then locked himself in the study. This scene surprised the girls and they felt that Xin Fei had changed his personality. In the study, Xin Fei was naturally not reading a book or thinking about anything, but was drawing a lottery. Today, he bound to Hu Bingyun and received a binding gift package and 3 chances to draw prizes. He hasn't had time to check them or draw prizes yet. First, open the gift package obtained by binding. The bound gift packages are generally not bad. According to the analysis of previous situations, the worst-case scenario is comparable to a high-level lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yin Yang Divine Art. Note, the yin-yang divine art is a technique dedicated to supporting the mutual progress of fellow Taoists. The higher the favorability, the greater the benefits gained from practicing together. When the difference in cultivation between a man and a woman is significant, the lower the cultivation, the greater the benefits, while the higher the cultivation, the less benefits. The yin-yang magic art is divided into two parts. Men practice the Liang magic art, and women practice the Taiyin magic art. This, the dual cultivation method? Qin Fei blinked. He had never expected that such a method would emerge. To be able to be called a magical skill, it is obvious that this method is extremely extraordinary. I was originally worried about the future because their cultivation would not be able to keep up with my pace. But with this set of methods, it's completely different. As long as you practice hard, your cultivation will not be dragged down. Qin Fei grinned. Taking advantage of his good mood, Qin Fei used his 3 chances to draw the lottery one by one. The prize I got in the primary lottery was a white prize, which looked very ordinary, but in fact, even the most common white prize was not that ordinary. It was a knowledge of tea ceremony, which might not be useful now, but might be useful in the future. In the intermediate lottery, the winner is a blue reward, master-level cooking skills. After receiving it, Qin Fei's memory was filled with countless memories of meals. For example, the 8 major cuisines, Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Jiangsu cuisine, Fujian cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Hunan cuisine, and Anhui cuisine. The cuisines are subdivided into Chaozhou cuisine, Northeastern cuisine, Shanghai cuisine, Gan cuisine, Shu cuisine, Beijing cuisine, Tianjin cuisine, Hebei cuisine, Honan cuisine, Hakka cuisine, and other cuisines. There are nearly dozens of cooking methods, including frying, stir-frying, sautéing, and pot-sticking. There are more than 18,000 dishes. In short, there are only dishes you can't imagine, but nothing that is not in your inherited memory. Tea ceremony, cooking? Qin Fei's mouth twitched slightly at the prizes he won from the 2 draws. What was the purpose of this? To make himself an all-round male god who could cook? Moreover, both of these draws offer the lowest level of rewards. Could it be that the binding gift package has run out of my good luck? Qin Fei couldn't help but think of this, or maybe he has a big move in mind? Next, the rewards for the 3rd draw were opened. Congratulations to the host for winning the gold reward. Qin Fei's eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Sure enough, they were waiting for him here. In the advanced lottery, the highest reward was a gold reward, and the probability was only 1%. The previous depression was immediately swept away. Next, Qin Fei directly opened the golden reward he had drawn. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of Intermediate Gene Evolution. Intermediate Gene Enhancement? Is it the same as the tenfold gene enhancement I got before? Qin Fei blinked. I have already been enhanced once before. Will this enhancement still be useful? Previously, the host only received primary genetic enhancement, but this time, it's intermediate genetic enhancement. The system's voice rang out. If the host's body hasn't received primary genetic enhancement, and if the intermediate genetic enhancement is used directly, the body will collapse and die. Really? Qin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, and they were like stars. Do you want to receive it? Receive. In an instant, Qin Fei felt that his body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The previous primary genetic evolution was only at the physical and cellular levels, but this time the intermediate genetic enhancement caused Qin Fei's soul and consciousness to begin to transform. Although there has been no breakthrough in spiritual superpowers, the quality has improved. Qin Fei's mental superpowers had already reached the extreme before, and he was able to improve it again to the extreme, which shows the power of this intermediate genetic evolution. Qin Fei's already extremely beautiful face became even more 3-dimensional after the intermediate genetic transformation. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and an imposing bearing. He was so perfect that he looked like a masterpiece of the creator. All aspects of his physical qualities were more than 10 times stronger than before. He could feel the incomparably powerful force when he clenched his fists. Qin Fei believed that he could easily kill a powerful general with just his bare hands. Then, Qin Fei opened the Plundering Goddess System to see the changes in his scores in various aspects. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance, 100. Your appearance is 100 points, because the highest score is only 100 points. Body, 100. In terms of body, you are already impeccable. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spiritual Superpower SSS level, Ultimate Space Superpower SSS level. Overall rating, 125. You have far surpassed the boundaries of mortals and are at the level of gods. Male gods? No, even male gods would feel ashamed when they see you. Realm, middle stage of the 4 elements master realm. Superpower fusion skills, water and wood flower, wood bow and water arrow, water and wood shield, void sword, void divine sword. Constitution, indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys, hundredfold genetic transformation. Number of bound goddesses, 7 Lu Fani, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan, Shui Hongling, Hu Bingyun. Sports, 100 steps ghost shadow level 4 early stage. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration card 6, Taodai cultivation method 1, marquee realm combat power card 1, 100 steps ghostly body movement skill 1, etc. Although the appearance, figure, and cultivation talent have not changed, the comprehensive score has increased by 5 points. Obviously, the appearance, figure, and talent seem to have not changed, but in fact they have all been greatly improved. It's just that they have reached the highest point of each value and cannot be improved. However, there is no limit to the comprehensive score. The previous physique was a 10-fold genetic metamorphosis, and now it has become a 100-fold genetic metamorphosis. After a brief feeling, I felt a little emotional. A 100-fold genetic transformation, truly extraordinary. In fact, it is not just the 100-fold genes, the golden kidneys, and the indestructible body that give him abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Although he was not tired, he had used up all the cultivation resources such as demon cores and had not bought any more recently. So, after thinking about it, Qin Fei decided to go to sleep to relax his body and mind. Chapter 125, Conquered the Father-in-Law. Yunqing Superpower Academy. It was already evening when the Qinghe Superpower Academy finished selecting students yesterday. The results of yesterday's selection were not announced, but they were made public on December 21st. Have you heard? This time, our Yunqing Superpower Academy has a total of 33 people who have passed the selection in advance. This is the first place among the 5 major schools selected for the Qinghe Superpower Academy. Yes, not only that, the first and second place winners, Qin Fei and Lin Shui, are both from our Yunqing Superpower Academy. Both have broken through to the Grandmaster level. Didn't Qin Fei break through to the Grandmaster realm a long time ago? It's said that even our school's vice president, Li Dequan, is no match for Qin Fei. It's completely reasonable for Qin Fei to take first place. It was rumored before that Reed Quan was no match for Qin Fei. I thought it was fake, but now it seems that it may not be fake. Who could have imagined that after being dumped by Lu Feng a few months ago, Qin Fei would soar to such an inexplicable height? He has 4 campus beauties, is known as the school's most powerful genius, and was admitted to a medium-level superpower school several years early. Lu Feng must be regretting it so much right now, right? That's right. Not only has Qin Fei soared to great heights, but it seems that all the women who follow him are also shining. Take Lin Shui for example. Although she was the oldest of the 4 campus beauties before, her cultivation was only at the 6th level. Only a few months have passed, and she has already reached the Grandmaster level. Qin Fei must have given her a lot of good things, otherwise, how could Lin Shui improve so much in such a short time? If Lu Feng hadn't abandoned Qin Fei, all these benefits would have been hers, right? Not only Lin Shui, Luing, Huang Meijiao, but even Shui Hongling, the speed at which their cultivation bases are improving is like a kunping spreading its wings, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. One of them might be the result of their own potential bursting out, but now that so many of them have experienced this, it's obviously Qin Fei's credit. Woo, why doesn't Qin Fei relax his standards when looking for a girlfriend? I'm delicate and can do anything. It's because you're not pretty enough. Qin Fei only looks for pretty women. If she's not pretty enough, he won't bother with her. Eating delicacies from land and sea every day will make you tired. It's good to have some simple meals occasionally. But there are countless varieties of delicacies from land and sea. Perhaps he will lower his standards after he has tasted all of them. After all, I'm not him, so I don't know what he's thinking. If you ask who least wants Qin Fei to become successful, it is undoubtedly Lu Feng. Because the more dazzling Qin Fei's performance was, the more stupid she seemed. During this period, Lu Feng was in regret all day long. Especially after Wang Ziqian's death, she lost a lot of income, which made her even more regretful. Why are you so lukewarm when I'm with you, but as soon as I leave you, you create all kinds of miracles? Why is that? Every time Lu Feng heard news about Qin Fei, the frustration and anger in her heart were about to burst out of her chest. I've already given in. Why would you rather be with those bitches than look at me again, or look for me again? Is a year's relationship over just like that? Lu Feng could only hide in an empty corner and rage helplessly, but that was all she could do. Qin Fei had long forgotten about her. Whether she was dead or alive was irrelevant to him. If possible, Qin Fei hoped that she could live 100 years, so that she could watch him step by step ascend to the clouds. This can be considered as revenge for the predecessor. The Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Lu Lei was not there, probably because he was too embarrassed to come back to school, because everyone knew the news that Lu Ying was admitted to Qinghe Superpower Academy, and naturally they also knew that he didn't even have the opportunity to participate in the selection. He was afraid of being pointed at home, so he simply didn't come back. Lu Ying's mother Lin Wan and father Lu Tianqing were both there. Lu Tianqing, the head of the Lu family, watched his daughter Lu Ying bring Qin Fei home. With a smile on his face, he asked, "I heard that my nephew came to my house to discuss cooperation. What is the cooperation about?" He already knew what happened in yesterday's selection. Qin Fei stood out and easily won the first place in the Qinghe Superpower Academy selection in Yuncheng. You know, Qin Fei was only 19 years old, 1 year younger than his daughter. With such talent, the future is limitless. Of course, they knew before that it would not be a problem for Qin Fei to get the first place. After all, a few days ago, Qin Fei defeated Lu Chun, who was in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, in their home. Lu Chun was a student of Qinghe Superpower Academy, and even he was not Qin Fei's opponent. Even if Yu Hong was more talented, he might not be much stronger than Lu Chun, so it was reasonable for him to be defeated by Qin Fei. "Senior sister, please talk to my uncle," Qin Fei said with a smile. So, Lu Ying told the story about the super pill. After listening to Lu Ying's description, Lu Tianqing's eyes widened. "You mean, the effect of that super energy pill is at least 5 or 6 times that of the top-level spiritual fluid at the super energy master stage?" "Yes," Lu Ying said, "regardless of realm. For those at lower realms, the effect is even better, reaching dozens or even hundreds of times. For those at higher realms, it can reach more than 5 or 6 times. Father, you've always been curious about how quickly my cultivation has improved. It's because I'm using super energy pills. If the alchemist's level is high enough, the effect could be increased several times." After listening to his daughter's description, Lu Tianqing couldn't help but take a breath. The effect of this super pill is really amazing. Our family's industry has already been established, and it is too difficult to advance into the county city. But if we have the super energy pill, it will be no problem to enter the county city market in the future. Lu Tianqing's face flushed a little. You know, in these years as the head of the family, he has developed the ability to remain calm even under pressure. When he heard such news, he lost his usual composure. It can be seen how much of a shock this incident was to him. This thing has such great benefits, will it attract the covetousness of some powerful forces? Lin Wan couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on it at this time. Although my mother's family is also in the county town, their strength in the county town can only be considered average. Lin Yujiao is Lin Wan's niece. Lu Tianqing was chilled by this cold response and thought for a moment, it's certainly possible. But I can't miss this opportunity to develop my family just because of a potential crisis. The Lu family's main business is real estate, but they have become the largest in this industry in Yuncheng. However, if they want to go out of Yuncheng and go to the county town or even a larger place, it is simply impossible with their family's background. Now that the family has such an opportunity to go out, he believes that even if there is a crisis, it is worth the risk. If all else fails, sell the recipe for the super pill, or find a big force to cooperate with. Qin Fei, how do you plan to cooperate? Lu Tianqing looked at Qin Fei and asked. This is how I think about the cooperation. I will provide the recipe and take a portion of the shares, then the Lu family will take the majority, and then we will bring the Hu family in as well. Qin Fei said. Hu family? Which Hu family? Lu Tianqing was a little surprised. The Hu family, which is married to the Yu family, one of the 4 major families. Qin Fei said. The Hu family, one of the top families in Yuncheng? Although the Hu family is in the business of elite elixirs, the Hu family and the Yu family are in cahoots. It's not a good thing to cooperate with them. Lu Tianqing frowned. Ha? Qin Fei and Lu Ying were a little surprised when they heard this. They didn't know that the Hu family's main business was in the medicine business. You don't know? Lu Tianqing looked at the two of them in surprise. He thought that Qin Fei and the others said they wanted to cooperate with the Hu family because they knew the Hu family's main business. I don't know. Qin Fei shook his head. I really don't know. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. She had never paid attention to this matter before. She only knew the main businesses of the four major families. The Su family was in clothing, the Wang family was in food, which included food, drinks, and elixirs, while their Lu family was in real estate, and the Yu family was in transportation. Of course, the main business is the main business, and there are also ancillary businesses. For example, the Lu family's main business is real estate, but they also do hotel business. Hotels not only include accommodation, but also food and drink, as well as some medicine business. Then you. Lu Tianqing looked at the two of them in confusion. Ahem, that. Qin Fei looked a little embarrassed. How should I put it? He said that he stole Yu Heng's fiancée and now Hu Bingyun is his girlfriend? But he still has some dignity left. How could he dare to say this in front of his girlfriend Lu Ying? But Lu Tianqing was a knowledgeable person. Looking at Qin Fei's appearance and thinking about what happened at Yunhuatai yesterday, and the fact that Qin Fei and others took Hu Bingyun away, he immediately guessed a possibility. You kid, you're not going to steal someone's fiancée away, are you? Lu Tianqing's mouth twitched. Qin Fei had a shy smile on his face, and Lu Ying helped explain, we can't say we pried her away, it's because we wanted to save Hu Bingyun from suffering. Of course, this was actually a suggestion from us sisters. Lu Tianqing and Lin Wan looked at each other, both speechless. I don't know whether to say my daughter is generous, or should I say that Qin Fei is good in every way except being too philandering. They all know that Qin Fei has several women, and my daughter is actually helping her man find other women? There are so many pitiful women in this world. Can she just pull anyone who feels pitiful to be her man's woman? If you continue like this, you will spoil Qin Fei. When that time comes and Qin Fei no longer likes you, it will be too late to see you cry. Aren't you afraid of offending the Yu family? Lu Tianqing took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his mind, and spoke. Father, you may not know yet, but my junior's current strength is not necessarily worse than yours. Lu Ying said with a smile. Better than me? Lu Tianqing raised his eyebrows, looking disbelieving. Xiaoying, although Xiaofei is talented and strong, you should know that your father has broken through to the perfection of the war general realm and was also a genius when he was young. Lin Wan said. If I tell you. Lu Ying was about to say that even a mid-stage warrior was killed by Qin Fei, but was interrupted by Qin Fei, senior sister, please stop bragging for me. I am still no match for my uncle. If he gave it his all, he might be able to defeat Lu Tianqing, but the other party was his future father-in-law after all, so how could he have the nerve to give it his all to defeat him? You're not my opponent yet? Lu Tianqing heard the key words in Qin Fei's words, and then thought about what Lu Ying was about to say but was interrupted by Qin Fei. He felt that Qin Fei might really have the strength of a general. Is he really comparable to me? Thinking of this, Lu Tianqing's eyes became a little hot. Being able to dominate the master realm and being able to challenge the strong men in the general realm are two different concepts. Qin Fei, let's have a sparring match. Lu Tianqing stood up and looked at Qin Fei with anticipation. Uncle, let's not compete, shall we? Qin Fei said after hesitating for a moment. Don't worry, I will hold back. Lu Tianqing said with a sneer. Yes, Xiaofei, let your father-in-law evaluate your fighting ability. Lin Wan also said with a smile. This. Qin Fei paused and looked at Lu Ying. Mom and Dad, Qin Fei doesn't want to take action, not because he is afraid of losing, but because he is worried that my dad will be defeated by him, and my dad might be embarrassed. Lu Ying giggled. Question mark. Question mark. When Lu Tianqing and Lin Wan heard this, several question marks popped up in their heads. Are you really that strong? Lu Tianqing looked at Qin Fei with some disbelief. Even if Qin Fei had dual superpowers of water and wood, and was invincible in the Grandmaster realm, there might still be hope that he could fight against a perfect Grandmaster like himself? It's not that strong. Senior sister is obviously exaggerating a bit. Qin Fei said. According to what you said, even if it is a little exaggerated, it means that your combat power has reached the middle and late stages of the general realm. Come on, nephew, let's have a competition and let me feel your combat power. Lu Tianqing pulled Qin Fei towards the yard. Qin Fei looked at Lu Ying helplessly. If Lu Ying hadn't said it, Lu Tianqing might not have been so interested. But after she said it, Lu Tianqing was obviously even more excited. As the patriarch of a large family, although Lu Tianqing has spent a certain amount of energy on the development of his family, his main focus is still on cultivation. Moreover, he has only become the patriarch of the Lu family in recent years, so his combat power is naturally not bad. When they got to the yard, Lu Tianqing let go of Qin Fei and put some distance between them. He smiled broadly and said, "Don't hold back. Come on. Since uncle is so interested, I will accompany him to practice with him." Qin Fei said. "That's right." Lu Tianqing smiled and waved his hand. A strong wind suddenly blew up and swept towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei's clothes fluttered in the wind. He raised his hand and wet vines swept out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind blade cut into the vines, leaving wounds on them, but failed to cut through them. Ha! Lu Tianqing's eyes showed surprise. Although his wind blade was not powerful enough and only had the power of an early-stage general, it was blocked by the vines. "Uncle, this is not a simple vine, but a water vine. It contains the dual superpowers of wood and water. I named it the weak water vine." Qin Fei chuckled. The weak water vine and the water and wood flower are both water and wood dual element superpowered fusion skills, but their effects are different. The water and wood flower contains violent power, but the weak water vine contains the wetness and moisture of water, which can nourish the wood vine and also make the wood vine more wet and soft. The wind blade cuts on it, making it difficult to exert force. Qin Fei has learned a lot about the dual system superpower fusion skills in the past few days. Really? Then you'd better pay attention. Next, I will gradually increase the attack power of Gale Blade. Lu Tianqing's fighting spirit also rose, and at the same time, he was inexplicably happy in his heart. Because, when Qin Fei took the wind blade's cut just now, he already understood that what his daughter said might be true, and Qin Fei really might not lose to him. Seeing Lu Tianqing's use of the Gale Blade, Qin Fei did not dare to be careless and waved his hand to strike out a long sword. The Sword of Void. It contains the superpowers of the three elements of water, wood and air, and has terrifying power. When Qin Fei had not yet broken through to the Master Realm, he could rely on this super skill to fight against the warriors in the middle stage of the General Realm. Now that Qin Fei's cultivation has broken through to the middle stage of the Master Realm, the power has become many times stronger. Therefore, even if Qin Fei did not use the most powerful of the four super skills, the Sky Nether Sword, it was still not comparable to the Gale Blade. Look, the two collided in the void, and in an instant, the Gale Blade was cut off by the Sword of Void. What? At this moment, Lu Tianqing was completely shocked. Although this Gale Blade was not his strongest means, even a strong warrior in the late stage of war could not resist it easily. But now, it was instantly cut off by some magic sword cast by Qin Fei? What does this indicate? This shows that Qin Fei's combat effectiveness has reached the level of a perfect general. Of course, although they have all reached the perfect level of war generals, their combat capabilities are different. Although Lu Tianqing is not the top one, he is definitely not the bottom one. Lin Wan's eyes were filled with shock. Xiao Fei's strength is actually this strong? You know, Lu Tianqing was able to become the head of the Lu family because he possessed unparalleled combat power. Now, he was no match for his future son-in-law? Although Qin Fei had not yet given his all, did that mean he had definitely given it his all? I told you, my dad is no match for my junior. Luing was not surprised by this and said with a smile. Her man was a unique genius. After having his Gale Blade broken, Lu Tianqing was shocked, but he couldn't just admit defeat. He could lose to his future son-in-law, but he couldn't just admit defeat so easily. That would be too embarrassing. Storm Blade. Lu Tianqing roared, and a big knife took shape in his hand. With the help of the wind-based superpower, his body instantly jumped up and slashed down fiercely at the approaching sword of Kongming. Qin Fei controlled the void sword and slashed it from a distance. The storm blade shattered instantly, and Lu Tianqing was knocked out by the violent force. Just when he was ready to fight again with all his strength, he found that the void sword was following him like a shadow and stopped less than a foot in front of him. Lu Tianqing was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. If it was a life-and-death fight, the sword of emptiness would have pierced his throat. Uncle, thank you for your kindness. Qin Fei smiled and recalled the Kongming sword. Originally, he wanted to lose to Lu Tianqing, but after thinking about it, he gave up. In this world, strength is respected. The stronger the strength he shows, the more respect he will get. Thank you for your concession? Lu Tianqing's mouth twitched, and he looked at Qin Fei with a complicated expression. Your fighting ability, even if you are not the best under the Grandmaster realm, is no more than that of an average top-level warrior. I feel that in Yunqing, apart from the Grandmaster of the law enforcement team, you are still invincible. Lu Tianqing's talent is only that of an A-level wind-type superpower, but above him there are S-level, SS-level, SSS-level superpowers, and even dual-level and even triple-level superpowers. Those who have reached the perfect level of generals will obviously be stronger. And when one reaches the Grandmaster level, he reaches a new level. Although Qin Fei was confident that he could compete with those top-level generals, he might not be able to defeat a Grandmaster, even a weak Grandmaster, with his current strength. I hope my uncle can keep it a secret for me. Qin Fei smiled and said, I don't want to be so high profile. You still call me uncle? Lu Tianqing glared. Forehead? Call me father-in-law. Lu Tianqing snorted. Qin Fei blinked, huh? Do you still want to abandon my daughter? I tell you, even if you, Qin Fei, become the supreme in the future, you can't abandon my daughter, otherwise I will fight you to the death. Lu Tianqing said seriously and earnestly. How could I abandon my senior sister? Qin Fei said helplessly. Seeing Lu Tianqing's serious expression, he smiled bitterly and said, Father-in-law. That's right. Lu Tianqing's face suddenly turned from cloudy to bright, and he smiled, my good son-in-law. Qin Fei. Lu Ying. Lin Wan also said with a smile, come on, you two come into the house quickly. Lin Wan looked at Qin Fei with a smile on her face. She was extremely satisfied. Her son-in-law was really extremely talented. Now he was only 19 years old, but he already had almost invincible combat power below the Grandmaster level. When he broke through to the general level in the future, wouldn't he be able to challenge the Grandmaster level strongman? For such a peerless genius, a medium-level superpower school is obviously just a transit station. It will probably not be long before he can enter a high-level superpower school. No, he may even directly enter several top-level superpower schools. You two can talk while Xiaoying and I prepare food for you. Lin Wan said with a smile. Son-in-law, I'm doing this thanks to you. You know, it's always been the chef in our house who cooks. Lu Tianqing said with a smile, your mother-in-law hasn't cooked in a long time. Her cooking skills are better than some chefs. I guarantee you'll enjoy the meal. It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's reasonable. Lin Wan said modestly with a smile on her face. Although she speaks modestly, she is actually very proud of her cooking skills. Mother-in-law, don't make it too much trouble. Just prepare 2 dishes. Qin Fei said with a flattered smile. Just sit down, you two. Lin Wan said with a smile. Then he took his daughter Lu Ying to the kitchen. Chapter 126 Blood God Mark. Although Qin Fei has learned the master-level cooking skills, he has no intention of cooking himself. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Moreover, letting the mother-in-law show off will make her happy. Facts have proved that Lin Wan's cooking skills are indeed very good, and Qin Fei praised the food highly. If you like it, eat more and come often. Lin Wan said with a smile as she picked up some food for Qin Fei. Okay, mother-in-law. Qin Fei nodded and responded with a smile. The Hu family was also having lunch. But the atmosphere seems rather solemn. Hu Yishan, the head of the Hu family, looked at his daughter Hu Bingyun and said, now that you're back, don't you have anything to say? What did you say? Hu Bingyun looked up at his father and asked calmly. After separating from Qin Fei and the others yesterday, she did not choose to go home, but returned to Yunyang Superpower Academy. However, her father sent her a message in the morning to call her back. You didn't give Yu Hong face yesterday and went to eat with other boys? Hu Yishan said in a deep voice. Yes. Hu Bingyun sneered, isn't he jealous? Ha, he's even telling tales. He's totally worthless. Looking at their tough sister, Hu Bingyun's younger brothers lowered their heads and ate quietly, because they all knew that their father had a bad temper. Sure enough, Hu Yishan slammed the table and said angrily, do you know that this will make people think that people in our Hu family are uneducated? I'm just his fiancé. Why don't I even have the right to be friends? Hu Bingyun's eyes were slightly red as she gritted her teeth and said this. She didn't dare to say anything because her father was angry. Yishan, please stop preaching to your daughter while she's eating. Hu Bingyun's mother Zhang Ying sighed and said. She naturally knew that her daughter didn't like Yu Hong, but she was just a woman and had no way to change Hu Yishan's mind. Huishan took a deep breath, knowing that his daughter had objections to him and the Yu family using her for marriage, and then said, "Get ready. We will find a date before the new year for you to marry Yu Heng." "Why? Didn't you say you would wait until I got to the medium-sized superpower academy?" Hu Bingyun's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he said angrily, "Because you were too close to another boy yesterday, the Yu family found out and urged you to get married as soon as possible." Huishan snorted coldly. He had previously argued for Hu Bingyun to wait until she was 22 to get married, but now it was almost 2 years too early. At that time, the reason why he fought for Hu Bingyun to be 22 years old was naturally not entirely for Hu Bingyun's sake, but Hu Bingyun said at the time that with her various conditions, once she was admitted to a medium-sized super ability school, she would definitely be able to find a talented child who was better than Yu Heng and whose background was far better than Yu's family. He thought that since his daughter was so outstanding, there might be hope for her in the future, so he delayed getting married. After all, it's just an engagement, and everything can be regretted, but if it gets married, it will be too late. After all, the sons of those big families will not choose a married woman as their wife. "Dad, why do you insist on pushing me into the fire pit? You should know what kind of person Yu Heng is," Hu Bingyun said with a miserable smile on his face. "I know. Isn't it normal for a powerful man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Huishan said calmly, "And those women are at most concubines. If you marry Yu Heng, you will be the principal wife. The children you give birth to will be eligible to inherit the Yu family business in the future. The Yu family, you only have the Yu family in your eyes." Hu Bingyun laughed angrily. "You could have held back and waited until you got to a medium-sized superpower academy to find a suitable person. And in that case, even if the Yu family wanted you to get married earlier, I could find an excuse. But I heard you getting close to other boys before you even arrived at the school. What can I do?" Huishan sighed, then said in a deep voice. Huishan is not only completely devoted to his family, he also loves his daughter. Otherwise, he would not have delayed. Now he can't delay any longer, right? "Bingyun, your father has no other choice," Zhang Ying said with a wry smile. "This morning, the head of the Yu family came in person to put pressure on us. Besides, our family's pharmaceutical industry is in a very bad state right now. Even a first-class family's foundation is on the verge of collapse." Hu Bingyun took a deep breath and said, "Dad, to be honest, I've already secretly decided to spend my life with someone." "You?" Huishan widened his eyes when he heard that, and pointed at Hu Bingyun angrily, unable to speak. "What?" Zhang Ying was also in disbelief. "Daughter, how could you do such a thing?" "He told me that he can resolve the threat posed by the Yu family." Hu Bingyun looked at Huishan seriously and said, "I want you to break off your engagement with the Yu family." "Is the person you are talking about Qin Fei?" Huishan suddenly thought of something, his eyes fixed, and he looked at Hu Bingyun. "It's him." Hu Bingyun nodded. She was not surprised that her father knew it was Qin Fei. It was normal for small families not to know what happened at Yunwu Arena yesterday, but some big forces in Yunqing must know about it. Qin Fei. Huishan's expression changed gloomily when he heard this. He also knew some information about Qin Fei. One of Qin Fei's women was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. The Lu family had no objection to Qin Fei, which also showed how outstanding Qin Fei was. But could Qin Fei resolve the threat posed by the Yu family? In his opinion, this was impossible, because no matter how outstanding Qin Fei was, he had not yet grown up. Moreover, Qin Fei already had Lu Ying, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. So it was obvious that the eldest daughter of the Lu family would be the legal wife. If his daughter married into the family, wouldn't she only be a concubine? How can this compare to marrying Yu Heng? If you marry Qin Fei, won't you just be his equal wife? Huishan frowned and looked at Hu Bingyun disappointedly. "You agree to that?" "I like Qin Fei, so, let alone being a co-wife, I'd be willing to have her as a concubine," Hu Bingyun said seriously. At this moment, the image of Qin Fei appeared in her mind. He was so outstanding. "Are you so useless?" Huishan didn't know whether he was angry at his daughter's spinelessness or at her self-destructive tone. Qin Fei's women are all very harmonious. In fact, there is no such thing as big or small. Only you care about this. Hu Bingyun looked at her father and sneered. She had a say in this because she found out when she was having dinner with them that the status of all the women were equal, and the one who spoke most actively was Huang Meijiao, who had the most ordinary family background. "You?" Huishan was very angry when his daughter ridiculed him. "By the way, Xin Fei said that he will come to my house in the next 2 days to settle the engagement between Yu Heng and me. See when you have time. I'll tell him. Hu Bingyun said. She decided to believe that Xin Fei could solve this problem because she didn't want to marry Yu Heng at all. If Xin Fei can't solve it, then she will just pretend not to know Xin Fei. From now on, she will keep her heart sealed. Hui Shan. Hui Shan took a deep breath and laughed in anger. He wants to come to my house, right? Isn't he afraid that I will prepare a Hongmen feast for him? The Hongmen banquet? Hu Bingyun murmured, I believe that even if he knew, he would still come. You have so much confidence in him. Well, let's do it tomorrow. Let's see if he dares to come directly to our door. Hui Shan sneered. Lu family. After Qin Fei had a feast made by his mother-in-law Lin Wan, he chatted with his father-in-law Lu Tianqing. Son-in-law. When are you planning to get engaged to my daughter, or even get married? Lu Tianqing looked at Qin Fei and couldn't help asking. Qin Fei is so outstanding. If we don't confirm the engagement early, will there be any unexpected changes in the future? I'm only 19 years old now, it's too early to talk about getting married. Let's wait a few years. Qin Fei replied with a smile. When you get to Qinghe County and find a better girlfriend, you won't dump my daughter, right? Lu Tianqing asked. Who said that the father-in-law is dissatisfied with the son-in-law? Well, as long as the son-in-law is good enough, the father-in-law would be eager for you to marry his daughter as soon as possible. Father-in-law, can you please have some confidence in me? Qin Fei said helplessly. Although he might be a little sentimental, in fact, he likes every woman he has very much. What is this called? Philanthropy. After a heart-to-heart talk with his father-in-law, Lu Tianqing no longer urged Qin Fei to get married. After dinner. Junior, have you talked to my dad? If so, let's go back. Luing said to Qin Fei. We've almost finished the discussion. Qin Fei said. At this moment, his message rang. I'll take a call. Qin Fei said, then walked out of the living room and answered the call from Hu Bingyun in the yard. Although Lu Ying's family knew about Hu Bingyun's existence, they still felt embarrassed to do so in front of everyone in the house, and they had to be somewhat discreet. Your father invites me to your house tomorrow? Qin Fei was extremely surprised when he heard Hu Bingyun's words. Although he had made preparations to go to the Hu family when he was free in the next few days to discuss the cancellation of the engagement between Hu Bingyun and Yu Hong, he did not expect that they would take the initiative to extend an invitation. The Hongmen banquet, huh? Qin Fei smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, even if it's the Hongmen banquet, I'll go. I'll try to save you from suffering as soon as possible. After chatting with Hu Bingyun for a while, Qin Fei hung up the message. He thought quietly for a while and then returned to the house. What's wrong? Seeing that Qin Fei's expression was not right, Luing asked. I'm going to the Hu family tomorrow. Qin Fei did not hide it. Go to the Hu family? Then you might confront the Yu family. Do you need me to do anything? Lu Tianqing asked. After all, he had discussed the matter of the super pill with Qin Fei before. It was a three-party collaboration, with Qin Fei being one of them, and then there were the Lu family and the Hu family. Maybe when the time comes to discuss the cooperation on the super energy pill, you'll be needed. Qin Fei said, as for the engagement, I still hope to handle it on my own. Well, that's fine, but if you need help, just tell me. Lu Tianqing said. Thank you, father-in-law. Qin Fei said gratefully. Although it might not be used by then, he was still very happy when Lu Tianqing said this. Hu family. Hu Bingyun hung up the message and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Qin Fei would not dare to come, because the Hongmen banquet set up by her father was not simple and was specifically aimed at Qin Fei, and people from the Yu family might also be present. I hope Qin Fei can help me successfully cancel the engagement with the Yu family. Hu Bingyun said in his heart. As long as Qin Fei can successfully resolve this matter, he will be able to be with Qin Fei without any worries in the future. He entered the living room and saw his father, who was waiting for his reply. What's the matter? Is he afraid to come over? Hui Shan sneered. I'm sorry to disappoint you, father. He said he would definitely come. Hu Bingyun said lightly. Hui Shan. Humph, how courageous. But, does he think that the engagement can be cancelled just by his mouth? Didn't you tell him that this is a Hongmen banquet? Hui Shan said with a cold snort. I believe that since he said he can solve it, he can solve it. Hu Bingyun gritted her teeth. She actually didn't have that much confidence in Qin Fei, but things had come to this point. Who else could she trust except to choose to trust Qin Fei and give it a try? After all, this is her only chance to escape the marriage now. Whoosh! It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Qin Fei and Lin Shuer were practicing because they were at similar levels, especially they both mastered spatial superpowers. I don't know if it's because they both possess spatial superpowers and are more compatible, or because they are at similar levels, but Qin Fei's cultivation has actually made a breakthrough, and his spatial superpowers have reached the late stage of the master level. Lin Shuer's improvement is also not small, and her spatial superpowers have broken through to the middle stage of the master level. However, although other superpowers have also been improved, they have not been able to break through. Qin Fei was very satisfied with this, because the wood and water demon cores of the master level were relatively easy to get as long as one had money, but the space demon cores were not easy to obtain. As for the spiritual demon core, it is even rarer, but the energy contained in the dark golden sphere meteor tears is now consumed less, so there is no need to consider improving spiritual superpowers in the short term. In fact, the improvement in his cultivation was not what Qin Fei was most satisfied with. The most satisfying thing was that Lin Shuer, whose favorability had already reached 99 points, finally improved a little. Don't underestimate this, but it was no worse than the previous favorability from 0 to 99 points, because the full value of favorability gave Qin Fei a chance to win a super lottery. In this super draw, 90% of the rewards are gold and 10% are legendary. There is a chance to win a legendary reward. This is the third woman whose favorability level with Qin Fei has reached 100. The previous two were Lu Fingyi and Xue Hongling. Huang Meijiu and Lu Ying both have a favorability of 99 points. Hu Bingyun, who was just bound not long ago, has a favorability of around 80. Su Ruoyun has an even lower favorability of only over 70, but that's because they haven't seen each other since the dance and have no time to develop feelings. The next morning, Qin Fei rode on Xiangqi, whose cultivation had reached the perfection of the Great Demon Realm, and rushed to Hu Bingyun's house to attend the Hongmen banquet hosted by the Hu family. To be honest, Qin Fei was looking forward to it very much. Yes, Xiangqi has reached the perfection of the Great Demon Realm. In terms of combat power, perhaps some demon generals cannot defeat it, because its bloodline level is really too high. Let's take advantage of the time we have to go to the Hu family to use the chance of the super lottery. Qin Fei, standing on Xiangqi, muttered secretly, one more life-saving trump card means one more confidence. After all, who knows what kind of background the Yu family, as one of the four major families in Yunqing, has. Despise your opponent strategically, but take him seriously tactically. I hope I can win a legendary reward. Qin Fei prayed for a while, and then started the lottery. Soon after, the lottery ended. Looking at the results of the lottery, Qin Fei's face showed excitement. Legendary reward? Qin Fei was so excited that he couldn't express it, because the probability of getting a legendary reward was only 1 in 10. The probability of winning a gold reward is high. Wow! Qin Fei opened this legendary reward without much hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blood God mark. Mark of the Blood God? What is this? Qin Fei blinked, looking a little confused. Qin Fei then looked up information about the Blood God's mark. The Blood God's mark can be ignited with the blood of origin. The stronger the blood of origin, the more terrifying the power that can be exerted after the Blood God's mark is ignited. Is this a legendary reward? Qin Fei fell into deep thought. This thing is a desperate thing. How much original blood is in the human body? Every drop of origin blood is precious, and consuming too much origin blood will affect one's own foundation. Although one's genes have been strengthened hundreds of times, the quantity and quality of origin blood may be different from that of ordinary people, but it cannot be used for fighting. Because the loss of a drop of original blood may take a lot of time or precious natural treasures to make up for it. If the amount of original blood consumed is small, it will not affect oneself, but once it exceeds a certain amount, it will be difficult to make up for it. The power of the energy contained in the blood of origin is related to one's own cultivation and realm. After all, the origin blood of ordinary people is not as good as that of cultivators, and the origin blood of high-level strong people is stronger than that of low-level cultivators. Qin Fei received the mark of the Blood God, and suddenly, he felt that there was something extra in his heart. He used his spiritual sense to sense it and knew that the extra thing was the mark of the Blood God. Then, Qin Fei opened his system interface and found that the Blood God mark did not appear in the talent, but appeared in the physical talent. Plundering Goddess System. Host, Qin Fei. Age, 19. Appearance, 100. Your appearance is 100 points, because the highest score is only 100 points. Body, 100. In terms of body, you are already impeccable. Superpower talent, Ultimate Wood Superpower SSS, Ultimate Water Superpower SSS, Spiritual Superpower SSS level, Ultimate Space Superpower SSS level. Comprehensive rating, 125. You have transcended the boundaries of mortals and reached the level of gods. Male god? No, even male gods would feel ashamed when they see you. Realm, mid-stage master of water, wood and spirit, late-stage master of space. Superpower fusion skills, water and wood flower, wooden bow and water arrow, water and wood shield, void sword, void divine sword. Physical talents, blood god mark, Vidra indestructible body, photographic memory, mythical comprehension, gluttonous stomach, golden kidneys, hundredfold genetic metamorphosis. Number of bound goddesses, 7. Lu Fani, Huang Meijiao, Lin Shui, Luing, Su Ruoyan, Shui Hongling, Hu Bingyun. Sports, 100 steps ghost shadow level 4 early stage. Eye of detection, can detect a woman's rating, favorability, and bond value, etc. System prize pool, 5 major prize pools are enabled. System warehouse, mind exploration card 6, Taodai cultivation method 1, marquee realm combat power card 1, 100 steps ghostly body movement skill 1, etc. Is the blood god mark considered a physical talent? That's not wrong. Xin Fei muttered secretly, after all, to activate it, you need to burn the original blood. Xin Fei's mouth twitched when he thought about using the blood god's mark, which required burning the original blood. This method could only be used when he was desperate. Of course, he needed to try it when he had the chance to see how terrifying the power of the blood god's mark was. Normally, even if one wants to use it, one dare not use it easily. After all, to activate it once, one needs at least 1 drop of original blood, which is life-consuming. Xianqi was very fast. It didn't take long for it to reach the territory of the Hu family. Xin Fei called Xianqi to land in front of the Hu family's door. Stop! The Hu family's bodyguard shouted loudly after seeing Xin Fei. I am Xin Fei, and I am here as agreed. Xin Fei said calmly. Xin Fei? Never heard of him. Please come back another day. One of the bodyguards said lightly. Xin Fei? Could it be that Hu Bingyun didn't instruct the bodyguard guarding the door? Xin Fei pondered this for a moment and felt that this was unlikely. Could it be that this was a show of force prepared by the Hu family? Did they want to test their mettle? In that case, don't blame me for not giving face to your Hu family. So, Xin Fei winked at Xianqi, who flapped his wings directly, and the wind was howling. The 2 bodyguards who were only at the level of 6th or 7th level superpowered masters were blown back and entered the Hu family. Let's go in. Xin Fei patted Xianqi's wings, then strode into the Hu family. Chapter 127 The Hongmen Banquet. Hu family. In Yunqing, although the Hu family is not as good as the 4 major families, it is still a first-class family after all. Like the Lu family, their family owns a separate community, but no matter the scale or location of the community, it is far inferior to the Lu family. After all, the area where the Lu family lives is extremely valuable. Of course, it can be called a community, but it can also be called a manor. At this time, almost all the members of the Hu family gathered in the hall of the main villa in the community. Before, they usually stayed here only during family banquets. Today is not a family banquet. The reason they gathered together is because they all knew what was going to happen at home today, which was a Hongmen banquet for Xin Fei. Hu Bingyun was also there, with a look of worry on her face. She wanted to go out to greet Xin Fei, but was stopped by her family. Today is the Hongmen banquet, not an ordinary banquet. If he wants to cancel the engagement, he must at least show enough background and strength. Otherwise, our Hu family will not terminate the contract with the Yu family for him. So, you just stay here honestly. Huishan looked at his daughter and said in a deep voice. Zhang Ying looked at his daughter, who was filled with grief and indignation. He stepped forward, took her hand, and comforted her, saying, Your father is not only thinking about you, but also about the family. Now that their family's medicine business is declining, they also want to get closer to the Yu family and do the transportation business with the Yu family. After all, there are hundreds of people in the family who need to be supported. Report, clan leader, the 2 bodyguards guarding the door were beaten by Xin Fei. He brought a monster with him and broke in. At this moment, a hurried voice came from the intercom in the living room. That's quite courageous. Huishan snorted coldly, then spoke loudly into the intercom. However, that's not enough. Tell him that we have delicious food waiting for him in the central villa. If he wants to enjoy this meal, first of all, he must be able to enter the central villa. Otherwise, he will go back to where he came from. Got it, the other side responded. Everyone in the Hu family exchanged glances. There were many rumors about Qin Fei, but this guy showing up at their door was still beyond their expectations. How dare he do that? Didn't they know that although their Hu family wasn't as good as the four major families and had declined in realm over the years, they still had many masters? There are 3 powerful warriors in the realm of generals. The old family is not in a position to show up, and Hu Yishan, as the head of the family, is also not in a position to take action. However, there is still a powerful general. He is the last door, blocking Qin Fei from entering the central villa. Can Qin Fei enter the central villa smoothly? They don't believe it. A genius is just a genius before he grows up. Qin Fei could have just walked away, but he couldn't do that. After all, Hu Bingyun was already the woman he had sealed his bond with. Moreover, although she had been engaged before, she was also a chaste woman. The first and second kisses were given to me. Now that I have promised her, how can I give up so easily? If I give up, not only will Hu Bingyun be disappointed in me, but even my other women will be disappointed, because they don't mind me having other women, but they mind me giving up when I encounter difficulties. Moreover, he knew that this was the Hongmen banquet before he came, so he was mentally prepared and had done a good job of psychological construction. Therefore, everything in front of him could not cause any waves in his heart. A figure suddenly ran in front of him. This is a young man, about 30 years old. Is this how your Hu family treats guests? Qin Fei said lightly. Qin Fei, the head of my family, said that the banquet has been set up in the central villa. You can go there now. As long as you can enter the central villa, you can taste the delicious food. Otherwise, you will be stuck, said the young man. Qin Fei grinned, really? Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way. If you want me to lead the way, that's not impossible. The young man smiled and said, please, defeat me. Oh? Qin Fei's eyes flashed slightly. In ancient times, Guan Yu defeated 6 generals after passing 5 levels. Today, the head of my family has also set up 5 checkpoints and 6 roadblocks. If you want to enjoy this delicious meal, I hope you can break through the 5 checkpoints and enter the central villa. By the way, my name is Hu Chang, and I am Bingyun's cousin. Hu Chang stood in front of Qin Fei, smiled calmly, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Are you at the first level or the second level? Qin Fei looked at the other party with interest. The first hurdle is that the 2 bodyguards guarding the door don't count. Hu Chang said, if you don't have the courage and the temper to even enter, then you have no right to let our Hu family offend the Yu family for you. Is that so? Qin Fei nodded, then called out to Xiangqi, then let my vehicle compete with you. Roar. Xiangqi roared at Hu Chang, staring at him fiercely. This made Hu Chang tremble all over, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. What level of monster is this? How can it be so strong? He could feel that if the ferocious beast attacked him, he would surely die. What a terrifying monster! Wait, you can't use the car. Hu Chang said repeatedly, his face pale and trembling, this is a test for you. Qin Fei looked at Hu Chang, who was frightened and a little out of his wits, and said with a smile, since it is a test for me, then come on. After saying that, he asked Xiangqi to go aside. Otherwise, Hu Chang, who was afraid of Xiangqi, would not be able to display his true abilities. Hu Chang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, then stretched out his hands and 2 flaming swords appeared in his hands. Name, Hu Chang. Age, 31. Appearance 6'7". Body type, 64. Talent, B+ level fire superpower. Overall score, 68. Favorability, for I am attracted by your car and feel resentment towards you. Realm, early stage of Master Realm. This level of cultivation is not weak, but not strong either. It is considered average. It is hard to say whether he can break through to the level of a general in the future. Because the weaker the talent, the lower the possibility of breaking through to a higher level in the future. Facing Hu Chang, who was coming towards him with 2 swords in hand, Qin Fei casually released a water curtain, which extinguished the flames, broke the 2 fire-type super swords, and knocked Hu Chang away. Hu Chang was completely stunned. He thought he would lose, but he didn't expect that he would lose so miserably. He didn't even last a single round against Qin Fei. He felt extremely depressed and felt that he still had a lot of tricks that he hadn't used. But after thinking about it, he found out with frustration that even if he tried his best, he couldn't break through the terrible water curtain. Moreover, Qin Fei obviously held back. If it was a life-and-death fight, he might have been killed. Hu Chang, who was soaking wet, used his firepower to evaporate the water off his body and said with a wry smile, "I'm defeated. Let's go. I'll lead the way." Qin Fei nodded lightly. He was neither surprised nor happy about defeating Hu Chang, because it was no different from slapping a mosquito to death. We walked forward with Hu Chang leading the way, but we didn't go far. Then he saw a figure standing in front of him, carrying a big knife on his shoulder and looking at Qin Fei. When Hu Lei saw the man in front of him, he said to Qin Fei, "This is your opponent in the second round. He is my cousin Hu Lei, and he is much stronger than me." Qin Fei has already detected the other party's situation through the detector. He is 33 years old, in the middle stage of the Master Realm, and his superpower is the sword. The more orthodox superpowers are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. Of course, there are also time and space, and mental superpowers, but these superpowers are extremely rare. In addition to these, there are also some weapon-related superpowers, such as Wang Zichun's sword, and now Hu Lei's knife. Lu Ying's brother Lu Lei has a younger brother who has strength-related superpowers. Although these are still relatively rare, in terms of ability, there are guns and weak ones. Superpowers like swords can be very strong or very ordinary. But the Hu Lei in front of him gave Qin Fei a slightly different feeling. As for what was different, maybe it was because his knife was bigger? Of course, if the knife is big, whether it is powerful enough is hard to say. It might just be a bluff. "Hu Lei, please give me some advice." Hu Lei took the big knife off his shoulder and pointed it at Qin Fei from a distance. Qin Fei said calmly, "Go ahead." Hu Lei rushed forward, and the big knife cut through the void and slashed towards Qin Fei. When the big knife broke through the air, it caused a huge wave, as if there was a howling wind, and the knife light was spewing, carrying a sharp cold light. Qin Fei pointed in the distance, and a vine appeared in an instant. Then, the front of the vine split into dozens of smaller vines like tentacles. The vines danced like a group of demons, directly strangling the swordlight, and then bombarded Hu Lei wildly. Although Hu Lei was very serious about Qin Fei at the beginning, he didn't think that Qin Fei could pose any threat to him at all. But now he was beaten up all over the place, and he felt aggrieved and full of disbelief. Why is this vine so hard to cut? His knife-type superpower is sharp and domineering, so how come he can't do anything to a vine condensed from his wood-type superpower? Could it be that what he condensed was a rusty sword? He had fought against wood-type superpowers of the same level more than once. He was no match for some of the powerful ones, but he could deal with most of them, and even defeated many of them. However, he had never seen anyone like Qin Fei. It's too strong. The vines are top-notch in terms of toughness and attack resistance. Click, bang. There were two loud bangs in succession, and the big knife in Hu Lei's hand was broken. He was also knocked back and looked extremely miserable. Hu Chang, who was watching this scene quietly from a distance, opened his mouth slightly, his eyes dull. Brother Lei faced Qin Fei and was beaten without any chance to fight back. Is this kid really only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm? Oh, right, he has dual-element superpowers. But he hasn't used the superpower fusion technique yet. He used the water element superpower to defeat me before, and the wood element superpower to defeat Brother Lei just now. A single superpower is so strong. If he uses the superpower fusion technique, I'm afraid that even an ordinary late-stage Grandmaster will not be his opponent. This Qin Fei is really a genius. To be honest, my cousin is not worthy of him. This is not to belittle Hu Bingyun, but because Qin Fei is really too outstanding in all aspects. After all, Qin Fei is not only first class in talent and strength, but also in appearance. I lost, please keep going. Hu Lei got up from the ground and looked at Qin Fei. He felt a little depressed, but he still admitted that Qin Fei was stronger. The second level was passed successfully. Chapter 128, pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals. Hu Chang stepped forward and continued to lead Qin Fei, saying, "The next level is for the most talented person in my family." Qin Fei's eyes flashed. He is also your senior, his name is Hu Gu, and he is currently studying at the Qinghe Superpower Academy. He is also the only genius in our Hu family in recent years who has been admitted to a medium-sized superpower academy. Hu Chang said. Hu Gu. Qin Fei was surprised. Why, have you heard of him? That's not surprising. Hu Gu was also a student of Yunqing Superpower Academy back then. Your teacher may have talked about him. Hu Chang said with a smile. Qin Fei smiled but did not say anything. He was surprised because the name was the same as the name of a protagonist in a TV series in his previous life. In fact, the teacher did not mention it at all during class. Of course, Hugu might have some talent, but Yunqing's Superpower Academy has trained many students with amazing talents. If they are not too outstanding, it is difficult for the teacher to talk about them in class. He, Qin Fei, may have the opportunity to become a person often mentioned by many teachers in the future. After all, Qin Fei has created too many miracles. This Qin Fei, when he first entered the school, he was only a little famous. After all, he was an A-level talent, which was not common in his batch. However, he was famous not for his talent, but for being an infatuated man. He was with a woman named Lu Feng, but he gave all the resources he got from hunting demons to his contracted partner. Then his contracted Taoist partner's cultivation level climbed steadily, while his own progress was extremely slow. When he entered his sophomore year, he was almost at the bottom of the grade. At this time, he was dumped. Perhaps God could not bear it, because not long after being dumped, Qin Fei soared to the sky, sitting on the foremost talented and beautiful campus beauties of the school, surpassing the senior classmate, suppressing the vice dean, the top student of the 4 superpowered schools. The image of the teacher talking eloquently emerged in Qin Fei's mind, which included some of his own past. Qin Fei, what are you thinking about? Hu Chang's words brought Qin Fei back to reality. Nothing. Qin Fei shook his head, suppressed the many thoughts that suddenly emerged in his mind, and said calmly. Hu Chang curled his lips and didn't say much, because he could see that Qin Fei didn't want to talk, so he naturally wouldn't ask any further questions. In the living room of the central villa. When Qin Fei and Hu Chang were standing far apart, their images had already appeared on the TV. The TV is connected to the surveillance screen, and then the screen on the monitor is directed to the TV. It looks quite clear. Obviously, the quality of the surveillance probe is still very good. There are no cars and other things in this world, but there are televisions, communication watches and other things similar to mobile phones. Why are there no mobile phones? Qin Fei thought, maybe it is because it is inconvenient to carry a mobile phone? But computers and televisions do exist. Technology has developed, but the direction of development is very different from that of the previous life and is somewhat biased. For example, although the entertainment industry has also developed, it is extremely underdeveloped. This is normal, after all, this is a world full of demons. Practitioners are all busy slaying demons and eliminating evil. There are people who delve into technology, but their number is far less than that of practitioners who are learning how to slay demons and eliminate evil. This Qin Fei is really capable. Xiao Chang is no match for him. If he can't even beat Xiao Chang, he probably has no face to come here. But what kind of monster is that beside him? Have you ever seen it? Even through the screen, you can feel its ferocity. This might be a ferocious beast. But how did he tame it? You know, the reason the Yu family was able to create such a large industry is because they have a special method of taming beasts. Does Qin Fei have it too? If Qin Fei had a method to tame beasts, then his potential would be even greater. If he can give us a copy of his animal taming method, then. He didn't say it directly, but everyone understood what he meant. To succeed in the business of providing basic necessities, one needs 3 core elements. First, it's best to have 1 or more formation masters within the family. Ordinary carriages are easy to acquire, but they can only be sold to ordinary people. Those with a certain level of cultivation require carriages inscribed with formations, which require formation masters to engrave. Second, while ordinary carriages have a market, they're primarily used within cities. Leaving the city, whether to travel to other cities or to slay demons, requires some form of transportation, such as dragon-horned horses, spotted blood horses, or blue-white demon tigers. Good beast taming techniques are required to tame these powerful beasts and use them as transportation. Third, money is needed. Without it, how can one afford these means of transportation and the materials for setting up formations? Even some demon beasts need to be purchased, as hunting alone can only yield a limited number of kills. Taming them afterward is too time-consuming. Even if he has it, do you think he would give it to us easily? One of them said unhappily, "You have to know that it's just the most common beast taming method, and the Yu family offered us a very high price." After hearing this person's words, everyone in the room fell silent. Yes, they need to spend a huge price to obtain ordinary animal taming methods. They have been discussing it for some time, but the condition on the other side is to wait until Yu Hang and Hu Bingyun get married before giving it to the Hu family. Hu Bingyun didn't say anything, but just looked at Qin Fei's figure quietly. His majestic figure, handsome appearance, and every move deeply impressed her and made her fascinated by him. She pursed her lips, Qin Fei. He was like a fire, breaking into her heart violently, lighting herself up and warming her cold heart. When Qin Fei easily defeated Hu Lei, she was secretly delighted, and her face became brighter. Hearing the praises of many people in the room, she inexplicably felt a sense of pride. This is the man she likes, much better than the marriage partner arranged by her family. If I were next to him at this moment, I would definitely not be able to help but kiss him. He met Hu Gu. I wonder if he can beat Hu Gu. Why, do you think Hu Gu will lose? That's hard to say. Hu Gu is an S-class wood elementalist. Whether it's talent or strength, he's first-rate. He's also a few years older than Qin Fei. With his training experience and realm, he's superior to Qin Fei in every way. I don't believe Qin Fei can beat him. Don't forget that Qin Fei is a dual-powered water and wood master. He defeated Hu Chang and Hu Lei before by only using a single power. Once he uses the superpower fusion technique, his combat effectiveness will skyrocket. If he continues to soar, it will be equivalent to the late Grandmaster realm. Hu Gu is also in the late Grandmaster realm and has S-level talent. I don't believe he will lose unless he uses his ferocious beast. In fact, they did not forbid Qin Fei from using monsters. At that time, Hu Chang was frightened by the ferocity of Qiangqi, and privately told Qin Fei not to use external forces such as monsters. Cousin Hu Gu, I shouldn't be able to stop you, right? Hu Bingyun felt a little uneasy. Besides, even if I defeat Hu Gu, there are still 2 more levels to go. Qin Fei, can you make it through? Qin Fei met Hu Gu. This Hu Gu was not the same as he had imagined, which made him a little disappointed. It turned out that it was just a coincidence of the name. Hu Gu, 25 years old, has S-level wood-type superpowers and is in the late master realm. Even if he is placed in the various medium-sized superpower schools in Xinghe County, he would not be too ordinary. For Qin Fei, that's all. I heard that you are a dual-element superpower of water and wood. You are only 19 years old. That's incredible. Hu Gu looked at Qin Fei, a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he spoke. I'm really envious. Dual-system superpowers are rare in the Yunqing Superpower Academy, just like superpowers with SS level and SSS level talents. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Fei smiled faintly. You will be very powerful in the future, but now, you are not my opponent. Hu Gu said proudly. The corners of Qin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. This was an even greater contrast to what he had imagined. He couldn't help but grin and chuckle. Confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident can easily lead to embarrassment. Embarrassing? That's not in my vocabulary. Hu Gu said coldly, let me teach you how to use the wood element superpower. As he spoke, 2 vines appeared at Qin Fei's feet, trying to wrap around his ankles. But it failed. Qin Fei's figure still disappeared from the spot, just like he bounced back like a spring. He had used this despicable fighting method in his first fight since he came to this world, so he was naturally well aware of this method. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed in Hu Ji's eyes. He didn't expect that Qin Fei actually avoided his sneak attack. As a senior, sneak attacks seemed embarrassing, but the teachers in their secondary school taught them that in battle, any despicable means can be used. As long as it can win, it is a good means. Upright thinking is not necessary, only a dirty style of play can perfectly bring out the advantages of the wood element's superpowers. Hu Gu is practicing this profoundly. When competing with super-powered people from other departments, his dirty style of play has helped him defeat the strong with the weak more than once. He didn't expect that Qin Fei could avoid his inevitable sneak attack in an unintentional state. Of course, although he was surprised, he was not panicked, because he had more than one method. Qin Fei's figure did not land on the ground, but jumped into the air again. Where he was about to land, a number of inverted, hideous and terrifying spikes appeared. Those were the wooden thorns that Hu Gu had laid in an instant. This is also a super skill of the wood element. Before Qin Fei could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Hu Ji's figure appeared in front of him, holding a wooden stick in his hand. The wooden root was very thick and covered with sharp thorns, which looked very scary. The wooden stick came down on his head with a sharp sound of wind. Well, it's not quite appropriate to call it a wooden stick, it should be called a mace. Chapter 129 Seeing is Believing. Hu Ji's attack methods are one after another, and they are endless. If you are not careful, he may seize the opportunity to attack you. Even if you are stronger than him, you may be stunned by him. Is this the student from Qinghe County's medium-level superpower academy? Such despicable and terrifying methods. Xin Fei was shocked. Why is it that Lu Chun, the A+ grade gold superpowered Lu family member, who is also a student from a medium-level superpower academy, looks so ordinary? Lu Chun was the first student from the medium-sized superpower academy that Xin Fei fought against, but compared with Hu Gu, there was a big gap, not only in talent, but also in realm and strength. However, the most obvious gap was in combat methods. Hu Ji's fighting style fully demonstrates the characteristics of the wood-type superpower. Although he was shocked, Xin Fei did not slow down at all. Although he lost the initiative, he had super mental power and could capture the trajectory of the opponent's attack in the shortest time and make the most appropriate response. In fact, Xin Fei might not be able to defeat the opponent using only his wood-type superpowers. Because Hu Ji's methods are too weird and too vulgar. But who made him a 4-element superpower? Even if he only used 2 of his superpowers, his combat power had already far exceeded his own realm. It's not that he couldn't fight with just the wood element superpower. After all, his soul was strong and he could make the most correct response in the shortest time. For example, now, facing the mace that was hitting him on the head, Xin Fei activated the 100-step ghost shadow. The mace hit Xin Fei's body, but it only hit the afterimage left after Xin Fei activated his body skills. Nothing special. Hu Gu smiled playfully when he saw his mace hit Xin Fei, but the next moment, his expression changed, not good. Because the mace did not hit any real object, he knew that Xin Fei had dodged his attack. It's my turn to fight back. Xin Fei's voice sounded beside him the next moment. Hu Gu turned his head and was shocked to see that Xin Fei also raised the mace and smashed it towards him on the head. Fuck. If I get hit by this, I will be seriously injured even if I don't die. Just dodge away. At this time, he noticed 2 vines coming out of the ground and wrapping around his legs. For Xin Fei, what kind of fighting style is this? Treat others as they would have you treat them as you would like to be treated. Hu Gu felt the vines wrapping around his legs. After all, he used a dirty style of fighting, so he naturally thought that the opponent might use the same method. But now, even though he knew Xin Fei's method, he was in a dilemma. If he wanted to jump out of the vines wrapped around him, he would be hit by Xin Fei's mace. If he thought about avoiding the mace, he would definitely be entangled by the vines. At this moment, he can only choose to be entangled by the vines, while trying his best to swing the mace in his hand to meet Xin Fei's mace. Boom! 2 thick and scary maces collided with each other. Snap! The mace in Hu Ji's hand exploded instantly. Because he was going against the trend, while Xin Fei was going with the trend, the power of the mace in Xin Fei's hand was even more terrifying. It seems that Hu Ji's realm is higher than Xin Fei's, but the quality of Hu Ji's wood-type superpower is S-level, and Xin Fei's is SSS plus level ultimate wood-type superpower, so, in general, the quality of the mace condensed from Xin Fei's mace is more durable. In addition, Shun's force was stronger, so it was reasonable that the mace in Hu Ji's hand was destroyed. The mace in Hu Ji's hand was destroyed, and his knuckles were cracked. At this time, 2 vines were released and wrapped around Hu Ji's legs. Under Xin Fei's control, he pulled Hu Ji's legs suddenly, and Hu Ji's body fell on his back with a bang, and the ground was covered in dust. Xin Fei instantly appeared in front of Hu Gu, pointing the mace at his head, and said calmly, "You lose." "I lost." Hu Gu looked at Xin Fei dully and uttered a few words. He was bewildered because the defeat was so sudden. Just a moment ago, his situation was so good, so why did it take a turn for the worse in an instant? What happened? Now that I think about it, I was defeated by Xin Fei's super speed. Yes, the reason why Xin Fei was able to fight back after losing the initiative was because of his speed. Otherwise, if he wanted to win against Hu Ji's vulgar style, he would have to use his second superpower. In fact, using his super mental power to detect the opponent's movement trajectory was already considered using part of his second superpower. Ah! My cousin was defeated so easily? Hu Chang and Hu Lei, who were watching this scene not far away, looked at each other in surprise. The most important thing is that Xin Fei used his wood-type superpowers throughout the whole process. Hu Chang said to himself in disbelief. I had thought that my cousin Hu Gu would lose, but I didn't expect him to lose so suddenly. I thought Xin Fei would definitely lose. Hu Lei said with a wry smile. This Xin Fei is not simple. Who says it isn't? I'm now looking forward to his performance in the 4th round. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, because I haven't seen Xin Fei use super energy fusion skills yet. The obstacles blocking the 4th level are Uncle 13 and his wife. Their super energy fusion skills have defeated some top-level masters and can even compete with those in the early stages of the general realm. I wonder how many moves Qin Fei can hold out. While the two cousins were talking, they saw Qin Fei looking over at them. The two of them immediately said, "Let's go, we'll lead the way." And time moved forward a little bit. In the living room of the central villa, everyone saw Hugo forcing Qin Fei into a desperate situation in just a few moves, and they all showed a look of relief. Hugo is truly a rare genius that our family has seen in decades. Once he fully matures, our Hu family will have the potential to reach the level of the four great clans. Unless Hugo breaks through to the Grandmaster level, it will be difficult for our Hu family to reach the ranks of the four great families of Yuncheng. This is because the four great families have been passed down for much longer than our Hu family, and their foundation is much stronger. Yes, but Hugo has the hope of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. After all, he is only 23 or 24 years old now. Hu Bingyun saw Qin Fei completely immersed in Hu Ji's rhythm and panicked. Could Qin Fei lose? She had expected Qin Fei to lose, but she hadn't thought he'd fall at the third level. But now, Qin Fei was completely at a disadvantage. She had forgotten to tell him about her cousin Hu Ji's fighting style. It wasn't her fault, because she hadn't imagined her father would set Qin Fei up with a 5-level, 6-command test. Ha! What's going on? At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Then everyone showed a look of shock. Qin Fei actually turned the tables like this? When Hu Bingyun saw the scene, a bright smile appeared on his face. Qin Fei, the junior fellow student he liked, was indeed extraordinary. He could turn the tables like this, and he didn't even use any super-powered fusion skills. A man and a woman were standing not far in front of Qin Fei. They didn't look very old, but they weren't young either. Qin Fei used a detector to check and found that both of them were about 37 or 38 years old. From what the two people before said, this was their 13th uncle and 13th aunt. They were indeed young, because they were only 2 or 3 years older than Hu Lei. There were more people in a big family, and sometimes, the older ones had to call the younger ones uncles. This couple, the man is called Huijuan, a wind-type superpower, and the woman is called Ni Qin, a thunder-type practitioner. This was detected by Qin Fei through a detector. Both of them have reached the perfect level of the Master Realm, and their talents are both at the B level. Come to think of it, you are still our junior. Huishan said, looking at Qin Fei with a smile. Yes, it's been more than 10 years since I left the Yunqing Superpower Academy. It's a pity. We were so ambitious back then and wanted to become masters and strive for the title of Marquis, but more than 10 years have passed and you and I haven't even been able to break through to the level of a general. It's really a pity. Ni Qin looked at Qin Fei with emotion. Qin Fei. Well, this situation is quite common. The Master Realm is relatively easy to reach, but the difficulty increases sharply from the Master Realm to the General Realm. For the General Realm, below the A-level talent, not to say that no one can break through, but it is quite difficult, and the resources required are many times more than those above the A-level talent. People with poor family conditions cannot afford to cultivate it at all. For example, the War General Realm Breakthrough Pill, those with better talent can break through with just a few pills, but those with poor talent may need more than 10 or even dozens of pills, and each pill is worth hundreds of millions. How much money does that cost? I can't afford it at all. Of course, those with extraordinary talents don't even need the broken mirror pill to break through on their own. This is incomparable. Why is it easier for people with good talents to break through? It is because people with good talents have higher quality superpowers. It is like building a building on a plain or in a desert. It is obviously easier to build on a plain, as the quicksand in the desert cannot hold any ground at all. The superpowers of people with good talents are of high quality. This is why, generally speaking, the one with good talents has stronger combat power when two people are at the same level. Of course, other external forces are not considered at this time, and the combat awareness is equivalent. After all, the criteria for judging a person's combat effectiveness are based on a comprehensive evaluation of super skills, combat awareness, internal psychological factors, external environmental factors, the quality of superpowers and other characteristics. Senior, why don't you let me go first and we can talk later? Qin Fei looked at the two of them with a smile. That won't do. Huijuan shook his head. Although I don't want my niece to marry that kid from the Yu family, you have to show us your potential and strength. Junior brother, I will be gentler on you. Ni Qin looked at Qin Fei with a smile and said. Qin Fei? Since you two insist on fighting with me, then come on. Qin Fei put away his smile and said lightly. You should make the first move, Junior. We are already bullying the weak, how can you make the first move? Huijuan said. Since Senior said so, then I won't be polite. As Qin Fei spoke, a giant bow appeared in his hand. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon, and at the same time a water arrow slowly condensed into shape. Super Energy Fusion Skill Wooden Bow and Water Arrow. Take action. Huijuan and Ni Qin also restrained their smiles at this time. Although Qin Fei's realm was lower than theirs, they did not dare to underestimate Qin Fei, because the other party was a dual-system super-powered person. He had only used one superpower before and defeated their three nephews one after another. You know, those three were the three strongest masters of the younger generation of the Hu family in each realm. If you are careless, you may lose. Although they admire Qin Fei's courage, they will not hold back at all since they have received orders from the head of the family. They will try their best to stop Qin Fei. If they fail to stop him in the end, it only means that they are not as skilled as others. Boom! Boom! A strong wind suddenly arose, dark clouds covered the sky, and a terrible hurricane swept the dust on the earth towards Qin Fei, mixed with thunder, hissing sounds. Super Energy Fusion Skills, Wind and Thunder intertwined. Boom! At this moment, the water arrow in Qin Fei's hand flew out through the air, tearing through the hurricane. When it was about to kill the two of them, it was shattered by the flashing thunder in the hurricane. The hurricane roared and killed Qin Fei, and the thunder struck Qin Fei on the head. Qin Fei put away the giant bow with a flip of his hand. The power of the wooden bow and water arrow super skill was not very strong. His advantage was that it was convenient and fast, but it could not fully unleash the power of the water and wood dual system super skills. He clasped his hands together, and a ball appeared between his hands, and then he suddenly retreated into the void. Rumble! The next moment, the huge waves rolled towards the two of them, and the endless falling leaves fell towards them madly, as if the end of the world had come. The endless fallen leaves rustle down, and the endless Yangtze River rolls on. Mizuki's superpower skill Doomsday Scene. The tsunami arrived and washed away the dust. The terrifying lightning struck the seawater and fallen trees, causing only some ripples. If it was an SSS-level fusion technique of wind and thunder dual-element superpowers, the power should not be so weak. However, the super talents of both of them were rated B level, and the superpower skills formed by the fusion could only barely touch the combat power level of the early stage of the general realm. The Doomsday Scene has already reached the combat power level of the early stage of the true general realm. The difference is obvious. The interweaving of wind and thunder could not stop the Doomsday Scene at all, and then the two were bombarded by the tsunami and falling trees, looking like clowns. Qin Fei waved his hands, and the waves hit them harder and harder. The falling leaves suddenly hit the two of them. Now they couldn't use their superpower fusion skills at all. They could only use their own powerful superpower skills to resist Qin Fei's Doomsday Scene. Stop! We surrender! The next moment, Huijuan, who was unable to withstand the tsunami and falling trees, shouted loudly. Junior, stop hitting me. I can't stand it anymore. Ni Qin also shrilly said. Then, Qin Fei flipped his hand, and the waves and fallen leaves each turned into a stream of light and returned to Qin Fei's body. Qin Fei has always done a good job in recycling superpowers. Who knows what will happen at this Hongmen feast? Losing as much superpower as possible is naturally a good thing. After all, if you consume too much, what will you do if you don't have any superpower left? The opponent will definitely not give you enough time to recover the superpowers you have consumed. Thank you both for your kindness. Qin Fei looked at the two embarrassed people with a smile on his face and clasped his fists. We didn't let you. Huijuan's breath was weak, and he looked at Qin Fei helplessly. We really can't beat you. Facing Qin Fei, they were really not careless, but they really couldn't beat him. Junior, you are too cruel. I am a woman and can't stand your bombardment. Look, you have made my breasts a little crooked. Ni Qin looked at Qin Fei with resentment and said. Qin Fei? What are you talking about? It sounds unbearable and can't stand the torture. Why does this sound so weird? Senior, has the senior always spoken like this? Qin Fei said with a frown. Ahem, don't take it to heart. That's just the way your senior speaks. Huijuan coughed and said, it doesn't mean anything special. Qin Fei just wanted to roll his eyes. He really didn't know how you could endure it. Of course, he didn't care about so many things. Although Ni Qin was quite pretty, she still couldn't catch Qin Fei's eye. The main reason was that she wasn't talented enough and her looks weren't up to standard. Ahem, of course, the most important thing was that he didn't like her wife. As for the fiancée, she wasn't even a real wife, not to mention she was just a nominal wife. Please go ahead. Next, there's only one obstacle left. That's my ninth brother, who's a true war general. In fact, my clan leader is a bit too much. He actually let a war general block his way. Huiju sighed and said, although I don't think you'll win, I still hope you can win, because my niece really doesn't like that kid from the Yu family. After saying this, he made way. Xin Fei, let me lead the way. Hu Chang said proactively. No matter what, Xin Fei's performance conquered him. In fact, not only him, but also Hu Lei and Hu Gu were amazed and admired Xin Fei's fighting ability. In the central villa, there's already an uproar. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Before, they had only heard about how talented Xin Fei was, but this time they finally saw it for themselves. Hui Juan and Ni Qin, both of them, were defeated when they joined forces. It cannot be said that Xin Fei is now invincible among the generals, but he is very close to that level. Hu Bingyun stared at Xin Fei's figure in the picture with her beautiful eyes. The man she liked was so handsome. The scene of calling the wind and rain is so cool. You can see that many of the cousins in the room were praising her crazily. Brother, we can't offend Xin Fei. One of the middle-aged men looked at Hui Shan and said in a deep voice. Hui Shan did not speak. He just wanted to stop Xin Fei before, but now he felt a little regretful. If he offended such a young and promising person to death, would he take revenge on him when he grew up in the future? But if the marriage with the Yu family is terminated, it will offend the Yu family, and then the Hu family may be in a difficult situation. But he considered more. Although his daughter was excellent, she was not as good as Lu Ying, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Even if his daughter became Xin Fei's daughter, it would be difficult for her to have status. If she had no status, what was the point of the marriage? Unless Xin Fei could become a master or even a big boss of the Marquisate, then a wife or concubine would not have a low status. Of course, this does not apply to marginalized people. He wondered if this would leave a thorn in Xin Fei's heart. Let's see if he can pass the ninth brother first. If he can, it means that my assessment of him may be too low. Huishan thought to himself. Well, he's here. The next moment, his eyes flashed slightly. Because Xin Fei's figure has arrived at the open space not far in front of the central villa, and there is a figure standing there quietly. This is the sixth checkpoint he set up, and also the sixth general. Xin Fei, you can do it, right? Hu Bingyun looked at Xin Fei's resolute face quietly across the screen, praying silently in her heart. Can Xin Fei succeed? That shouldn't be possible. Although his fighting ability is very close to that of a general, he still can't compare to a true general. I really hope he can succeed. After all, such a handsome man who keeps his promises, he deserves everything. But if we were to dissolve the marriage with the Yu family, what would become of the Hu family's future? Our comfortable life might even be shattered. If possible, I'd like to marry Xin Fei and become his concubine. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? If you can succeed, that would be even better, but the hope is slim. According to the information we have received, Xin Fei is a bit of a playboy, but he is very principled. However, his principle is that only a stunning beauty can become his woman. This kid has quite a picky eye. I have the capital to do that. Hearing the discussions in the living room, Huishan felt a little annoyed, and at this moment, his communication watch rang. His expression darkened and his brows furrowed, because the caller ID showed that the owner was the head of the Yu family, one of the most powerful people in Yunqing. Huishan then left the living room and entered a bedroom. He put on a smile and answered the other party's call. Brother Yu. Outside the central villa. Xin Fei looked at the figure blocking his way. His expression was calm and the detector also detected the other party's message. Hu Yibing, 39 years old, a plus-grade gold-type superpower, early stage of the general realm. In the eyes of many people in the Hu family, defeating the early-stage warrior in front of them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, for Xin Fei, it was a very simple matter. Not to mention using 3 types of superpowers, even using 2 types of superpowers would be enough for him to easily deal with his opponent. Xin Fei, the fact that you can get here shows your talent. No one in Yunqing should be able to match you. It's just that we can't cancel the marriage with the Yu family. If possible, there are many beautiful girls in the younger generation of our Hu family. You can pick one to be your girlfriend. I think they will not refuse you. Hu Yibing looked at Qin Fei and said gently. I thought that as a gold-type superpower, you should be very strong. Qin Fei looked at Hu Yibing and said. Hu Yibing laughed dumbly and said, people who are too strong are easily broken. I hope you can understand this truth. But as a gold-type superpower, without a strong and fierce mentality, the progress of cultivation will be very slow. Qin Fei smiled lightly. I feel that your talent is somewhat inconsistent with your cultivation. Hu Yibing's mouth twitched when he heard this. He had never expected Qin Fei to say such a thing. He couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, Are you preaching to me? Chapter 130, Clear the level with force, the beauty asks for a kiss. I'm not trying to preach, I just don't want to see a gold-type superpower who lacks determination. Qin Fei shrugged and said, the gold-type superpowers are about being sharp, aggressive, and moving forward. It's not right to be arrogant, but at least one should have a certain amount of pride. But this Hu Yibing is too peaceful and moderate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the early stage of the general realm at the age of 40. Hu Yibing was very displeased with Qin Fei's words, so his smile disappeared and was replaced by a sneer. Then let me see if you, the younger generation, are as good as you are at talking. As he spoke, a flying sword broke through the air and shot towards Qin Fei with a sharp edge. Qin Fei waved his hand and shot out a vine. It seemed casual, but in fact it was a super-powered fusion skill, the weak water vine. It contains the softness and smoothness of water, as well as the vitality and flexibility of wood. Boom! Hu Yibing controlled the flying sword and tried to cut the vines, but the weak water vine was slippery and could not be cut off at all. Instead, he was entangled by the vines. The weak water vine was a super energy fusion skill and possessed extraordinary power. Once tightened, it could collapse mountains and shatter rocks. Bang! Look, the flying sword didn't even last a breath before it was blown away. Hu Yibing condensed a number of flying swords and flying knives, and used his super power skill, the combination of sword and knife. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But what he faced was the weak water vines dancing wildly. Although he had many flying knives and swords, he was unable to break through the interception net formed by the dense weak water vines. The weak water vines were like tentacle monsters. Once they entangled the flying knives or swords, they would directly destroy the opponent. Hu Yibing's expression became extremely ugly. He never expected that Qin Fei had so many tricks and was so powerful. The flying knives and flying swords could not cut through the weak water vine, but were instead constantly broken by it. This consumed a great deal of his superpowers, because once the flying swords and flying knives were broken, it meant that the superpowers contained in them were destroyed and could not be recovered. Although the superpowers contained in the weak water vine will also reduce consumption, compared to Hu Yibing, the consumption is negligible. Hu Yibing was not careful and was entangled by the weak water vine. The force tightened and Hu Yibing's breathing became rapid. Do you want to fight again? Qin Fei's voice rang out. Hu Yibing wanted to struggle at first, as he still had some tricks up his sleeve, but when he saw the giant bow in Qin Fei's hand being pulled into a full moon and a water arrow slowly condensing into shape, his struggle stopped instantly. I lost, Hu Yibing said with a bitter face. He really wanted to ask Qin Fei how he managed to perform two super-power fusion skills at the same time. Without strong soul power, it would be impossible to perfectly perform two super-power fusion skills. But he didn't know that Qin Fei possessed super mental strength, and it was extremely easy for him to perform two super-power fusion techniques. Hearing Hu Yibing admit defeat, Qin Fei put away the carpenter's water arrow, and then waved his hand again. The weak water vine flying in the sky turned into streams of light and returned to his body. Please come in. Hu Yibing suppressed his complicated thoughts and watched Qin Fei make way for him. Qin Fei looked up and saw the central villa not far away, and strode over. Everyone in the living room was stunned when they saw Qin Fei and Hu Yibing fighting. From the beginning to the end of the battle, not even half a minute had passed. Uncle Jiu was defeated just like that? Ninth brother lost. Isn't Qin Fei too strong? I didn't expect the beginning, much less the end. Who can tell me how that incredibly sharp sword couldn't cut through those vines? Because that's not just a psychic vine formed by ordinary wood-type superpowers, but one that incorporates many characteristics of water-type superpowers, making it very difficult to cut through. Ultimately, it's because my ninth brother's combined sword and blade aren't powerful enough. Yes, Qin Fei's super energy fusion skills are truly too perfect. It's not like what the rumors say. He was only a first-level super-powered person a few months ago. I can't believe that a person can improve so much in just a few months. The rumors are quite credible. Maybe he just had an epiphany? Epiphany is only something that superpowers can experience. How could their realm be improved so much in less than half a year? Maybe he was naturally gifted with understanding, and then he had an opportunity, so his cultivation level improved, and his understanding was also brought into play? We are just guessing. The real reason may require Qin Fei to explain it himself. Hurry up and open the door for him, he's already at the villa entrance. Hey, where's the head of the family? The head of the family seems to have been summoned. Go open the door. We don't need to open the door. Look, Bing Yun is already there. Isn't this a bad idea? Bing Yun is still Yu's fiancé. Didn't the patriarch say that as long as Qin Fei can overcome all obstacles, he will cancel his engagement with the Yu family? Did you say that? Didn't you say that after Qin Fei passed through 5 gates and killed 6 generals, he could only eat the banquet we prepared? We should have told you. Otherwise, we can't let Qin Fei go through so many trials and tribulations just to give him a good meal. If this gets out, our Hu family will lose face. Forehead. With a creak, the gate of the central villa was opened by Hu Bingyun, and at this time, Qin Fei's figure had appeared outside the gate. Qin Fei. Hu Bingyun's face flushed with excitement, and she threw herself into Qin Fei's arms like a moth to a flame, wrapped her legs around Qin Fei's waist, and then pouted her fiery red lips and actively asked Qin Fei for a kiss. Everyone. Is this the reserved Hu Bingyun they knew? Why is she so shameless? Qin Fei? He had never expected that Hu Bingyun was so emotional and even took the initiative to ask for a kiss, but since the beauty was so proactive, how could he let her down? So he responded to Hu Bingyun's request enthusiastically, and the two of them kissed each other non-stop. Ah. He. There were young people in the room, some were yelling, some were smiling, but the middle-aged men and women were mostly frowning, feeling disappointed with Hu Bingyun's behavior, thinking it was inappropriate, because Hu Bingyun was still engaged. If this got out, how would people view the Hu family? When Hu Bingyun heard the noisy sound, she was instantly awakened and didn't know where she was. She screamed and jumped off Qin Fei's body. Her face flushed and she didn't dare to look at anyone. Only then did she realize how outrageous her cultivation level was. I'm afraid that in the eyes of my tribe, I am a shameless woman, right? But I can't blame myself for this. It was because I was too excited. Qin Fei was indeed the man she liked. His strong performance surprised her inexplicably. Now she would see how her father could stop her. Hu Bingyun happily took Qin Fei's arm and walked towards the living room.